Chapter 194. Supreme Sorcerer. At Wang's reminder, the Ancient One composed herself, her gaze sharpening. Bind it. With a sharp command, the gathered sorcerers formed intricate hand seals. Golden chains shot out, weaving tightly around the enormous eldritch Hydra projection. Cackle, cackle, tilde, tilde. The Hydra struggled violently, its crimson tendrils writhing as if attempting to tear through space itself. Yet, under the suppression of the golden barrier, its power began to wane rapidly. Seeing this, the Ancient One's fingers emitted a soft glow, flipping the entire dimensional battlefield. Within the inverted realm, the sorcerers leapt gracefully onto floating circular platforms surrounding the Hydra. Their golden chains grew brighter, tightening around the massive entity and locking it in place. Buzz! The next moment, the Ancient One withdrew her energy, conjuring a glowing shield as she prepared to charge directly at the entity. Wait! Xia Luo stepped in front of her. Sorcerers are supposed to fight from a distance. Leave the brawling to me. The Ancient One. This damn Spider-Man, always ruining my plans. Under her exasperated gaze, Xia Luo transformed into a crackling arc of electricity and launched himself at the Hydra projection. Buzz tilde. As Xia Luo's magic circle expanded, Carter and the other Avengers were transported into the dimensional space. Fade me. Gwen, now enhanced by her symbiote, pounced onto one of the Hydra's massive crimson tendrils. Her demon-faced symbiote voraciously devoured the fleshy appendage. Don't you usually go for brains? Xia Luo asked, swinging past. Abby remained silent, leaving Gwen to shrug helplessly. Ask me, I have no idea. Well, good luck then. Xia Luo shot his web and swung onward. Nearby, Johnny Blaze, engulfed in flames, had coiled himself around another tendril. While his hellfire was ineffective against the Hydra, he continued blasting flames to show he was putting in effort. Reed and the Fantastic Four weren't faring much better. Their attacks hardly made a dent against the otherworldly projection. The Hydra projection, even with just a fraction of dimensional power, was leagues above the Avengers' combined abilities. Suddenly, a molecular vortex formed, disrupting the dimensional space. Several figures emerged from within the swirling energy. Who's this now? Xia Luo's pale blue eyes gleamed as he noticed the distortion. From the dissipating vortex, Apocalypse and his 4 horsemen stepped into the fray. Spider-Man, Apocalypse addressed him directly, care to join me? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Join you in what? Apocalypse smirked, become one with me. As his words echoed, the surrounding floating structures disintegrated into sand, forming a massive sandstorm that blocked Xia Luo's path. Can we not? The fight isn't even over yet. Xia Luo gritted his teeth and dove through the whirling sands. Apocalypse raised his hand, summoning lightning to strike Spider-Man midair. Buzz! Boom! As the lightning struck, Xia Luo darted into a portal, reappearing beside the Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer, I'd like to report someone popping champagne during the match. The Ancient One glanced at him, sweat beading on her brow. I'm sorry, but I don't have the strength to help you. The Hydra's power is too immense, she said weakly. Xia Luo. So that's why she let Apocalypse in, to sabotage me and protect her retirement plans. The storm of sand closed in again, and Apocalypse's figure loomed ominously within it. Without hesitation, Xia Luo fled into another portal. The sandstorm swept past the sorcerers, leaving the golden barrier undisturbed. Apocalypse had no interest in provoking the mysterious and powerful sorcerers. His target was Spider-Man. Spider-Man, I'm here to help. Harry Osborn and his father zoomed in on their hoverboards, heading straight for Apocalypse. Before they could get close, Magneto intercepted them. Your metal boards are quite impressive, he remarked with a sinister grin. What? Before the Osborns could react, their hoverboards wrenched violently out of their control. No. The pair plummeted, but Reed, now in his elastic form, stretched out to catch them just in time. Mr. Osborn, who should we be fighting right now? Reed asked, glancing between the Hydra and Apocalypse's team. Harry gritted his teeth, obviously them. He pointed at Apocalypse and his horsemen. If we can't take down the dimensional god, we'll focus on these mutants. Got it, let's target the mutants. Johnny Storm rocketed toward Magneto, blazing like a comet. Magneto, unshaken, waved his hands. Metal fragments from the surrounding structures flew toward Johnny in a lethal barrage. I'll handle it. Susan raised her hands, conjuring an energy shield to block the incoming projectiles. My turn. Ben Grimm grabbed Reed's elastic body, using him as a slingshot. Ready. Ready. Let's go. Ben launched himself like a meteor, hurtling straight at Magneto. Don't try this at home, kids. Inspired by Spider-Man, Ben roared mid-flight. Boom. Ben smashed through Magneto's metal defenses with a thunderous impact, sending him crashing into an inverted structure. Now it's my turn. Johnny followed up, turning into a fiery projectile that struck the wreckage. Reed and Susan quickly moved in to provide support. Meanwhile, Charles Xavier was being pestered by a flurry of arrows from Natasha, though the psychic's calm demeanor made it unclear if he was genuinely frustrated. Elsewhere, Pietro was being chased by Electro. This electric guy is too fast, he's caught up to me, Pietro yelled. Scarlet Witch, meanwhile, was locked in a fierce battle with Carter. Buzz Tilda. Carter's shield clashed against Wanda's scarlet energy, ricocheting back at an alarming speed. For a moment, a dark image of Carter being sliced in half flashed in Wanda's mind. Oops, I overdid it. Before she could retract her power, Carter dodged midair, reclaiming her shield with a triumphant spin. Don't underestimate me, Carter said, a smirk on her face. Natasha, running past, quipped, that landing looked like mine. She then fired a few shots at Charles with her handgun. Carter's. Boom, boom, boom. In Apocalypse's hands, a colossal pyramid of sand formed above the battlefield. Oh no, this looks familiar, Xia Luo muttered, staring at the towering structure. As the pyramid descended, he tried to open a portal but found it distorted by Apocalypse's power. Buzz Tilda. The circular portal twisted unnaturally, cutting off his escape route. My dear Spider, surrender your body to the great mutant god, Apocalypse commanded greedily. Sorry, but my body belongs to my fangirls, Xia Luo shot back. With a flick of his hand, he reached through the twisted portal and yanked Apocalypse into it. What? Before Apocalypse could recover, the portal closed, bisecting him. As his body began to regenerate, Xia Luo darted away in a streak of lightning. The pyramid crashed down behind him. Boom! The massive pyramid buried Apocalypse under a mountain of sand, shaking the entire dimensional space. Wow, this is how you use a portal. Standing atop a skyscraper, Xia Luo clapped and laughed. Got it now. Without warning, he toppled off the building, firing webs to swing toward the coastal villa. Through the villa's shattered ceiling, Xia Luo spotted Ruth tending to the unconscious Otto Octavius. How is he? Ruth looked up, relieved to see Spider-Man. His spine, it's burning hot. She gently turned Otto over, revealing his back, red and translucent with blood vessels exposed but not bleeding. Beneath his semi-transparent skin, Xia Luo's glowing blue eyes discerned crimson threads attempting to merge with Otto's nervous system. The more the Hydra's energy connected, the stronger the Hydra projection grew, straining the sorcerer's golden chains. If this continued, the Ancient One would retire for good. Xia Luo wasn't about to let that happen. This is bad, we'll need to replace his spine, Xia Luo said grimly. Where's the original one from his surgery? At the hospital. There's no time. Boom! Tony's Mark armor landed with a metallic clang. He gestured toward a set of mechanical arms in the lab's corner. Those could work. Xia Luo inspected the damaged arms, frowning. They're too broken. Tony shook his head. We're out of options. No, we're not. Xia Luo tapped a wrist device, summoning 4 dark gold mechanical limbs that extended from his back. So you did steal his tech, Tony said with mock disdain. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. They're spoils of war. As he detached the limbs from his suit, Tony assisted. Buzz tilde tilde. The sharp blades of the mechanical arms pierced Otto's back, opening a path for the replacement spine. SSS tilde. In an instant, the blade attempting to sever the corrupted spine melted under the intense heat. Tony froze. Doesn't look like that's going to work. It's not a looks like. It definitely won't work, Xia Luo replied, inhaling deeply before plunging his hands into the searing flesh. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the overheated spine out by brute force. Splurt. Blood, blisteringly hot, sprayed everywhere. Acting quickly, Xia Luo installed the mechanical spine connected to the robotic arms onto Otto's back. Beep, beep tilde. The nanometal within the spine spread rapidly, stabilizing the bones it connected to. Did it work? Ruth asked anxiously, her hands trembling. Xia Luo shook his head. Of course not. While Dr. Octavius is alive, the crude replacement of his spine has likely irreparably damaged his nervous system. He might never walk again. Ruth's face fell, so being alive will only bring him more pain. Tony, watching thoughtfully, added, the fact that he's still alive is a miracle in itself. Anyone else would have been dead by now. It's thanks to the lingering regenerative properties from the Hydra power inside him, Xia Luo said, his gaze shifting to the extracted spine. The discarded spine dissolved into a stream of light, surging toward the Hydra projection. With the 9th spine finally in place, the Hydra projection solidified at an alarming rate. Yet as it became more corporeal, Earth's natural repulsion toward the foreign entity increased, and the Hydra began to be dragged back into the void. The Ancient One, who had prepared herself for close combat, sighed in disappointment. Her chance at a peaceful retirement was slipping away. With a reluctant glance at the trembling pyramid behind her, she turned and motioned her disciples to follow her through a portal. Supreme Sorcerer, Spider-Man's in trouble, Wang began, only to be interrupted. You have to trust your idol, the Ancient One said coldly. He'll handle it. Wang hesitated before nodding. Yes, the invincible Spider-Man never falls. As the sorcerers departed and the dimensional space collapsed, the pyramid crumbled into ashes. Boom! From the crater left behind, a blue figure shot skyward. That damn spider, always full of surprises. Apocalypse laughed, raising a hand to unleash a devastating energy wave. Buildings around him exploded in rapid succession. Tap! A golden portal appeared behind him, and a hand emerged to smack the back of his head. The mysterious force left him momentarily dazed, a clear warning. Apocalypse steadied himself, his expression darkening. Reluctantly, he used his powers to repair the destroyed structures. During his original era, there had been no supreme sorcerer. But since awakening, Apocalypse had sensed Earth was brimming with formidable new powers, the supreme sorcerer being one of the most notable. In Camertage, he had detected traces of terrifying forces from other universes, ones even he, the so-called god of mutants, could not rival. Today, he had only dared to exploit the dimensional chaos because of the Sorcerer Supreme's implicit consent. The portal's warning made it clear, his actions had limits. The battlefield grew silent as Apocalypse weighed his options. Magneto and Charles exchanged glances, feigning ignorance. Wanda and Pietro, seasoned fighters, busied themselves battling their opponents without missing a beat. That was until 9 spines descended from the sky. Seize them! Apocalypse roared, spurring Magneto and the others into action. They had already witnessed the terrifying power of Hydra's energy and would not let such a treasure slip away. Stop them, Carter shouted. Chaos erupted once more. As Tony joined the fray, explosions lit up the battlefield. Boom tilde. Suddenly, Ghost Rider's flaming motorcycle roared through the chaos, its hellfire forcing everyone back. Johnny Blaze, engulfed in flames, snatched the spines and rode off. Vile spirit, Apocalypse bellowed. Buzz tilde. In a flash, Apocalypse vanished into the void, reappearing in front of Ghost Rider. Energy swirled menacingly in his palms, a clear threat. Johnny's instincts screamed danger. Behind him, a portal burst open, and Xia Luo zipped through in an electric arc, seizing the spines midair. In one fluid motion, Xia Luo tossed the bundled spines, encased in webbing, straight into Apocalypse's energy wave. No! Apocalypse's eyes widened in horror, as the spines disintegrated under his attack. But something far worse occurred. Buzz tilde. The destruction of the spines unleashed a burst of true dimensional energy. The surrounding space shattered violently, fracturing reality itself. Apocalypse, standing closest, was obliterated in an instant, reduced to ash. Ghost Rider, too, was torn apart, his body succumbing to the destructive force. Xia Luo, sensing the impending doom through his spider sense, attempted to escape through a portal, only for it to collapse mid-formation. Xia Luo. I knew I shouldn't have meddled. With grim acceptance, Xia Luo turned to Carter and the others, offering them a small, reassuring smile. As the dimensional collapse consumed him, his grin shattered into countless fragments. Crack, crack, tilde. The destructive force came swiftly, yet within seconds, the fractured space mended itself as if nothing had happened. Wrestle, wrestle, tilde. A gentle breeze stirred the ashes, reassembling Apocalypse's form. Spider-Man is gone, Apocalypse murmured, stunned. Magneto approached, his tone calm. He'll come back stronger than before. Apocalypse's expression soured. That cursed insect, next time I'll catch him for sure. Understood. The mutants departed in haste, leaving the battlefield behind. From the charred remains, Ghost Rider's bones reignited with hellfire, piecing themselves back together. I'm alive, Johnny exclaimed in disbelief, his voice tinged with joy. Looking around, he asked, Where's Spider-Man? Carter's face remained stoic. He's dead. Dead? Johnny shook his head firmly. Impossible. Spider-Man is immortal, everyone knows that. Carter didn't bother explaining. As they walked away, the group chatted amongst themselves. How long do you think it'll take for him to come back this time? A week. No, a month. If he doesn't return for 6 months, that'd be great. Hi. Everyone turned to Tony, their gazes skeptical. Tony, unfazed, replied earnestly, If he doesn't return for 6 months, I can file for a death certificate, claim his nanotech patents, and use them for free. Carter glared, despicable. The others nodded in agreement. Absolutely shameless. The richer they are, the stingier they get. He's just protecting Spider-Man from being corrupted by money. Looks like Spider-Man is destined to stay broke. Max muttered darkly, If he tries to profit off my idol, I'll scatter ash in his eyes. Harry chimed in softly, Count me in. My friend can't stay broke forever. Good, we strike tonight. Agreed. Back in the main universe, Tony Stark felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, within the web of life, Xia Luo noticed something strange about his body. Hydra energy is corrupting your body. Strength plus 5 tons. Hydra energy is corrupting your body. Strength plus 3 tons. Hydra energy is corrupting your body. Level 1 regeneration acquired. Hydra energy is corrupting your body. Level 2 regeneration acquired. Hydra energy is corrupting your body. Strength plus 4 tons. Hydra energy is corrupting your suit. Venom mode upgraded. Hydra energy is corrupting your suit. Hydra mode activated. Xia Luo stared at the continuous notifications, utterly dumbfounded. So, am I seriously becoming a 9-headed spider now? Chapter 195. The black spinal column cracked open. The so-called corruption of Hydra's power didn't seem to be entirely detrimental to him. In the end, Hydra's power granted him nearly 60 tons of strength. With increased muscle and bone density, combined with his baseline strength of 140 tons, Xia Luo's physical strength now reached an impressive 200 tons. As his strength grew, the enhancements to Titan physique and spider physiology progressed in tandem. His defense and stamina improved without much lag. As for his regenerative ability, it had reached level 3. He'd need to test its limits, but one thing was certain. Level 3 regeneration was far inferior to Wolverine's. That fact relieved him. If he had truly gained a regenerative ability on par with Wolverine's, his future would be bleak. After all, as Logan once said, eternal immortality is a curse. For Xia Luo, it was even more so. Next came his mental resistance. While Hydra hosts could unleash consciousness-disrupting sound waves, Xia Luo didn't gain that ability. Instead, his mental resistance increased by an additional 50%. With the previous 50%, even a Charles Xavier boosted by Apocalypse couldn't easily breach Xia Luo's mental defenses. Finally, there was his nanotech suit, which had been corrupted by Hydra's power. The red parts of the suit became more vivid, and the Venom mode was replaced by Hydra mode, which promised potential surprises in future battles. As always, he needed practical tests to gauge its effectiveness. For now, the most important thing was winning the resurrection match. Focusing his thoughts, the previous system notifications appeared before him. System notifications. You played the friendly neighbor and stopped Wanda from stealing the time monolith +1 restart attempt. You played the friendly neighbor and defeated the low purity inheritor +3 restart attempts. You played the friendly neighbor and saved Max Dillon Electro +1 restart attempt. You played the friendly neighbor and rescued Quentin Beck Mysterio +1 restart attempt. You played the friendly neighbor and captured Kraven the Hunter +2 restart attempts. You played the friendly neighbor and stopped Kingpin from activating the particle collider +1 restart attempt. You played the friendly neighbor and repelled Ghost Rider +3 restart attempts. You played the friendly neighbor and resisted Hydra's dimensional invasion +15 restart attempts. Total restart attempts, 32. Xia Luo nodded slightly at the summary. This resurrection cycle hadn't presented major challenges, so he couldn't accumulate many restart attempts. Fortunately, the last mission had been productive. 32 restart attempts should suffice. Taking a deep breath, Xia Luo leaped from the cosmic Weebee. In an instant, the void swallowed his figure. The next moment, scorching air rushed against his face. When Xia Luo opened his eyes, everything before him was tinted with fiery hues. There was no blue sky, no white clouds, no lush mountains, nor clear waters. Only despair and fear stretched endlessly. Far away, atop a massive volcano, black flames shot skyward. The acrid stench of burning sulfur filled the air, while tormented souls screamed in agony. At the volcano's base, a molten lake of lava churned like a writhing dragon. The wails of damned spirits echoed through the dim, cursed sky. Along the lake's edge, grotesque demons wielded iron chains and fiery whips, mercilessly lashing at battered and filthy bodies. Surrounding the volcano was an endless wasteland. Scattered across the barren land lay the remains of enormous beasts, their skeletal remains gnawed on by grotesque hellish creatures. Xia Luo stood atop the colossal skull of a dragon, the size of a skyscraper. Perched on the dragon's jagged horns were two massive black birds, each as large as an elephant. Their snake-like eyes locked onto Xia Luo, as though debating whether he was tonight's dinner. Centered around the dragon's corpse, the desolate landscape extended hundreds of miles. Odd humanoid creatures roamed between the bones, forming rudimentary settlements. Hawkers barked out their wares in makeshift markets, while strange alien creatures brawled in the streets, drawing crowds of onlookers. Where is this place? Faint blue light flickered in Xia Luo's eyes as information about the resurrection match appeared before him. Scenario: Mephisto's Hell. Objective: rescue Tony Stark's soul. Reward 1, Resurrection Slot X1. Reward 2, choose 1, Spider-Man's exclusive magic, summon baby spiders, 2.5 clones, or the Wandering Spider Soul. Participant: Xia Luo Parker. Restart attempts: 32. Time until mission starts: 30 seconds. Time limit: 1 hour. One man, 1 hour. Scanning the information, Xia Luo's angular eyes narrowed sharply. This resurrection match felt different. Of course, he'd thought that before. But this time, it truly was unique. A solo resurrection match. A 1-hour time limit. And Mephisto's Hell, a realm where he had no connections, no resources, and no familiarity. Worse, he lacked any intel about Tony's situation. To top it off, this was Mephisto's territory. The Demon Lord could discover Xia Luo's presence at any moment. This was the most uncertain match Xia Luo had ever faced. And the stakes were immense. Mephisto, a multiversal-level Hell Lord, was on par with Dormammu, who had detected Doctor Strange's time hacks. If Mephisto discovered Xia Luo's restart ability, there'd be no escape. Taking a deep breath, Xia Luo suppressed his unease. He could only hope his restart ability would protect him from Mephisto, the weakest of the multiversal titans. As the countdown reached 0, the aura of a living being spread instantly. Nearby, hellish creatures sniffed hungrily at the air. Immortal. I can smell it, I can smell it. Ha ha ha, it's not an illusion. It's real and it's delicious. Ah, after centuries, I finally get to feast. Where is he? Where? There, over there. That's him, it must be him. A horde of grotesque humanoids surged toward the dragon's skull. Drooling with greed, their eyes glimmered with ravenous hunger as they fixated on Xia Luo. He's mine. A sharp scream from a suited minotaur spurred the crowd into chaos. In moments, the hellspawns scrambled over one another, climbing the dragon's corpse to claim their prize. Seeing the oncoming swarm, Xia Luo felt his stomach churn. How was he supposed to deal with this? Yeah, Tilda. The next second, a fierce gust of wind swept past as two massive monstrous birds flapped their wings, diving straight at him. Their razor-sharp talons, each over 2 meters long, sliced through the searing air, leaving Xia Luo with no room to escape. Shadows loomed over him. His eyes flared with brilliant light as his body turned into a streak of electricity, darting past the giant birds in a flash. YHH. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The electric arc weaved around in rapid loops, and the birds shrieked in agony. Their massive forms faltered before plummeting to the ground, wings flailing wildly. What the? Run! As the birds crashed into the crowd below, their frantic thrashing tore several spirits apart. The shattered souls dissolved into black smoke, rising into the dismal sky. Meanwhile, Xia Luo's electric form zipped across the dragon's skeleton and darted into the nearby bone city. He's getting away. After him, a mob of grotesque spirits charged in the direction he fled, their commotion stirring up curiosity among others in the area. What's going on? A living human has entered. I can smell him, he's fast. Chase him. Wait, my drool. The chaos quickly turned the area into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Xia Luo hid inside the hollow skull of a massive bull-like creature, cold sweat trickling down his back. It wasn't the pursuit that unnerved him. It was the thought of being caught by a horde of demons and cooked, grilled, or boiled alive. That would be downright barbaric. Am I really that appetizing? No, these starving monsters needed to learn the hard way not to mess with a bug. As he silently vented his frustrations, shadows flitted past the skull's eye sockets. He's nearby, the scent is too strong here. This human smells amazing. I think it's time to heat the oil. You brainless pig, we're spirits, we eat raw meat, it's tradition. But I miss the good old days. Just as the pig-headed creature muttered, an electric arc shot out from the skull. There he is. Zap! Electric currents surged into the pig-headed monster, obliterating its soul in an instant. Over here. The surrounding spirits lunged toward him, but the electric arc swerved upward, transforming into a radiant streak that came crashing down moments later. The dim world suddenly brightened. Bzzzzz. Boom. The ground shattered like a spider's wee-bee, a magical shockwave rippled outward, causing the skeletal structures nearby to quake violently. The spirits caught in the blast were reduced to ashes. In a corner, a squid-faced creature with suction cups clinging to its skin barely escaped the explosion. Seeing the devastation, it let out a terrified shriek. A sorcerer. The sound instantly caught Xia Luo's attention. Swish. A web shot out, piercing through the squid creature's body and latching onto the wall behind it. Hi. Xia Luo frowned and flicked his wrist, firing another strand of webbing. This time, the web carried a faint magical glow. Thwip. Finally, the enchanted web secured the squid-faced creature and yanked it toward him. I ask, you answer, Xia Luo said, his body radiating magical energy as he stomped down on one of its tentacles. Do you know Iron Man? No. What about Tony Stark? No. What's 1 + 1 × 1? I don't know. 3 strikes, you're out. Boom. With a single punch, Xia Luo obliterated the squid creature. He cast a glance at the surrounding spirits who had been eyeing him, making no effort to hide his imposing presence. Whoever helps me find Tony Stark gets a leg. He patted his thigh, flexing the firm muscle as if offering the ultimate prize. If you prefer meteor parts, I can accommodate, he smirked, slapping his rear. The best backside in Queens, you deserve it. The spirits. They gulped audibly, their greedy eyes fixated on his muscles. I can't wait, what are you all waiting for? Are you seriously going to bargain with him? A dinosaur-like creature, wielding a massive axe, charged forward, only to be shattered into bits by Xia Luo's sandbag-sized fist. Anyone else? Blowing on his fist, Xia Luo allowed the faint magical energy to ripple from his body. The nearby spirits quaked with fear. If he were just a regular human, they'd risk everything for a bite. But this guy was scarier than any of them. He wasn't worth the risk. A small goat-headed demon timidly raised its hand. I'm just a kid, could I have the leanest part? I'm still growing. It tried to look pitiful, but its greedy gaze betrayed its intent as it eyed a particular area of Xia Luo's body. Xia Luo's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, he ensnared the little demon with a magical weebee. Kids shouldn't think about eating. Did you finish your homework? I never went to school. So you're a delinquent. With a grin, Xia Luo clenched his fist. The goat demon's head exploded in his grasp. This is what happens when you don't study. No. Among the crowd, a goat-headed woman in a wool coat wailed in despair. Damn spider, he was just a child. She lunged at Xia Luo, only for him to swat her head clean off with a single backhand. Thud, thud, thud. Her head rolled across the ground as the spirits watched in horror. Clapping the dust off his hands, Xia Luo sneered. A family should. No. Another anguished cry came from the crowd as the child's father charged forward. Smack. Another backhand, another headless corpse. Stick together. Xia Luo let out a long sigh of satisfaction, his earlier annoyance dissipating. These goat demons weren't just slow to react, they were only mildly entertaining. Worthless spirits. No. Another sob came from the crowd, driving Xia Luo to the edge of his patience. Is this never going to end? Before the next voice could act, Xia Luo shot forward like an arrow. Boom. Thwack, thwack, thwack. In mere seconds, the entire goat demon family lay headless before him. Anyone else? Surveying the aftermath, Xia Luo turned his icy gaze to a shrimp-headed demon trembling on the ground. The demon frantically shook its head. And no more, I swear. Good. Xia Luo smirked and scanned the crowd of terrified spirits. If anyone finds Tony Stark within the hour, I'll throw in another leg. The offer sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Without hesitation, they scattered into the surrounding ruins to search. Satisfied, Xia Luo placed his hands on his hips and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, as expected of me. Indeed, as expected, Spider Kid. A familiar voice interrupted him, and his laughter froze. Turning around, Xia Luo spotted an elderly Steve Rogers jumping down from a rooftop and striding toward him. What are you doing here? Xia Luo asked, stunned. If he recalled correctly, he was supposed to be the only participant in this match. Steve, however, simply sniffed the air and let out a long breath. Inhale, Tilda. Spider Kid, you smell amazing. The elderly Captain America hugged him tightly, closing his eyes in apparent bliss. Xia Luo. Chapter 196. You're not Hims. He shoved the man away, his hands erupting in brilliant magical light. In his soul state, Old Man Steve felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of words, speaking faster than the speediest rapper. When you left, we tried finding Strange, but he couldn't open a cosmic portal. However, he discovered a better method, opening a passage to hell itself to save Tony. But only souls can enter Mephisto's hell, so what you're seeing now is just my soul. If you attack me, I'll die. You must believe me because I know your superpower is sensing SH. Before he could finish, a fist the size of a sandbag stopped right in front of his nose, cutting through the air like a gale. Old man Steve's face turned pale. Wiping the cold sweat that wasn't even there, he let out a long sigh of relief. If I were even a second slower, I'd be toast. Xia Luo withdrew his fist with a benevolent smile. You really shouldn't say such secrets out loud. If I hear it again, I'll personally send you to meet Jesus. His tone was calm and gentle. Old man Steve's mouth twitched. Threaten seniors like that, I might just drop dead right here. Fine, but wow, your speed was incredible. Didn't even pause for punctuation. Just average, practice makes perfect. You dating someone? No, just practice before. No wonder your butt isn't as firm as it used to be. Instead of working out, you picked up rapping. That's because I'm old. Fair enough. By the way, as you might have noticed, I'm currently a very tasty bug. Got anything to help mask my scent? Xia Luo asked. Old man Steve turned to walk away. Follow me. Xia Luo raised a brow but followed. I was only joking. Do you really have a solution? Nope. Xia Luo. Strange knows a lot of magic, but he couldn't do anything either. Old man Steve replied without turning back. We snuck in. The Sorcerer Supreme is busy keeping the hell portal from closing. Hearing this, Xia Luo shook his head helplessly. I get it. The Sorcerer Supreme always has his hands tied at crucial moments. That's just how it is. In other words, he's slacking off. By the way, what was that earlier? Looked like you wanted to eat me. Old man Steve scratched his head. I don't know, you just smell really good. The wraiths think so too. So, I'm turning into a wraith. Maybe I'm just that fragrant. Yeah, as you are. On the streets, old man Steve scanned their surroundings. Wherever Xia Luo went, nearby souls gravitated toward him as if drawn by instinct. Their gazes were ravenous, like they might pounce and devour him at any moment. Should we kill a few of them to make a statement? Old man Steve suggested. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. Do I look like some kind of maniac? Don't think of me as so violent. Without another word, he turned and smashed the head of a nearby dog-headed wraith. Old man Steve. The surrounding wraiths, now wary of Xia Luo's brutal display, hesitated, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Before they could act, a voice filled with disdain cut through the crowd. You despicable wraiths, scram. This living human belongs to the master. A group of alien apes, armed with electromagnetic weapons, shoved the wraiths aside as they encircled Xia Luo and Old Man Steve. As the aliens laid eyes on the pair, they exchanged confused glances. These two look familiar. Like we've seen them somewhere before. Both Old Man Steve and Xia Luo glanced at each other. These guys are Chitauri soldiers. Earth superheroes. In an instant, both sides shouted in unison. The Chitauri turned and bolted without hesitation. Oh no, it's Spider-Man. And that terrifying guy who caught Thanos' punch. Run! Seeing this, Xia Luo leapt into the air, firing magical webbing to bind the fleeing soldiers together. Old Man Steve grabbed one Chitauri soldier and interrogated him. Where's Thanos? The soldier trembled in terror. I don't know. Then who's your master? Xia Luo asked. It's us. A massive axe suddenly tore through the air toward them. Without even glancing back, Xia Luo raised a hand and caught the massive weapon effortlessly. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled as a towering figure stepped forward, a sneer full of disdain on his face. Earth superheroes, you've come here as well, perfect, we can have another round. Black Dwarf grinned menacingly, revealing his sharp teeth. Behind him, Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight emerged in turn, sending ripples of panic through the surrounding wraiths. It's the Black Order. They wiped out the local guard and took over Bone City not long ago. Damn it, with them here, that living human won't be ours to feast on. Shut up, if they notice us we're done for. Let's get out of here. Some wraiths fled the scene, while others stayed hidden to watch, clearly scheming for an opportunity. Little did they know, such an opportunity existed only in their imaginations. Xia Luo studied the Black Order and noticed something different about them. "You're not the ones I encountered before. Who are you?" Ebony Maw crossed his hands behind his back, exuding an air of elegance. "Earth superheroes forgetting us so soon. How heartbreaking." He raised a hand, manipulating the giant bone structures around them, lifting them into the air with immense telekinetic force. "You used Pym particles to travel through time and space. Now you face the consequences, but it's not enough. For ruining Lord Thanos' plans, you must die again." His eyes gleamed with malice as he finished his declaration. With a deafening boom, the levitating structures crashed down toward them. Old Man Steve clenched his fists, his Captain America suit shredding to tatters as his muscles bulged grotesquely. With a roar, he bellowed, "Old Man Serious Punch." Boom! The air itself seemed to freeze as the structures crumbled under his strike. Xia Luo, now crackling with lightning, dodged effortlessly, marveling as Steve went head-to-head with Ebony Maw's telekinesis. "Wow, old man, you're gutsy," he shouted. Among the debris, Steve exuded a commanding presence that made even the Black Order falter. What's going on? Why is he still so strong despite his age? Could he have become an Asgardian god? Asgardian gods only get stronger with age. That must be it. Their expressions turned grim. Xia Luo landed lightly beside Steve, smirking. "Sorry, I avoid brute force when I can run. My speed's unmatched." With that, he formed a series of hand seals. Behind him, several arms materialized in shimmering magical light. "Strange as magic?" Steve asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Nope, this is Spider-Man exclusive magic." With a flourish, multiple clones of Xia Luo split off, instantly filling the battlefield with chaos. "Man, it's so hot and sticky here. This time, I'll take the lead. Count me in." "All right." Unstoppable friendly neighbor whirlwind. Two of the clones leapt into the air, spinning rapidly as they plummeted downward, their combined momentum creating a blazing, whirling wheel of destruction. "What is this?" Ebony Maw's face twisted with horror. He manipulated the surrounding debris into an impenetrable shield, but the dazzling wheel of magic effortlessly tore through it, reducing his telekinetic barrier to nothing. Boom! The whirlwind struck the ground with devastating force, creating a massive crater. A shockwave rippled outward, flinging Black Dwarf and the others off their feet. Sparks crackled in the air as an electrified Xia Luo darted past Black Dwarf, extending two fingers toward his opponent's face. "Poke!" "No, my eyes." Black Dwarf let out a howl of agony, clutching his face as he stumbled back. Xia Luo's clones seized the opportunity, raining kicks down on him mercilessly. "Help, somebody help me." "Ha, scream all you want, nobody's coming to save you." Meanwhile, two other clones flashed forward, disarming Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight of their weapons. "My blade," Proxima gasped, her voice trembling. "Here, take it back." Xia Luo flung the spear-like weapon, his aim deadly precise. Thud! The trident pierced straight through Proxima's chest, pinning her to the ground. Corvus could only watch as his partner disintegrated into countless shards of soul fragments. Proxima! Heartbroken, he let out an anguished roar, only for another electrified Xia Luo to slice him clean in two with the blade he had just retrieved. Within mere seconds, the formidable Black Order had been wiped out. As his clones dissolved, Xia Luo flexed his fingers with a nonchalant air. "All done." Surveying the battlefield littered with destruction, he shook his head with a wistful sigh. "Being unbeatable is just so lonely." Steve blinked, clearly impressed. "That was amazing. Can you teach me?" "Sure, but only if you become Spider Captain." Steve nodded solemnly. "Deal." He raised his right hand high, before bringing it down in a dramatic flourish. Rule number 1, never act out of anger. Rule number 2, never let any wrongdoing escape your grasp. Rule number 3, as the founding avenger of ultimate justice, Spider Captain I. Before he could finish, Xia Luo punched him square in the eye, leaving a dark bruise. "Ow, what was that for?" "You disgusted me." Xia Luo dusted off his hands, his gaze sweeping across the now-cleared battlefield where the wraiths had completely vanished. "Let's move." Wait for me, Steve called, scrambling after him. Before long, they arrived at a densely populated, grimy slum. The open space was crowded with greedy wraiths. At the center of the commotion, Xia Luo nonchalantly dispatched an out-of-control shark man before turning his calm gaze toward Old Man Steve. Why'd you bring me here? Because Natasha and the others are here. It's crowded and chaotic, making it easier to stay hidden. Right, but in places like this, your elite agent habits might need a bit of adjusting. Xia Luo glanced at the time on his wrist. We've got 30 minutes left. 30 minutes, Old Man Steve froze in surprise. That's right, Xia Luo replied with a nod. This resurrection match only gave me an hour. What? Old Man Steve's expression darkened. There's no way we can save Tony in just 1 hour. Which is why we need to move quickly. Xia Luo remained standing in place as Natasha and the others emerged from the crowd. We should find somewhere quieter, Clint suggested. Xia Luo shrugged. Anywhere with decent ventilation works for me. Yeah, I can smell it, Natasha said, swallowing hard as she gazed at Xia Luo. You smell amazing. Unable to resist, she reached out, fingers aimed toward Xia Luo's chest. Xia Luo immediately stepped back, his eyes sharp with caution. What are you doing? We agreed to just be friends. What a shame, Natasha sighed, catching on to what Xia Luo's words implied. No matter where this guy went, a swarm of ravenous ghouls always followed. Finding a quiet place to talk business was impossible. Time is short, Xia Luo said. Tell me everything you know. Natasha nodded, exchanging glances with Peter Parker and Clint Barton. We've been here for 3 hours, she began. The city is called Bone City. Recently, we spotted the souls of Chitauri soldiers here. The Black Order has taken control of this place, but we haven't been able to confirm if Thanos is here as well. Before Xia Luo could process this information, Clint spoke up. I've scouted the city and marked suspicious locations. Based on what I found, I've narrowed down a few spots where Tony might be. Give me the locations. Got it. Moments later, Xia Luo received a rough map of the targeted areas. Finally, it was Peter's turn. He scratched his head, then asked, There's a Hell Arcade nearby. Want to check it out? Xia Luo's expression darkened. Great, so you've got nothing useful. Sorry, Peter chuckled awkwardly. It's fine, I didn't expect much from you anyway. Xia Luo's attention shifted back to his watch, lost in thought. Time was running out. Once the timer reset, things would restart from scratch. Maybe it was worth a try. As soon as Xia Luo made his decision, a distant hellish volcano erupted, spewing an endless torrent of dark matter into the air. The already gloomy sky grew darker still. The dark matter surged toward Bone City, sweeping up wandering wraiths and corpses along its path, painting a scene straight out of an apocalypse. Damn it, Lord Mephisto is furious. Panic spread like wildfire among the gathered wraiths, their faces twisted in terror. Forgetting all about the mouth-watering Spider-Man, they turned toward the volcano and dropped to their knees, praying desperately to escape the impending disaster. And at that moment, Xia Luo finally understood why the mission's time limit was only an hour. Because in 1 hour, Mephisto would sense Xia Luo's presence. And under the gaze of a multiverse-level demon, there would be nowhere to run. No matter what, he was doomed. Chapter 197. You have been eliminated. Resurrection opportunity forfeited. Soul strength plus 1%, 32 restart attempts remaining. Restart. Floating within the cosmic web, Xia Luo awoke and began processing the information he had gathered from Old Man Steve and the others. At the same time, his body emitted a faint, radiant glow. A tingling sensation from deep within his soul sent him into an indescribable state of euphoria. It was hard to put into words. It felt like an ascension, or perhaps like brushing against some unknown, mysterious realm. The next moment, an intricate cosmic web appeared in his mind. The web was interwoven with countless world bubbles. At its center, a grotesque spider-like creature was curled up, a massive leech totem coiled around its body. Strange, sinister energy rippled outward, spreading across the weeby. In an instant, Xia Luo's eyes snapped open, his expression shifting. What was that just now? The web of life and destiny. He frowned. What he had just witnessed was likely the Weaver imprisoned by the Inheritors. The Weaver, the totemic god of the Spider-Men, enslaved by the Inheritor family. Or was it that the Inheritors were truly that powerful? Either way, the web of life and destiny was the source of the Spider-Man's powers, and the leech totem seemed to be corroding it. If it succeeded, the Spider-Men across the multiverse would face annihilation. And as one of them, Xia Luo wouldn't escape unscathed either. But, for now, the resurrection tournament was more important. Xia Luo stood up, feeling noticeably lighter. He guessed this newfound ease was due to the boost in his soul strength. This improvement allowed him greater control over his body's powers and possibly came with other perks. Without further thought, he tapped restart. A ripple of energy swept through the void. Xia Luo found himself once again atop the massive dragon's skull. Caw-caw. Two black, monstrous birds observed the sudden appearance of the bug. Xia Luo, meanwhile, surveyed his surroundings. According to Clint's information, 300 meters ahead of the dragon's left forelimb lay a soul altar. This was the exact opposite of the direction he had gone last time. Mephisto's plundered souls from the multiverse typically entered this hellish world via the altar. Guarded heavily, Old Man Steve and the others hadn't dared to act rashly. While Steve had been gathering intel, he had stumbled upon Xia Luo. Now, however, Xia Luo had no time to inform Steve and the others. Hell was a world where electromagnetic communication didn't work. He could only rely on the chaos he was about to stir up to draw their attention. The countdown ended. Before the monstrous birds or the surrounding wraiths could converge, Xia Luo immediately switched into his electric arc form, disappearing from the dragon's skull in an instant. Ziziti. In mere seconds, the electric arc streaked through the towering bone structures. As the arc faded, Xia Luo landed atop a rooftop, where a massive circular soul altar, spanning dozens of meters in diameter, came into view. The altar brimmed with hellfire, surrounded by over 100 grotesque wraith soldiers with sharp fangs and claws. Nearby, a row of pitch-black stone houses caught Xia Luo's eye. Whenever the hellfire of the soul altar dimmed, the wraith soldiers would drag a soul into one of the dark stone houses. Faint, anguished screams could be heard from inside the houses, sending a chill down Xia Luo's spine. Mephisto plundered souls from the multiverse just to torture them. Something didn't add up. But the truth didn't matter right now. What mattered was whether Tony was here. Before Xia Luo could act, familiar figures emerged on the street below. The Black Order carefully surveyed the altar and its surroundings, whispering among themselves. Xia Luo froze mid-step. Were these guys planning to attack the soul altar? No time to think, he needed to get inside first. Ziziti. In a flash, the electric arc streaked past the altar and headed straight for the stone houses. Who's there? Damn it, stop him. Oh, he smells amazing. A living human. The wraith soldiers erupted into chaos, surging toward the stone houses in a frenzy. Meanwhile, in his electric arc form, Xia Luo sped into the houses. Any wraiths in his path were seared by the electricity, their agonized screams filling the air. Aya. It burns. As Xia Luo's electric form lit up the dark interiors, souls of various species cowered in terror, their eyes wide as they shrank into the corners. Sweeping his gaze over the souls, Xia Luo frowned. Not here, next. Ziziti. The arc surged into the next stone house, blazing a trail through more wraith soldiers without pause. Buzz! Xia Luo formed a seal with his hands, and 7 clones, each an electric arc, darted into different stone houses, rapidly checking their interiors. The search efficiency skyrocketed. To the wraith soldiers, the battlefield became a blur of flashing arcs. They couldn't see what was attacking them, only that their comrades were collapsing one after another, their souls writhing in excruciating pain. Finally, the true guardian of the soul altar appeared. Clatter, clatter. Ebony Maw hovered into view on a stone platform. With a wave of his hand, the stone houses lifted into the air, spinning wildly before disintegrating into rubble. The fragments coalesced into a towering stone giant over 30 meters tall. The arcs dissipated as Xia Luo reappeared, locking eyes with Ebony Maw, and the Black Order gathered behind him. So the soul altar was guarded by the Black Order. Not that Xia Luo had any interest in fighting past losers. But his clones were about to expire, leaving him with only one option. Come forth, the real friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Xia Luo's eyes glowed red and blue as he formed another seal. A massive spider totem illuminated the ground beneath him. Buzz! The light from the totem pierced the gloomy sky. Within what looked like a neon cityscape, a shadow swung between the high-rise buildings, growing more tangible by the second. Thwib! A red and blue figure landed, looking around in wonder. Where am I? The summoned Spider-Man asked, staring at Xia Luo. Before Xia Luo could answer, the stone giant's massive fist came crashing down. Boom! The ground shattered, and the summoned Spider-Man was instantly reduced to a pulp. Buzz! The remains of Spider-Man dissolved into countless red and blue particles, which returned to the neon cityscape projection. Watching the projection Spider-Man glance around nervously, Xia Luo dismissed the glowing spider totem beneath him with a thought. The summoned Spider-Man couldn't die permanently. That was a good thing. Still, the first summon was ridiculously weak, didn't even have spider sense. Trash. This summoning skill was clearly all about luck. Clatter clatter. Ebony Maw sent the stone giant charging toward Xia Luo, while Black Dwarf and the others closed in from all sides. Earth superhero, Ebony Maw sneered, time to die again. Xia Luo shook his head. To deal with you guys, let's go with this. With that, he brought his hands together, at his waist blue light flared to life. Boom! A fierce wind erupted as a flood of blue spider silk surged outward, engulfing the Black Order and the surrounding Wraith soldiers. Rise! With a deafening roar, Xia Luo unleashed 200 tons of force, hurling the ensnared enemies skyward. Nua! Screams echoed as the blue webs flung them toward the distant volcano, their bodies disappearing into the horizon. On the street, Old Man Steve looked up, spotting the enemies being sent flying. It's Spidey, he's here. Clapping his hands in delight, he rushed toward the soul altar. When he arrived, all he found was chaos and devastation. Xia Luo was long gone. Ziziti ziziti. At this moment, an electric arc streaked into a massive snake-bone structure. Bangs, bangs, bang. Ziziti ziziti. Boom. Explosions of red and blue magical energy erupted, spreading fire across the snake-bone building. One by one, hellish robots were hurled into the air by the violent heat waves. Crash. Cracked. Through the gaping holes left by the explosions, Xia Luo stomped on the head of a hell robot, shattering it into pieces. Before him stood a green-skinned alien with antlers, making Xia Luo's frown deepen. This wasn't the right place either. This mechanical base was the only one in Bone City. If Tony wasn't here, then what was Mephisto's purpose in taking him? Glancing at his watch, Xia Luo saw there were only 30 minutes left. He had to move faster. Turning slightly, he saw a group of Wraith soldiers charging toward him, weapons raised high. His expression unchanged, Xia Luo yanked on the crystalline spider silk beside him. Instantly, the approaching wraiths were shredded into fragments by a hidden web trap. Clap, clap, clap. A familiar figure emerged from the direction of the snake skull, clapping slowly, a mocking smile on his face. It was Hydra Steve. Impressive as always, Spider-Man. Even in hell, you're just as strong as before, truly despair-inducing. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow at the sight of Hydra Steve. Looks like you've been doing well for yourself here. Hands clasped behind his back, Hydra Steve turned to gaze at the towering volcano outside the window. Not bad, at least I'm not stuck in a prison cell. He gave Xia Luo a sidelong glance before pointing at the massive volcano. I don't know what you're looking for, but that place seems worth checking out, don't you think? The seemingly helpful suggestion carried an unmistakable undertone of malice. Xia Luo understood this guy all too well, but the suggestion happened to align with his plan. Of course, I'll check it out, but before that, when are you planning to make your move? Make my move. Hydra Steve shook his head. I can't beat you, so I'll let it slide this time. Xia Luo shrugged. Fine by me. Killing you again would just be boring. I've done it way too many times, it's gotten old. Hydra Steve. In that case, let's make sure we never meet again. His face darkened as he turned to leave. Xia Luo couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was predictable, always scheming, but resigned to failure when his plans fell apart. Hydra Steve, who had never once beaten Xia Luo, had clearly accepted his fate. As he walked away, Xia Luo called out to him. Wait, I want to ask you something. Hydra Steve turned back, his eyes narrowing as realization dawned. We're not on good terms, so I won't say anything about your parents. Kill me if you want, that's my answer. He smirked coldly. No. Xia Luo shook his head. I just wanted to know, does Carter have a mole on her thigh? Hydra Steve. You bastard, I'll kill you. With a furious roar, Hydra Steve lunged, shaking the entire snakebone structure. Moments later, Xia Luo walked out of the ruins, shaking his head in exasperation. Killed him again, why does he keep pushing me? With a sigh, he noticed only 10 minutes remained. Clint's intel pointed to one last suspicious location, the massive volcano. 10 minutes should be just enough time. With that thought, Xia Luo transformed into an electric arc and vanished from the scene. Ziziti. Shooting forward like lightning, Xia Luo sped across a lake of molten lava. Before he could reach the volcano, the lake's wraith guards erupted in hellfire. Boom! A ring of blazing fire surrounded the electric arc. Emerging from the inferno was a figure all too familiar. Clip-clop! The sound of hooves echoed as the ghost rider, mounted on a flaming skeletal horse, charged out of the hellfire. As the steed leapt into the air, the rider cracked his fiery hell whip with a deafening snap. Cracked! Hellfire surged through the whip, igniting the ground in a blazing inferno. The fiery explosion sent a massive column of molten rock shooting into the sky, splitting the land below into a 1,000-meter-long chasm. No way, that's overkill, Xia Luo muttered, swallowing hard. Amidst the swirling smoke and ash, Xia Luo's electric aura intensified. Ziziti. Enclosed by the ring of hellfire, the arc detonated, propelling Xia Luo into the air. Nay! The skeletal horse let out an ear-splitting shriek as the ghost rider galloped through the sky. Though slower than Xia Luo, he used his hell whip to target him relentlessly, leaving no room for escape. Boom! Crash! Each strike of the whip sent waves of hellfire cutting across the air, leaving Xia Luo boxed in as the flames consumed the entire sky. Intruder of Hell's forbidden grounds, die. The ghost rider's raspy voice bellowed with fury as the hellfire in his eye sockets swirled into a vortex. Buzz! In an instant, the flames in the sky twisted into a black hole of soul-consuming power. Caught in the terrifying pull of this vortex, Xia Luo's consciousness faded to black. You have been eliminated. Resurrection opportunity forfeited. Soul strength plus 1%. 31 restart attempts remaining. Restart. In the cosmic web, the pleasant sensation from deep within Xia Luo's soul slowly faded away. With a steady hand, Xia Luo initiated his third resurrection attempt. As the countdown ended, he cast a long glance at the massive hellish volcano in the distance before decisively opting for a detour. If this were any other battlefield, the ghost rider with his little flaming horse wouldn't have been so terrifying. But this was his domain. The lake of molten lava brimmed with boundless hellfire, and there was no way Xia Luo could beat him here. Ziziti. An electric arc streaked across the landscape. As Xia Luo distanced himself from the lava lake, he eliminated scattered, greedy wraiths along the way. However, no formidable foes appeared to challenge him. That was until he came across a shadowy forest in the middle of the wasteland. Standing at the edge of the dark forest, Xia Luo could faintly hear a chorus of anguished screams emanating from within. Adding to the eerie atmosphere were black, monstrous birds circling endlessly above the treetops. Without hesitation, Xia Luo decided to take another route. The forest practically screamed danger. Only an idiot would walk straight into it. He rolled his eyes at the very thought. Before he could decide which side to skirt around, the ground beneath his feet began to quake violently. The surrounding earth upheaved, contorted by an unimaginably powerful and mysterious force. It felt like the end of the world. The sky itself seemed to shatter as rows of massive, razor-sharp teeth tore it apart. In the blink of an eye, Xia Luo's world was swallowed by darkness. No, one more try. Within the darkness, a radiant spider totem illuminated the void. From the virtual projection, a colossal mech quickly materialized into reality. Hi. Xia Luo blinked in surprise. Spider-Man piloting a mech. Could it be? Chapter 198. As the colossal mech solidified, the mechanical engines roared to life. Golden eyes flared with dazzling light, illuminating the dark, viscous world. Boom! Standing 60 meters tall, the massive mech slammed onto the soft ground. Its 23,000-ton weight mercilessly crushing grotesque, pulsating lumps of flesh. Buzz! In the next instant, a boomerang-like weapon streaked through the air, slicing a 300-meter-long rift into the oppressive darkness. Roar! A feral, blood-curdling howl echoed as endless winds surged through the breach, carrying the fiery glow of hell from the outside into the shadowy world. Now fully illuminated, the mech revealed itself, primarily black and silver, with a glowing red spiderweb emblem covering its chest-mounted engine. Golden web motifs adorned its waist and knees. The mech's massive head resembled a spider, its red face sporting fierce mandibles. A golden boomerang embedded in its forehead gleamed, casting a sharp V-shaped glow. Seeing the towering mech, Xia Luo's inverted triangular eyes widened, a soft blue glow radiating from within. That's Leopardin. This was the ultimate Spider-Man, straight from Toei Studios. With spider sense capable of detecting threats within a 50-kilometer radius and a sword reputed to one-shot any foe, it was the infamous Leopardin. In the comics, every Spider-Man unanimously acknowledged Leopardin's power. Yet, the mech was also known for its strange, indulgent tendency to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Before finishing enemies, it could have obliterated in one strike. Under Xia Luo's expectant gaze, the massive mech gripped a giant sword. Its two hands reversed their hold on the hilt, plunging the blade deep into the squishy ground. A single decisive strike, the soul-searing sword of war. Buzz! Boom! In an instant, the giant sword unleashed a cascade of dazzling electric arcs. A surge of energy so powerful that it summoned a hurricane, tearing through the dark world and obliterating every fleshy mass in its path. Nothing could stand against the sheer devastation of this strike. It seemed to split the heavens and the earth, tearing through dimensions, dismantling hell itself, and erasing all darkness and despair in its wake. It was invincible. It brought hope and light. Aroyararars. The monstrous howl grew more desperate, only to cease abruptly as the dark world fractured under the sword's might. Kaboom! The next moment, a cataclysmic explosion engulfed Xia Luo's surroundings. Two enormous mechanical hands descended, shielding Xia Luo from the destructive blast. The explosion, akin to a nuclear detonation, stripped away the dark forest's enigmatic shroud. Black birds scattered in panic, only to be torn apart by the shockwave. The once dense forest was reduced to a charred wasteland. Bare, scorched trees stood like skeletal remains, while countless dark elves disintegrated into soul fragments under the blistering heat. In the distance, the volcano trembled violently. Its crater erupted with even thicker, black hellfire. At the lava lake, magma columns shot skyward, eliciting terrified wails from wraiths caught in the inferno. The ghost rider's fiery eyes flickered incessantly as the skeletal steed beneath him neighed anxiously, sensing its master's body trembling. Back in Bone City, countless wraiths watched as the massive hellworm's body was torn apart, its remains scattered in countless fragments. The expressions of those watching shifted rapidly from shock to utter terror. No way. Oh my god, Lord Mephisto's beloved hell dragon has been slain. The sky is falling. From the heart of the destruction, the giant mech burst into view, launching itself skyward. Seeing this, Old Man Steve's face lit up with joy. Could it be Tony? Natasha frowned. Unlikely. That doesn't look like Tony's Mark armor. Old Man Steve furrowed his brows in thought. Maybe not, but if Tony won the resurrection match and gained access to advanced tech, it's possible he built a giant mech. Clint's expression remained cold. Doesn't matter, let's check it out first. Agreed. The group immediately sprang into action. At the edge of the obliterated dark forest, the colossal mech gently lowered Xia Luo to the ground. Moments later, under Xia Luo's gaze, the mech reverted to the spaceship Marbella. From its interior, a combat vehicle shot out, spinning through the air before landing gracefully on the ground. Vroom! The engine roared as the GP-7, a vehicle brimming with tokusatsu flair, drifted stylishly to a stop in front of Xia Luo. Whoosh! A red and blue figure leapt out of the car, landing on the hood. With clawed hands mimicking a striking pose, the figure crouched down in a classic stance. The Hellbound Herald Spider-Man. Xia Luo. Watching the exaggerated yet slightly embarrassing display, Xia Luo froze in place. This is literally hell, he deadpanned. There's no need for a dramatic return. Takuya Yamashiro glanced around awkwardly before scratching his head. My bad, he muttered, then repeated the exact same pose. The man who saves lost souls, Spider-Man. Xia Luo. As Spider-Man, I appreciate you saving me earlier, Xia Luo began, rubbing his temples. But listen, the fourth wall's already broken. You don't have to stick to your original shtick. If you keep this up, the other superheroes, especially Spider-Man, are going to roast you. Take me, for example. I'd love to make fun of you right now, but I can't beat you, so I'm politely asking you to stop. Otherwise, we'll all look bad. While Xia Luo rambled, Takuya Yamashiro hopped down, landing with peculiar, shuffling steps akin to a Naruto character. Please stop that, can you just explain the situation? Xia Luo asked, exasperated. Xia Luo pointed toward the hell volcano in the distance. This is some demon's hell. I summoned you with my powers because I need your help. Takuya nodded, then hesitated. I've already saved you. Can you send me back now? I haven't finished dealing with the Iron Cross Army soldiers. Xia Luo scratched his head. Well, Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, Takuya Yamashiro, with great power comes great responsibility. As Spider-Man, I'm asking you to help save the innocent souls trapped in hell. With great power comes great responsibility, innocent souls. Takuya's inverted triangular eyes gleamed with newfound determination. All right, let's be the men who save innocent souls. He struck a series of flamboyant poses before extending a fist toward Xia Luo, as though expecting a fist bump. Xia Luo hesitated, feeling second-hand embarrassment. Having a flair for the dramatic was one thing, but this level of over-the-top theatrics was downright cringy. Still, if it meant securing Takuya's cooperation, Xia Luo gritted his teeth and bumped fists. Fine, let's save those innocent souls, he said, swallowing his pride. Xia Luo glanced around, relieved to see no one was watching. As long as no one saw this, it wasn't that humiliating. With the fist bump, the two Spider-Men reached an agreement. So what's the plan? Takuya asked. Xia Luo pointed toward the hell volcano. The person I'm looking for might be there. Got it, let's go. Takuya leapt into the GP-7 and gestured for Xia Luo to join him. Xia Luo glanced at the spaceship hovering nearby. I think that'll get us there faster, he said, pointing to it. Takuya considered for a moment. Got a point. With that, he drove the GP-7 back into the spaceship. Boom! As the ship's thrusters roared to life, Xia Luo frantically waved his arms. Wait, I'm not on board yet. Oops, my bad, hurry up. Takuya fired a thick webline, and Xia Luo climbed aboard. Boom! The spaceship tore through the gloomy skies, kicking up a whirlwind of sand and ash as it sped toward the volcano. In less than a minute, they reached its base. Gurgle, gurgle. Before the ship could approach further, the hell volcano erupted in a torrent of hellfire. Molten rock and fiery debris rained down in apocalyptic fashion, painting a picture of utter destruction. Unfazed, Takuya yelled, "Leopardon." Tapping a metallic wristband, he initiated the mech's transformation. Buzz! Boom! The massive mech reappeared, raising its golden spiderweb shield. Hellfire and molten rock crashed against the shield, scattering in an explosion of sparks and flames. Seizing the moment, Leopardon drew its soul-searing sword. Here we go. In Xia Luo's view, the mech hurled the sword straight at the Hell volcano. Buzz! Boom! The towering volcano, over 10,000 meters high, split cleanly in two under the sword's radiant glow. For Leopardon, nothing was beyond the reach of its blade. Crack, crack, crack. Arroyararars. The skies darkened, the volcano trembled, and its twisted tunnels were laid bare. Rivers of molten lava surged upward, turning the entire scene into a vision of despair. Countless wraiths screamed in agony as the lava consumed them. Watching the chaos, Xia Luo's eye twitched. "What are you doing?" he asked, turning toward Takuya. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Takuya raised a fist triumphantly. "I'm Spider-Man, the man who slays all evil to save innocent souls." "You're way too trigger-happy," Xia Luo yelled, gripping his hair in frustration. "I'm trying to save people. Save, not kill. You just split the volcano open. The person I'm trying to rescue might die too. Use your spider sense." "Sense what?" Takuya looked genuinely confused. Xia Luo facepalmed. "You can sense when your girlfriend's in danger, so why can't you sense this?" "We're just friends," Takuya replied bashfully, looking down. "This is not the time for clarifications. Just sense the innocent souls." "Sorry, there are too many of them. I can't pinpoint anyone." "Oh, come on, can you do anything besides fight?" "I'm good at fixing motorcycles." "Great, how about fixing this mess instead?" "Don't worry, I've got this." The mech's cockpit opened, and Takuya leapt onto Leopardon's shoulder. "The man who risks it all for a promise, Spider-Man." "This is not the time for poses," Xia Luo roared. "Noted, I'll work on that." Embarrassed, Takuya scratched his head before jumping into the volcano's exposed tunnels. Why does he keep doing somersaults while descending? Muttering complaints, Xia Luo swung into the volcano using his webbing. The volcano's unstable structure threatened to collapse at any moment. Dodging streams of molten rock, Xia Luo followed Takuya, who was locked in yet another prolonged battle with wraiths. "What is with multiverse Spider-Men and their quirks?" Xia Luo sighed. Perhaps this was the cost of inheriting the Spider-Man legacy. Shaking his head, Xia Luo transformed into an electric arc, zipping through the battlefield. Ziziti ziziti. Boom boom boom. In a matter of seconds, the arc disintegrated the wraith soldiers, reducing them to fragments of soul energy. Takuya froze, watching in awe. "Amazing, Xia Luo-kun," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Xia Luo rolled his eyes, just doing what's normal. Transforming back, Xia Luo sped deeper into the tunnels. Somehow, Takuya managed to keep up, his strange movements never once slowing him down. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from ahead. Xia Luo's expression darkened. As expected, the ghost rider appeared, his skeletal steed galloping through the lava-filled tunnel. Hellfire engulfed the passage as the rider hurled his blazing chain forward. The chain slithered like a hellish dragon, its fiery roars echoing through the tunnel. With no way to retreat, Xia Luo grabbed Takuya and shoved him forward. "Gigi, save me." "Nanny." Startled, Takuya quickly activated his wrist device. Leopardon's eyes gleamed as the soul-searing sword plunged into the tunnel, scattering the hellish dragon and engulfing the ghost rider in its radiance. Takuya exhaled in relief. That was close. Behind him, Xia Luo peeked out and gave a thumbs up. "Gigi, you're the best." "Look out." Takuya shoved Xia Luo aside as another wave of wraiths attacked, engaging them in yet another drawn-out brawl. "Xia Luo. What a lunatic." Ignoring Takuya's antics, Xia Luo resumed his search. Finally, at the end of the tunnel, he found something suspicious, a massive stone door, over 30 meters tall. Carved with eerie, hellish symbols, the door bore what seemed to be a numerical inscription. Could this be? Xia Luo guessed it might house Mephisto's collection of souls. Bending his knees, Xia Luo gathered his strength and punched the door with a force of 200 tons. The resulting shockwave pulverized the surrounding stone walls. Boom! As the dust settled, Xia Luo stared at the door, completely unharmed. Silence. What are you doing? Takuya appeared behind him, watching Xia Luo reflect on his actions before casually pushing the door open. Wanna head in together? Xia Luo clutched his chest in disbelief. How did you do that? There's a switch here, Takuya said, pointing to a groove on the door. Is this how you always open doors? Glancing at the metallic fragments on Xia Luo's knuckles, Takuya shook his head. This Spider-Man didn't seem very bright. Chapter 199. With that, Xia Luo stepped through. Buzz! The air turned icy as he entered another space, a stark contrast to the fiery heat outside. Before him lay a weathered altar, spanning dozens of meters in diameter. Black chains crisscrossed chaotically over the altar. As Xia Luo approached, the chains quivered, their clinking echoes sharp and clear in the silent void. Suddenly, the hellfire engulfing the chains subsided, and with a clang, the chains collapsed to the ground. A hulking, purple figure slowly rose from a skeletal throne at the center of the altar. SHHKKK. The grating sound of metal scraped through the silence as a massive, double-edged blade dragged across the altar's surface, sending sparks flying. From the shadows, the imposing figure emerged, wielding the blade with ease. Earth's superhero, Spider-Man, I didn't expect my opponent this time to be you, came a raspy voice. Faint blue light flickered in Xia Luo's eyes. Is that? Under the dim glow, a familiar bald head reflected an ominous purple sheen. The figure's battle-worn armor bore deep scars, and his face was marred with fresh wounds. Yet, his unwavering gaze radiated the same indomitable will. Thanos. Behind Xia Luo, the stone door slammed shut. The void around him churned, and a phantom audience materialized in the distance. Rip him apart. A green-skinned Zehobre projection screamed wildly from the stands. Next to her, a blue-skinned cyborg shot her a sharp look. Gamora, tone it down. Gamora shrugged. You waited too long to see Thanos fight. I can't stay calm. I want to see him die with my own eyes. Nebula smirked coldly. Thanos is invincible. You know that better than anyone. There's always an exception. Nearby, a group of Skrulls watched with mixed reactions. This time, the opponent is a bug. No two bugs. I recognize them, they're Spider-Men, one Skrull exclaimed excitedly. He's Earth's superstar, my favorite idol. Hearing this, the other Skrulls groaned, covering their faces. We infiltrated humanity to replace them, not so you could fangirl. So what? Idolizing him doesn't stop us from replacing them. That's true. To understand humans, we need to immerse ourselves in their culture. Following celebrities helps. No, if we become too much like them, how can we replace them? The Skrulls fell into a heated argument, their voices grating on the nerves of nearby Kree spectators. Shut up, you disgusting Skrulls. Filthy Kree, you fled Earth with your tails between your legs. Say that again, and you're dead if we meet outside. Go to hell. Insults flew between the Skrulls and Kree, while Asgardian soldiers in another section of the audience dismissed the commotion with cold indifference. In the Asgardian camp, Loki leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Spider-Man. It's him, it has to be him. Taking a deep breath, Loki forced himself to calm down. To reach Mephisto's hell, could he be here for the resurrection tournament? Loki's mind raced, affirming that his past experiences weren't mere dreams. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the opposite side of the stands as savage Chitauri soldiers clashed with a group of sovereign warriors. The sovereign queen Aisha spared the bickering aliens a glance before turning her attention to the altar. As always, record the combat data. I want Adam to become the universe's most powerful god, she commanded coolly. Yes, Your Majesty. Aisha activated the recording devices. Elsewhere, Star-Lord removed his helmet, breaking into an impromptu dance for the audience. Oh yeah, let's go, baby. A red-suited figure with dual swords approached, carrying a baby in one arm. Hey, pal, Deadpool called out. How about letting a real hero take center stage? You're a third-rate hero with zero comedic timing and lousy combat skills. Get off my dance floor. Deadpool set the baby down gently and hit play on his personal speaker. Let's groove, folks. As the music blared, dozens of multiversal Deadpools joined in, breaking into a chaotic group dance. Xia Luo scanned the massive audience, pausing briefly on the dancing Deadpools. He exhaled slowly, turning his focus back to Thanos. What is this place? Xia Luo asked. Thanos replied coldly, Mephisto's soul arena. A playground for his amusement. You're my 13th opponent. So, you willingly became his beast. Beast. Thanos chuckled bitterly, pulling off his infinity gauntlet to reveal a severely burned arm. I defeated the Avengers and fulfilled my dream. Thor's axe severed my head, but I died without regrets. His gaze flickered briefly toward Gamera in the stands before quickly looking away. But here, I learned that none of it mattered. To certain beings, the rise and fall of a universe is insignificant. They toy with everyone. Even me, the so-called conqueror of the universe. His voice carried a note of despair. I want to find meaning in my existence. Even as a soul, I must. Xia Luo's sharp gaze met Thanos's. And the meaning of your existence is to be a caged beast, endlessly fighting. I don't think so. You're here because someone you love is too, Xia Luo said, glancing at Gamera. For your so-called balance, you lost your daughter. Here you can see her again, even if she hates you. Thanos froze, momentarily shaken. You're not the Spider-Man I knew. And you're not the Thanos I knew, Xia Luo replied, summoning a crackling electric spider into his palm. Now tell me, where is Tony's soul? Iron Man. Thanos frowned, recalling the human with the metal suit from the ruins of Titan. Is he here? So you willingly came to hell, Xia Luo pressed, his eyes narrowing. That makes sense. If Mephisto had to force you, it'd be a humiliation for every Thanos across the multiverse. I don't know what you're talking about. That's irrelevant. What matters is, do you know where Tony is? Sorry, I don't care about him. Then one last question, Xia Luo said, electricity crackling around him. What's in it for me if I beat you? Defeat me. Thanos snapped out of his reverie, a scornful smirk forming on his scarred face. The entire Avengers couldn't defeat me. What makes you think you stand a chance? Chance is something you create for yourself. Their gazes locked. In a flash, their fists collided with a deafening crack. Boom! The resulting shockwave rippled outward, fracturing the altar beneath them into a spiderweb of cracks, only for it to repair itself moments later with the blaze of hellfire. In that brief clash, Thanos stood his ground unmoved, while Xia Luo stumbled back a few steps. Thanos' strength was easily over 300 tons. Xia Luo was certain of that now. What? The audience erupted in shock as Spider-Man managed to withstand Thanos' punch. Is this Spider-Man's true strength? How can this be, a bug, withstanding Thanos' fist? Why not? Loki squinted, smirking. I heard the butt cap was able to take Thanos' punch too. That was a fluke. The audience descended into chaos as Thanos swung his double-edged blade, forcing Xia Luo to retreat in a burst of electric arcs. Ziziti. The arcs flickered and dissipated as Xia Luo landed next to Takuya Yamashiro. Hey buddies, you. I get it, Takuya interrupted, stepping back. Don't worry, this is a duel between warriors. I wouldn't dare disrupt the code of Bushido. His tone was full of reverence. Xia Luo. No, I want you to help me take him down. Nanny. Scratching his head, Takuya nodded. All right, guess I overthought that. Immediately, he raised his arms theatrically. To fight for one's comrades, the man who risks it all spider. Boom! Before he could finish, Thanos' massive purple fist smashed into him, sending him flying into a stone wall where he slumped motionless. Xia Luo. Great, he's only useful against giant monsters, and even then, he doesn't want to put in any effort. Your comrade is weak, Thanos said coldly, discarding his double-edged blade. To show respect, I'll fight you without weapons. The crowd immediately erupted in boos, directed at Xia Luo. Xia Luo sighed, massaging his temples. I know you're not trying to be funny, but something about this feels off. ZZT. Bam, bam, bam. Electric arcs crackled as Xia Luo zipped around Thanos, who responded with calm, precise punches. Each blow struck with unerring accuracy, countering the bursts of power Xia Luo unleashed. Oh my god. He's so fast. Go Idol, I love you. Wade Wilson screamed like a fanatic. Nearby, Baby Fisk waved his tiny fists in excitement. Wawa wawa. Boom. Thanos roared, slamming his fist into the ground. The impact sent shards of stone flying in all directions, disrupting the electric arcs. They dimmed, replaced by dazzling bursts of red and blue magical energy. Buzz. Surrounded by glowing magical totems, Xia Luo spread his arms wide. Behind him, multiple spectral limbs blossomed like petals. That's the Supreme Sorcerer's duplication spell, Loki gasped. Even Thanos' expression grew grim. He was well acquainted with Strange's white magic and knew how dangerous it could be. However, upon seeing only 7 clones, Thanos exhaled in relief. Pointless theatrics, let's go. Thanos clenched his fists, shattering the void with sheer power as Xia Luo's clones leapt into action. Friendly Neighborhood Lightning Kick. Friendly Neighborhood Atomic Blast. Friendly Neighborhood Dragon Spiral. My turn, Wolverine's Noble Sacrifice, 7th Anniversary Edition. No. Wade buried his face in his hands. As Wolverine's bestie, I can't handle this. I'm so moved. The chorus of Deadpools behind him wept in unison as vibrant streams of magic streaked down toward the altar. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 magical energy blasts tore through the altar mercilessly, one of them detonating with devastating force. With a critical hit ratio of 100%, its power reached catastrophic levels. Boom. No. At the epicenter of the explosion, Thanos roared in anguish as his armor was ripped to shreds, exposing his flesh. His titan skin shimmered faintly with purple light, but even his body struggled to endure the brutal magical onslaught. Forced into a desperate move, Thanos rolled unceremoniously across the ground, grabbing his discarded blade. Boom! With a spin, the double-edged blade created a whirlwind, sucking in the surrounding magical energy. In an instant, the lingering magical aftershocks coalesced into a raging tornado that swept across the altar, annihilating the remaining clones. Crash! The tornado shredded the stone walls, sending debris flying. Takuya, still embedded in a wall, scrambled to his feet, dodging the destruction with his signature shuffling steps. His awe of the Purple Brute's combat skills grew with every passing second. As the magical storm subsided, the audience stared in stunned silence. Kneeling in the center of the altar, Thanos gasped for breath, blood seeping from his purple skin. Chunks of charred flesh fell away, leaving him in a pitiful state. In the stands, Gamora instinctively clenched her fists. Nebula smirked, "You look worried about him." Gamora turned away, as if, "I want him dead." "He already is, just like us," Nebula replied bitterly. Even as a cyborg, Nebula had a soul. To her, the irony was suffocating. She glanced at Gamora, unsure if what she felt was jealousy or something else. Gamora had been sacrificed to the Soul Stone, proof she was Thanos' most beloved. That person wasn't me. Nebula's eyes dimmed with sorrow. She had betrayed her past self to earn Thanos' trust, giving up everything. And yet, here she was, a pointless encounter in hell with Gamora from the future. It all felt meaningless. But for Thanos, it was different. After reigning over the universe for so long, the fires of battle had rekindled his spirit. It had been ages since he'd felt this exhilarated. Odin, the Hulk, Thor with his hammer, they had never truly excited him. He hadn't been pure back then, bound by a purpose greater than himself. Now he fought only for himself. Even as a soul, in hell, a soul was the same as a body, his ultimate creation. Under Xia Luo's wary gaze, Thanos slowly rose. His torn purple flesh regenerated rapidly, power coursing visibly through his veins. Danger radiated from him like a palpable force. Xia Luo didn't hesitate. Clack. Boom. In an instant, Xia Luo's slender frame grew to match Thanos' hulking size. Bulging muscles glowed faintly with a purple hue beneath his suit. That familiar aura left Thanos visibly shaken. That's Titan power. At the same time, the nanotech suit's webbing turned a sinister shade of crimson as Hydra's influence seeped through. Blood-red tendrils spread outward, drenching the altar in a mist of eerie red. The audience gasped, horrified. But the Hydra energy quickly faded. Xia Luo shrugged, his tone teasing. To show respect, I won't use weapons. Thanos. Chapter 200. Thanos once again discarded his double-edged blade, his fists surging with power. Boom! The purple fist, the size of a sandbag, loomed large in Xia Luo's vision, carrying enough force to pulverize a tank. But Xia Luo merely tilted his head, letting the wind from the punch graze past his ear. At the same time, his own punch missed as Thanos deftly sidestepped. Boom! The sound of their fists colliding sent shockwaves rippling across the altar. The ground cracked under their raw strength, and the hellfire that attempted to repair the damage could barely keep up. Piece by piece, the altar was torn apart. Arg! Thanos let out a furious roar, his purple fist blasting through a cloud of rubble as Xia Luo launched into the air. He kicked away the incoming debris and followed up with a spinning kick, only to have it caught midair by Thanos' massive hand. Got you, Thanos growled, gripping Xia Luo's ankle. The same old line. Xia Luo's eyes glimmered. The next moment, Thanos swung Xia Luo's body like a rag doll, aiming to smash him into the ground. That might have worked on the old Xia Luo. But not this time. Everything Thanos could do, Xia Luo had already learned. Thwib! Webbing shot out, latching onto Thanos' face. As the Titan faltered, distracted, Xia Luo fired another web toward a distant stone wall. Clack! Boom! Using the web as leverage, Xia Luo's leg muscles surged with power, and in a flash, he reversed the momentum, hurling Thanos through the air. What? Midair, Thanos' expression twisted in disbelief. Something was off. Before he could recover, Xia Luo rocketed toward him, launched by his webbing slingshot. Bam! Bap bap bap. Xia Luo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks in rapid succession. His blows landed like hammer strikes on Thanos' purple hide, each impact sending ripples through the Titan's flesh. Under the relentless assault, Thanos crashed to the ground, battered and bruised. My turn. Ignoring the pain, Thanos roared and swung a retaliatory punch, but Xia Luo easily dodged it. Though Thanos was fast, Spider-Man was faster. In the eyes of the stunned audience, Xia Luo seemed to predict Thanos' every move. He ducked under a second punch, countering with a series of attacks. Punches, knees, elbows, even a headbutt. Finally, Xia Luo locked his arm around Thanos' neck and slammed him into the ground. Crack! Thanos' skull hit the fractured altar, scattering debris. For the first time, Thanos looked genuinely bewildered, staring up at Spider-Man in shock. The audience was equally stunned. What just happened? Did Thanos just lose? No way, it can't be this easy. Wait a minute. Loki's eyes widened as he pieced it together. The way he moves, that's the Titan combat style, Thanos' own martial arts. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. How could an Earthling learn a galactic-level combat technique? Only Titans can fully utilize that fighting style's potential. Is he? Oh my God, unless Thanos taught him personally, how could Spider-Man possibly know this? This doesn't make any sense. The gasps and murmurs were cut short as Thanos regained his composure. Spider, he asked, his voice heavy with suspicion, who taught you this? Xia Luo smirked, why Thanos of course. With that, Xia Luo grabbed Thanos and flung him into the air. Wham! Following up, he launched a powerful kick that sent the Titan crashing into a wall of rubble. Crash! Stones tumbled as Thanos pulled himself free, brushing the dust from his shoulders. I see now, but if this is all you've got, you'll never defeat me. Then how about this? Xia Luo held up his hand, and shimmering magical webbing appeared between his fingers. Hi. In an instant, the enchanted webbing tightened around Thanos, binding his massive frame. As Xia Luo yanked on the web, the threads dug into Thanos's purple skin, carving out small shards of his soul. Arg! Thanos howled in pain, thrashing wildly, but the webbing held firm. If Thanos still had his physical body, the webbing might have only restrained him for a moment. But here, in Hell, where his soul was his only form, the enchanted webbing proved devastatingly effective. In the midst of the crowd's shocked gasps, Xia Luo closed in with a mischievous grin hidden beneath his mask. Time to put some dust in your eye. No. Wham! Xia Luo slammed Thanos' head into the stone wall, sending a cloud of dust flying. Before Thanos could react, his face was ground mercilessly against the jagged surface. The crowd erupted in chaos. No, the mad titan shouldn't be humiliated like this. Chitauri soldiers clutched their heads, wailing. This is perfect, absolutely perfect. Loki pumped his fists in excitement, jumping up and down. Yes, keep going, do it. Use that move, quick, use it. Under Loki's fervent gaze, Xia Luo grabbed Thanos by the ankle. Bam! Wham wham wham. He swung the titan's hulking body like a wrecking ball, slamming him repeatedly into the altar. Oh yes, yes. Loki's face turned crimson with delight. That's it, that's incredible. I love you, Spider, I love you. Meanwhile, Wade had an epiphany. Turning to the other Deadpools, he declared, it's fan service time. Cheer for our idol. Oh. Hell yeah. The stands descended into a frenzy. On the altar, Xia Luo casually tossed Thanos to the ground. Mad Titan. He loomed over his opponent. Feeling the malice in Xia Luo's gaze, Thanos' own eyes burned with fury. He wiped away the glowing fragments of his soul leaking from his lips and rose to his feet with a heavy punch. Boom! This time, Xia Luo didn't dodge. He braced against Thanos' fist, catching it with both hands. The sheer force cracked the altar beneath his feet, reducing the stone to dust. Hellfire flickered in the cracks, struggling to repair the damage. Thanos narrowed his eyes. This felt familiar. What's this bug trying to pull? Before he could land a decisive blow, Xia Luo leaned forward. All right, he said softly. Time to end this. Ziziti ziziti. Electric arcs crackled as Xia Luo vanished. Boom! A heavy fist slammed into the ground, and Thanos staggered back momentarily. Before he could regain his footing, arcs of electricity crackled as Xia Luo darted around him in rapid circles. From every direction, crystalline webs shot forth, quickly binding the Titan's massive arms. Ziziti ziziti. Xia Luo leaped into the air, twisting the webbing into a knot with one hand while using the other to yank Thanos' double-edged blade from the ground. Boom! The red and blue blur ascended with the massive blade, swinging it downward with a forceful arc. Thanos' pupils shrank in terror as the blade descended toward him. Faced with the threat of a second death, Thanos' face twisted in pain and rage. Ignoring the webs slicing into his flesh, he mustered all his strength to pull against the bindings on his arms. Just as the blade's edge grazed his shoulder, Thanos' hands finally clamped onto its weathered surface. SHHK. The blade bit deep into his shoulder, tearing into the purple flesh and spilling shards of his soul into the air. ARGHHH. Thanos roared in agony, his grip tightening on the blade as he tried to pull it free. You said no weapons, he bellowed. Xia Luo pressed his weight onto the blade, driving it deeper. I said I wouldn't use my weapon, he replied with a grin. I never said I wouldn't use yours. Thanos' composure finally snapped. Damn bug, you conniving little bastard, you tricked me. Xia Luo pushed harder, and Thanos let out another pained scream. From the stands, Gamora watched with clenched fists, her expression unreadable. Is this finally it? She whispered. Her mind drifted back to her childhood, recalling the horrors of Thanos' massacres. He deserved to die. But even as she told herself this, her memories betrayed her. As a child, she had seen him sit silently on his throne after each slaughter. He seemed pained, as if mourning the lives he had taken. But no, she reminded herself, Thanos couldn't feel remorse. He was a monster who delighted in death. Or was he? Her thoughts shifted to Vormir, where she had seen him cry. It wasn't possible. Thanos didn't love anyone. Yet he had sacrificed her for the Soul Stone, proof, perhaps, that she had been wrong. The deafening cheers from the audience snapped her back to reality. On the altar, Thanos' soul fragments scattered into the wind as his strength faded. The Titan, now kneeling, could barely stay upright. Once again, he faced the void. This time, he wouldn't return. Instinctively, Thanos' gaze turned to the stands. He locked eyes with Gamora. Though filled with regret, his expression softened into one of acceptance. "I'll finally be free," he murmured. Gamora's hands trembled as she turned away. "Tell me," Xia Luo said, his glowing eyes unwavering, "what do I gain by defeating you?" Thanos managed a grim smile. "Kill me and you'll find out." "Fine." Without hesitation, Xia Luo's nanosuit surged with crimson energy. Zzzzzzzt. With a sharp crack, the blade plunged deeper, carving through Thanos' chest. Arghhhh. Thanos' screams echoed, fading into silence as he slumped forward. His body, now lifeless, scattered into shimmering soul dust. The mad Titan was no more. Dead. He's truly dead. Loki leaped to his feet, cheering with glee. Gamora, however, remained silent as she walked away from the hellish Colosseum. "Gamora." Nebula called after her, catching up quickly. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," Gamora replied coldly. "Thanos is gone, I'm happy." But her hollow voice betrayed her words. Before she could leave the arena entirely, she spotted an elderly man with a shield stepping into the projection room. "You're Captain America?" Gamora asked, frowning. She vaguely remembered seeing files on him among Thanos' archives, though this man was far older than she expected. "Gamora?" Old Man Steve asked, equally surprised. "What are you doing here?" Gamora offered no reply, brushing past him. Nebula followed, sparing the elder captain only a brief glance. Steve noticed her mechanical frame and instinctively tensed, but seeing no threat, he let them pass without incident. Once alone, Steve turned his attention to the projections. On-screen, Spider-Man stood victorious over Thanos' crumpled form. "Kid," Steve exclaimed, astonished, "and Thanos." Natasha entered behind him, her expression grim as she joined Barton and Parker in watching the scene. "That's the same Thanos who wiped out half the universe," Natasha murmured. "How is this possible?" Barton frowned. Thanos from the past was erased by Tony. There shouldn't be any version of him left. "Barton," Natasha interjected, "we also erased memories and restored the timeline. This might not be our timeline's Thanos." "Then how do you explain Gamora and Nebula being here?" Barton countered. Natasha paused, unable to answer. Steve sighed. "Multiverse theory explains it all. Simple." "Multiverse?" Natasha gave him a sidelong glance. "Then you could be an alternate Steve who just happens to look like ours." Steve scratched his head. "I didn't read enough about this stuff. Don't confuse me." "Maybe you should have read more," Natasha quipped. "You wouldn't be so gullible." Meanwhile, Peter Parker stared at the projection in awe. He had fought alongside the Avengers against Thanos and knew firsthand how terrifying the Titan could be. But now, seeing Spider-Man defeat him, could I be that strong one day? His thoughts were interrupted by the projection's next scene. Hellfire erupted from the altar, consuming it entirely. As the platform crumbled, the audience erupted into cheers. Someone finally cleared it. Who's Spider-Man's next opponent? But instead of moving upward, Xia Luo leaped downward into the next level. "Oh." The crowd grew quiet as realization set in. Reaching the next altar, Xia Luo glanced around. Now he understood. Chapter 201. Having gone through 3 resurrection matches, he had a decent grasp of what Mephisto's hell was all about. The Spider-Men he summoned in these matches were entirely random. Truly random. Unfortunately, he couldn't rely on Leopardon's overpowered abilities this time to delve deeper into the altar's space. Who knows what kind of Spider-Man he'd summon next? Just the thought made his head ache. The altar space also reminded Xia Luo of Wade and baby Fisk in the spectator stands. Were those two dead? No, not necessarily. The spectators weren't all in a soul state. Mephisto loved striking contracts with humans to claim their souls, but filling a stadium with souls as spectators would be too boring. If Xia Luo were Mephisto, he'd definitely cherry-pick the audience from various universes to spice things up. Still, it was safe to assume the majority of the audience came from Hell. There must be a projection area in Bone Fortress, but Xia Luo wasn't aware of it. Without Leopardin, it would be almost impossible to traverse the Hell volcano, let alone enter the altar's space. He'd have to find another way. With this in mind, Xia Luo activated the fourth resurrection match. Buzz tilde. Above the dragon's skull, the countdown ended. Xia Luo immediately summoned a Spider-Man from the multiverse. With the resurrection match resetting the timer, a lot of trouble was avoided. Buzz tilde. Under the gloomy sky, the spider totem radiated brilliant light. A terrifying behemoth crashed through the projection of a primeval forest, breaking the dimensional barrier and materializing in the physical realm. Roar. A massive red and blue T-Rex, nearly 20 meters long, raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its body shimmered with a crystalline glow from the spiderweb patterns etched across its skin. Boom! The colossal creature landed heavily, crushing the dragon's remains into fragments. In that moment, two black monstrosities squawked in terror, fleeing into the sky. Around them, sinister spirits trembled, their very souls dimming as though ready to dissipate at any moment. Whoa, a T-Rex Spider-Man. Xia Luo's eyes lit up. The T-Rex, clad in a Spider-Man suit, lashed out its long tail, shooting webbing from its claws to pull Xia Luo toward it. Roar! A gale surged from its gaping maw, leaving Xia Luo utterly speechless. Wait, dinosaurs can shoot webs too. He twitched at the corner of his mouth. Snort tilde. The T-Rex bent down, peering at Xia Luo with human-like curiosity in its eyes. You are? It asked in confusion. Xia Luo grinned. Yep, we're both Spider-Man. Spider. The T-Rex's eyes sparkled as it bared a menacing grin. Excellent, that's just my style. With that, it lunged forward, its massive maw dripping with grotesque mucus. Xia Luo froze on the spot. What are you doing? Eating you. Eat your sister. Xia Luo flipped backward, dodging the snapping jaws, and landed behind the T-Rex. You asked for this. Grabbing the T-Rex's tail, Xia Luo's muscles surged, his body growing larger. As his strength exploded, the terrified dinosaur felt as though it was nothing more than a plaything in Xia Luo's hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a howl of wind, the T-Rex hurtled toward the dense bone structures in the distance. Look, a dinosaur. Passers-by gawked at the T-Rex flying across the sky. A flying dinosaur. A dinosaur in clothes. A roaring dinosaur. Roar. Boom. The massive creature crashed onto the street, startling old Steve and the others. Oh my gosh, did that big guy steal Spider-Man's suit? Staring at the colossal beast with its head buried in the ground, Natasha scrutinized the situation and said thoughtfully, It's a male dinosaur. Obviously, it's huge. Yeah, even the suit got torn apart. Zap, zap. Amid crackling electricity, Xia Luo swung down, landing gracefully before them. Spidey, what a coincidence you're here too, old Steve beamed. Xia Luo waved casually. Hey, help me find something. What? An entertainment venue, something like a gladiator arena. Steve's expression turned strange. Carter said you liked traveling, didn't think she meant hell. Hell tourism, Barton raised an eyebrow, that's something. Behind him, Peter Parker timidly raised his hand. I know where the game is. Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. The Hell game console, he asked tentatively. Peter nodded excitedly. Yes, it's super fun, but I couldn't afford the premium version. What does the premium version do? Xia Luo asked. I heard you can play with Thanos. What? Everyone's expressions shifted. Why didn't you tell us about this? Natasha frowned. Peter stammered. I was afraid you'd think I was immature. Peter wanted to join the Avengers and become a hero, and he figured superheroes shouldn't be seen as childish gamers. But now, it seemed he'd made the right call. "Let's go play," Xia Luo said with a laugh. "You sure?" Old Steve glanced at the menacing spirits around them, his nose twitching. "Sniff, sniff. Spidey, you smell amazing. Smell your dead head." Xia Luo rolled his eyes and kicked the T-Rex's butt. "Quit playing dead, get up." Roar tilde. "Okay." Under the threat of Xia Luo's fist, the T-Rex Spider-Man used its tiny arms to push itself up, its once ferocious gaze now timid. Like a docile rabbit, it hung its head, grinning awkwardly. "Haha, we're all Spider-Man here. No need for this, right?" it said, trying to look harmless. Steve and the others exchanged bewildered looks. "Spider-Man. This dinosaur." Everyone was shocked, and Peter Parker looked like his world had crumbled. Xia Luo side-eyed the T-Rex. "Show them what Spider-Man can do." He gestured toward the surrounding spirits. The T-Rex's eyes sparkled. "Sure, this is my specialty." Roar. Its deafening roar sent the nearby spirits fleeing in panic. At the same time, Steve and the others went pale, stumbling backward. "That roar's no joke. My soul feels like it's about to shatter," Natasha said, clutching her head. Seeing this, Xia Luo smirked thoughtfully. Maybe this guy wasn't completely useless. Xia Luo leapt onto the T-Rex's back. "Hey, old man, hop on, let's go play." He waved at Steve. "All right." Old Steve enthusiastically climbed on, followed by Natasha and the others. "This is my first time riding Spider-Man," Natasha said, smiling brightly. Xia Luo. "It's a dinosaur. You're riding a dinosaur, he corrected her. "Ah, well." The T-Rex shifted its feet and glanced over its shoulder. "You can ride, but no photos, okay? I have an image to maintain." Steve raised an eyebrow. "A dinosaur with dignity? That's fantastic," he laughed heartily. Peter looked confused. "What do you mean?" Steve leaned in and whispered, "It means I can use this to threaten him later." "Peter." T-Rex. Xia Luo's face darkened. "Corrupt the young Spider-Man." He shot old Steve a warning glance, then turned to Peter Parker with a smile. "A proper Spider-Man should be pure, innocent, lovable, and charming, like me. Don't listen to the old geezer." Peter nodded earnestly. "Understood. I'll become a Spider-Man just like that." Behind him, old Steve rolled his eyes and leaned over to Barton. "Don't believe a word he says. He even corrupted me," he whispered. Barton replied coldly, "That's pathetic. At your age, you're still being lectured by your juniors." "Oh, really? Was that an insult?" "Yes, it was. Glad you caught on." "I'll have you KN." Before old Steve could explode, the T-Rex suddenly accelerated. "Hold on tight, I'm a pro driver." The dinosaur gleefully wagged its tail and barreled down the street, smashing obstacles in its path. "Wait, we're going the wrong way," Peter shouted. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The T-Rex screeched to a halt, spun around, and resumed its wild sprint. Tiny claws shot out webbing, creating handholds for Xia Luo and the others to stabilize themselves. "What a considerate Spider-Man," Natasha remarked, impressed. "That's a dinosaur, Xia Luo corrected her again, exasperated. The T-Rex grinned smugly. As it sprinted, it called out, "Thank you, lovely lady. Don't forget to leave me a 5-star review when you get off." Xia Luo scowled. "You sound like a cab driver." "Exactly, I'm the finest cabbie in Jurassic City. You've got a great eye, boss." "Jurassic City. That's my home. They have taxis there." "Of course, I'm the best driver in Queen's Forest, with 6 years of experience. No detours, no extra charges, and I'll even help with your luggage. I offer top-notch emotional support and only charge 3 seashells if you puke on my back." The T-Rex rambled on, and Xia Luo finally confirmed. This guy was indeed Spider-Man. "What's your name?" Xia Luo asked. Peter Parker." "All right, Peter Parker, tell me, why were you trying to eat me earlier?" If the Jurassic world where this T-Rex originated had developed intelligent civilization, it shouldn't casually devour raw meat. Sure enough, T-Rex Peter squinted and laughed awkwardly. Well, I couldn't resist, you smelled too good. Xia Luo. Are you a soul like me? No, I just really like eating spiders. Under the grim sky, T-Rex Peter sprinted through the streets, scattering malicious spirits in his wake. Chitauri soldiers were crushed underfoot without him even noticing. He seemed lost in nostalgic thoughts. I miss running under the setting sun. Those were the golden days of my youth. Xia Luo. What are you talking about? Sorry, got carried away. T-Rex Peter chuckled. When I was young, my family was dirt poor. Stick to the point, Xia Luo growled. Right, well, we couldn't afford meat, so I grew up eating spiders to get my protein. Big spiders, small spiders, especially the brightly colored ones, they were the tastiest. I swore to eat every spider in Queen's Forest, but one day, while hunting, I got bitten by a strange spider. You gained superpowers, Peter Parker chimed in. Exactly, I got the ability to shoot webs and developed spider sense. It made me an amazing cab driver. I never get lost. I'm grateful to that spider for helping me find my purpose in life. Xia Luo rubbed his temples. Shouldn't your purpose be fighting crime as a superhero? That's my side gig. T-Rex Peter grinned. After becoming Spider-Man, I discovered a secret. Every spider I eat makes me stronger. Eating other meat would make you even stronger, Peter Parker muttered. Xia Luo eyed the back of the T-Rex's head, debating whether to kill it now. So, you thought I was a spider? Sensing the murderous intent, T-Rex Peter shivered. He quickly apologized. Sorry, your colors just reminded me of my favorite spiders. Whatever, just take the next left, Xia Luo ordered. Got it. With a nimble drift, T-Rex Peter stopped in front of a shop. Hell Arcade. Xia Luo glanced at the neon sign, then jumped off the dinosaur's back. Interesting, he said with a smirk. Old Steve and the others dismounted as well. The place where we can mess with Thanos, I can't wait. The excited old man charged into the arcade. Behind him, T-Rex Peter watched as the group entered, squinting with a forced smile. Have a nice day, he said. Wait outside, Xia Luo instructed, freezing the dinosaur in place. Run. Should I run? No, better not. This place felt off, and these people looked ready to eat him alive. Terrified, the living dinosaur trembled as nearby spirits stared hungrily at him. Inside the arcade, Xia Luo's arrival caused the twisted spirits to stir. Drawn by his tantalizing aura, they abandoned their games to eye him hungrily. Xia Luo glared coldly at the greedy spirits before looking at the arcade machines in front of them. Basic character battle games, nothing high-tech or holographic about them. He approached the cashier. Got anything better? The cashier, dressed as a sultry witch in black stockings, gave Xia Luo a flirtatious wink. Give me a bite, and I'll let you play for free. Xia Luo's gaze turned icy. Do I look poor to you? Don't you? The witch crossed her arms, her smile full of mockery. Living people don't have hell's currency. So, sweetie, as long as you meet my terms, I'll grant you anything you want. Before everyone's eyes, the witch bit her lip provocatively, pressing herself against Xia Luo with a seductive air. Xia Luo frowned. Sorry, I'm not into pain. Can we try something less painful? Like what? The witch asked, intrigued as she studied him. Xia Luo leaned closer, whispering in her ear. How about drinks? The witch. Chapter 202. 3 minutes later, Xia Luo walked out of the room, holding a basket filled with fiery red hell coins. Seeing this, old Steve couldn't help but cover his face, tears streaming down. Wah, little Spidey sacrificed so much just to save Tony. Barton's expression shifted. Wait, he didn't actually, did he? Natasha, meanwhile, was full of curiosity. The witch's stamina doesn't seem all that great. 3 minutes and she's done? Or could it be? She glanced at Xia Luo with a peculiar expression. Xia Luo rolled his eyes, handing the coins to Peter Parker before heading toward the VIP section. I simply knocked her out and took the coins. You guys are so impure, he said with a shake of his head. Knocked her out. Old Steve followed closely, and then what? Then I took the coins, like I said. No, I mean, what happened during the 2.5 minutes between knocking her out and stealing the coins? That's none of your business. Xia Luo casually entered one of the private rooms, spotting the projection equipment inside. He began tinkering with it. Buzz tilde. The room went dark as the screen lit up, displaying a familiar altar. Xia Luo squinted. So it's this thing again. Old Steve, curious, tapped the virtual interface, bringing up a menu of options. Challenger mode. Spectator mode. Little Spidey, how does this work? He asked. Xia Luo casually selected spectator mode. The screen transitioned to the next interface. Today's matches: 4. Hell Time 10:30. Steve Rogers, Earth 199998. V's Ultron, Earth 199998. Hell Time 11:20. Tony Stark, Earth 199999 versus Inheritor Karn, Earth 001. Hell Time 13:10. Wade Wilson, Earth 199999 versus Logan Howlett, Earth 199998. Hell Time 15:50. Thanos, Earth 199999 versus Peter Parker, Earth 939. Xia Luo's eye twitched at the sight. So that jerk's been participating in these matches. No wonder he looked so exhausted lately. Meanwhile, old Steve and the others were visibly taken aback. This is... Mephisto turned Tony into some kind of gladiatorial beast, Natasha muttered. There really is a Thanos match, Barton added. Wait, look at these universe numbers, old Steve said, frowning. Thanos and Tony share the same designation. Natasha glanced at him. First of all, we can rule out Earth 199998, Steve, because you're right here in front of us. Peter Parker's gaze fell on his own name, and he gulped. Peter Parker from Earth is fighting Thanos. That doesn't seem fair. Xia Luo's expression turned thoughtful. Looks like we've got confirmation. Of what? Old Steve raised an eyebrow. Little Spidey, can you tell which universe we're in? Xia Luo nodded. Yes, Earth 199999, that's your universe. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, designated Earth 199999, was distinct from the primary Marvel Universe, Earth 616, the Ultimate Universe, Earth 1610, and Sony's Marvel Universe, Earth 688b. As for Earth 199998, from the numbering, it likely wasn't far removed from the cinematic universe. Xia Luo glanced at the hell clock on the wall and frowned slightly. 13:08, that guy's fight with the wolf dog is about to start. He had only about 40 minutes left, not enough to stick around for the Thanos versus Peter Parker match. And since he'd already missed Tony's match against the Inheritor, he'd have to restart his timeline eventually. Still, this trip hadn't been a complete waste. There were some interesting discoveries. With that thought, Xia Luo fed the hell coins into the machine and selected the Deadpool versus Wolverine match. Buzz tilde. The altar projection shifted, and Wade, holding baby Fisk in his arms, appeared on screen. Little Spidey, that guy, he kidnapped your kid, old Steve exclaimed. Xia Luo's face darkened. Spout nonsense. That baby is Fisk, reverted to infancy by the time monolith. What? The group was stunned. Fisk, the guy who runs New York's largest criminal underworld, Barton asked. Natasha tilted her head. Does this count as 2 against 1? Not really. The baby has 0 combat capability, Peter Parker replied. Old Steve shook his head. It might even be a negative value. On the other side of the altar, a hulking figure with explosive muscles flexed his steel claws, his gaze radiating hostility. He locked onto Wade, his killing intent boiling over. Die! With a roar, Wolverine leaped into the air, his claws gleaming menacingly under the light. In Wade's arms, baby Fisk looked utterly terrified. Watilda. No, I'm just a baby. Oh my gosh, looks like my plan to use an adorable baby to earn my enemy's sympathy has failed. This is one heartless Wolverine. Wade shrugged helplessly as the wolfdog charged toward him. Well, guess I'll have to do it this way. He strapped baby Fisk to his chest, dodged Wolverine's claws, and pulled 2 web shooters from his pants. Hey, Deadpool Spidey is here. Thwip, thwip. To cheers from the multiversal Deadpool fan section, Wade swung around the altar using his webbing, occasionally tangling Wolverine with the sticky strands. ARGH, damn you. Wolverine slashed through the webs furiously, but Wade was already firing twin pistols in a relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tore into Wolverine's body, drawing spurts of blood, only for the wounds to heal almost instantly. Unfazed, Wade drew a pair of baby-sized katanas and closed in for a melee. Clang, clang, clang. Steel claws clashed with twin blades, sparks flying in every direction. Wade's superior combat skills allowed him to land precise strikes, embedding his blades into Wolverine's body. Unfortunately, this left him weaponless. Wah! Baby Fisk watched in horror as Wolverine's claws narrowly missed his face and plunged into Wade's chest. Whoa, that went in smooth, Wade exclaimed, pulling one of his baby katanas from Wolverine's shoulder and slashing his throat. Slash! Blood sprayed, and Wolverine's gaze grew even fiercer. The two immortals settled into a gruesome rhythm of trading blows, in what quickly became a brutal game of stab and heal. The altar's battle grew increasingly monotonous. Up in the stands, old Steve pointed at the betting screen on the wall. The odds are pretty even. Wanna place a bet? He asked Xia Luo. Xia Luo shook his head, not interested. Instead, his gaze wandered toward the Asgardian section of the audience, landing on Loki. Hey, is that you? He called out. Loki, sensing the attention, turned to look at Xia Luo and Peter Parker, both wearing identical nanotech suits. You? Loki hesitated, unsure which one was the Spider-Man he knew. Chapter 203. Loki froze, his body trembling. It's you. He glanced at the surrounding Asgardian soldiers, then tapped his wrist device. In an instant, his projection flickered and reappeared in front of Xia Luo. He wanted me to kill him, Loki began to explain, only to falter halfway through. It was clear there was no good way to explain this. His gaze drifted to old Steve and the others. Shaking his head, Loki sighed. You don't seem to be in the best shape yourselves. You can tell we're just souls, old Steve asked in surprise. Loki pointed to the red markers hovering above their heads, then to the green one above his own. Of course I can. Old Steve. Before Steve could respond, Xia Luo interjected. Tell us what you know. What I know, Loki glanced at the battle on the altar, then back at Xia Luo. Mephisto opened the multiversal games. He randomly selects spectators to participate, using it as a way to harvest our souls. He frowned as he eyed the betting odds on the wall. Our stakes are our souls. You, however, Loki paused, glancing at the space above Xia Luo's head. Seeing no marker, his frown deepened. Your state? Yes, you guessed it. I'm participating in the matches, Xia Luo said nonchalantly. Did you watch Tony's round? I did. He faced a strange and powerful opponent, but Tony Stark won. What happens if someone loses? They either have their soul shattered or continue to the next match. Lose 3 times, and you're permanently transformed into a Hell Wraith. A Hell Wraith? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. How's that different from a regular soul? Loki explained, regular souls can leave Hell. Hell Wraiths, however, merge entirely with the Hell dimension, condemned to eternal pain and despair. Hearing this, old Steve fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. You're from our world, why didn't you tell us any of this? He finally asked. Loki scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't know the universe number, and there's more than one Iron Man here. More than one. The group was stunned. As time passed, Xia Luo extracted more information from Loki. Meanwhile, the Deadpool versus Wolverine battle ended in a draw. Amid the audience's booing, Wade looked up at a familiar figure in the stands. Covering his face, he burst into tears. Boo-hoo, I lost, so embarrassing. Wade carried baby Fisk off the altar, while Xia Luo exited spectator mode and switched to challenger mode. Beep tilde. Please select your opponent. Xia Luo skimmed through the long list of names, skipped over Thanos, and chose Tony Stark from Earth 199999. Beep tilde. Currently queuing. You are in 9th place. Your match will begin in 9 days. Staring at the prompt, Xia Luo frowned. Infinite Tony is pretty popular. Though the scheduled match was far off, it wasn't a problem for him. Because this was a game. Even in hell, games were still games. And in games, pay-to-win players were invincible. With a sly smile, Xia Luo navigated to the payment menu and used up all his hell coins. Ding! Congratulations! As a prestigious Super Hell VIP player, you may skip the queue. You are now in first place. Detected, your soul is valued at 1 million hell coins. You may pawn your soul to bypass restrictions and enter the match immediately. Would you like to begin the challenge? Old Steve and the others exchanged exasperated looks, beyond words at this point. Let me try, Old Steve said, placing his hand on the machine. Ding! Detected, your soul is valued at 300,000 hell coins. 300,000, not bad, Steve said with a satisfied smile. He glanced at Barton and Natasha. Your turn. I'll go. Barton confidently placed his hand on the scanner. Ding! Detected, your soul is valued at 998 hell coins. Barton! This thing's broken, he declared with certainty. Natasha stepped up confidently. Agent Barton, you should recognize your value. As a founding Avenger, I'm easily worth 500,000 coins at least. She pressed her hand against the machine. Ding! Detected, your soul is valued at 1,314 hell coins. Natasha's smile froze. Barton looked up at the ceiling, smirking. Beautiful lady, have you forgotten your age? Age reduces value, Old Steve said seriously. Natasha's forehead twitched with irritation. Peter, your turn, she said, turning to Peter Parker. Me? Peter asked nervously. If his soul value was low, it'd be mortifying. Yes, you. Natasha folded her arms, determined not to rank second to last. All right. Under the pressure of his seniors, Peter reluctantly stepped up. Ding! Detected, your soul is valued at 150,000 hell coins. Peter couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, awesome, I'm worth half as much as Cap. That's soul value, Xia Luo said, glaring at them. This ridiculous competition is wasting my time. As he spoke, a failure message for the queued challenge appeared in front of him. Next round. 5th resurrection match. Xia Luo's soul strength increased by another 1%, bringing his total to 4%. With this, he could better sense the changes in his body, gaining more control over his power, sharper spider sense, and greater access to the spider totem's energy. Though the improvements weren't transformative, they were significant enough to excite him. As the countdown ended above the dragon skull, Xia Luo made his way to the Hell Arcade without delay. Take me to your room. At the cashier's desk, Xia Luo slammed his hand down, startling the witch behind it. Drawn by the intoxicating scent emanating from him, her eyes lit up with hunger. She immediately grabbed his hand and led him inside. Come, little one, let Big Sis have a good look at you. Look at your dead head. Aza. A scream echoed. Moments later, Xia Luo walked out, carrying a pile of hell coins, grinning with satisfaction as he headed to the VIP section. Yes, he had really stolen those coins. Returning to familiar procedures, Xia Luo saw the same prompt appear. Ding! Detected, your soul is valued at 1 million hell coins. You may pawn your soul to bypass restrictions and enter the match immediately. Would you like to begin the challenge? Yes. With Xia Luo's confirmation, hellfire erupted in the room. Buzz Tilda. In an instant, the familiar altar appeared before him. Meanwhile, the audience awaiting the continuation of Deadpool vs. Wolverine received an announcement. In the waiting area, Wade, still holding baby Fisk, froze. My match got postponed. Who the hell dared to? He trailed off as a new message appeared before him. Xia Luo Parker, Spider-Man, Central Universe, versus Tony Stark, Earth 199999. My idols. Wade screamed, clutching his face in excitement. Oh my gosh, it's my favorite Spider-Man. I want to watch, I need to watch, I love this. Chapter 204. I think it's for the best the Deadpool vs. Wolverine fight was getting boring. Most likely, it would have ended in a draw. In the stands, murmurs rippled through the audience. Meanwhile, on the altar, as a red and blue figure appeared, Wade lifted baby Fisk high, cheering at the top of his lungs. "Spider-Man, Spider-Man, I love you tilde tilde." Wade's excited shrieks immediately irritated those around him. They were about to yell at him when projections of multiple Deadpools began materializing. Realizing it wasn't worth the trouble to pick a fight with someone they couldn't possibly out-argue or outfight, they wisely held their tongues. On the altar, Xia Luo muted the chatter from the stands, leaving only the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal echoing through the arena. Clang tilde clang tilde clang tilde. The altar was cluttered with scattered repair tools. At a simple workbench, a lone figure hammered away at metal parts. The sharp, clear strikes overlapped with the iconic sound of forging in the Ten Rings cave, a sound from the beginning of the cinematic universe. It was the moment that defined Iron Man's origin. As if sensing something, Infinite Tony stopped his work, tilting his head slightly with a frown. So soon, another fight already. Hours earlier, his armor had sustained damage in battle, and he hadn't yet replenished the nanometal. This wasn't enough time to prepare. But when he turned and saw his opponent, he was surprised. "Peter, no, you're Xia Luo Parker." The sight of Xia Luo only deepened Tony's unease. "No matter who's been dragged here, it's never good news," Tony sighed. "Or maybe you're not the Spider-Man I know." His eyes scrutinized Xia Luo carefully. Xia Luo shrugged. "Long time no see. Our operation on Titan to help Thanos went well, didn't it?" Tony's gaze softened, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "So you weren't tricked here by Mephisto," he ventured, beginning to piece things together. Xia Luo crossed his arms, a hint of curiosity in his expression. "What did he promise you?" Tony set his tools aside and sat on the ground with a weary expression. To be precise, Mephisto doesn't exactly lie, he makes deals, but deception is always part of the equation. Xia Luo glanced at the clock. He remained silent, letting Tony continue. "I went back in time and met my father," Tony said softly, "but I never had the chance to properly say goodbye to him. Mephisto offered me that opportunity." "You accepted?" Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. "You, of all people, believed him." Tony chuckled. The old me wouldn't have given him the time of day. "But after meeting you, I realized, death isn't necessarily the end." Xia Luo's lips twitched. Classic Stark, every crisis is a result of his own reckless decisions. "If it was just to see Howard, he wouldn't have needed your soul," Xia Luo pointed out. Tony nodded. "Exactly. Mephisto wasn't that direct. He agreed to let me see my father's soul but never specified when." Xia Luo immediately understood. "So, until you see Howard, you're stuck here in hell." "Right, as long as I haven't met him, I can never leave." Tony gestured vaguely. "That's the deal I made with him." Xia Luo frowned. "Are you even sure your father's soul is in this hell?" Tony's silence was answer enough. "Got it," Xia Luo sighed. "I know what to do now." "Wait, so your mission is to save me?" Tony asked, finally voicing his suspicions. "Yeah," Xia Luo replied nonchalantly. "And it's not just me, your teammates are here too." "They're dead," Tony tensed. "You mean Natasha and Steve?" Xia Luo smirked. Tony blinked, then chuckled. "All right, no need to answer that." Scanning the stands, he spotted familiar faces. "What's your plan?" "Simple, find Howard. Once you meet him, the contract is fulfilled and you're free." Xia Luo glanced toward the stands. "Of course, Mephisto won't let Howard show up that easily." Tony nodded grimly. "There's even a chance my father's soul isn't in Mephisto's hell at all." "That problem," Xia Luo trailed off, then suddenly grinned, "can be solved by asking." "Asking who, Mephisto?" Tony frowned. "You'd need to make a deal to see him." Tony stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in realization. "You're not serious." Xia Luo's grin widened. "Oh, I'm serious. To get here, I skipped the line." Tony's jaw dropped. "If I lose this match, Mephisto will come to collect my soul," Xia Luo said with a chuckle. "You're insane," Tony muttered, rubbing his temples. "And you're rational, so why are you here?" Xia Luo teased, earning an embarrassed groan from Tony. "Let's not talk about that," Tony muttered, taking a deep breath. "Look, I've still got matches left before my contract's up. I'll let you win this one. After you leave, find my father's soul and bring him to the stands. Then we win. Xia Luo gave him a sidelong glance. Let me win? Are you sure? Of course. I mean, you can't win against me. Oh, we'll see about that. I took down Thanos, by myself, Xia Luo said matter-of-factly. What? Tony's eyes widened. Which Thanos? The one who wiped out half the universe. So that bastard's here too. Yep. Xia Luo checked the clock. All right, time's almost up. I've got 10 minutes left. I need to see Mephisto now. 10 minutes, Tony facepalmed, exasperated. Spider-Man, we've already lost 10 minutes isn't enough. Mr. Stark, you need to believe in miracles. Miracles, oh right, your special power is. Shut up. Xia Luo shot a web at Tony's mouth, silencing him. He then pulled a pristine pair of white briefs from his waistband. Opting to forfeit, Xia Luo raised the briefs triumphantly. In an instant, hellfire erupted from the altar's crevices, engulfing him in flames. No. Tony's shout echoed as realization dawned. He did this on purpose. In the stands, the audience erupted in boos. That Spider-Man actually forfeited. His briefs are oddly fashionable, though. Xia Luo arrived in a space ablaze with unending hellfire, the molten rock beneath his feet bubbling and churning. From the dense black smoke, a graceful figure emerged, a man with an air of elegance, dressed impeccably in a black tailcoat. Xia Luo Parker, you've lost, the figure declared with a sly smile. Your soul is mine now. The old man's kind face was a facade, masking his true nature as Mephisto. Adjusting his attire with ceremonial precision, he exuded smug satisfaction. I was trying to think of a clever way to trap you, but you walked right into my hands. The ancient gods behind you won't interfere with our contract. Taking deliberate steps forward, Mephisto extended his hand, ready to strip Xia Luo's flesh from his bones. His intention? To transform Xia Luo into something even more terrifying than a ghost rider, a wraith Spider-Man. Xia Luo maintained a calm exterior, though anxiety churned in his heart. Becoming Wraith Spider-Man would undoubtedly multiply his strength exponentially, but it would also bind him eternally as Mephisto's slave. Just as Mephisto reached for him, Xia Luo stepped back and raised a hand. Wait. Oh, are you afraid? No, Xia Luo said, his tone steady. I just want to know where Howard Stark's soul is. I'm under no obligation to tell you that, Mephisto replied coldly. So, all you know how to do is trick people. What did you say? I said, all you do is lie and cheat, Xia Luo sneered. No wonder the other ancient gods look down on you. You. Mephisto's face darkened, clearly stung by the remark. Spider-Man, is that what the ancient gods told you? Of course, though I didn't believe it at first, Xia Luo said with a calculated shift in tone, softening his delivery. In my eyes, Mephisto is the most powerful lord of hell, a conqueror who seized Satan's throne from the other lords. Your strength spans countless multiverses, placing you among the mightiest dimensional entities. If the ancient gods scorn you, there's only one reason for it. Mephisto's expression shifted, a flicker of hope glinting in his eyes. They must be jealous, Xia Luo concluded with conviction. Yes, absolutely jealous, he affirmed with exaggerated certainty. For a moment, Mephisto's face betrayed a hint of awkwardness, before he quickly masked it with a neutral expression. You have a good eye, Spider-Man, but even so, I must uphold our contract. His mood seemed lighter, his earlier gloom replaced by faint amusement. Xia Luo noticed the subtle change, mentally noting the details. Someone as cunning as Mephisto wouldn't fall for simple flattery, but my goal isn't to earn his trust, it's to buy time. Xia Luo sighed theatrically. Still, you're not quite the Mephisto I imagined, you seem petty. Mephisto's smile became more curious than offended. Interesting, Spider-Man, you've piqued my interest, I'll be honest, Howard's soul isn't here. You're chasing a lost cause. Then where is it? In a place you'd never expect. Before Mephisto could finish, the timer ran out, and Xia Luo vanished, reappearing in the familiar expanse of the web of life and destiny. Looking around the web's intricate threads, Xia Luo clenched his fists triumphantly. Yes, the resurrection match takes precedence over Mephisto's claims. The fact that the web could so easily pluck him from Mephisto's grasp spoke volumes. Still, he wondered how long it would take Mephisto to realize what had happened. Grinning, he selected the restart option. 6th resurrection match. Xia Luo re-entered the altar, once again facing Mephisto after a failed challenge. Xia Luo Parker, you've lost your soul is mine, Mephisto intoned, repeating his earlier line. Xia Luo stroked his chin, studying him. We've met before, haven't we? What? Mephisto hesitated, caught off guard. You figured out I was watching you. Pretty much. Xia Luo shrugged. Since you're aware of the resurrection match's mechanics, let me offer you some friendly advice. You're threatening me, Mephisto interrupted, his face darkening. Cutting off Xia Luo's warning, he raised his hand, unleashing an inferno of hellfire. Become my wraith Spider-Man. Buzz tilde. But in the next instant, the hellfire dissipated, and Xia Luo was back in the web of life and destiny. His soul strength increased by another 1%. Stretching with a satisfied yawn, Xia Luo grinned. Perfect, Mephisto hasn't noticed a thing. Now I can proceed without hesitation. He clicked restart, ready to continue the resurrection matches. Recognizing the limits of his own strength, Xia Luo decided to consult Old Steve, Natasha, and Infinite Tony to devise a strategy for finding Howard Stark's soul. After several failed matches and numerous restarts, a consensus emerged. Hell Arcade. We have two options, Old Steve began. First, we break the Hell dimension with sheer force. If we can extract Tony and let him meet Howard from another universe, the contract will be fulfilled, and Mephisto won't be able to claim Tony's soul ever again. Xia Luo thought it over, but ultimately shook his head. The Spider-Men I've summoned so far aren't even close to my strength. Breaking the Hell dimension is impossible. Natasha suggested, what if we remove Tony from the altar? Strange could rendezvous with us outside. Xia Luo frowned. The altar space is part of Mephisto's domain. Breaking it would be as hard as shattering the Hell dimension itself. Even in his fight with Thanos, when the altar had fractured, it hadn't truly broken. It merely shifted to a new challenger. Not even the War Soul Divine Sword had destroyed the altar, so Xia Luo doubted he could manage it. Barton, however, proposed a different solution. The Sorcerer Supreme can open portals to the Hell dimension. If we find Howard in another universe and bring him here to meet Tony, that might work. Another universe? Xia Luo shook his head again. Take too long. If Mephisto notices your presence, he'll be prepared, making it even harder to re-enter his domain later. And even if we manage to return, Tony will likely be moved somewhere else. It was Peter Parker who finally sparked an idea. I've heard Mr. Strange mention that the multiverse and Hell dimension share similarities. They're both connected by common transit hubs. If we can access one of these hubs, we might bypass the Hell dimension's barriers and get Mr. Stark out. Transit hubs. Xia Luo's eyes lit up as the pieces clicked together. Perfect, I think I know exactly what to do. Chapter 205. In the Hell Arcade, Xia Luo selected a particularly tricky opponent. Buzz tilde. Hellfire spread across the room as Xia Luo's figure materialized in the altar space. The spectators yawned in boredom, with some even choosing to leave early. Spider-Man versus Ant-Man, completely uninteresting. After all, you couldn't see anything. As expected, a flash of light erupted from the altar, and Xia Luo's figure disappeared in its wake. No, he hadn't vanished. He had been shrunken, thanks to the power of Pym particles. From Xia Luo's perspective, the altar now resembled a vast expanse of craggy mountains, with a massive swarm of ants charging toward him from the valleys. At the forefront of the ant army, a colossal ant served as a steed for Scott Lang, who removed his helmet and examined the now tiny Spider-Man surrounded by the swarm. Spider-Man, Scott squinted suspiciously. Xia Luo's mask retracted, revealing a youthful face. Hey, I just want to talk. Seeing that this Spider-Man wasn't the one he knew, Scott relaxed slightly. Sorry, this isn't the place for a chat. Only one of us is leaving here. One. Xia Luo gestured at the massive ant horde around him. You sure it's only one? Scott scratched his head awkwardly. Don't mind the details. Anyway, I can't lose. I don't want to die in this hellhole. Relax, you're not going to die. Can we talk now? Xia Luo tried again. Scott shook his head, his guard still up. Sorry, I swore never to let Spider-Man talk me into losing again. So no, I'm not listening. With a loud shout, the swarm of ants charged at Xia Luo, their countless legs stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Crack, crack, crack. The rumble of ant feet echoed like thunder, sending waves of sandstorm-like debris into the air. Xia Luo chuckled. Wow, are ants really the natural enemies of spiders? Leaping into the air, he fired spatial webs and activated his electric arc form. ZZZT tilde. Boom. Electric arcs zigzagged through the sky, rapidly closing in on Scott. What the? Scott's eyes widened in shock. What kind of Spider-Man is this? In a panic, he tapped his wrist device. PIM particles glowed faintly, and his body began to expand dramatically. Buzz tilde. Boom. Scott, now in his giant form, raised a foot the size of a skyscraper and stomped down. The sky darkened as a massive shadow enveloped Xia Luo. Reacting swiftly, Xia Luo transformed into an electric arc, darting into the mountain range below. Booms, booms, boom. The ground quaked, resembling the end of the world. From the safety of an altar crevice, Xia Luo perched on the back of a large ant, patting its metal-like armor. Buddy, when's the last time you bathed? He quipped, before leaping off the ant's back and zipping through the altar crevices as a streak of lightning. Using his webs, Xia Luo latched onto the hem of the giant Scott's pants and began climbing up his towering form. Meanwhile, Scott returned to his normal size and knelt to inspect the ground. How did I flat him? Amen. Kneeling, Scott clasped his hands in mock prayer. ZZZT tilde. Suddenly, sparks crackled from his wrist device, and Scott's expression shifted. Oh no. A burst of light engulfed him, shrinking his body to the size of an ant. No. Scott plummeted to the ground, but before he landed, Xia Luo's electric arc snatched him up. Oh, come on, there's no way you're activating that PIM device at this size. It'd take at least 100 tons of force. Flying through the air, Scott stared at Xia Luo in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xia Luo casually plucked the wrist device from Scott and landed in a nearby valley. Sorry, I'm Spider-Man, and the Hulk. To punctuate his words, Xia Luo kicked a nearby boulder into pieces, leaving Scott visibly shaken. Don't do anything rash. I was just joking, Scott stammered, immediately surrendering. Xia Luo smirked, tossing the PIM device in his hand. Now can we talk? Scott sighed and slumped to the ground. Fine, but there's not much to discuss. I lost and my time's up. No, you still have time, Xia Luo said, waving dismissively. I told you I'll forfeit later. Wait, you were serious about that? Of course, Spider-Man never lies. I'd believe you if I hadn't met my Spider-Man. That guy lies all the time, Scott muttered, rubbing his sore neck. So, what do you want to talk about? Quantum realm, Xia Luo said simply. Scott froze. Who told you about that? Not important. Fine, but what do you want with the quantum realm? Xia Luo sat down beside him. If we can enter the quantum realm, we can escape this hell. Scott's initial excitement faded into unease. No, that's impossible. The quantum realm is worse than hell. How bad could it be? Xia Luo pressed. Scott sighed. I don't know. What? I mean it, I don't know, Scott admitted, shaking his head. I've never fully entered the quantum realm, but even the little I experienced was horrifying. There's no concept of time or space. Everything around me kept shifting, and I couldn't even perceive myself. It felt like I'd lost all meaning of existence, like my mind had become one with that place. If I hadn't been lucky, I'd still be stuck there. No, not stuck forever, because there's no forever in the quantum realm. I just exist endlessly in nothingness. Scott's voice trembled as he described the experience, his body shaking. Xia Luo gave him a serious look. All right, I won't force you. The choice is yours. I'll find another way if I have to. I'm not going, ever, Scott said firmly. That's fine, just let me borrow a few vials of PIM particles. Don't worry, you're not getting them back. Xia Luo took several vials from the device before tossing it back to Scott. Scott didn't protest, I've got plenty more. You learned to synthesize PIM particles yourself, Xia Luo asked, intrigued. Scott nodded. To make the game fair, Mephisto provided the tools and time for me to figure it out. Guess the Scott I know isn't there yet, Xia Luo mused. Scott smirked. I'll teach you how to make them. If you get out, you know what to do. Sure, I'll take care of your wife and daughter. Scott's face darkened. No, give the formula to another universe's Scott Lang. He'll handle it. Don't meddle. Xia Luo. Fine, makes sense. Anyway, can you enlarge me? I need to get up there. Where's up there? Thanos, I'm fighting him again. You won't win. I already have. Then why fight him again? Xia Luo wagged a finger. You don't understand. The more teammates we have entering the quantum realm, the better our chances of finding an exit. Scott nodded thoughtfully. All right, I'm in. Let's convince Thanos to join us. Xia Luo groaned. So you weren't scared of the quantum realm, you just didn't trust me. Glad you caught on, so how do we get up there? Simple, I fight my way up. That's insane. Moments later, flashes of light signaled Scott's return to normal size. Meanwhile, Xia Luo's body rapidly expanded under the influence of PIM particles. Booms, booms, boom. As his body grew, Xia Luo's strength soared past thousands of tons. Watching the towering red and blue giant stretch ever larger, Scott gulped. Your body won't hold up, you should stop. Xia Luo waved him off. Not yet. While Ant-Man's initial maximum height was around 10 meters in Civil War, by endgame, Scott could reach over 30 meters. Given Xia Luo's enhanced physique, his growth potential far exceeded that, likely hundreds or even thousands of meters. His suit's nanotechnology began emitting a red mist, mitigating the strain of his massive size with Hydra's power. Scott, impressed, added more PIM particles. To the gasps of the audience, Xia Luo's enormous head broke through the altar's ceiling. Buzz tilde. Hellfire erupted as the crowd's view was obscured by flames. Meanwhile, in the upper altar space, Thanos, lounging with closed eyes, felt the ground quake beneath him. As the fire roared, a massive head smashed through the floor, glowing blue eyes locking onto the Titan. Thanos stared, his face a mix of awe and alarm. That's one massive bug. Chapter 206. Upon spotting Thanos, Xia Luo did not cease his actions after breaking through the altar. Just a bit more. The booming sound echoed like a bell, prompting Scott to throw another PIM disc. Buzz tilde. With the augmentation of the PIM disc, Xia Luo's size swelled once more. Boom! Immediately, Xia Luo swung his right fist horizontally, shattering the stone walls of Thanos' altar space. A deafening crash echoed from the adjacent altar, startling Tony, who was busy hammering away at something. What a big bug! As Tony stood frozen in shock, Xia Luo continued his destruction. Boom! Crash! With a single kick, he obliterated the altar's stone walls. Rubble scattered everywhere, crushing an Ultron drone, repairing its own components into powder beneath a massive foot. Xia Luo. Whoops. But no big deal. The altar space housed many souls from other universes. Losing one was hardly a concern. Xia Luo then rampaged through the altar space, tearing down barriers amidst the horrified gazes of those present. Finally, he carved out the partitions of the entire altar space, gathering an intriguing assortment of individuals. In the vast expanse of rubble, fragments of stone occasionally tumbled from above. By now, Xia Luo had reverted to his normal form. Beside him, Infinite Tony and Thanos locked eyes, and the tension between them grew palpable. Meanwhile, Scott felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he stepped back, accidentally bumping into a young Steve. "Oh, Captain, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your foot." Scott quickly apologized, but Steve only frowned. "I know you. You're a pathetic, despicable thief. Do that again and I'll kill you, then take a dump on your corpse." Scott. "Captain, you swore." "Shit, I'm not the captain. I'm the Human Torch. Hi. Scott's eyes widened. Human Torch, what's that? The Fantastic Four. Never heard of it. It's a joke, Xia Luo whispered an explanation. After that, he turned his attention to a new arrival, Wade. How did you get here? Xia Luo asked curiously. Wade, holding baby Fisk, occasionally flicked the baby's tiny golden arm. There was a door, he replied, pointing to the half-shattered stone gate among the altar ruins. It led to the Hellfire Volcano's exit. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. You seem awfully familiar with this place. Of course, Mephisto invited me here for a tour. We go way back. Xia Luo. On the other side, Venom Parker was rummaging through the rubble. No, where are the bodies? There should have been so many dead under Spider-Man's feet. Why are there no corpses? I'm starving. The writhing demonic face let out a guttural roar, while Venom Parker tried to console it. It's fine, you're not going to starve to death. Clearly, the Peter Parker set to face off against Thanos was this guy. And it seemed Venom no longer had control over him. More precisely, he wasn't planning to slack off this time. He glanced at Xia Luo and gave him a slight nod. Xia Luo responded with a smile. No wonder he was the only contestant this time. Mephisto must have intercepted the backup players. Courageous. So, this resurrection round was held in Mephisto's hell. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Xia Luo surveyed the souls of other challengers present. Where's Karn? Xia Luo suddenly recalled the successor he'd killed earlier. The Bat. Infinite Tony turned to Xia Luo. He's too arrogant, I shattered his soul on the spot. Well done, Xia Luo praised, then gathered everyone. Have you all made up your minds? He asked. Venom Parker stepped forward. I'm in, no question. Infinite Tony shrugged. Same here. Scott raised his hand. If we're sending multiple people through the quantum realm, I'll need time to make the traversal device. I can help with that, Infinite Tony said. Scott looked puzzled. You know how PIM devices work? Tony glanced at Thanos. I've used PIM particles to traverse timelines before, so I studied PIM's tech while I was at it. Really? Scott scratched his head. I don't fully understand what you're saying, but it sounds impressive. Thanos narrowed his eyes. So, you used the PIM particles to travel back in time and steal the Infinity Stones. Is that it? He quickly pieced together Tony's intentions. This was a provocation. Infinite Tony locked eyes with Thanos. That's right, you big purple sweet potato. Thor chopped off your head, and I sent your past self packing. Thanos, however, wasn't angered. Instead, he laughed. Ha ha ha, truly fitting for a human cursed with knowledge. I never expected to lose to you, though I suppose it isn't surprising. Infinite Tony shrugged. Great, now I feel awkward continuing this conversation. Meanwhile, Human Torch Steve crossed his arms, scrutinizing the group. What on earth are you weirdos talking about? What's the quantum realm? You'd better explain yourselves, or the great Human Torch isn't lifting a finger to help you ugly. Ow. A sharp cry echoed as Xia Luo punched the trash-talking Steve to the ground. How did Ultron lose to this guy? He asked Wade. Wade shook his head. Earlier today, he lost a match. He begged Ultron for another chance on his knees, so his soul didn't get crushed. Xia Luo. All right, we don't need comic relief for this mission. He glanced at the time. It's almost up, we'll continue next time. With those words, his vision darkened. He returned once more to the cosmic web, feeling his soul grow a little stronger. The 10th resurrection round. In the limited time he had, Xia Luo entered the altar space and found Wade, asking him to bring old Steve and the others here. Meanwhile, Xia Luo summoned Thanos, Infinite Tony, Scott, and Venom Parker. I'll need time to make the traversal device, Scott said. Infinite Tony stepped forward. I can help. Oh, that's unexpected. Don't be surprised, let's get moving. At Xia Luo's urging, Infinite Tony immediately used nanometal to assist in crafting the traversal device. But time was tight. Even with Scott and Infinite Tony working together, it would take at least 3 hours to complete the device. In Xia Luo's anxious wait, the mission time ran out before the device was finished. The 11th resurrection round. If there's not enough time to build a traversal device, is there another way into the quantum realm? Xia Luo asked. Scott frowned. If we did it that way, I'd be the only one able to enter the quantum realm. It'd be suicide, and I'm not agreeing to that. You alone? Xia Luo's expression shifted. Because of your Ant-Man suit. Scott nodded. Exactly. It's a specialized suit Dr. Pym designed. Without its protection, we'd encounter countless unknown dangers in the quantum realm, ones we'd have no way to handle. Most importantly, entering the quantum realm without a traversal device would subject us to immense pressure. Ordinary people would lose themselves in an instant with no chance to recover. Hearing this, Xia Luo exhaled in relief. So, it's possible to enter without the device. Of course, but are you sure? Yes, after all, everyone here has their own protective suit. We'll manage. As soon as he spoke, Infinite Tony lightly tapped his chest, and his nanotech armor enveloped him instantly. Venom Parker activated his suit, the black symbiote spreading across his body. Thanos. Gripping his double-edged blade, he deadpanned, I don't need such flashy nonsense. He had absolute confidence in his own body. Next, Wade brought old Steve into the altar space. Mr. Stark, Peter Parker exclaimed. Hearing the familiar voice, Infinite Tony froze. Peter. The two locked eyes, but before emotions could swell, Xia Luo raised a hand to interrupt. Time is short, let's focus on the task at hand. He briefly outlined the mission. The group was shocked, but their trust in Xia Luo kept their doubts in check for now. Let's get started, Xia Luo said to Scott. Scott nodded and turned to Infinite Tony. I need your virtual computer to adjust the Pym disk's particle release power. No problem. Infinite Tony raised his hand, nanometal shifting to envelop the Pym disk Scott handed over. Scott quickly completed the adjustments. He looked toward Barton and Natasha, hesitating. You too. Relax, we're not coming, Natasha said with a wry smile. The Sorcerer Supreme will take Barton and me back. Please take care of this little guy. Wade handed Baby Fisk to Natasha. Watch him for a while. I'll come to pick him up if I get the chance. As for diaper and formula money. He turned to Xia Luo. You got any cash? Nope. Figures, all right, I'll owe you. Natasha. Wait, Scott suddenly realized something. If the Sorcerer Supreme can take you away, why can't he take all of us? Barton shook his head. Because we entered Hell through Strange's portal, but you're bound to Mephisto by contract. It's not the same. Even the Sorcerer Supreme can't interfere. Scott sighed, clearly disappointed. Looks like we're heading to the quantum realm after all, he thought, handing the adjusted Pym disks to Xia Luo and the others. It's time, ready? He asked. The group took a deep breath. Ready? Then let's go. At Xia Luo's command, Scott activated the device. The Pym disks in their hands emitted a faint glow. Light flickered, and their bodies rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, Xia Luo and the others vanished. Holding Baby Fisk, Natasha turned to Barton. You think they'll succeed? Let's hope so. Let's head back. At the same time, as they shrank at high speed, the world around them underwent a breathtaking transformation. At first, the ruins of the altar loomed like towering mountains, and Barton and Natasha appeared as if they were mythical giants holding up the heavens. As their bodies continued to shrink, tiny particles in the air floated like planets, colliding gently while revealing their textured surfaces. The group shrank further, and a single speck of dust became an entire world. They plummeted into a dazzling molecular universe, filled with wonders they had never seen before. However, this marvel came at a price, the immense strain shrinking imposed on their bodies. No. Between the molecular structures, Venom Parker instinctively shot webs to anchor himself, but his rapidly shrinking body smashed through an invisible, rainbow-colored glass wall in an instant. This feels horrible. The black symbiote writhed, and the demonic face let out a heart-wrenching roar. In the next moment, a red and blue figure broke through the barrier, crashing hard into Venom Parker. "Ah, SHT, you hit me," Venom cursed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Peter Parker and Venom Parker were on the verge of a fight, but both were quickly flung deeper into the endless molecular abyss. Elsewhere, the jets on Infinite Tony's nanotech armor flared, attempting to stabilize his descent. As a hulking purple figure zoomed past, Infinite Tony blinked in surprise. Faster than me, that won't do. He accelerated downward, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to Thanos. In a flash, the group plunged into a molecular forest resembling coral. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Luo noticed Tony's actions. I want to beat him, Tony replied. Before Xia Luo could respond, Scott zipped past them both. Mr. Stark, calm down, you're wasting your armor's energy. This isn't a race. As Scott finished speaking, Thanos' descent abruptly slowed. Tony shot past him and slammed into an unknown, sea urchin-like substance. Boom! Flames erupted from his armor, but it was no use. In an instant, Tony shrank to atomic size and broke through a membrane. For a fleeting moment, his armor soared across a radiant sky, only to be struck by a golden mini-sun. No, no, no. Boom! His nanotech suit spiraled downward, barely skimming a patch of green anemones as he made a hard landing. Creak tilde. The nano-helmet retracted as Tony gazed around at this bizarre, kaleidoscopic world in awe. So, this is what that little ant was talking about, the quantum realm. Buzz tilde. Suddenly, a muscular figure shot across the sky like a meteor. Stark, catch me, old Steve yelled. Tony scratched his temple. Sorry, you're too far away. Oh, mothers. Old Steve cursed as he plummeted into a glowing green forest soft. Wriggling tendrils immediately engulfed him. Cap, your swearing sounds oddly familiar. Tony dug at his ear, looking helpless. Young Steve rarely swore, but Tony found he preferred the older Steve's quirky charm. He liked old men who acted like kids. Just then, a purple streak smashed down, shattering a golden mini-sun along the way. Golden tendrils rained from the sky as Thanos landed smoothly. In the crater beneath his feet, the sea urchin-like spheres rolled away, screeching. Scanning the strange surroundings, Thanos frowned. The quantum realm, intriguing, he said with a smirk. Chapter 207. Electric arcs crackled as Xia Luo deftly navigated around the floating, bizarre creatures in the sky, finally landing beside Thanos. You all right? He asked. Thanos shot him a sidelong glance. I'll help you this time, but don't forget your promise to me. Of course, I'll bring Gamora back, Xia Luo said with a smile. Thanos' condition was simple, and Xia Luo was confident he could fulfill it. Looking up, he saw Venom Parker and Scott descending into this strange world, followed by Peter Parker, who used his suit's web glider to make a smooth landing. This time, it was Infinite Tony who personally caught Peter. Not fair, we're Spider-Man too. Where's our VIP treatment? Venom Parker approached, covered in dirt. Behind him, the demon-faced Venom wobbled into view, loudly complaining. Infinite Tony patted Peter's shoulder before turning to Venom Parker. Control your pet, please. Venom Parker. Venom. I'm not a pet, I'm his partner. Venom protested indignantly, but Infinite Tony had no patience for it. Soon, everyone regrouped. Old Steve was chewing on some green, plant-like substance he had picked up. Want some? It's nutritious, he said, offering it to Xia Luo. Xia Luo grimaced. No thanks, enjoy it yourself. He glanced at his watch and smiled in satisfaction. More than an hour had passed, but he hadn't been pulled back into the cosmic weeby. The quantum realm's lack of time and space meant that the usual 1-hour mission limit no longer applied. This was a win. Smirking at his good fortune, Xia Luo's gaze fell on old Steve's increasingly bloated stomach. Are you pregnant? He asked with a raised eyebrow. What? Old Steve instinctively looked down, his face turning pale as he saw his abdomen swelling rapidly. What's happening? I think I'm about to. It's that thing you ate, Infinite Tony said, pinching the bridge of his nose. At your age, you shouldn't just eat random stuff. It's dangerous. Panicking, old Steve tossed the plan away and clutched his stomach in distress. Am I going to give birth? He asked, his voice trembling as he looked at Xia Luo in fear. Xia Luo shrugged. Who knows? Venom's demon face stretched closer, its wide grin unsettling. Let me crawl into your stomach and eat it, Venom offered. Old Steve's eyes widened in horror, his hands flying to cover both his front and back. From where? Take a guess. No, I refuse. Old Steve ducked behind Xia Luo. Kid, save me. Sorry, if it's your kid, I'll make sure to protect it, Xia Luo said, flashing a mischievous grin. While the group bantered, Thanos shook his head in disapproval. Let's discuss the plan, he said, looking at Xia Luo. Xia Luo pushed Old Steve aside, his smile fading. The plan is simple. Enter the quantum realm and find Kang the Conqueror. His time machine can get us back to the real world. Kang the Conqueror. The group looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Old Steve tilted his head in thought. Kid, is this another one of your superpowers? Don't mention superpowers to me. Got it. Old Steve obediently fell silent as Xia Luo continued. If my guess is right, Kang has already taken control of the quantum realm. All we need to do is find the natives, and they'll lead us to him. The quantum realm's timeline took place after the Spider-Man multiverse crossover. Currently, Peter Parker's identity had been exposed by Mysterio, but thanks to Infinite Tony's intervention, he hadn't yet gone to seek Doctor Strange. By Xia Luo's estimate, it would still be some time before Ant-Man's family entered the quantum realm in the movie timeline. However, with Old Steve and Natasha resurrected, the film universe's events might shift. There was a chance Ant-Man's family could enter the quantum realm earlier, or never enter it at all. It was all an unknown. If Ant-Man's family arrived early, defeated Kang, and destroyed the time machine, the entire mission could fall apart. Time was of the essence. With that in mind, Xia Luo formed a series of hand seals and summoned other Spider-Men from across the multiverse. The more the merrier, so long as they were reliable. Buzz Tilda. Under the group's astonished gazes, a massive spider totem radiated light. From a city projection, a petite figure swung down, landing gracefully before solidifying into a tangible presence. Xia Luo, you're alive. Gwen. Their eyes met, both filled with surprise. Where are we? Gwen asked, scanning the surroundings until her gaze landed on Peter Parker and Venom Parker. You. It's you. Gwen's expression hardened as she recognized Venom Parker. It was his symbiote that had left behind cells, transforming her into Spider-Woman. At the same time, Venom inside Parker's body sniffed the air and detected a familiar scent. Oh, it's this girl. I can smell my offspring, Venom said. As he spoke, black liquid rippled across Gwen's body, and a matching demonic face emerged. When the two symbiotes met, Gwen's symbiote, Abby, narrowed its pale, elongated eyes as a crimson hue spread through them. Father, are you ready to be eaten? Abby grinned, its instincts urging it to devour its counterpart. Venom's eyes filled with apprehension. Peter, you've got to protect me, it said. Pressing its head against Parker's chest, its uncharacteristic tenderness made Parker visibly uncomfortable. Don't do this, people are watching. Oh, so you don't love me anymore. Shut up, I said people are watching. Oh, I'm heartbroken. Meanwhile, Gwen was busy calming her symbiote. Relax, eating your father isn't right. But all symbiotes do that, Abby argued. Not you, Abby. You're better than that, you're kind, Gwen reassured it. As Gwen coaxed her symbiote, Xia Luo had no interest in the petty father-daughter squabble. All right, split up. Our goal is to find Kang the Conqueror. Understood. Infinite Tony and Peter Parker exchanged a glance, then walked off in the same direction. Old Steve glanced at Xia Luo. Kid, I want to go with you. Let's go, don't bother him. Scott grabbed Old Steve and dragged him away. No, I don't want to leave the kid. As Old Steve's wails echoed, Wade emerged from a nearby bush. SHT, that was close. Almost got spotted, he said, dusting himself off and walking over to Xia Luo excitedly. Have you decided yet? Where the hell were you? Xia Luo frowned, almost forgetting about him entirely. Wade pointed to the bushes. I was taking a dump. Xia Luo. You'll team up with Thanos. I work alone. Thanos hefted his double-edged blade and turned away without hesitation. He had no intention of working with someone who didn't wipe. Neither did Xia Luo. Feigning shock, Xia Luo pointed behind Wade. Look, what's that? Wade crossed his arms, unimpressed. Trying to ditch me, huh? He saw right through the act. Xia Luo shrugged. Yep, nailed it. Taking a few steps back, Xia Luo crouched slightly. What are you doing? Wade asked, confused. Getting a running start. A running start? Exactly. Xia Luo suddenly lunged forward, accelerating rapidly. See ya. With a mighty kick, he launched Wade into the air. Shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand, Xia Luo watched Wade disappear into the distance. Perfect, now it's just us. Turning around, Xia Luo saw Venom Parker clearing his throat. I get it, you two go together. I'll find the guy who was doing his business. Knowing this Gwen wasn't his Gwen, Venom Parker chose to leave. As he walked off, Xia Luo mused aloud. He kinda looks like a dog from behind. Gwen rolled her eyes. So, this is the Resurrection Tournament. All these people are participants. Through the symbiote's memories, she had gleaned fragments of information about the contest. Xia Luo shook his head. Of course not, this time I'm the only one. He gazed at a small sun in the sky. Let's head that way. All right. Without protest, Gwen walked beside him, the two strolling casually as if out for a walk. Aren't you in a hurry? I am. Then move faster. Wait, I think I stepped in, you know, Xia Luo muttered, his face stiffening as he scraped his shoe against the ground. Gross. Gwen glanced down, her expression shifting to mild exasperation. It's not poop, it's jelly. Looking at the squished pink jelly-like creature under Xia Luo's foot, Gwen gently pushed him aside. This little guy's adorable, she said, picking up the creature with a smile. Relieved, Xia Luo sighed. So that's what stepping in poop feels like. You should apologize to the little guy, Gwen said seriously. Xia Luo chuckled. All right, I'm sorry. Before he could say more, a colorful manta ray-like creature soared overhead. Wow, Spider-Man's ride. Delighted, Xia Luo bolted upward, lightning crackling around him. ZZZT tilde. In an instant, he ensnared the creature with webs and stood triumphantly on its back. Hop on, I'll take you flying, he shouted to Gwen below. Oh. Gwen shook her head. Childish, she muttered to herself. A minute later, the colorful manta ray glided through the sky, with Gwen spreading her arms and cheering. Woohoo, I'm flying, look, I'm flying. Behind her, Xia Luo whispered. Childish. Meanwhile, on the manta ray's back, Xia Luo doodled with the pink jelly creature, much to its annoyance. Titanic. Perfect, makes a great chalk, Xia Luo said, satisfied, before slipping the jelly creature into his pants. All Spider-Man's friends knew, his suit didn't have pockets. Only one place to store things. Standing, Xia Luo spread his arms like the movie's iconic pose, only to see Gwen turning back to glare at him. What are you doing? She asked, her expression unreadable. Xia Luo gestured at his graffiti. This is the Titanic, what do you think I'm doing? Gwen covered her face with her hand. Xia Luo, could you be serious for once? I am serious, he retorted, pouting. Then with arms wide open, he leapt off the manta ray. What are you waiting for? Jump, he yelled midair. Jump, Gwen repeated, dumbfounded. Why? Because the Titanic's about to hit an iceberg. Iceberg, that's. Before she could finish, the colorful manta ray crashed into a small, ice-blue island suspended in the sky. Crack tilde. Pop pop pop. The collision created a spectacular shower of glittering droplets as Gwen began to fall. Whoosh tilde. Wind howled past as Gwen fired webs, latching onto a floating red mushroom. Xia Luo grabbed her midair, pulling her onto the mushroom with him. Gwen looked embarrassed. So that's what you meant. What else could I have meant? I thought, never mind, let's change the subject. Gwen adjusted her mood, gazing at the strange stars in the colorful sky and the endless peculiar plants on the ground. "What is this place? Everything seems so chaotic," she said with a frown. Xia Luo stared into the distant desert. "Forgot to mention, this is the quantum realm." "The quantum realm?" Gwen was stunned. She'd heard of such theories in science but never imagined seeing it for herself. "Amazing, I never thought the quantum realm would look like this." She marveled at the sight as Xia Luo pointed toward the desert. "I see a village over there. Let's check it out." "Let's go." Xia Luo shot a wee bee. "I'll go first." Using the web slingshot, he launched himself forward. As Xia Luo sped away, Gwen eyed the lingering web in midair, falling into thought. Is someone pulling it from the other end? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Confusing or not, it worked great. She followed suit, using the web slingshot to launch herself. The symbiote on her body rippled, forming glider wings as they drifted toward the desert. By a lake in the desert, shadowy figures emerged from a cluster of ramshackle huts. Speaking in strange, guttural tones, one figure stepped forward from the group. "Bizizizati." A creature with a head resembling a soda took aim at the two approaching figures in the sky, firing a golden energy beam from its can-like device. Boom! The golden beam streaked through the air. At the front, Xia Luo fired his webs, launching himself into another slingshot motion. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man incoming. With a burst of speed, Xia Luo flew forward, delivering a midair kick. Magical light radiated outward, cutting through the golden energy beam and scattering its remnants in all directions. Bizizizati. As the golden energy dissipated, the magical glow crashed diagonally into the sandy ground near the desert lake. Boom! The explosion sent a sandstorm ripping through the area, obliterating the fragile huts. The odd-looking natives hurled insults at Xia Luo, their bizarre shapes twisted with rage. Unbothered, Xia Luo fired webs that shot through the storm, suspending the villagers upside down in the air. Though subdued, their body language made it clear they were still cursing him out. When Gwen arrived, Xia Luo turned to her. "You're good at languages, can you understand them?" Gwen's mouth twitched. "You think you're funny." "Everyone knows Spider-Man is funny," Xia Luo said, grinning. "I can vouch for that," Abby chimed in. "Gwen's." Rolling her eyes, she turned to her symbiote. "Your turn, you've got a way to make them talk to us, right?" "No problem." Chapter 208. Abby agreed enthusiastically. Black liquid wriggled from its form, transforming into black webbing that slowly enveloped one of the octopus-like creatures. Under Xia Luo's disgusted gaze, the black webbing forced its way into the octopus alien's mouth. Its once pale skin darkened, and its bulbous eyes widened in terror as its body trembled uncontrollably. Moments later, the webbing receded into Abby's maw, leaving the octopus alien gasping for breath. It raised a tentacle and screamed insults at Xia Luo and the others. "He says we're doomed," Abby translated. Xia Luo waved it off, uninterested. "Ask him where Kang the Conqueror is." "Got it," Abby replied, grinning. "All right, I've got it," Abby finally said, pointing in the direction Tony and Peter had gone. "He's over there." "Good, let's move." Now armed with a general direction, Xia Luo's gaze swept over the gathered natives, locking onto a centaur-like figure that looked particularly fast. "You come here." The centaur alien blinked in confusion. Under Abby's menacing tone, the centaur reluctantly stepped forward. Xia Luo quickly constructed a makeshift cart, using broken wood from the nearby huts. "Perfect. A simple transport system is ready," he declared, hitching the centaur to the cart with webs. He turned to Gwen, who was staring at him incredulously. "What are you waiting for? Hop on." "Xia Luo, you're truly a genius." "Thanks for the compliment." "That wasn't a compliment." "I'll take it as one anyway." Xia Luo flicked the web reins. "Yeah." Though the centaur alien protested in a language Xia Luo couldn't understand, it moved quickly enough. Creak tilde. Clatter clatter tilde. Beneath the setting sun, the makeshift carriage sped off, leaving the natives behind. 2 hours later, at the edge of the desert, the centaur collapsed, panting heavily before promptly throwing up. Xia Luo shook his head. 2 hours and you're already done. Looks like we'll need a new ride. His gaze shifted upward to the sky's sun. What are you planning? Gwen asked warily, sensing trouble. Xia Luo grinned and pointed at the sun. How about becoming a sun god? Gwen's. I think we can find a better option. She gestured toward a fleet of flying vehicles approaching in the distance. Now that is how superheroes should travel. Xia Luo's eyes lit up. Perfect, you or me? Obviously, you. Why me? Because with great power comes great responsibility. Xia Luo. The city of time. A futuristic metropolis spread out in every direction, its skyline dominated by enormous golden rings representing timelines. The rings encircled towering, triangular pyramid-like buildings, which were surrounded by endless metallic skyscrapers. Thousands of robotic soldiers patrolled the sprawling city, and swarms of aircraft zipped through the air in formation. Within the city, Infinite Tony and Peter Parker disguised themselves as soldiers, blending into the streets. Mr. Stark, what's the plan? Peter asked. Tony glanced at him. You're already a qualified superhero. You should start making your own decisions. Peter lowered his head. Right, I should start making decisions, I think. Before he could finish, Tony tapped the spider emblem on Peter's chest, sending a stealth drone into the air. We need to cause a little chaos. That'll give us a chance to infiltrate the city's core, Tony explained. Peter. But you just said I should decide things myself. I did, but this is a team effort, so your autonomy is revoked. Peter. Thinking it over, Peter suggested, if it's a team effort, shouldn't we wait for the others? Tony shrugged. We can't always rely on them. Until they get here, we need to gather as much intel as possible. Got it. Far above, the drone flew into the distance before being shot down by patrolling aircraft. Nearby soldiers immediately went on high alert. Taking advantage of the commotion, Tony and Peter slipped toward the city's center. Boom tilde. A group of aircraft zoomed overhead, the most striking among them carrying an enormous head. That's weird, Peter muttered, scratching his head. Tony watched as the fleet headed toward the pyramid at the city's center, chuckling to himself. It is weird, but it gave me an idea. I might try designing a mech suit with a giant head and a body that only assembles during combat. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Got a name for it? Not yet, but I'm thinking of naming it after a mythical dragon. Dragon class. No, something more legendary. Maybe Divine Dragon. Sounds awesome. Of course it does. I just made it up, Tony said with a smirk. Peter. Before Peter could retort, another aircraft flew overhead. Tony's sharp eyes immediately spotted something unusual. These aircraft never operate alone. That's them, he said with a grin. Who? Peter asked. Steve and the others, of course. Tony's words were punctuated by the blaring of city alarms. Beep beep tilde. Warning, intruders detected. All units take action. The announcement was followed by a massive deployment of aircraft, their engines roaring to life. Bzzzt. Boom boom boom. Lasers rained down from the densely packed aircraft, obliterating one solitary vehicle. No. The explosion lit up the sky as old Steve and Thanos leapt out of the wreckage. Bang. Boom. The two landed on separate passing aircraft, swiftly dispatching the pilots and commandeering the vehicles. As the pair began their escape, Tony and Peter exchanged a look. It's time. Looks like everyone's here. Let's go. Tony shed his disguise and tapped the arc reactor on his chest. In an instant, red and gold nanometal spread across his body. Buzz! The Iron Man's suit roared to life as Tony shot into the sky. Blue lasers erupted from his back, cutting through the swarm of aircraft and destroying a dozen in moments. It's Stark. In one of the commandeered vehicles, old Steve spotted Tony and immediately turned his craft around, charging into the pursuing fleet. Boom! Steve's aircraft collided with an enemy vehicle, creating a fiery explosion. He leapt free just before impact. Peter, catch me. Amid the roaring winds, Peter Parker and Old Steve swung through the city, finally landing on a rooftop. How did you find this place? Peter asked curiously. Old Steve gazed at the distant golden rings. From the moment we arrived, that guy already knew we were here. Even if we didn't go looking for him, he'd have sent soldiers to capture us. Hearing this, Peter finally understood. These tech-powered flying machines packed decent firepower, but they weren't a match for superheroes. Following them was a surefire way to find Kang the Conqueror. Elsewhere, Thanos was executing a similar plan, but with a more brutal approach. Unlike Old Steve, he ignored the explosions of the aircraft and leapt from one to the next, destroying each one with his massive blade before jumping to the next. Seeing this, Old Steve blinked in surprise. So he can jump. He remembered the 2 battles he had fought against Thanos. Back then, the Mad Titan had always stood like an unyielding statue, weathering the Avengers' attacks. Steve had assumed he wasn't very fast. Now he realized his mistake. If even Hulk, with a weaker physique than Thanos, could leap hundreds of meters, there was no reason Thanos couldn't do the same. To the others watching, Thanos became a one-man aerial assault, obliterating aircraft with every leap. Even when hit by laser fire, he remained unharmed, continuing his rampage. The title of Conqueror of the Universe wasn't just talk, Thanos had earned it, punch by punch. With infinite Tony's firepower aiding him, the number of aircraft was visibly dwindling. But as more and more enemies surrounded them, Old Steve and Peter couldn't stay idle. Hey, we're here. A speeding aircraft approached, and Venom Parker and Scott Lang dropped down to join the fight. Bizzy-zee-za-tee. Boom boom. In a flash of light, Scott grew into a towering giant, crushing nearby buildings with a casual swipe. Bang! He reached out and crushed an aircraft in his massive hand, but before he could celebrate, an array of lasers converged on him. Unable to react in time, Scott's enormous body was engulfed in blinding explosions. No, no, no. Scott screamed, but within seconds the lasers stopped. The sound of multiple explosions filled the air, leaving him shaken. Turning around, he saw an intricate web of black tendrils spreading across the city. At the center of the web, Venom Parker stood transformed. His black suit had been replaced by a monstrous, menacing creature. It's been ages since I've had this much fun. Venom's jagged teeth glinted coldly, and a blood-red hue began to seep into his otherwise pale eyes. Bring it on. In a single motion, Venom's muscles bulged, and he pulled the entangled aircraft with overwhelming strength. Crack, crack. Boom. One by one, the restrained aircraft exploded, their flames and debris no longer affecting the symbiote. This is insane, Peter muttered, eyes wide in disbelief. Beside him, Old Steve hurled a manhole cover like a discus, taking out another aircraft. If I could have brought my shield into hell, I'd look just as cool, he said to Peter. Peter didn't respond. His focus was on the incoming wave of tech soldiers, their sheer numbers making his expression grim. There are too many of them, we can't win this. You're right, you can't win, a cold voice interrupted. A man clad in high-tech armor, standing on an energy shield, floated into view. Old Steve's eyes widened. The boss is showing up this early, that's not right. Peter glanced at Thanos, who had just landed nearby. It really isn't right, he's supposed to come out last. Thanos ignored their muttering. He didn't care about their timeline grievances, he had Gamora to fight for. Gripping his blade tightly, he strode toward the armored figure, cutting down any soldiers in his path. Kang the Conqueror, Thanos asked coldly. Kang, standing atop his energy shield, looked down at Thanos with a mocking expression. A pitiful soul stripped of its body. You should be grateful the quantum realm operates without rules. Outside, your soul would have disintegrated the moment you arrived. You wouldn't have even had the chance to meet me. Thanos narrowed his eyes. You might want to brighten the lights in here. Your face is so dark, I can't see it clearly. Kang spread his hands in feigned indifference. All right, I'll pretend that was a witty retort, not that I care. His gaze shifted to the Avengers gathered around. A smirk spread across his lips. I've killed many Avengers in my time, But Thanos, you'll be my first, are you ready? What? His words startled old Steve and the others. Before they could react, Kang raised his hand. An invisible force slammed into Thanos, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Bang! The rubble buried him as a beam of laser light descended from the sky. Bizazizati. Boom! Kang raised his energy shield, which easily deflected the full force of Tony's barrage. Crack, 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 tilde. The nanometal on Tony's back shifted, forming energy amplifiers that unleashed crisscrossing lasers, completely engulfing Kang's figure in explosions. Buzz! Blue energy flickered as Kang retaliated with a massive energy beam. Tony's face darkened, and he quickly retreated hundreds of meters, retracting his devices. At the same time, Venom Parker charged forward, jaws wide open to bite Kang's head. Crunch tilde. His fangs shattered upon contact. Kang swatted him away with a gesture, sending him flying into a crowd of tech soldiers. My turn. Giant Scott Lang raised his enormous foot, preparing to crush Kang beneath it. But Kang merely glanced up. You're too weak. With a shake of his head, Kang raised his hand again, unleashing another energy blast. Bizazizati. Thud. The beam pierced through Scott's foot with ease. No. As his Ant-Man suit malfunctioned, Scott screamed in pain, shrinking back to normal size. Clutching his injured foot, he rolled on the ground in agony. Peter, ready to step in, froze in fear, retreating a step. Cap, we. He turned to old Steve, who was holding up his right hand and murmuring something under his breath. Cap, what are you doing? Peter asked. Old Steve opened one eye. This guy's too strong. Without the hammer, I don't stand a chance. Hammer. Thanos emerged from the rubble, dusting himself off. You can lift Mjolnir, he asked, intrigued. Before old Steve could answer, Peter whispered to Thanos, the past version of you got hammered by him. Thanos. But this is the quantum realm, Steve muttered. Exactly, I've failed, Steve sighed, lowering his hand in disappointment. Thor's not here, what a shame, he muttered softly. You may not have summoned Mjolnir, but you did summon me, a voice interrupted. A speeding aircraft appeared, brilliant magical energy illuminating the skies above the city. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man brings justice to Kang the defeated. Chapter 209. Old Steve's eyes lit up with delight as a dazzling comet streaked through the sky, hurtling straight toward Kang the Conqueror's seemingly impenetrable defenses. At the same time, Thanos leapt high into the air, blade in hand. Boom! The war blade tore through the atmosphere, delivering an earth-shaking blow with 300 tons of force. Buzz tilde. Boom! Moments later, the radiant comet struck Kang's energy shield from another direction. Crack, crack. Boom! Magic energy exploded outward, and the ground beneath Kang fractured like a massive spiderweb, the cracks rapidly spreading. Bang, bang, bang. The shock waves ripped through the terrain, shattering the ranks of tech soldiers caught in its path. Inside his shield, Kang felt the overwhelming pressure from both sides. His face darkened as he raised a second hand to maintain the barrier, abandoning his earlier air of indifference. Through the blue energy shield, Kang glared at Thanos, who relentlessly slashed at him. A flicker of frustration passed through his eyes. Glancing upward, Kang saw Spider-Man's body transform into a monstrous, blood-soaked form within a crimson mist tendrils lashed out violently, each strike as powerful as Thanos's. Damned insects. If my temporal powers hadn't been stolen, none of you would even come close to challenging me. Xia Luo grinned. Wow, thanks for the spoiler, Kang. No wonder you're so weak. The revelation shed light on a curious plot point. In the movie, Kang, who had once destroyed countless multiverses, was somehow defeated by Ant-Man's family. It all made sense now. As the thought passed, Xia Luo's electric spider insignia crawled across his chest. Buzz tilde. Boom! When the electric spider fused with the magic energy coursing through him, Xia Luo's muscles swelled. In his Hydra mode, crimson tendrils wrapped around his body, forming a massive blood-red drill. The drill spun rapidly, its motion gathering lightning and magical energy into a vibrant tornado of sparks. Buzz! Crack crack tilde. To everyone's shock, the tornado managed to pierce a tiny hole in Kang's shield, barely the size of a fingernail, but a hole nonetheless. What? Kang's eyes widened in disbelief before he roared in fury, unleashing a blinding energy beam from one hand. Buzz tilde. Boom! The beam smashed into Thanos, sending him hurtling to the ground with bone-crushing force. Damned insect, I'll kill you again. Enraged, Kang's armored suit radiated arcs of electricity as his gravitational device spun at full power. The fiery tornado collapsed under the invisible force, and Xia Luo's form scattered into shimmering magical particles. What? The Avengers watched in horror as even Spider-Man's best efforts failed. Impossible, if even Spider-Man can't beat him, old Steve muttered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Before they could despair further, a familiar voice rang out from above. Relax, it was just one of my clones. No big deal. What? Everyone, including Kang, froze as Xia Luo appeared again, swinging into view and landing gracefully. You should already be dead. Kang's face darkened further. Xia Luo shrugged. Sorry, that was just a clone. Did you actually take it seriously? He flashed an obscene hand gesture, taunting Kang. You dare mock me. Kang's teeth ground together as endless streams of electricity crackled from his armor. Twin energy beams shot from his hands, their intensity far surpassing his earlier attacks. Boom boom. The unleashed energy swept across the battlefield, destroying everything in its path, Avengers, tech soldiers, and debris alike. Amid the chaos, Tony Stark weaved through the storm in his nanotech armor. Damn it, why's this guy suddenly so unhinged? Tony muttered, dodging falling rubble. Old Steve grabbed a tech soldier and used it as a shield. From what I've seen, villains who fight Spider-Man tend to go berserk, he observed. Peter Parker swung nimbly through the destruction. No way, I've never seen that happen. That's because you're not a proper Spider-Man yet. Peter. Meanwhile, Scott Lang cowered in a corner, clutching his injured foot. Help, somebody get me out of here. I want to go home, he wailed. Have some backbone. Thanos spun his blade effortlessly, deflecting incoming debris and energy blasts. Through a gap in the crumbling walls, he noticed a strange figure. What are you doing? Thanos frowned, an inexplicable urge to crush the figure stirring within him. Inside the battered room, Wade Wilson fiddled with a small speaker. I think it's broken, Wade said, scratching his head. He looked up at Thanos. I'm practicing my dance moves. Don't mind me. Oh, by the way, want a role in my next movie series? The audience would go wild if you showed up. Thanos' frown deepened. Idiot. He muttered a curse and sidestepped a massive boulder, crashing into the room. Boom. The rock flattened Wade into a pile of bloody mush. Thanos smirked, feeling oddly satisfied. Hey, Purple Grape, I need to borrow your body for a sec, Xia Luo called out, leaping to hide behind Thanos. Grabbing Thanos' bicep, Xia Luo gave an approving nod. Solid, looks like in the quantum realm, there's no difference between soul and flesh. Thanos turned to him. What are you planning? Just this. With a running start, Xia Luo kicked Thanos straight at Kang. The Mad Titan growled in frustration. Insect, don't let me catch you. Before he could finish, Kang's ferocious energy beam enveloped him. Arg! Despite his immense durability, Thanos felt searing pain coursing through his body, leaving him visibly stunned. Did he learn that from Wanda? Old Steve mused aloud, watching the spectacle. Hey, Grandpa, Xia Luo quipped, you should form a cheerleading squad. At least then your contribution score wouldn't be 0. Ignoring the jibe, Xia Luo formed hand seals, summoning 6 clones into the air. Let's have some fun. Got it. The clones mirrored Xia Luo's movements, creating their own clones. Seconds later, the sky teemed with a swarm of Spider-Men. What the hell? Old Steve's jaw dropped as countless Spider-Men descended. Holy mother of, he can clone himself infinitely. Tony landed beside him with a loud thud. Relax, the Sorcerer Supreme's clones are worse. It's not the same. It is, we're all the same. The swarm of Spider-Men swung toward Kang in unison. Get lost. Kang's face twisted in anger as he blasted Thanos aside and unleashed a barrage of lasers across the sky, scattering dozens of clones. But for every clone he destroyed, dozens more took their place. On the battlefield's edge, Xia Luo stood atop a glowing spider totem, its light dimming rapidly. Within seconds, the clones had drained one totem's power. A second totem emerged, sustaining the swarm. The experiment satisfied Xia Luo. Each clone could retain his full power for 7 seconds, including his magical abilities. By creating clones that could then create more clones, he extended their existence and impact. However, the more clones he summoned, the weaker they became, and the faster his magic depleted. With 7 totems, 7 clones could maintain peak strength, a balanced choice. Any more, and they'd be mere cannon fodder. As the third totem's energy waned, Xia Luo's gaze locked onto Kang, now ensnared in a massive weebee. Without his temporal powers, Kang relied solely on his advanced 31st century armor. While powerful, it was barely enough to fend off Thanos, let alone the endless onslaught of Spider-Man. After all, 31st century tech is only impressive by 31st century standards. After all, in many universes, Dr. Pym discovered Pym particles as early as the 20th century. Compared to 31st century technology, this was the true game-changer. Xia Luo's thoughts shifted, losing interest in prolonging the fight. Dealing with Kang was just one step. There was something even more important to handle. It's time to wrap this up. Slapping several Pym discs onto himself, Xia Luo's red and blue form swelled 100-fold in an instant. No, he wasn't stopping there. Crack, crack, crack. In mere moments, a massive red and blue giant, even larger than Scott's enlarged form, loomed over the city of time. What? Kang's eyes widened in horror as the colossal shadow fell over him, engulfing not only himself, but also the sea of Spider-Man clones surrounding him. One clone knelt on the ground, hands over his head, wailing dramatically. Ah, Tilda, the Buddha has deceived me. Haha, that's hilarious. That looks fun, let me try. Ah, Spider-Man betrayed me. As a chorus of clones knelt and howled in mock despair, the giant's enormous foot crashed down, flattening Kang and the clones into oblivion. Boom! The ground shook violently, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Standing tall amidst the chaos, the red and blue giant raised one fist to his waist while lifting the other into the sky. Behind him, the golden glow of the small sun painted him as an ancient deity. Old Steve and the others stared up at the giant in awe, their faces twitching with mixed emotions. Did you hear that? Hear what? Who's Buddha? No idea. Why is Spider-Man holding that pose for so long? My guess, he's paying tribute to his idol. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Evidently, he never feels embarrassed. Gwen emerged from the rubble, shaking her head in exasperation. I want out of here. She turned to old Steve. That Spider-Man summoning spell only lasts an hour, right? That's correct. Old Steve looked her over thoughtfully. The quantum realm has no concept of time. You've got plenty of opportunity to bond with him. Gwen scowled. No thanks, Captain Carter would be furious. Carter. At the mention of the name, Tony's nanotech helmet receded, and he gave old Steve a questioning look. Steve turned away, avoiding Tony's gaze. Just a coincidence. Same name, different person. Let's not make this awkward right now. Tony hesitated, then sighed, choosing to let it drop. We're all too old to cling to grudges, he muttered, looking up at the giant. How much longer is this gonna take? Not long now. Old Steve waved toward the giant. Spider-Man, I've taken your photo. Perfect. Xia Luo glanced down and peeled the Pym discs off his body. Buzz Tilda. With a flicker of light, he shrank back to normal size. Jumping into the massive footprint left in the ground, he began searching. What are you doing? Gwen called after him. Checking if he's really dead, Xia Luo replied without looking back. At this, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. What a cautious Spider-Man. He must be very dependable in his universe, Scott said admiringly. Old Steve winced. He means it's better if Kang isn't dead. Why's that? Scott asked, confused. Venom Parker, silent until now, interjected. Because if he's dead, it'll be even more troublesome. Scott. These people were so weird. Unfortunately, Xia Luo soon found Kang's remains in the pit, a pile of unrecognizable sludge. Looking at the mess, he couldn't help but complain. Sigh, 31st century tech is so disappointing. At least include some sort of emergency teleportation feature. What good is maxing out attack and defense if you can't save yourself? And showing up this early, what was the point of all those disposable soldiers? Oh, and that whole kill me again thing. Sorry, I had the same plan. Muttering to himself, Xia Luo leapt out of the pit. We need to find Kang's time travel device, he announced to the group. Even if it's broken, we can fix it and use it to get back to the real world. Hey, idle, I can't. Wade approached eagerly, but was promptly punched into the distance by Xia Luo. Heroes who slack off don't get any lines. Seeing this, old Steve and Peter exchanged guilty looks, quickly lowering their heads. Thanos frowned. And where do we find this device? Xia Luo turned and pointed at the triangular tech tower in the distance. That tower's our best bet. Then what are we waiting for? Thanos strode toward the tower. The remaining soldiers scattered at his approach, retreating but refusing to flee entirely. Shaking his head, Thanos muttered. Kang is dead, but his city of time is a treasure trove. What follows will be a war for power. Xia Luo jogged to catch up with him. There's no place for you out there anymore. This place suits you. Think about it, he suggested. Thanos walked in silence, lost in thought. Chapter 210. Tech Tower. It didn't take long for the genius of Tony Stark to locate the time machine using Kang's computer. It's beneath this city of time, Tony announced. With a wave of his hand, a screen projected an image of what appeared to be a radiant energy core, shining like a miniature sun. Deep underground lies a formidable power source. I'm guessing that's the heart of the time machine. Tony frowned. Kang truly was a genius. He managed to repair such a delicate machine, but the core is encased in this energy field. To repair it, we need to retrieve the core, shrink it down to a size compatible with the machine, and do so without damaging the energy field. Right now, that's a near impossible task. Xia Luo smirked. Classic Tony Stark, diagnosing the problem in no time at all. In the movie, Janet Van Dyne stumbled into the quantum realm and encountered Kang, who had been exiled there. The two worked together to repair his time machine. But when the machine activated, Janet glimpsed Kang's true nature, a destroyer of countless multiverses. There was no way she could allow him to escape the quantum realm. She used PIM disks to enlarge the machine's core to an unmanageable size, rendering it inoperable and trapping Kang in the quantum realm. Now, with the rest of the machine repaired, the challenge lay in shrinking the energy core back to its original size to make the machine functional again. Xia Luo turned to Scott Lang, who was limping slightly. To get through the energy field and reach the core, we need you, Ant-Man. Scott grimaced. I'm injured and you're handing me this task? Seriously. Xia Luo shrugged. Just calculate how many PIM disks it'll take to shrink the core to the right size. Leave the rest to me. Do you need the suit too? Scott gestured to his damaged Ant-Man suit. Free shrinking and growing isn't possible without it, but the suit's in pieces. Can you sew? Xia Luo asked bluntly. Scott glared. It's a technological masterpiece. Show some respect for Dr. Pym's life's work. Tony stepped forward. When I was studying time travel tech, I looked into the Ant-Man suit. It's not that advanced. Give me half an hour and I'll fix it. Scott. That old man told me this was his life's work. He lied to me. Grumbling, Scott handed over the suit. Tony shrugged. Discovering PIM particles is about luck, not skill. Otherwise, Kang wouldn't have been tripped up by it. No, Kang's failure wasn't about technology. It was his arrogance, old Steve interjected seriously. He said he'd slaughtered countless Avengers, so PIM particles clearly weren't a significant obstacle for him. His victories weren't about his technology, they were due to his abilities. When he lost those, he became a toothless dog reliant on scraps of tech. Steve tilted his head slightly. If it were me, I'd arm myself with PIM particles. Even without powers, I wouldn't be defenseless against stronger foes. Wade approached quietly, patting Steve's backside. Captain Old-Timer, superpowers are easier to lose than tech, unless you turn that tech into knowledge. Tony, now at his computer, added. Except for the time machine, Kang's tech was all stolen from other universes. He doesn't rely on it, it's his time-manipulating abilities that make him unstoppable. With a smirk, Tony stepped onto a platform, where mechanical arms deployed nanometal to assemble a suit resembling Kang's armor. Lifting a hand, he manipulated nearby equipment with invisible gravity. Yes, just like that. Tony smiled. Now I can fight Kang on equal footing. Easy. He spread his arms confidently. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow at the sight. Mr. Stark, you ever think about guest starring as Dr. Doom? What? Tony blinked. I don't get the joke, which means it's not funny. Dismissing Xia Luo's comment, Tony descended from the platform and began analyzing the suit's technology through his computer. His plan was simple: master the advanced tech of the City of Time. Next time he faced someone like Thanos, he'd win easily, assuming he could revive in the first place. Xia Luo watched him, realizing Tony's ambitions. And Thanos could see it too. For the sake of universal balance, Thanos had slaughtered countless species, earning himself more enemies than he could count, including this version of Iron Man. If Thanos wanted a quiet life, his only option was to remain in the quantum realm. Catching Thanos' gaze, Xia Luo knew the Titan had made up his mind. He didn't interfere. There was enough chaos in the main universe without meddling in the Avengers drama. Turning to the group, Xia Luo spoke. Once the time machine is repaired, your souls might not survive long in the real world. I have a mission for you. The reminder jolted everyone. Old Steve seemed unbothered, his face calm. I've died plenty of times, nothing new here. Even if his soul returned to his body, the revival reward only extended his life by a month. It wouldn't change his ultimate fate. Venom Parker, similarly, appeared indifferent. His story had already ended, and his life was in ruins. Living or dying, it made no difference to him. Scott, however, was visibly nervous. Mr. Xia Luo, my survival depends entirely on you, he said, his voice trembling. Xia Luo nodded. No problem, if there's a chance I'll help. No, Scott shook his head vehemently. There's no chance, absolutely none. From old Steve, Scott had learned the grim truth of the Resurrection Games. Meeting Spider-Man meant death. Even entering the Resurrection Games wasn't guaranteed, let alone winning. Not everyone could be a Spider-Man who never lost. Under Xia Luo's direction, Scott and the others left the City of Time to gather what Xia Luo needed. Meanwhile, Xia Luo focused on repairing the time machine. An hour later, wearing the newly repaired Ant-Man suit, Xia Luo stood before the radiant golden sun at the machine's core. Pressing the activation button, he shrank rapidly and dove into the blazing energy. Buzz tilde. As he grew smaller, the elements composing the energy field flew past him in a dazzling array. Using space webs, he deftly avoided collisions with obstacles. Finally, he pierced a spatial membrane. In the pitch-black void beyond, even the core's golden light failed to illuminate the space. Looking up at the miniature sun, Xia Luo's thoughts began to stir. Suddenly, his body split, and a second Xia Luo materialized beside him. What were you just thinking about? Left Xia Luo asked. Right, Xia Luo shrugged. You know, I want to go back to New York. More Xia Luos split off. Why New York? Who's in New York? Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and my favorite actress. I've been following her forever but didn't dare approach her. What if she feels insecure around a superhero as awesome as me? Wait, you actually answered that. More bugs. Did you just call yourself a bug? Why not? Everyone else does. As Xia Luo's thoughts grew more chaotic, the variants multiplied, crowding the dark space. Within seconds, the void was teeming with Xia Luos. The original Xia Luo sighed, massaging his forehead. Time machines mess with your head. No wonder Kang went crazy. For a brief moment, he empathized with Kang. Time's lack of meaning rendered everything meaningless. Nothing mattered because everything was always accessible. Another fleeting thought spawned thousands more variants. Enough nonsense, let's get started. Xia Luo launched a space web, aiming for the core, but several variants intercepted him. Wait, this looks fun, let's play with it first. Play, we've got a resurrection game to win. Come on, there's no time here, playing won't hurt. Move it. Ha, you can't hit me. They've started fighting, should we join? Which side do we pick? Duh, my side. Yeah, obviously my side. No, I'm helping me. Right, I'm helping me. Arg, I'm losing my mind. In the tech tower, Infinite Tony was immersed in studying Kang's 31st century technology, his focus unwavering. Meanwhile, Thanos wandered to the outdoor platform, gazing out at the city below with a distant expression. It's been a week, the bug hasn't come out yet. Did he fail? He muttered, frowning. There's no concept of time here. What feels long to us might have only just begun for Xia Luo, Gwen replied, leaning against the railing for some fresh air. Thanos glanced at Gwen and gave a slight nod. Are you the bug's girlfriend? What, no way, Gwen scoffed, feigning disdain. Thanos chuckled lightly, his lips curving into a rare smile. Young love, it's beautiful, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Intrigued, Gwen turned toward him. They said you were once the ruler of the universe, that you've killed many Avengers. I did, not just Avengers but countless species across the universe. I've lost track of how many. Thanos' voice softened, a shadow of regret clouding his face. My intention was to save half the population, but in hindsight it was meaningless. The universe is too vast, and the multiverse even more so. Do you understand what I'm saying? He glanced at Gwen. She nodded. I think so. I've been working on a thesis lately. Maybe you can tell me about some of the incredible things in the universe. A thesis? Thanos raised a brow, surprised. For my graduation, Gwen explained. You and the bug are classmates. Does that mean he's writing a thesis too? That guy hasn't been to class in ages, Gwen replied, rolling her eyes. So he's a slacker, figures, Thanos chuckled. Figures what? Gwen asked, curious. Thanos gazed at the stars above. No wonder he's so violent. It seems fighting is all he's good at. Like you're any better, you purple brute. Just then, an exhausted Xia Luo swung down, landing heavily behind Thanos. Gwen turned to him, her eyes widening at his haggard state. What happened to you? Nothing much, just fought myself, Xia Luo replied, collapsing onto a floating couch and gasping for breath. Wait yourself, Gwen frowned. Yeah, not just one of me, a bunch of me. I never realized I was this amazing. One of me even used the art of war against me, Xia Luo muttered, tossing a golden orb, the shrunken core of the time machine, into the air. Fortunately, the variants had shared the same goal, to toy with him without truly obstructing his repair work. Otherwise, the battle could have lasted 1,000 years without resolution. He tapped the controls on his floating couch, drifting toward Infinite Tony. We'll need precise coordinates to escape the quantum realm. Otherwise, who knows where we'll end up. I'm a slacker, so you're handling this, Xia Luo said, tossing the golden orb to Tony. Catching it effortlessly, Tony smirked. No problem, slacker. Xia Luo. Tony doesn't hold back, huh? After delegating the task to Tony, Xia Luo turned to Gwen, eager for updates on the main world. Ever since Apocalypse awakened, he's been hailed as the mutant god. The Brotherhood of Mutants has been leveraging his influence to recruit more mutants. Their power has grown so much that they're now a match for the authorities, Gwen explained. Xia Luo's expression turned contemplative. The surge in mutants might be linked to Apocalypse's awakening. If we defeat Apocalypse, the mutant crisis could be resolved. Gwen hesitated, biting her lip as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. What is it? Xia Luo asked. She lowered her gaze. In a sense, aren't we mutants too? Xia Luo's brow furrowed. Get to the point. Gwen raised her head, her voice steady. If mutants are eradicated, wouldn't we also be targets for humanity? The question gave Xia Luo pause, but only for a moment. You're already referring to ordinary people as humanity. That's a dangerous mindset, he said, standing and locking eyes with Gwen. Listen, mutants are human, we're human. Your father, George, is human too. Gwen took a deep breath. But the conflict between mutants and regular people seems irreconcilable. Mutants are treated like monsters. One day, so-called superheroes like us might be seen the same way. We have to face reality. That's not reality, Xia Luo countered firmly. It's a narrative spun by opportunists to create division and war. Chapter 211. Gwen's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? Xia Luo chuckled. Think about it. Most mutants are considered monsters because their powers are uncontrollable, and they're a small minority compared to regular humans. Gwen nodded thoughtfully. When the majority are normal humans, mutants become the monsters. Exactly, but if mutants were the majority, then regular humans would be the monsters. But how does this connect to what you just said? Quite simply, Xia Luo gazed at the sky. It's like what Thanos said about balance. If all mutants could be reverted to regular humans, this wouldn't even be an issue. But since that's not possible, maintaining balance is critical. Captain Carter will explain more about this later. He paused before continuing. For us, though, it's different. Our powers aren't like those of mutants, and reverting to being normal humans is difficult. At that, he hesitated for a moment. Well, for me, it's impossible. But you, if you ever wanted to give up your symbiote powers, you might have a chance to go back. No, I'm not giving up Gwen. A voice suddenly shrieked. Abby leaped out and yelled, Xia Luo Parker, you're trying to trick Gwen into giving me up so you can snatch me for yourself. Admit it, you annoying jerk. Xia Luo. As a symbiote, your imagination is impressively absurd, he said with a small laugh, brushing off Abby's accusation. Anyway, I have plans for the mutants. The real problem isn't apocalypse, it's someone even more terrifying. Though Xia Luo hinted at something, he didn't elaborate. Gwen didn't push for answers. After all, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. She understood that truth now, completely. Done, came a voice. Tony approached the two of them. Your little date is over. Good news, we can go home now. That's good news for you, Xia Luo said as he stood and approached. Congratulations, Mr. Stark. You get to return to Pepper and Morgan. Tony gave Xia Luo a look, his eyes carrying a strange emotion. Thank you, I know all of this is because of you. He pulled Xia Luo into a hug. Xia Luo, grinning, pushed him away. Cut it out, that's disgustingly sentimental. Tony laughed. You have no idea what you've missed. What did I miss? 10% of Stark Industries shares. I was going to give them to you. Don't, that makes me even sadder. We're not even from the same world. True, but the captain can summon you, and you could enjoy at least an hour a day. He's almost dead, I can't make it in time. Tony blinked, stunned. Should I be happy for him then? He asked with a smirk. Xia Luo shrugged. Whatever makes you happy. By the way, where did they go? Tony looked at the now empty tech hall, curious. They're different from you, Xia Luo said. When you return to reality, you'll continue your revival process. As for them, they're out of luck. With their souls exposed like this, survival's tough. The best case scenario? Back to hell. Tony scratched his eyebrow. So how do we help them? We only need to help one. Xia Luo looked to the skies where a spacecraft was approaching the city of time. Back. He continued, Scott's PIM particles were a huge help. We need to send him back first and ensure he can survive as a regular human. Tony nodded. True, without him, we couldn't have made it here. I found some great stuff in Kang the Conqueror's database. If Scott doesn't mind living as a cyborg, I can set him up. Of course, his soul needs to survive the transition. I've got it all figured out. Xia Luo turned as the ship landed on a high platform. Old Steve Rogers returned with a group of Quantum Realm natives in tow. These beings were small, skeletal in frame, with gem-like heads that sparkled like uncut jewels. Their radiant heads immediately caught Tony's attention. For a moment, he froze. As he took a closer look, his eyes widened in shock. Thanos, who had just entered the tech hall, was equally stunned by the sight. In unison, they gasped, "Infinity Stones." Everyone else was floored. "What? Infinity Stones? Are you serious? Quantum Realm Infinity Stones?" The revelation left them reeling. Thanos quickly composed himself and explained. "After I fulfilled my mission using the Infinity Stones, I reduced them to atoms that way. The Avengers couldn't collect them to undo my work." Old Steve's eyes lit up in realization. The Infinity Stones were reduced to atoms. That explains why they exist in the quantum realm. Peter Parker, eyes wide with recognition, muttered, "No wonder these guys felt so familiar." Tony frowned and turned to Xia Luo. "Are you planning to use the stone's power to stabilize their souls?" Before Xia Luo could reply, Thanos shook his head. "That's impossible. As atoms, their power is less than a billionth of what the real stones had. It's not enough." Xia Luo disagreed. "Directly using their power isn't feasible, sure, but they're still Infinity Stones. Wrapping souls with them should work." "Wrapping souls?" While most were baffled, Tony caught on. "So, by embedding their souls into the stones and using the stones as energy cores, Scott could survive as a cyborg." Scott froze, "So I'm becoming a robot." "An antrobot," Xia Luo corrected. Scott hesitated. I have a wife. I don't think I'm ready for her to rely on tools this young." "Don't worry," Tony reassured him. "Kang's tech makes cyborgs incredibly lifelike." "How lifelike?" Super lifelike." "All right, I'm in." Xia Luo slammed the table with excitement. "Scott, what about us?" Peter Parker timidly raised a hand. "Are we becoming robots too?" "No need," Xia Luo replied. Different from Scott. Once your soul's in a stone, Tony will send you to the Sorcerer Supreme for safe handling." "But atoms are so small, how will we carry them?" Peter asked. Scott tossed him a PIM disc. "Just enlarge it." Old Steve's eyes brightened. "If we enlarge them, can we use them like Infinity Stones?" Scott glared. "These are PIM particles tech. The real stones transcend technology. Do you think that's possible?" "Never mind." Old Steve looked deflated. "All right, let's wrap this up." With Xia Luo taking charge, preparations began. Before heading to Kang's tech warehouse, Tony stopped Xia Luo. "What do we do with this when it's done?" He held up a golden orb. Xia Luo grinned. "That goes to me. I still need it to travel through the multiverse." "You can take it." "I can't, but you can." Xia Luo gestured to Old Steve. "When you're back, give it to him, and he'll bring it to me." Tony nodded. "Got it. What about that guy?" He gestured toward Venom Parker. Xia Luo glanced at Venom Parker, who hadn't joined any faction and was stuck in limbo, likely to be dragged back into the revival matches soon. This time, he decided Venom Parker could stay out of it. Maybe it was time to see if the revival matches could snatch someone back from Mephisto's clutches. With Scott sent through the time ring and Tony's group back in the movie universe, Xia Luo finally saw the task completion notice. Good, onward. In the subsequent restarts to farm rewards, Xia Luo perfected his PIM particle extraction techniques and even brought Gamora and Nebula's souls into the quantum realm. A promise fulfilled to Thanos, in a way. Of course, post-restart, Thanos wouldn't remember the deal. Finally, with 5 restarts remaining, Xia Luo had increased his soul strength by 26%. In the cosmic web, Xia Luo felt the changes brought by his strengthened soul. The world around him became clearer, though the full transformation remained elusive. He turned to the notification before him. "You have won the revival match. Rewards. Revival slot X1. Special Spider-Man magic, choose 1. Summon little spiders. 2.5 more clones. Spider-Man's restless soul. Extra rewards. Spider Totem Power X1. Additional Spider-Man magic, choose 1. Only summon little spiders. Spider-Man's twisting webbing." Without hesitation, Xia Luo chose Spider-Man's restless soul and only summon little spiders. Strengthened souls deserved magic that matched their power, and twisting webbing, too abstract. Summoning spiders felt like the safest bet. After claiming his rewards, Xia Luo's form faded from the cosmic Weebee. Under New York's night sky, S.H.I.E.L.D. had cordoned off Spider-Man's death site. In a surveillance van nearby, Agent Hill monitored the scene. It was a known fact. Spider-Man would revive where he died. She'd volunteered to keep watch, eager to witness this moment firsthand. She'd even brought a professional camera. It had been almost a month, though, and Spider-Man was still a no-show. Frustration crept in. This better not take 40 days again, she thought. But she maintained a calm exterior. With S.H.I.E.L.D. recruiting new agents amidst the mutant crisis, she had a reputation to uphold. No embarrassing photos allowed, especially not when working alongside her idol. Agent Coulson climbed into the van, his expression serious. The Brotherhood of Mutants is still lingering nearby. It seems they're not giving up. Agent Hill sighed, rubbing her temples. This is a game of patience now. Coulson offered a comforting smile. Relax. That dangerous individual shouldn't show up. They just want to see how much stronger Spider-Man is after revival. Not necessarily. Hill frowned, eyeing a suspicious figure on the surveillance feed. I think there's another group in play. Their target might also be Spider-Man. Another group, Coulson considered. We should inform Commander Carter. No need, came a voice. Disguised as a coffee shop employee, Carter knocked on the van window. Heads up, Spider-Man's about to revive. What? Hill perked up, though confusion quickly followed. How do you know? Gwen told me. And how does she know? Ask her. Fine, but I've got a feeling her relationship with Spider-Man isn't simple. Agent Hill gritted her teeth. Commander, I'd like an advance on next month's salary. Why? I need to take better care of my skin. These young girls are too competitive. I can't lose to them. Carter facepalmed. Let me be honest, Spider-Man doesn't like your type. That's impossible. Hill protested. Every time he comes to S.H.I.E.L.D., he greets me. Because he likes stealing your snacks, Coulson muttered. Hill ignored him, and he always asks me to dinner. Because he knows you'll pay the bill. And what about the big heart on his autograph? Because he knows his handwriting's terrible, Carter said. After a pause, she added, or he's just lazy. Hill, But he also... Before she could finish, reports came flooding in from nearby agents. Look, Spider-Man's reviving. As Coulson shouted, faint red and blue glimmers appeared in the sealed-off area. A gentle hum filled the air, and specks of glowing dust coalesced into a humanoid outline. The radiant red and blue silhouette banished the surrounding darkness. But beneath the breathtaking sight, danger brewed. Before the figure could fully materialize, shadows burst from nearby shops. Now stop him. This is Spider-Man at his weakest. Kill him and collect the $50 million bounty. Go. 50 million? Damn it, I only got 10. Curse you, Monica, she stole my 40 million. Chapter 212. A red-haired teenager flung out a blazing pillar of fire, the flames roaring down the street, illuminating the surrounding buildings in a hellish glow. The heat radiating from the inferno was oppressive, and within the crackling flames, one could almost hear the growls of dragons and the roars of tigers. The spectacle was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Boom! The fire engulfed the still-forming red and blue silhouette, intent on burning it to ash. The onlookers' expressions changed drastically. Damn it, he's going to steal the kill. Stop him. A girl with pale blue skin narrowed her eyes. Frost spread rapidly from her feet, forming sharp, crystalline spikes that surged toward the red-haired boy, enclosing him in an icy trap. Crack track. Thud. The boy barely had time to react before the jagged ice spears pierced his body, spraying crimson droplets into the air. The blood quickly froze, shattering into glittering red shards that rained down, staining the ground. What the? The other mutants recoiled, visibly shaken by the grisly scene. At the same time, as the fire subsided, the red and blue figure fully materialized. Bzzzzz. Under the glow of neon lights, Spider-Man's sleek nanotech suit shimmered brilliantly, reflecting a radiant luster. The light of wealth, some might say. Spider-Man's alive, one of the bystanders shouted, snapping the others out of their shock. Even if we just injure him, that's 3 million, let's go. Get him. In an instant, more than a dozen figures charged at Xia Luo, each displaying their unique mutant abilities. They surged toward him like a chaotic tide. But Xia Luo didn't move. He stood there, head bowed, utterly still as if his soul had departed. From the shadows of a nearby building, Eric watched with growing suspicion. Why isn't he moving? Charles, standing beside him, seemed contemplative. It's almost like he's testing something. You think he's waiting for us to make a move? Eric frowned. Charles shook his head. I can't read his mind. Eric narrowed his eyes. So the rumors were true, he's stronger this time. On the other side of the street, Agent Hill couldn't contain her excitement. However, she noticed the calm expression on Carter's face. Commander, are we just going to stand here and do nothing? She asked, baffled. Carter gave a faint smile. Spider-Man can handle them. Coulson frowned. If that's the case, why are we even here? Well, Carter shrugged, every hero deserves a proper welcome party. Coulson, are you kidding me? I pulled 3 all-nighters for this welcome party, he grumbled internally. Meanwhile, the mutants had reached Xia Luo. City hero, show me what you've got. The ice-skinned girl hurled another flurry of sharp icicles at him, her eyes alight with anticipation. Spider-Man didn't disappoint. Though his eyes remained lifeless, his body moved with mechanical precision, effortlessly sidestepping the incoming ice shards. His movements were swift and fluid, as if he weren't even trying. Before the ice could scatter, a man covered in gleaming silver spikes rushed past the ice girl, his body bristling like a porcupine. Spider-Man, let me give you a hug. The man laughed maniacally, lunging at Xia Luo, intending to skewer him. Spider-Man tilted his body ever so slightly, causing the man to stumble and crash into the ground. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Let me try. Together, several more figures leapt into action. Metal fists, razor-sharp blades, and blinding energy beams filled the air, joined by crimson laser blasts from a teenager's glowing eyes. Bzzz. Boom. Despite the flurry of attacks, Spider-Man remained stationary, his head still bowed. Yet his body, like a puppet on strings, effortlessly avoided every assault. He didn't fight back. Seeing this, the mutant's eyes lit up with glee. This must be a side effect of his revival. Now's our chance. Go for it. Their attacks became even fiercer, but Xia Luo continued to dodge every move. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Watching from a window, Eric's expression darkened. Spider-Man's behavior, something's off. Charles maintained his calm smile. Are you going to make a move? Eric shook his head. With all these pawns in the way, I'll figure out the truth soon enough. No need to rush. Rush? Charles raised an eyebrow. Been enhanced, yet you're still hesitating. I'm not afraid, I just don't see the need. Eric's tone was defensive. At the shield base, Carter's expression turned serious as she observed Xia Luo's odd behavior. What's going on? He looks like a zombie. Hill, her nerves on edge, exclaimed, Spider-Man's revived, but it's like he's asleep. Coulson, watching intently, muttered, It's not sleep, it's like he's lost his soul. Don't be ridiculous, souls aren't. Hill's protest trailed off as she remembered the victims of Johnny Blaze, their souls devoured by the Ghost Rider. Her face paled. You think it's that guy again? Carter shook her head. Let's wait and see, I think he's fine. You're quite perceptive, a voice whispered in her ear. A phantom figure hovered nearby, speaking directly into Carter's ear, but she couldn't hear it. Xia Luo grinned. In reality, his soul had left his body, and ordinary people couldn't detect his presence. Spider-Man's restless soul, a new spell, allowed Xia Luo's soul to exit his body and roam freely. Meanwhile, his body operated purely on spider sense, automatically dodging every threat with precision far beyond what his conscious mind could achieve. The realization left him speechless. Spider sense really is a passive skill. My own awareness just gets in the way. He floated, invisible, as the mutants continued their fruitless assault on his empty shell. They couldn't even graze his suit. Xia Luo found the sight amusing. Thanks to his enhanced soul, he could stay out of his body for extended periods without discomfort. So, with time to spare, he explored his surroundings. From the rooftops, Gwen pressed against the glass of a skyscraper. perplexed by Xia Luo's lifeless state. In an alley below, Johnny Blaze sat atop his Harley, casually adjusting the chains on his shoulders. Suddenly, he looked up, sensing something. "Enjoying yourself?" he asked, his expression twitching. As the ghost rider, Johnny could easily see Xia Luo's disembodied soul. Floating above, Xia Luo crossed his arms and smirked. "What brings you here?" "Looking for trouble, obviously," Johnny sighed. "Well, I'm right here. What are you waiting for?" "If you leave on your own, I can report back. Saves me the chase." "Mephisto's orders." "Yup, beat you up, and I get 3 extra years for my dad." "Want me to make it easy for you?" "Nope." "Why not?" "Because you'll just take the chance to beat me up instead." Johnny gave a strained smile. "I know better. If I don't make a move, you've got no excuse to punch me." Xia Luo scratched his chin, appraising him. Surprisingly clever." Johnny's grin froze. "That's a reason to hit me." "What do you think?" Without waiting for a reply, Johnny glanced at his watch, feigned shock, and muttered, "Oh, look at the time. I need to sleep. Bye." He revved his bike and sped off, disappearing around the corner. Watching him leave, Xia Luo decided against chasing him. As Johnny departed, Jonah Jameson appeared at the scene with Betty and Eddie trailing behind. "Move it, we can't let the other papers scoop us," Jonah bellowed. Behind him, Betty leaned against a wall, panting. "Since when do you run this fast?" "Shut it, comments like that will cause misunderstandings," Jonah barked as more reporters surged past them. "Mutants broke through the blockade. We're capturing Spider-Man's revival," someone shouted. Before anyone could act, a blinding burst of magical energy erupted at the battlefield's center. Boom! The explosion sent mutants flying. Those who weren't knocked out stared in shock at the restored red and blue figure at its core. Spider-Man's back to full strength. That power's insane. "Run!" Panic ensued as the mutants scattered. Xia Luo stretched and yawned. "That's enough, let's wrap this up." With a crackle of electricity, he vanished. Bzzzzz. Blue arcs of lightning streaked across the street. In seconds, every mutant was slammed into walls, groaning in pain. Standing amidst the chaos, Xia Luo flashed a cheeky gesture. Honestly, who uses ambushes without guns anymore? He turned to leave, but stopped when a red sports car screeched to a halt nearby. The window rolled down, revealing Carter's blank expression. "Hey, Spider-Man, get in, we need to talk." Xia Luo scratched his head. "Sure, 1 sec." He stretched, then started doing calisthenics. "What are you doing?" Carter frowned. "Warming up to punch you." "What?" Before she could react, his fist slammed through the car's window, sending her flying out the other side and into a nearby store. "Why the hell did you hit me?" Carter emerged, clutching her swollen cheek, seething. Xia Luo dusted off his hands. "Next time, do your homework. Captain Carter always calls me Darling Spider-Man." Her expression froze. "Fine, darling." Before she could finish, a vibranium shield smashed into her, sending her sprawling again. The real Captain Carter landed, catching the returning shield. "Darling Spider-Man, next time don't hit my face. It ruins my image." "Thanks," she said with mock politeness. Xia Luo smirked. "Got it, darling Captain." But his attention shifted as a familiar spear zipped past his ear. Behind him, Kraven the Hunter strode forward, leash in hand. "Spider-Man, I've been preparing for your return. Are you ready to become my prey?" Kraven the Hunter walked confidently forward, his excitement barely contained. The wild wolf on his leash growled low, its fangs bared. "Spider-Man, during your absence, I've prepared extensively. As my prey, are you ready to face me?" His grin was predatory, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. From the rubble of a nearby shop, a battered figure crawled out. The figure's chest was covered in vibrant, scaly skin that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Chameleon. His chestplate was cracked, blood seeping through the damaged scales. It was clear that the vibranium shield strike had left a heavy toll. "That idiot," Chameleon growled. "Why are you wasting time talking? Just attack already, I was almost killed out here." Kraven barely glanced at him, his voice cold. "I don't need your help, you brought this upon yourself." Chameleon's face darkened, his frustration boiling over. For the honor of the Kravinoff family, I stepped in to help you. Do you think I wanted to be here? The honor of the Kravinoff family is mine to protect. You're nothing but a disgrace. You can leave now, Craven snapped, his tone final. What did you just say? Chameleon's expression twisted with fury. You heard me. You damn you. As the two brothers descended into a heated argument, Xia Luo watched from the sidelines, casually leaning against a streetlight. This is entertaining. If only I had some popcorn, he remarked, smirking. Beside him, Captain Carter strolled over and plopped down onto a nearby bench. So, how long do you think this will take? Hard to say, Xia Luo shrugged. Their family honor revolves around hunting people, so probably a while. Carter rolled her eyes, checking the time. You think my team's in position yet? Xia Luo glanced around. Oh, they're here. At his words, Carter raised her hand slightly. In an instant, agents swarmed the street, their movements swift and coordinated. Bang. Energy pulses filled the air, lighting up the dim alleyway. The Kravinoff brothers barely had time to react as a storm of firepower enveloped them. The wild wolf snarled, lunging at the agents, but it was swiftly cut down, collapsing mid-leap with a smoking wound. ARGH, Craven growled as he and Chameleon darted into the nearest alleyway, barely dodging the relentless barrage. From his perch, Xia Luo shook his head and sighed. What amateurs. In a nearby building, Eric and Charles watched the chaos unfold. They exchanged a glance before silently turning to leave. What are we going to tell the big guy? Charles asked. Eric's expression didn't waver. We'll keep it simple, we couldn't beat him. Charles thought for a moment, then suggested, you could punch me. It'd make it easier for me to explain. Eric froze, his eye twitching. No. Chapter 213. Spider-Man, I will hunt you down. Bam! Before he could finish, Xia Luo raised a fist and punched him square in the face. Sergei's entire visage caved in with a sickening crunch. Sergei. He staggered backward, rubbing his disfigured face. Miraculously, his features quickly reformed, the potion granting him the regenerative abilities of a mollusk. That doesn't count, try again. With that, his leg muscles bulged grotesquely, and he launched himself at Xia Luo like a living cannonball. Xia Luo remained unfazed. He formed a single hand seal before slapping Sergei's chest with his palm. Bzzz. A spider totem bloomed on Sergei's chest, sending his body reeling backward. A faint shadow was forcibly torn from him, drifting into the air. What's happening? Hovering above the ground, Sergei stared at his own ethereal form, confusion giving way to terror. The air around him grew icy cold, and a tidal wave of malice seemed to crash down upon him from all sides. A gust of wind swept past, and he felt as though his soul might scatter at any moment. Panic-stricken, Sergei flailed his limbs, trying to swim back into his body. But no matter how much he struggled, he remained suspended, unmoving like a drowning man thrashing in an endless ocean. Despair and fear engulfed him. No, why is this happening? I gave you a chance, Xia Luo interrupted, his voice calm. The magical light in his palm flared briefly, and Sergei's soul was ground into dust by its energy. Nuo. Poofed. Sergei's soul shattered into countless glimmers of light, scattering into the air. From behind him, Carter frowned, pointing at Sergei's now motionless body. What just happened? Why isn't he moving? Xia Luo shrugged, probably scared stiff by the invincible Spider-Man. Carter rolled her eyes. You really expect me to buy that? Nope. Without further ado, Xia Luo fired a web and swung deeper into the alley, using the same method to crush Chameleon's soul. You, as the friendly neighborhood hero, have ended a pointless hunting ritual. Restart count +3. Xia Luo glanced at the notification and stepped out of the alley with a satisfied smirk. The soul magic didn't just allow his own soul to leave his body, it could also forcibly eject the souls of his opponents. By destroying Sergei and Chameleon's souls while leaving their bodies intact, he had effectively turned them into vegetative husks. No more prison breaks for these villains. Perfect. His gaze swept over the captured mutants being rounded up by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Unlike the relentless Craven, these mutants posed no real threat to him. But the one who had hired them, now that was his real target. "Dear Commander Carter," Xia Luo said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "They are all yours. If you can't get them to talk, let me handle it." "You," Carter folded her arms, "do you even know how to interrogate?" "Not really, but I know magic." "Magic," Carter blinked, "like hypnosis?" "Something like that." "Well then," Carter smirked, "if the need arises, I'll call you in." The commotion died down, and Xia Luo swung back to the Eisen apartments. Seeing that Wade and baby Kingpin hadn't returned, he enjoyed the peace and quiet. The next day, he visited Black Street. Aunt May and Uncle Ben had grown used to his frequent business trips. They shared a family meal together before Xia Luo set off for the evening. While swinging between skyscrapers, Xia Luo suddenly vanished mid-flight. An hour later, he reappeared at the exact same spot, clutching a golden orb in his hand, a time machine. It was old Steve's final gift, and this marked the first time Xia Luo had personally escorted the old soldier to his end. The experience left him feeling odd. But his trip to the cinematic universe wasn't solely to retrieve the time machine. Glancing briefly toward his apartment, Xia Luo turned and swung toward the SHIELD headquarters. On the way, he ran into Agent Hill, who was working late. Hitching a ride on her vehicle, he reached the SHIELD laboratory. "This is definitely nanotechnology, but far more advanced than anything we've seen," Dr. Helen Zhao exclaimed, scanning the tech suit Xia Luo had brought with him. "The technology embedded here surpasses our era by centuries. Besides Stark, I can't think of anyone capable of replicating this." She turned to Xia Luo, her curiosity evident. "Spider-Man, where did you get this? It doesn't belong in this timeline." Xia Luo shrugged. "I stole it from some black-armored guy." Dr. Zhao frowned. "Black armor Wakanda." "Wakanda," Carter raised a brow. "What's that?" Dr. Zhao explained. "A very secretive nation. They occasionally invite select scientists to exchange knowledge. I visited once and learned about nanotechnology from them." Xia Luo's eyebrows shot up. "So Wakanda here isn't completely isolated. Interesting." "How's Tony's nanotech armor project coming along?" he asked. Dr. Zhao shook her head. "He doesn't seem to care much about it. Lately, all he does is party." Carter's face darkened. Typical playboy, never taking anything seriously. But Xia Luo had another theory. Tony's indifference likely stemmed from the fact that the cinematic universe version of him had already acquired 31st century technology from Kang the Conqueror's database. Compared to that, the tech suit was insignificant. However, upgrading a suit still took time. Transferring the tech from the advanced armor into Spider-Man's suit would be far more efficient. Unfortunately, few people could manage the task, Tony included. With that thought, Xia Luo borrowed a SHIELD aircraft from Carter and headed straight for Stark Tower. But Tony wasn't at Stark Tower. Undeterred, Xia Luo followed the trail to Tony's private villa. On the coast of Liberty City, Stark's lavish mansion exuded opulence. Inside, Tony, surrounded by a crowd of women, demonstrated a unique feature of his armor, a waste filtration system. His antics earned cheers and applause from the onlookers. Watching from the doorway, Xia Luo shook his head. Of all the things to show off, really. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted him. "He's not the same Stark as before." Startled, Xia Luo turned to see darkness. As he blinked, the figure stepped into the light, Colonel James Rhodes. "Sorry," Xia Luo quipped with a grin. "See you there, you're just really dark." Rhodey's face darkened further. "Tony told me about you. Figures you'd fit right in with him." "Why's that?" "Because you're just as irritating." "Think you've got the wrong idea." Before Xia Luo could elaborate, Rhodey turned and yelled to the crowd. "Hey, everyone, Spider-Man's here." At his shout, the women turned, their eyes lighting up as they recognized the hero. "It's Spider-Man. His suit is so cool. And those muscles, amazing. Please don't touch me without washing your hands," Xia Luo muttered as the group surged toward him. Meanwhile, Rhodey approached Tony, his expression grim. Had enough of this nonsense. Tony, oblivious to the tension, reached for his drink. "Care for a glass?" "I said, have you had enough?" Rhodey snapped, snatching the drink from his hand. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're letting everyone down. You're Iron Man, not some drunk playboy. Tony's expression darkened. You got the wrong guy. I'm just a washed-up arms dealer. Slumping to the ground, he grabbed a bottle of whiskey and took a long swig. Rhodey sighed deeply, then said, Spider-Man's here. Even if I can't help you, he can. For a moment, Tony froze. Then, a faint smirk crept onto his face. Without warning, he swung a punch at Rhodey. Bam! Rhodey flew backward, crashing into a liquor cabinet as the crowd gasped. Oh my God, they're fighting. No, it's a one-sided beatdown. This is insane. Stark just attacked Colonel Rhodes. Headline news for sure. Spider-Man's been all over the news lately anyway. As the murmurs grew, Xia Luo frowned. This is going too far. As Rhodes lay dazed amidst the shattered glass, pain etched across his face. Tony's scowling visage hovered into view. Rhodes, you've lost the right to interfere in my life. We're not friends anymore. With that, Tony waved dismissively. Happy, take him to the hospital. Moments later, he turned back to Xia Luo, his expression utterly indifferent. See, this is who I am now, a complete jerk. Go ahead, start hating me. Xia Luo watched as Happy carried the injured Rhodes away, stepping aside to clear a path. You seem to be in a great mood, Xia Luo remarked with a faint smile. Tony shrugged. Yeah, and if you want to join the party, stay. If not, this place isn't for you. Of course, Xia Luo replied coolly, stepping forward. I love it here. As Xia Luo approached, Tony raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. Click-clack. Suddenly, lights flared, and a swarm of drones appeared, each locking their weaponized optics onto Xia Luo. Still loving it, Tony taunted, his grin dripping with malice. It was in this moment that Xia Luo realized something was off. This wasn't the behavior of a man spiraling due to palladium poisoning. Tony had planned this encounter. So this was deliberate, Xia Luo thought. Now things are getting interesting, he muttered, his pale blue eyes flashing faintly. Turning on his heel, he began to walk away. Let me interrupt your fun. Good luck, Iron Man. Without another word, Xia Luo left the villa, taking off in his aircraft. As Spider-Man vanished into the distance, the women around Tony gawked in disbelief. Tony, however, burst into arrogant laughter. See that? Spider-Man ran away, scared of Iron Man. Cheering, he threw wads of cash into the air. The women shrieked with delight, scrambling to collect the bills. Yes, Spider-Man was totally scared. All hail Iron Man. The women, their inhibitions discarded, knelt to gather the scattered money, cheering as they went. They weren't celebrating Tony, they were celebrating wealth. Meanwhile, Xia Luo's aircraft skimmed across the ocean, leaving trails of foamy waves in its wake. Captain Carter, something's wrong with Tony, Xia Luo said, activating the communicator. On the holographic screen, Carter's face appeared, her expression grim. I know, he attacked Rhodes. There's no way he's not getting sued for this. That's not what I mean. Tony's in serious trouble. What's the difference? There's a big difference. Glancing in his rearview mirror, Xia Luo caught sight of the villa in the distance. Keep a close eye on him. Stop him before he does something worse. Carter frowned in confusion. What else could he possibly do? I don't know. Switching his aircraft to autopilot, Xia Luo reclined his seat and rested his hands behind his head. But if I'm right, S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to face a big problem. Another problem, Carter groaned, massaging her temples, a gesture that reminded Xia Luo of Nick Fury. Carter knew Xia Luo wouldn't say such things without reason. If he was warning her, it meant trouble was inevitable. I envy Nick Fury sometimes, Carter said with a bitter laugh. He wasn't forced out, he ran. I regret becoming the commander. It's too late for regrets, Xia Luo replied. Carter nodded. Yes, too late. Is this about the so-called God of the Mutants? She asked. Xia Luo hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure, but before the crisis fully erupts, I need to deal with Apocalypse. Ask the Sorcerer Supreme for help. No, she wouldn't agree. This is something I have to handle myself. Can you? I don't have a choice. By the way, Xia Luo added, did the mutants confess yet? Carter's face shifted, her expression turning odd. They did, no resistance whatsoever. Who hired them? A lot of people, Carter admitted. Not just one person, a whole group. Go on, Xia Luo felt a twinge of unease. Taking a deep breath, Carter continued. The group includes several senators, General Ross from the military, and even some world-famous billionaires. Hearing this, Xia Luo abruptly sat up. Now everything makes sense. To Carter's surprise, he didn't seem angry. In fact, he looked almost pleased. I should have guessed. Killing Spider-Man was never the real goal. Hiring a bunch of low-tier mutants, their actual plan was to provoke Spider-Man into waging war against everyone. War, Carter groaned, the implications weighing on her. I suspected as much, she admitted, but what's the point? Everyone knows Spider-Man is basically immortal. Maybe I'm not their real target. You're not, Carter's eyes widened as realization dawned. Trying to use Spider-Man against human authorities, this is starting to sound like a mutant agenda. That part doesn't matter. Xia Luo chuckled. What matters is that it's time for Apocalypse to notice me. Carter, save the world all you want, but did it have to sound so suggestive? Chapter 214. Now, Carter asked. Of course. Xia Luo smiled faintly as a swirling portal of magical sparks ignited in the air before him. In Mephisto's hell or the quantum realm, such a portal wouldn't work, but here, no problem. Carter's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. You could have used your portals the entire time, but still borrowed my aircraft. You weren't planning to return it, were you? Her voice dropped into a deadpan tone. Xia Luo paused for a moment, rubbing his neck awkwardly. Oops, busted. Haha, how embarrassing. By the way, what were you saying just now? I didn't catch that. Feigning ignorance, he stepped into the portal. Meanwhile, the aircraft he had borrowed had already been programmed to return to the Eisen apartments. Carter's personal ride was undoubtedly expensive. A win's a win, Xia Luo thought as he crossed the threshold into the portal, arriving in a dark underground chamber. The dim space was dominated by a towering pyramid that stretched over 100 meters tall. Around the pyramid, several guards spotted Xia Luo's arrival and immediately cried out in alarm. Spider-Man! Damn it, how did he find us? Sound the alarm. The guards were visibly shaken, scrambling to act. Before they could move, Charles stepped forward from among them. The master already knows, stand down. With a wave of his hand, the guards visibly relaxed, shooting Xia Luo wary glances before retreating. The area was left to the two of them. Watching the retreating backs of the guards, a faint blue glow flickered in Xia Luo's eyes. It seems that Apocalypse has been doing well for himself lately. Those guards are no pushovers, he commented. Charles nodded. He has the ability to unlock a mutant's full potential. Even ordinary mutants grow much stronger under him. That's one of the reasons Eric follows him so willingly. Charles paused before adding, how did you find this place? Magic. Exactly. Xia Luo raised a hand, twirling his fingers as faint magical sparks shimmered around them. All I have to do is focus on your name, and I'll know your location, so long as you're still on Earth. Charles looked impressed. That's quite the power. It's magic, Xia Luo corrected with a smirk. Right, great magic, Charles said, stepping aside and gesturing toward the pyramid. Shall we? I know you're not here for me. Without further ado, Xia Luo strode confidently into the pyramid's vast interior space. Charles followed behind him. Do you know where you're going? Nope. Then why are you walking in front? Frontline superheroes always take the lead. Charles. He quickened his pace, taking the lead as they navigated the pyramid's labyrinthine corridors. Do you have a plan to defeat the master? Charles asked quietly. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Charles didn't believe him for a second, giving him a knowing look. Ah, I see. You can't discuss it here. Xia Luo blinked, his expression turning oddly amused. Sure, let's go with that. He thinks I'm undercover. Classic Apocalypse mismanagement. Apocalypse's biggest problem wasn't a lack of power, it was his poor judgment of character. Half of his 4 horsemen weren't loyal, and the rest weren't exactly devoted. Still, Xia Luo had brought a plan with him this time. If all goes as expected. Before he could finish his thought, the golden hues of the corridor began to shimmer. From a metallic doorway, Wanda and Pietro emerged, stopping short as they spotted Xia Luo. "Spider-Man!" Pietro exclaimed in surprise, while Wanda frowned deeply. "The Master summoned us because Spider-Man is here," Wanda said, glancing at Charles. Charles nodded, as expected. The Master anticipated Spider-Man would come after his revival. Hearing this, Wanda's frown deepened. "Looks like we'll have to fight again," she said, fixing Xia Luo with a steady gaze. Xia Luo shrugged. "Relax, I came here willingly, I won't resist." "That's terrible news," Wanda muttered. At that moment, Eric appeared from around a corner, his eyes scanning the group before resting on Xia Luo. "Move it," Eric barked, "the Master is waiting." His gaze lingered on Xia Luo for a moment, contemplative. The previous night, Eric hadn't seen anything extraordinary from Spider-Man, nothing that suggested a dramatic increase in power. But the fact that Xia Luo had willingly sought out Apocalypse, that confidence was troubling. He was already considering his next steps. Before long, the group entered the grand golden throne room. At its center, perched atop a towering throne, the blue-gray figure of Apocalypse surveyed them all with a cold, unyielding gaze. Xia Luo sidled up to Wanda and whispered, "Does he always sit there? Late at night, no room of his own." "Wanda." Apocalypse's sharp ears caught the remark. His fists clenched briefly, but he maintained his composure. "Spider-Man," Apocalypse began, his deep, commanding voice reverberating through the chamber. "Have you made your decision?" "Decision about what?" Xia Luo asked, rubbing his ear. "The time for battle." "Nope, I'm here to surrender." The room fell silent. Apocalypse's brow furrowed slightly, while Wanda's expression turned grim. She had warned Xia Luo that surrender wouldn't matter. Apocalypse wanted his body, not his compliance. Charles and Eric exchanged uneasy glances, sensing something was off. Pietro, on the other hand, exhaled with relief, grinning. "Great, no need to fight Spider-Man now." From his throne, Apocalypse cast a glance at his followers, before fixing his gaze on Xia Luo, his lips curling into a faint sneer. "Surrender, even the invincible Spider-Man surrenders." "Of course." Xia Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "Anyone who's been friends with Spider-Man knows I have no shame." Apocalypse. His calm facade was betrayed by a growing sense of unease. Pride was the hallmark of strength, and strong individuals didn't surrender so easily. Yet with Spider-Man, he couldn't be sure. Despite his reputation as a superhero, Spider-Man was notorious for being unorthodox. Still, something about this felt wrong. After a moment's contemplation, Apocalypse steadied himself. "Spider-Man, I accept your surrender." Xia Luo clapped his hands together and grinned. "Great, that makes us teammates now. What do you need me to do? I'll follow your orders without question." A smile ghosted across Apocalypse's face. "Your task is simple. Help mutants defeat humanity. That should be easy for you." "How specifically?" "Begin by storming S.H.I.E.L.D., kill the superheroes there." We're all friends. That's a bit awkward for me." "Then you're not truly loyal to the mutant cause." Apocalypse's eyes narrowed, glowing white. The stone beneath Xia Luo's feet crumbled into sand, swallowing him up to his waist. Even as the ground shifted around him, Xia Luo made no move to resist. Come on, try to take over my body already," he urged silently. But just as quickly as it had trapped him, the sand disintegrated, freeing him. "Spider-Man, I forgive you," Apocalypse said suddenly. Xia Luo blinked in confusion. "What?" "I forgive you. You don't have to betray your friends," Apocalypse said, smiling faintly. The entire room stilled, with even Apocalypse's followers thrown off by the sudden shift. Spider-Man was infamous for his trickery. Something about this screamed trap, and Apocalypse, once a ruler of the world, wasn't about to fall for it. He prided himself on his caution, congratulating himself silently. Xia Luo, on the other hand, sighed inwardly. "Guess he's smarter than I thought." His plan had been simple: lure Apocalypse into attempting to possess his body, then use his enhanced soul to fight back. But Apocalypse's wariness had thwarted that. Time for Plan B. Pulling out the golden orb, Xia Luo grinned as Apocalypse instinctively raised a protective shield. "Spider-Man, you finally." Before Apocalypse could finish, the orb opened, revealing another glowing portal. "Follow me," Xia Luo said, stepping into the portal. "I'm sure you're dying to learn the secrets of resurrection." Curious but cautious, Apocalypse floated toward the portal, flanked by his horsemen. The moment they entered, Xia Luo, now back in the Golden Throne Room, smirked as the portal sealed behind them. He threw his arms wide, reveling in the empty chamber. "Finally got him," he muttered, savoring the victory. The time machine had sent Apocalypse into another universe, one where he wouldn't return. "Retirement, here I come," he cheered. But behind him, a familiar golden portal materialized. Apocalypse and his horsemen stepped out, their expressions unimpressed. Xia Luo's spider sense screamed a warning. Turning, he watched Apocalypse place a strange device into the void, his confidence faltering. How are you back?" Apocalypse smirked. "The Time Variance Authority isn't as invincible as they think. I took their tools, and now I've returned." Xia Luo's heart sank. This just got a lot worse. Why is this happening? The invincible Spider-Man has failed again. Xia Luo clutched his head in frustration. This was nothing like what he had envisioned. Apocalypse, seated upon his throne, regarded him with mockery. "I know your plan, Spider-Man," he said with a cruel smirk, "but unfortunately for you, I've returned." Turning his back on Xia Luo, Apocalypse settled back into his towering throne. "Not long ago, likely due to the powers of the time monolith, I awoke prematurely. A strange group of soldiers sought me out, claiming they were here to erase me from existence. Though their weapons were peculiar, I killed them all." As he spoke, Apocalypse reached into the void and retrieved the metallic box once again. "The Time Variance Authority's special device allows me to travel between universes. Naturally, it also brings me back to this one. So, Spider-Man, if this was your master plan, then yes, you've failed." Hearing this, Xia Luo fell silent, his mind racing. Piece by piece, the puzzle began to fall into place. "Eric and Charles, they're not from this universe," Xia Luo said finally. "You brought them here from another." Apocalypse nodded. "Correct, I needed reliable assistance. Their potential was promising." Xia Luo's eyes gleamed faintly. "If you can return here with the device, why are you so intent on ruling this universe?" Apocalypse's gaze sharpened. "This is my homeland." "No," Xia Luo said, folding his arms with a sly smile. "This is your only choice." Pointing directly at Apocalypse, Xia Luo continued, "There's only one truth. You've grown cautious because you've witnessed versions of yourself in other universes fail. And it's not just that. Not every universe has mutants. You want to lead mutants in conquering a world, but only a world where they exist. Your options are limited, aren't they?" Xia Luo began pacing. He already realized that there are far too many beings across the multiverse who are stronger than you. You're too afraid to invade their worlds. And most importantly, your device has issues, doesn't it? Somewhere along the way, you ran into trouble. That's why you can't move freely through the multiverse. If you could, you'd still be importing mutants from other universes, instead of relying on the candidates from this one. And the final nail in the coffin, you haven't tried to take my body. It's not because your power hasn't fully returned. It's because you're scared. You're terrified of the idea that this isn't a mutant ability. You know I'm not one of you." Each word struck Apocalypse like a hammer blow. His expression darkened with every sentence. Behind him, Wanda and the others exchanged uneasy glances, their faces betraying a mix of shock and realization. If Spider-Man was right, then the legendary progenitor of mutants wasn't as invincible as they had believed. Until now, they had assumed the resurgence of mutant genes in this world was due to Apocalypse's influence. But now they saw the truth. It wasn't the mutants who had chosen Apocalypse. It was Apocalypse who had chosen this mutant-filled world. Stealing glances at his stiffened expression, they grew more certain of their conclusions. Meanwhile, Apocalypse was reeling. He hadn't anticipated that Spider-Man would deduce so much from a few casual remarks. Worse, Spider-Man seemed to understand the Time Variance Authority better than he did. Every word felt like a thunderous blow to Apocalypse's psyche. His body trembled faintly. The more he learned, the more fear gripped him. And the more fear gripped him, the more hesitant he became. Chapter 215. During Hydra's Dark God invasion, he had finally been tempted to act. But witnessing Spider-Man's terrifying ability to grow stronger with every death had stopped him cold. Adding to his hesitation was the knowledge that his 4 horsemen weren't truly loyal to him. Even if he managed to capture Spider-Man and initiate the body-snatching ritual, a betrayal by Eric or the others could easily spell his doom. This was why he forgave Spider-Man. It simply wasn't the right time. Apocalypse suppressed the fear gripping his chest, taking a deep breath. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. An amusing little insect. Tell me your true purpose. Xia Luo smirked, feeling victorious for the first time in this battle of wits. Originally, I came here to kill you, he admitted. You know how it is, after every resurrection I grow stronger. But since you've forgiven me, I suppose I'll have to forgive you too. Get to the point, Apocalypse growled, his patience wearing thin. There's a strange group of individuals I need you to deal with, Xia Luo replied bluntly. And why should I help you? You wouldn't just be helping me, you'd be helping yourself. Xia Luo crossed his arms. I want world peace. You want world domination. There's surprisingly little conflict between us. At this, Wanda and the others couldn't help but twitch. How is that not a conflict? Apocalypse, however, seemed intrigued. I see your point. If I dominate the world, then the world will know peace. Xia Luo. Close enough, he muttered, sidestepping the topic. Glancing at Charles, he continued, your telepathy makes you uniquely suited to find out what I need. Digging into people's minds might tarnish my image as a friendly neighborhood hero, so I'll leave it to you. Who are the targets? Charles asked. Tony Stark, along with a few high-ranking senators. I'll provide you with a detailed list. Stark, Wanda's brow furrowed. He your friend. Xia Luo shrugged. I just want my royalties for the nanotech patents. You get it, right? He turned back to Apocalypse. Their goals probably overlap with yours. That's the real source of conflict. You seem to have a theory, Apocalypse noted. His hostility had ebbed for now. Xia Luo waved a hand dismissively. Even the invincible Spider-Man can't predict everything. It's up to you guys now. With that, he raised his hand and traced a circle in the air. A portal of golden sparks formed, and Xia Luo stepped through, vanishing before it closed. Apocalypse watched the portal flicker out and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he turned to Charles. Follow Spider-Man's advice. I want to know who dares to challenge my claim to this world. Charles nodded. I'll get to the bottom of it. As he turned to leave, Apocalypse's voice rang out again. Charles, he said coldly, our plan is vital to the survival of all mutants. If you continue to brush me off, I won't mind. But remember, I have a way out. You do not. Charles stiffened, his hands clenching at his sides. I understand, he said quietly before hurrying away. Once Charles was gone, Apocalypse's gaze fell on Eric. Spider-Man was right, Apocalypse said, his voice steady. I have a device that allows me to traverse the multiverse. Somewhere out there, in another timeline, your wife and daughter are still waiting for you. Eric froze, his expression conflicted. In his original universe, his powers had been exposed while trying to save someone, leading to the death of his wife and daughter. It was a wound that would never heal. The chance to see them again, even as variants in a parallel timeline, stirred something deep within him. Family mattered more than power. Resolute, Eric clenched his fists. I understand, he said firmly. Apocalypse nodded approvingly. Good, work with Charles, keep an eye on him, and remember, only you can decide if Charles or your family is more important. Eric tightened his grip, determination etched across his face. I'll convince him. He'll help us, I'm sure of it. That's your responsibility. Understood. With Eric gone, Apocalypse turned his attention to Wanda and Pietro. You've seen war's brutality firsthand, he said. You know that if I rule the world, you'll become respected mutants, no longer hunted as monsters. You'll live in peace, untouchable by anyone. He fixed his gaze on Wanda. Spider-Man can't promise you that, but I can. Consider it carefully. When you've made your choice, gather more mutants for me. I sense there are still some interesting individuals hidden in this world. The twins exchanged a glance before silently leaving. As he watched them go, Apocalypse's thoughts churned. As the first mutant, Apocalypse had always carried immense pride. But seeing versions of himself fail across the multiverse had forced him to reevaluate his approach. He couldn't rely solely on brute strength. One day, the oppressed would rise against him. Mutants were still human. Exploiting their weaknesses and forging alliances through shared interests, that was the key to lasting domination. His thoughts drifted to Spider-Man. From the information Apocalypse had gathered, Spider-Man had evolved from a lone vigilante into someone with loyal allies. These allies guarded Spider-Man's death sites, protecting him until he resurrected. They eliminated any threats that could disrupt his revival. It was exactly what Apocalypse needed. His ritual of transferring bodies left him vulnerable. Without devoted horsemen to defend him, he was exposed. But his previous 4 horsemen were long gone. The new ones were unreliable and riddled with ulterior motives. To forge a truly loyal team, he needed more time. Settling back into his throne, Apocalypse closed his eyes. Yes, he still didn't have his own room. Meanwhile, Eric followed Charles out of the underground pyramid and into the bustling city. This time, the target is Tony Stark. Find a way to get close to him and read his memories, Eric said to Charles. Charles didn't respond immediately. His attention was caught by a familiar figure. Xia Luo Parker. He watched as the young man in a red and blue jacket leaped down from an aircraft, his expression puzzled. He seems to be heading our way, Charles said to Eric. Eric glanced around quickly. Find a quiet spot. We don't want anyone noticing us meeting Spider-Man's associate. Understood. Charles closed his eyes, his telepathic abilities prompting nearby pedestrians to unconsciously avoid them. Unperturbed by the clearing streets, Xia Luo strode up to them with a cheerful grin. So you're Charles and Eric. Xia Luo ignored the odd behavior of the crowd around them, introducing himself casually. I'm Xia Luo Parker. Spider-Man asked me to deliver a message. What's the message? Eric asked, though his racing heartbeat betrayed the emotions swirling inside him. Xia Luo caught Eric's reaction and smiled slyly. Spider-Man also has a multiverse traversal machine, one far more precise than Apocalypse's. Eric's initial excitement gave way to suspicion, his gaze sharpening. How does Spider-Man know what I want? Crossing his arms, Xia Luo smirked. Honestly, following Apocalypse is a dead end. It's the modern age who still cares about superpowers. Holding out his hand, Xia Luo revealed a miniature shield listening device. Spider-Man left this for you. Sure, Apocalypse has leverage over you, but here's the thing, whatever he can do for you, the mysterious and magnificent Spider-Man can do better. Turning to Charles, Xia Luo added, the humans of ancient Egypt betrayed Apocalypse because they couldn't stand his tyranny. But if you strike the right balance between mutants and humans, your ideals might just become reality. Charles didn't respond, lost in thought. Eric, however, stiffened as Xia Luo leaned closer with a conspiratorial grin. Ever heard of Mephisto? Eric blinked, the demon from hell. Exactly. Spider-Man and Mephisto are acquaintances. Finding a couple of lost souls for you shouldn't be a problem. The original timeline's wife and daughter are far better than some multiverse replacements. Xia Luo paused. Unless, of course, you have particular preferences, then forget I said anything. Eric's heartbeat quickened at the implication, his resolve wavering. Is that possible? His voice trembled slightly. Absolutely. Xia Luo patted his chest confidently. The invincible Spider-Man never lies, ever. Eric hesitated, glancing at Charles, who gave him a brief nod. Swallowing his doubts, Eric clenched his fists. Fine, whatever Spider-Man needs me to do, I'll do it. Relax, Xia Luo said with a chuckle. When the time comes, just stand on our side. Simple as that. Checking his watch, Xia Luo added, I still need to meet Wanda and Pietro. You two carry on, and don't forget to send the first-hand intel to my virtual computer. Moments later, Xia Luo's aircraft vanished into a magical portal, emerging near Wanda and Pietro as they carried out their mission. Hey, first time meeting you guys. Xia Luo jumped down from the aircraft, waving casually. Pietro gave Xia Luo a once-over. "He heard of you, Spider-Man's liaison, so he sent you." "Exactly." Xia Luo studied the pair. "Sure you can guess why I'm here. Interested in joining the Avengers." "Not Thunderbolts, the Avengers." "Sure, fewer days off, but the benefits are world-class. Free healthcare, generous living stipends, top-tier pensions, and retirement plans." "No," Wanda said flatly, rejecting him without hesitation. Xia Luo had anticipated this. Shrugging, he said, "All right, let's change the terms. Have you heard of Mephisto? Yeah, the hell demon who once sat on Satan's throne. If either of you dies, Spider-Man can recover your souls." 3 minutes later, Xia Luo had successfully won them over. With that, Apocalypse's 4 horsemen had officially become Spider-Man's 4 horsemen. Xia Luo could already imagine Apocalypse crying in a bathroom over this betrayal. No, wait, Apocalypse didn't even have his own room. He'd have to cry in a public restroom. Watching Wanda and Pietro depart, Xia Luo climbed back into the aircraft, marveling at its smooth handling. "Carter's ride really is top-notch," he muttered, settling into the pilot's seat. Just as he started the engine, a flicker of hellfire erupted behind him. An elderly man in a finely tailored tailcoat stood there, his jaw clenched and his gaze seething with restrained fury. "Xia Luo Parker, the invincible Spider-Man, care to explain yourself?" Mephisto's voice dripped with venom. Without even turning around, Xia Luo activated the aircraft's flight systems. "Don't be so petty. Out here in the world, identity is what you make of it, and besides, aren't we friends?" "Friends don't steal from each other's personal collection," Mephisto snapped. Xia Luo grinned. "So what now, you planning to kill me?" The hellfire in Mephisto's eyes flared, but he quickly suppressed it. He couldn't afford to risk provoking the entity Spider-Man served, an ancient god known for its vindictiveness. Spider-Man's ability to endlessly resurrect marked him as a favored apostle. If Xia Luo were to die improperly and disrupt his god's plans, the consequences for Mephisto could be catastrophic. So he swallowed his anger. The hierarchy of gods was as vast as the gap between humans and ants. Instead of escalating, Mephisto opted for something subtler. "Troublesome bug," Mephisto said, his tone shifting. "You must be very bored, aren't you?" Xia Luo felt a pang of unease. "Not really," he replied. "I got plenty to do, I'm even late for school." Hellfire flared again, engulfing Mephisto as he vanished. Only his voice lingered in the air. "I won't help you recover any souls, and liars always pay a price." As Mephisto's voice faded, the once clear sky darkened ominously. Hellfire slashed across the heavens like a fiery wound. Amid the swirling black clouds, the faint, shimmering threads of the web of life and destiny began to appear. Across the city, people paused, staring upward in awe and dread. "What the hell is that?" "It looks like a spider's web." "Wait, there's someone on it." "Is it Spider-Man?" "No, it's not him. Something's off." "Oh my God, what now?" Boom! Thunder roared as lightning, illuminated a figure on the sprawling Weeby. Descending from the strands, a man clad in a cobalt-blue tailcoat alighted on the Empire State Building. He wore pristine white gloves and an antiquated golden diving helmet that clashed starkly with the neon-lit city around him. In his hand was a crimson trident, its gleaming points reflecting the storm's fury. Cracked! Lightning struck again, and from the man's helmet, a grotesque, twisted totem emerged. Only Xia Luo could see it. The leech totem. From his aircraft, Xia Luo stared at the figure in disbelief. The spider totem on his chest pulsed violently, reacting to the newcomer with unprecedented intensity. Compared to the bat totem-wielding Kalen from before, this leech inheritor was far more terrifying. Seething with frustration, Xia Luo mentally cursed Mephisto and his entire lineage. Chapter 216. Boom! A flash of white light pierced the sky as the leech totem surged upward, transforming into a colossal entity that coiled ominously within the storm clouds. The faint shadow of a massive beast took shape in the darkness, its long, glowing blue spots illuminating briefly in the gloom. Above the city, countless points of light emerged, forming a web-like constellation. These lights spanned the heavens, converging at a single focal point that beamed down like a spotlight, directly onto the flying craft carrying Xia Luo. The enormous leech in the clouds remained invisible to most, but the blue luminescence was undeniable, tangible. Citizens screamed in awe and fear. At the base of Stark Tower, Eric and Charles gazed toward the Empire State Building's peak. Their expressions reflected sheer disbelief. Such exaggerated effects. Charles attempted to probe the figure with his psychic abilities, but was abruptly halted by an ethereal web of unknown origin. It repelled his efforts with ease, leaving him unnerved. He could see the intricate web clearly now, a deep unease settling in his chest. It feels connected to Spider-Man somehow, he muttered. Spider-Man, Eric frowned. If this is his enemy and he dies, then we. Eric left the sentence unfinished, but Charles understood the implication. Look at that light. Charles pointed toward the radiant pillar on the other side of the city. That's where we need to go. Let's move. Agreed. Without hesitation, they abandoned their investigation of Tony Stark and hurried toward the source of the light. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Commander, that figure is at the Empire State Building, Coulson said, handing Carter a tablet. The magnetic field data around the area confirms that he, too, is from another universe. He's hunting Spider-Man, a terrifying foe. A nemesis of Spider-Man. Carter stared at the large monitor, her pulse quickening. Something's different this time. This one isn't like the inheritor we faced before. He's worse. His arrival has even altered the city's weather. Is this some kind of warning for Spider-Man? She fixed her gaze on the figure atop the Empire State Building and waved her hand. Alert everyone, prepare for action. Everyone, Coulson was taken aback. Commander, is that really necessary? Carter raised an eyebrow. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if Spider-Man can't handle this, neither the Avengers nor the Thunderbolts will stand a chance. Carter cast a sharp glance his way. I know that. That's why your team will focus on civilian rescue. As for assisting Spider-Man. She took a deep breath. We'll need Dr. Banner. If Spider-Man can't defeat him, we'll have no other choice. What? Coulson was shocked. Are you saying we need Dr. Banner too? Reed Richards has made progress with the gamma radiation experiments to control the Hulk. We can only hope it works. Carter's voice softened, but that's a last resort. Spider-Man will pull through. Her eyes returned to the screen, where the beam of light descended, her unease lingering. This opponent was trouble, serious trouble. At that moment, the flying craft descended slowly within the beam of light. Xia Luo stepped out, his nanotech suit forming seamlessly around him. He stared at the massive leech totem in the clouds, his chest's spider emblem pulsing with unease. Yet, beyond the apprehension, he felt an eagerness, a desire to leap into battle with the creature. Since the resurrection match, the 8 spider totems he wielded had shed their fear of so-called predators. The blue pillar of light that suppressed ordinary Spider-Men posed only a minor inconvenience for him. Swish tilde. Swinging through the city's skyline, Gwen landed gracefully on a nearby GG signboard. Hey, what's going on? I feel like I can't breathe. The arrival of the Moreland family filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. As Gwen approached, a tendril of blue light from the main beam split off and surged toward her. At the same time, the figure atop the Empire State Building moved. Buzz. Screech. In an instant, a crimson trident sliced through the void, propelled by the unique power of the Moreland family. The weapon pierced Gwen's abdomen effortlessly. Splat. Ahi. Blue light surrounded her as blood sprayed from the wound, her small frame plummeting from the GG signboard under the force of the strike. How? Pain radiated through her, and shock filled her eyes as she fell freely. What incredible speed, she couldn't even react. Buzz tilde. Before she hit the ground, magical sparks ignited, and Gwen fell into Xia Luo's arms. Are you okay? Xia Luo's expression darkened as he noticed the gaping wound in her abdomen. I'll be fine. Gritting her teeth, Gwen pressed her hand against the injury. Symbiote cells wriggled around the wound, quickly knitting the flesh back together. Meanwhile, the crimson trident embedded in a nearby wall wrenched free, flying back toward its wielder. At the Empire State Building's peak, the mysterious figure caught the returning trident midair. Then, he leapt from the towering structure, descending hundreds of meters without hesitation. Boom! The ground shook as he landed like a meteor. Dust and debris erupted around him, the impact shattering the pavement and sending fragments flying. Panicked civilians scattered in terror. Soon, the street fell silent amidst the wreckage. The mysterious figure stood slowly, turning his gaze toward the two Spider-Men. His helmet's goggled lenses glowed faintly red. "Two of you, excellent." With that, the crimson trident in his hand flared with bloody light once more. Buzz tilde. Boom! He lunged forward in a blur, his speed overwhelming. Gwen's eyes widened in fear. So fast, so terrifying. Watch out! In an instant, a circle of magical sparks surrounded them, teleporting Gwen and Xia Luo away. Before the portal closed, the crimson trident wedged into its edge. Sizzle tilde. Crack, crack, crack. The mysterious figure twisted his weapon, and the portal failed to seal, crackling under the strain of an unknown force. "You can't escape, Spider-Man." Before he could finish, a red and blue blur surged through the portal. Boom! The street exploded as two figures crashed into a nearby shop. Kaboom! The sound of fists colliding and immense strength reverberated through the area, followed by a powerful shockwave that obliterated the shop. Crash! The display windows shattered, and a figure tumbled out, skidding across the street and colliding with parked cars. Beeps beep. Bang bang bang. The relentless blare of car alarms echoed through the chaotic streets as explosions erupted one after another, trailing the mysterious figure. Blazing firelight stretched over 100 meters to the distant street corner. Citizens, hidden within nearby buildings, peeked out with wide eyes, their faces a mix of terror and faint hope. Finally, a battered figure skidded to a halt after crashing through a fire hydrant, spraying water high into the air. It's not Spider-Man. Thank goodness, this guy isn't a match for Spider-Man. Relief washed over the onlookers, their tense shoulders loosening. At the corner of the street, the mysterious figure stood up, brushing the dust from his coat. "Interesting," he murmured calmly. With a flick of his hand, the crimson trident embedded in the shop's wreckage flew back into his grasp. A glowing portal materialized before him. From the swirling magic, Xia Luo stepped out. Eyeing the unscathed inheritor, Xia Luo crossed his arms with a smirk. Interesting, too. I mean your coat. Where'd you get it? It's been dragged across the pavement for ages, and it still hasn't ripped. I'd love one myself." The mysterious figure gripped his trident and made an oddly formal gesture. "I am Khan of the Moreland family. I will claim your power, all for the glory of my family." With a thunderous cry, Khan raised the crimson trident high. The air around him shifted, a strange magnetic field rippling outward. Above, the massive leech totem churned violently within the black clouds, its immense suction force descending onto the battlefield. In an instant, Xia Luo's body became rigid, his chest's spider totem trembling under the pull of the immense force as it was forcibly extracted. Compared to the Karen he had encountered before, this inheritor was far more terrifying. Not only was Khan stronger, but his mastery over totemic power, specifically designed to suppress Spider-Men, surpassed anything Xia Luo had faced. At last, as one of Xia Luo's spider totems was torn from his body, the leech totem in the clouds grew even more frenzied. Its greed was palpable as it hungrily prepared to devour the extracted totem. Yet just as it was about to succeed, that greed shifted into surprise, then confusion, and finally fear. Buzz tilde. From Xia Luo's chest, another spider totem illuminated and voluntarily detached, soaring upward toward the colossal leech in the sky. Then a third. A fourth. All 8 of Xia Luo's spider totems emerged, swelling as they ascended into the heavens. They collided with the leech totem, binding it in a ferocious struggle. Khan's goggled eyes flared crimson, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Impossible, 8 spider totems, that's not possible." With the leech totem restrained, Xia Luo's body regained its mobility. "Khan," Xia Luo taunted, beckoning with a crooked finger, "come on, hit me." Lowering his head slightly, the faint blue glow in Xia Luo's eyes dimmed. What? Khan hesitated, unsettled by the peculiar sight. A Spider-Man with 8 spider totems. He had never encountered anything like this before. Even with Xia Luo appearing to fall asleep, Khan couldn't afford to be careless. But something in the sky caught his attention. He glanced upward, his expression puzzled. There was something there. Shrugging off his unease, he refocused on his goal. Hunting this Spider-Man, possessing 8 spider totems, would ensure his triumphant return to the Morlun family. With this thought in mind, Khan raised his crimson trident again. The leech totem scattered tiny blue lights across the battlefield. Buzz! As the lights merged into his weapon, a searing red laser burst forth. Boom tilde tilde. The laser swept across the street, toppling streetlights and slicing through building walls with ease. Nothing stood in its path. Yet Xia Luo avoided the devastating beam with a simple sidestep, his movements precise and devoid of wasted effort. Hi. Khan frowned, sensing something amiss. Frustrated, he leapt into the air, his trident raised. Arg! With a roar, he brought the weapon crashing down. But the red and blue figure dodged effortlessly once again, evading not only the strike, but also the cascading debris from the impact. What? Khan's disbelief grew as he charged forward, his trident spinning and slashing at Xia Luo from impossible angles. Yet every strike missed as if Xia Luo could anticipate his every move. No matter how fast Khan attacked, he couldn't even graze Xia Luo's suit. Buzz tilde. The trident erupted with energy again, but Xia Luo tilted his head slightly, letting the beam pass harmlessly by. His head remained lowered, his body still eerily calm. Watching this, Khan clenched his weapon tightly, halting his futile attacks. He knew exactly what this was, Spider-Man's signature spider sense. But he had never seen it this sharp, this unrelenting. Under the leech totem's influence, Spider-Men he had encountered before were rendered powerless, their spider senses dulled to near uselessness. Even without the totem's suppression, they had never posed such a challenge. This Spider-Man, however, was different, guided by forces beyond Khan's understanding. The greater the surprise, the greater the challenge. For his family's glory, Khan vowed to kill this Spider-Man. Resolute, he plunged his trident into the ground. An ominous suction emanated from his helmet, the Morlun family's signature power spreading through the air. He had figured it out. This Spider-Man only dodged and never attacked. This made absorbing his strength far easier. With his mind set, Khan unleashed an even more terrifying suction from his helmet. The air rippled with Morlun energy, leaving the unresponsive Spider-Man with nowhere to run. Crack tilde. Xia Luo crouched where he stood, dazzling light spilling from his body as his strength was drawn toward Khan's helmet. Simultaneously, the 8 spider totems in the clouds faltered under the leech totem's renewed assault, teetering on the verge of being consumed. Realizing his predicament, Xia Luo had no choice but to bring his spirit back into his body. Physical attacks were one thing, but this strange power required a different approach. Buzz tilde. As Xia Luo's soul re-entered his body, his faint blue eyes reignited. With his energy draining rapidly, Xia Luo ignored it and formed a series of hand seals. Buzz tilde. Magic erupted from the black clouds above as phantom arms emerged from Xia Luo's back. Shadow clone technique. Brothers, someone's trying to drain us. What do we do? Beat him, beat the crap out of him. Let me go first, neighborhood-friendly cyclone of doom. Neighborhood lightning dragon drill. Neighborhood serious punch. In an instant, 8 clones flooded the battlefield. Explosions rocked the streets as magic energy burst forth. Boom! Khan was hurled into a nearby shop amidst the chaos. The clones unleashed a relentless onslaught, spinning and tearing through the wreckage with merciless precision. Get lost! With a furious roar, Khan drove his trident into one clone, pinning it to the ruins. Before he could counter further, a torrent of blue light surged toward him. Caught in a web of unrelenting spider silk, Khan writhed in agony as countless fists rained down on him, each blow packing a devastating 200 tons of force. "Step aside, guys," one clone shouted. "Time for me to take center stage." Neighborhood Uppercut of Justice. Chapter 217. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Khan's body was violently hurled through the ceiling of a nearby building. Before he could hit the ground, crackling arcs of lightning zipped across the air, slamming into him. His body was tossed back and forth like a battered ball under their relentless strikes. Uppercut. Left hook. Right hook. Kick to the groin. "I'll go for his eye. Oh crap, his goggles are too hard. My finger's broken." "You should have gone for the other eye." "No way, why would I reward him for that?" As Khan was utterly overwhelmed by Xia Luo's clones, a fleet of airborne vehicles arrived at the scene. Carter and her team watched from a distance, sighing in relief. "Spider-Man's about to win," Carter said. "Of course, it's the unbeatable Spider-Man. No one can take him down, especially right after his resurrection." "Though that might change in a few weeks," another agent noted grimly. "Exactly, we've already identified the pattern," added Coulson. In the distance, atop a skyscraper, Eric and Charles observed the battle unfold. "Looks like we were overthinking it," Charles remarked. "Spider-Man's strength is remarkable. Even Apocalypse himself doubted he could beat him. No one else stands a chance." Eric was about to reply when the clones suddenly dissipated without warning. Khan, glowing with light from the leech totem, began regenerating at a rapid pace. "I will kill you, for the honor of my family." With an enraged roar, Khan erupted with power. Hovering midair, his blue-tailed coat flapped wildly in the turbulent winds, and his crimson trident radiated an even more menacing glow. A dangerous energy swept across the battlefield. Xia Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. "So, he's ready to go all out, huh?" He smirked and flexed his muscles, which suddenly bulged with power. Crack cracked. As Xia Luo grew taller, his nanotech suit shifted to an ominous blood-red hue. From his back, tendrils of crimson energy extended, twisting and stretching until they reached tens of meters in length. "Hydra's power," Coulson exclaimed in alarm. "Has Spider-Man been corrupted by Hydra?" "You're overthinking it," Carter interrupted, taking a deep breath. "Just because he has Hydra's power doesn't mean he's been polluted by it." At that moment, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the black clouds above. Crack, crack, crack tilde. The colossal leech totem suddenly broke free from the storm clouds and surged into Khan's body. His crimson trident ignited with a blinding light. Boom, boom, boom. Amid thunderclaps, a massive, spectral trident materialized, spanning hundreds of meters across the sky. Its overwhelming presence sent shockwaves of fear rippling through the city. Xia Luo's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? We're doing this now." The gargantuan trident crashed downward, severing a skyscraper clean in half. As debris rained down and terrified screams erupted from the collapsing building, the structure began to tilt precariously. "Oh no. Help us. Spider-Man." On a crumbling balcony, J. Jonah Jameson clung desperately to a cement pillar, his voice rising in a panic scream. A moment later, Betty Brant slid past him, plummeting downward. "Betty!" Jonah yelled, but Betty managed to grab hold of a stray metal beam just in time. "I'm okay, brother-in-law." "Damn it, call me boss when we're outside." "Got it, boss, I'm safe." "I can see that," Jonah snapped, his face flushed with both anger and embarrassment. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain in his arms, and prayed that Spider-Man would arrive in time to save his life and his dignity. If not, Jonah grimly thought, Betty might not need to call him brother-in-law anymore. She might as well call him her sister. Just as Jonah was about to lose his grip, a massive shadow engulfed him. "What is that?" Turning his head with great effort, Jonah's eyes widened in disbelief, his pain giving way to sheer astonishment. "Oh my God, this is incredible. It's Spider-Man, Spider-Man. A giant Spider-Man. Oh my gosh, is he a god?" "No, he's the god, my God." Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. In the heart of the city, a towering red and blue figure rose from the ground, its immense presence casting a long shadow over the destruction. Under countless disbelieving gazes, the colossal Xia Luo extended one hand, its massive palm stabilizing the collapsing skyscraper. At the same time, his other hand caught the massive spectral trident mid-swing. Sizzle tilde. The trident's surface seared with heat, crackling with crimson arcs of electricity. Xia Luo's nanotech-covered hand began to melt under the intensity. Hiss tilde. Smoke billowed as the purple skin beneath his armor burned, the red arcs scorching deep into his flesh. Pain flared through him, but Xia Luo's hand surged with thick, blood-red tendrils, whipping violently like the Hydra's many heads. The tendrils lashed out, striking the ground with devastating force. No, this is impossible. Khan's enraged screams were swallowed, as the blood-red tendrils engulfed him completely. Boom! Dust and debris exploded outward from the giant's feet, spreading across the streets in a choking cloud. Crack, crack, crack tilde. Then, with immense effort, the giant began to right the collapsing skyscraper, lifting it back into place. From the building's shattered windows, a pair of triangular eyes, glowing brilliantly, cast their light into the chaos. Jonah, frozen in awe, forgot his pain entirely. Unbelievable, amazing, hahaha, that's Spider-Man for you. Beside him, Betty snapped out of her shock and shook her head. Brother-in-law, are we still selling the newspaper? Not anymore, Jonah declared. He glanced toward his office, where their miserly employer had likely hoarded the budget, and sneered. As a top-tier expert on Spider-Man, my consulting fees are about to skyrocket. Once this incident's over, the paper will be swimming in money. Why sell anything? Turning back to the window, Jonah's excitement only grew. Spider-Man's become even stronger since his resurrection. I'm staying up all night to write an article about his giant form. From now on, the world's heroes can be divided into two categories: Spider-Man and everyone else. A pair of faint blue eyes slowly shifted away from the scene. Xia Luo's gaze locked onto a familiar figure. Through the glass of a nearby conference room, Mary Jane stood watching, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she met his gaze. For a moment, her heart raced, a strange and unexplainable feeling washing over her. Xia Luo, however, was puzzled. What is she doing here? Without dwelling on it, he nodded to her and turned away. Looking up at the dissipating storm clouds, he let the warm sunlight bathe the city as it began to recover from the chaos. Then, under the astonished stares of the crowd, the giant Spider-Man leapt into the air. Firing webs of pure energy, he swung swiftly into the sky. Laundry time. A peculiar sound echoed for a long time, leaving Carter and her team exchanging confused looks. Laundry, what does that mean? No idea. Carter shook off the odd remark and turned to her agents. Agent Hill, secure the scene. Agent Coulson, lead a team to that building. It won't hold much longer, and we need to evacuate everyone immediately. Understood. As Coulson led the team, Carter moved to the rubble-strewn street. Among the debris, the shattered crimson trident lay alongside broken fragments of a helmet. In its center, a formless, slimy mass writhed faintly. He's still alive. Carter gasped, but before she could act, a portal of magical sparks opened nearby. Xia Luo, now back in his normal form, emerged calmly from within. He won't die just yet, Xia Luo said, stepping up to the quivering mass and raising a glowing hand. Buzz tilde. With a soft hum, Khan's soul began to rise from the mangled remains, still clad in his metallic helmet. Xia Luo frowned. Even in death, you can't show your face. Before he could comment, a burst of hellfire flared up beside him. From within the flames, Mephisto emerged, smiling smugly as he gazed at Xia Luo. My pesky little insect, I must thank you for delivering such an entertaining soul to me. Xia Luo's brows furrowed. I didn't say I was giving him to you. Mephisto's grin remained unchanged. You've stolen several souls from me already. Consider this one your payment. It's only fair. After a moment of thought, Xia Luo nodded. Fine, you can take him, but only if you promise I'll never see him again. Of course. Professional courtesy, Mephisto replied smoothly, pulling a black magical tome from behind him. He flipped through its pages as Khan's soul was drawn into the book. Spider, I'll forgive you this time, Mephisto warned, his tone suddenly sharp. But if you cross me again, your troubles will be far worse. With that, he vanished into the flames, leaving Xia Luo staring at the dissipating embers. Carter approached cautiously. "Who was that? He sure talks big. I think you could have just knocked him out." Xia Luo gave her a sidelong glance. "That was Mephisto, a lord of hell. Do you think he'd stand still for a beating?" Carter hesitated, then shrugged. "Fair point. By the way, how did you get so big earlier?" Her eyes flicked downwards, almost instinctively. "Can you control your size?" she asked, curiosity sparkling in her gaze. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, suddenly on guard. "What are you trying to imply?" "Relax, you're still just a kid. I wouldn't try anything." "Keep talking, and I'll quit this job." Fine, sorry, I won't look anymore," Carter said, raising her hands in surrender before glancing at the sky. "What's up there?" "Nothing." "Then why did you go?" "You wouldn't get it, it's called a homage." As he spoke, Scott Lang strolled over, holding a golden sphere in his hand. "Hey, Spider-Man, great work out there." He handed the time machine to Xia Luo and glanced at Carter with a surprised expression. "Spider-Man's girlfriend." Carter said nothing, her lips tightening in response. Scott smirked. "She's got that mature woman charm. You're lucky, kid. Without my Pym particles, your life wouldn't be nearly as smooth." "Shut it, you overgrown, eggless antbot," Xia Luo snapped. Opening a golden portal, he promptly kicked Scott through it, sending him back to his own universe. Xia Luo glanced at the sphere in his hand. He needed to extract the Pym particles as soon as possible. Next time, he might not have the luxury of opening a time portal to fetch Scott in the nick of time. His gaze shifted back to Khan's lifeless body. With his soul in Mephisto's hands, he shouldn't pose a threat anymore. Still, destroying his body completely might not be the best idea. If Khan's body were gone, who knew if the resurrection games might steal his soul back from Mephisto? Letting him linger in this state was the safest choice. For now, cleanup and repairs took priority. How much is this going to cost? Xia Luo wondered aloud. Carter cast a glance at the damaged buildings nearby. Rough estimate, work a few thousand years and you'll cover it. Xia Luo sighed. "Captain Carter, you're the best. What would I do without you?" "We're just coworkers. Keep this up and I might quit." "Please don't, you're the key to my future riches. I'm counting on you." "That depends on your performance." As they chatted, Eric and Charles exchanged a knowing look and quietly left the scene. "Hellfire, that's the power of the Ghost Rider," Eric murmured. "Which means that really was Mephisto." "Yes, Spider-Man wasn't lying to us." Soon after, reporters swarmed the battle site, but Xia Luo had already disappeared. Nearby, a row of ambulances lined the street. Amid the crowd, Mary Jane climbed into one of the vehicles, with others being evacuated. Later, at the hospital. "Hey, Mary Jane, how are you feeling?" Gwen had come to visit. Mary Jane shook her head faintly. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Gwen handed her a glass of water, her curiosity piqued. "What were you doing there anyway?" Mary Jane hesitated before replying. "I was just looking for a Joe B. Luckily. Spider-Man saved me." Satisfied, Gwen said nothing more. Half an hour later, Gwen left the hospital, but Mary Jane quietly checked herself out. Under the cover of night, she made her way to a dark alley. Click! Deep within, a mechanical panel on the wall slid open as she entered a password. A hidden passage revealed itself, leading to an underground base styled like a bar. A man behind the counter greeted her as she entered the conference room. "Xia, it's a good thing you were there. Without you, Spider-Man might have discovered us," he said, handing her a cocktail. Xia, disguised as Mary Jane, took a sip without speaking. The man tilted his head, curious. "What's wrong? Not enjoying life as Mary Jane?" Xia shook her head. "It's not that." She looked up at him, her expression conflicted. "I've become Mary Jane, replicated her memories, but for some reason I feel miserable. There's no reason for it, but it's there." Her voice softened. Especially after seeing Spider-Man, the feeling grew stronger. The man chuckled. "Relax. It's your first time pretending to be human. Their emotions are complex, and copying their memories means inheriting those feelings. It'll pass." "Will it?" Xia asked, her tone uncertain. "What about the real Mary Jane?" "She's not doing well. She probably doesn't have long," the man admitted. Gia's expression darkened. She's a good person, the world's so unfair. The man began mixing another drink. She saved you. Taking her place was a way to ease her family's worries. You've already done enough. No, it's not enough, Gia whispered, staring into her cocktail. Her family doesn't even care. Even if she died, it wouldn't matter. She's so pitiful. The man shook his cocktail mixer thoughtfully. Does she have any other family? No, Gia replied. Then she only has Spider-Man. With Mary Jane's memories, you must know who he is. I do, but I have to respect her wishes. She didn't want anyone to know Spider-Man's identity. At the mention of Xia Luo Parker, Gia's heart raced uncontrollably. She clutched her chest as a sharp pang of pain spread through it. It's happening again. Mary Jane's memories, something's wrong with them. The man frowned and retrieved a device to scan her. Your body's fine, he reassured her. But Gia still felt uneasy. Reaching up, she touched the corner of her eye and felt wetness. Why am I crying? Why do I feel so sad? The man watched her silently, deep in thought. Suddenly, Gia stood up. I need to see Spider-Man, right now. Why? The man asked, blocking her way. No reason, I need to see him. He sighed, your condition's worse than I thought. Maybe the leader can help. Chapter 218. In the neon-lit city, a red and blue figure swung gracefully across the intricate aerial highways. Swish tilde. Landing lightly atop the GG billboard, Xia Luo gazed at the enormous screen in the plaza below. The footage displayed a colossal Spider-Man holding up a precariously tilting skyscraper. In the lower left corner, a smaller screen featured J. Jonah Jameson analyzing Spider-Man's newly acquired giant form with fervent enthusiasm. Nobody knows Spider-Man better than I do, Jonah declared confidently, a cigar firmly between his teeth. He gestured dramatically as he continued. By now, everyone should understand, Spider-Man doesn't truly die. Each time he resurrects, there's a clear pattern, and more importantly, he comes back stronger. This time, following his mastery of portals and duplication magic, Spider-Man has gained the ability to grow to an enormous size. He's on track to become the most prominent and reliable superhero of the century. The broadcast then cut to scenes of Ghost Rider and the Fantastic Four in action, showcasing their chaotic battles. Jonah took the opportunity to comment further. Now, viewers, that flaming skull on a motorcycle? Technically, he's a superhero too, though he only targets evildoers. Still, his flames are far too dangerous, and he seems to lack control over his powers. As for those 4 new recruits at S.H.I.E.L.D., their inexperience is a problem. Every appearance ends up injuring innocent civilians. The host on the program raised a question. But Jonah, isn't Spider-Man's destructive power even greater? Doesn't that make him more dangerous? Jonah scoffed, waving dismissively. That's because Spider-Man faces much stronger enemies. If it were any other hero, we'd all be doomed by now. After some back and forth, the conversation shifted toward mutants. Mr. Jonah, Spider-Man is technically a mutant. What's your take on the increasing number of mutant-related crimes lately? Jonah paused, setting down his cigar. His tone grew serious. I know what you're implying. The tension between humans and mutants is rising, and you're worried Spider-Man might side with the mutants. He looked directly at the camera. I have confidence in Spider-Man. He won't side with the mutants. But he won't side with humans either. The statement caused a ripple of murmurs among the live audience. The host glanced at their script before pressing on. Mr. Jonah, could you elaborate on what you mean by that? Of course. Jonah resumed his casual demeanor, cigar back in place. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man helps those in need, regardless of whether they're mutants or humans. To him, there's no difference. Labeling him as a mutant is irresponsible. Let's not forget, most of the time, Spider-Man dies because of us. He protects the weak, and we are the weak ones. I know some of you don't like hearing that. You think of yourselves as elites, the movers and shakers of the world, while Spider-Man is just some lucky guy with powers. Well, let me tell you something. We are society's elites, our education and wealth give us an edge. But so what? The truth of the world is survival of the fittest, and when real strength shows up, we have no means to defend ourselves. We're the weak ones, living by the rules set by the strong, working to provide them with labor and wealth. When someone breaks those rules, our vulnerability is exposed. Nobody can save us then, except Spider-Man. Because he's strong, and he's the only one who cares about us. So treasure your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Watching Jonah's unexpected change in tone on the screen, Xia Luo scratched his head awkwardly. Am I really that amazing? He rubbed his neck, muttering, guess he figured it out. Not bad for my #1 fan. Of course he's your #1 fan. I've known for ages, a familiar voice quipped. Gwen swung onto the billboard beside him. I've started prepping my graduation thesis, she said. When are you going back to school? So soon. Xia Luo frowned, doing some mental math. I'm only a first year, though. Gwen shrugged. My bad. I thought you'd already skipped ahead to that level of brilliance. You can think of it that way, Xia Luo replied with a grin. When I get back, I'll talk to Professor Kurt about graduating early. Gwen raised an eyebrow. What's your plan after graduating? Become a scientist like Kurt or deliver pizzas? Xia Luo sighed. Not every Spider-Man delivers pizzas. My nanotech patents are my retirement plan. Technically, I don't even need to work. Fair enough, Gwen admitted. Assuming Tony Stark doesn't mess things up. I heard he's been acting strange, falling out with the military and even clashing with S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm aware. Xia Luo glanced down at the street below, where familiar figures had just appeared. I'm looking into it. The real Iron Man will be back soon enough. The real Iron Man. Gwen's curiosity deepened as Eric and Charles approached the GG billboard. Charles communicated telepathically. I delved into his mind and uncovered a huge secret. Xia Luo nodded. Let's hear it. The real Tony Stark has been kidnapped. The Iron Man we see now is actually a group of alien Skrulls. Their plan is to escalate tensions between humans and mutants to take over Earth. Xia Luo's expression darkened. How many times has Tony been kidnapped? I've lost count. He said aloud, Telepocalypse, he'll know what to do. Charles hesitated. The Skrulls' plan involves many players. If Apocalypse acts rashly, it could trigger their trap. Are you sure about this? Absolutely. Xia Luo smiled faintly. Apocalypse isn't reckless anymore. He'll wait for my move. This is also an opportunity for mutants and humans alike. An opportunity, Charles asked skeptically. How so? With a common enemy, the conflict between mutants and humans can be temporarily set aside. It's only temporary, Charles countered, still unconvinced. Leaning casually against the wall, Xia Luo replied, as long as the Skrulls remain, war between mutants and humans is impossible. Everyone knows how dangerous a species that can mimic intelligent life truly is. Charles nodded, realization dawning. So we shouldn't eradicate the Skrulls completely, is that it? Exactly. Not eradicating them doesn't mean letting them run amok. Xia Luo's tone turned sharper. What about the imposter? We haven't alerted him. He's trying to build an army using Stark's tech, but to the public, he looks like he's lost his edge. Xia Luo smirked. Creating conflict is his mission, but he's already crossed the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. There's no way he can build an army unnoticed. He'll slip up soon. Charles added, he's handed Stark's tech to his allies and is drawing our attention to himself. Xia Luo's grin widened. Clever plan, but they picked the wrong opponent. He glanced at Stark Tower. Where's the real Tony? The 10 rings. Xia Luo blinked. The cave. Yes, nobody would suspect it. Well, I didn't either. Turning to Gwen, Xia Luo said, I've got to go. By the way, how's Mary Jane? You still care about her, huh? Gwen folded her arms. She's fine. She seems desperate for work. Want me to help? Xia Luo hesitated before nodding. Yes, okay, please help her. Gwen sighed. You complicated man. Bye. With a graceful swing, Gwen shot toward the high-rises, leaving Xia Luo shaking his head. She has a perfectly good flying craft, but insists on swinging webs. What a lunatic. He muttered this to himself, recalling how Carter's flying craft had been commandeered. Now, his only mode of transport was web-slinging. With a sigh, Xia Luo stepped into a shimmering portal. Buzz Tilda. The 10 Rings Valley, in a shadowy cave. Returning to the familiar dark cavern felt oddly nostalgic, like coming home. Except someone had trespassed in his home. "Who's there?" A startled soldier armed with a rifle shouted, but was swiftly silenced as Xia Luo ensnared him with webs. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact echoed as the soldier slammed into a wall, reverting into his true Skrull form upon collapse. Xia Luo frowned. "So there are quite a few Skrulls, huh?" Hearing the commotion, more soldiers surged into the cave, weapons drawn. Xia Luo formed a hand sign, sending a clone rushing into the fray like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, he turned and kicked open the reinforced metal door. Boom! The resounding crash revealed the chamber within. Inside, Tony Stark hung strapped to a steel frame, his head encased in a strange contraption connected to his brain. Several Skrulls nearby scrambled to their feet, startled by the noise. "It's Spider-Man. Damn it, how did he find us? Crap, we're compromised." Panicking, they grabbed their weapons and charged at Xia Luo. The nearest Skrull unleashed a barrage of plasma rounds. Zzzt, zzzt. Thunk. Xia Luo evaded effortlessly, his web snatching the rifle midair. Damn it, guns don't work on him. Realizing their predicament, the Skrulls exchanged glances and produced vials filled with a strange, glowing liquid. Gulp tilde. As the Skrulls downed the liquid, their bodies began to mutate. Aiza. One Skrull's body ignited, flames erupting as he roared. Boom. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a massive column of fire. Another Skrull's body hardened into rock as he charged at Xia Luo like a living battering ram. Hi. The sight of their newfound powers seemed familiar. Xia Luo's chest emblem pulsed as his spider totem lit up briefly. In an instant, his soul left his body, and his head drooped limply. The chamber erupted in flames, walls cracking and debris scattering amidst the chaos. The Skrulls, now empowered, launched an all-out assault. However, Xia Luo's body dodged every attack with minimal effort, weaving through the onslaught as if it were a casual exercise. Hovering in spiritual form, Xia Luo observed their abilities. Flame powers, a rocky body, elasticity, invisibility. "Oh great," Xia Luo muttered, rubbing his spectral forehead. "Fantastic Four knockoffs, lovely." In Skrull lore, there were two main subspecies. Deviant Skrulls, who could shapeshift into any being, mimicking powers akin to mutants. Eternal Skrulls, who lacked shapeshifting abilities but possessed immense innate strength, akin to the Titan race. The group in front of him clearly belonged to the deviant branch, capable of not only impersonating humans, but also replicating their memories. Worse, they were armed with a serum that temporarily granted superhuman abilities. Though they weren't super Skrulls, those capable of permanently mimicking a superhero's powers, this temporary enhancement made them formidable. It was essentially an army with Mystique's powers combined with mutant-like adaptability, a far greater threat than mere mutants. Still, Xia Luo found their performance satisfactory. If they were too weak, Apocalypse wouldn't agree to work with humanity, he mused. Turning his gaze to Tony, unconscious and strapped to the machinery, Xia Luo decided it was time to wrap things up. Re-entering his body, Xia Luo's eyes snapped open, glowing faint blue. Buzz tilde. Electric arcs danced around him as he turned to the rampaging Skrulls. Zzzt, zzzt. One after another, the Skrulls were struck by the arcs, their bodies flung against the walls. Bang, bang, bang. The cave resounded with impact after impact as the Skrulls were forcibly reverted to their true forms, buried under falling rubble. Dusting off his hands, Xia Luo smirked. "I wasn't even trying." He turned to Tony, prying the steel restraints apart with ease. Once the helmet-like device was removed from Tony's head, the man jolted awake, gasping for air. His bleary eyes focused on Xia Luo. What happened to me?" Xia Luo gave him a brief rundown of events. As he listened, Tony's face grew darker. "Damn it, those alien bastards, one of them's pretending to be me. And Pepper." Tony froze, a horrifying thought crossing his mind. His face turned grim as if a neon green glow had suddenly appeared above his head. Xia Luo couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Don't tell Pepper about this, she'd only blame herself. A real man shoulders these burdens alone, he said with a straight face. Tony glared at him. Forget that, I'm going back to expose that imposter. Dragging his tired body to his feet, Tony tried to move, but Xia Luo held him back by the shoulder. If he can impersonate you, why not flip the script? Xia Luo suggested. Tony paused, his genius mind already spinning. You mean I impersonate him? Exactly. Tony's scowl shifted into a wicked grin. If he has a wife, I'll make sure to repay him in full. Xia Luo blinked. You sure about that? He gestured toward one of the unconscious Skrulls, pointing out its green skin and wrinkled chin. If you're planning revenge, you might want to prepare yourself. Not everyone can handle this kind of courage. Tony stared at the Skrull's alien features, gritting his teeth. Well, with the lights off, it's all the same, he muttered. Xia Luo burst out laughing, giving Tony an enthusiastic thumbs up. You're the real superhero here. Go all out, teach them a lesson. As Xia Luo watched Tony recover, a wry smile tugged at his lips. Iron Man's dark history, Spider-Man's ATM. Of course, I'd support this. Chapter 219. Let's go, time to head back, he said. Tony glanced at the bodies scattered across the cave. What about these guys? Xia Luo waved dismissively. Don't worry. Spider-Man's not great at cleaning up messes, but my friends are. Your friends? Tony raised an eyebrow as Xia Luo activated his cloning technique. Several identical versions of himself materialized, each one grinning confidently. Let's go, they'll handle it. Leading Tony through the portal, Xia Luo left his clones waving behind them. Don't forget to miss us, one clone called out. The portal shimmered shut, and the clones scattered. As their numbers multiplied, the entire cave collapsed under their destructive efforts. Stark Tower. Buzz Tilda. The portal flickered with light as Tony stumbled back into his home, looking worse for wear. Not seeing Pepper, he immediately called out, Jarvis, where's Pepper? Miss Potts is currently on a date with you, sir, Jarvis replied matter-of-factly. Tony's face darkened. Where are they? At the Empire Hotel, sir. What? Tony clenched his fists. That bastard is so dead. Storming into his lab, he barked, Jarvis, open the backup suits. Right away, sir. Watching Tony suit up, Xia Luo opened his mouth to say something but decided against it. The imposter's practically rubbing it in his face. If I try to stop him now, I'll look like the bad guy. Need any help? Xia Luo offered. Tony growled, no, I'll handle this myself. As expected of Iron Man, a real man knows how to settle his own scores, Xia Luo said with admiration. With a deafening crash, Tony's Mark suit blasted through the ceiling, rocketing toward the Empire Hotel. Does remodeling not cost money? Xia Luo muttered, brushing off the falling debris. He tapped his wrist device to make a call. Captain Carter, get ready for a show. Lock onto the Empire Hotel. Hotel. In her office, Carter instinctively lowered her voice, glancing at the door. Can't you be quieter? I'm busy. If it's important, just come here instead. Xia Luo sighed and ended the call. Thinking quickly, he dialed Gwen. Gwen, head to the Empire Hotel. Hotel. Gwen's sharp gasp cut him off. Her voice turned cold. Xia Luo, are you cheating on Mary Jane? Give me the room number. I'm coming to deal with you myself. Are you all crazy? Xia Luo snapped, hanging up in frustration. He tried Harry next. Surely his best friend wouldn't misunderstand. Harry, get to the Empire Hotel. Hotel. Harry's tone grew sly. If you need money for activities, just ask. No need to go overboard. Go to hell, Xia Luo growled, slamming the call off. Opening a portal, he stepped onto the rooftop of a high-rise overlooking the hotel. Settling down with a tub of popcorn, he waited patiently for the fireworks to begin. It wasn't long before the night sky lit up with the fiery trail of Tony's suit as he arrived at the hotel. Simultaneously, Carter and her team descended nearby in their aircraft. Just as they disembarked, a thunderous explosion erupted from one of the hotel's rooms, flames burst through the shattered windows, as two identical Iron Man suits shot into the sky. Boom! Bang! Fire and smoke filled the air as the two Iron Men clashed, exchanging repulsor blasts that illuminated the night with dazzling sparks. Tony! At the broken window, Pepper, wrapped in a bathrobe, stared up at the battle in alarm. On the rooftop, Xia Luo shielded his eyes with a hand. Yeesh, long-time couples really like to spice things up. Why not just stay home? Now look what's happened, he muttered. As Carter's group approached, she gave Xia Luo an incredulous look. This is the show you mentioned. Xia Luo nodded. Yup. Harry, watching the aerial duel, heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Gwen, however, crossed her arms with a huff, refusing to look at Xia Luo. Fine, I forgive you. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Forgive me for what? Harry was equally confused. Why does he need forgiving? Gwen glared at Xia Luo. Never mind. Spider-Man, did you call us here just to watch this? Not just to watch. Xia Luo gestured toward the energy blasts raining down from the sky, some dangerously close to the surrounding buildings. You might want to call in backup. I can't handle this alone. With that, he leaped through another portal, appearing in the middle of the street below. Buzz Tilda. As an energy pulse barreled toward him, Xia Luo crossed his arms, his enhanced body absorbing the impact. Boom! The pulse exploded, sending waves of heat through the air. Behind him, a little girl stared wide-eyed. Mommy, it's Spider-Man, she squealed, jumping up and down in excitement. Xia Luo knelt and patted her on the head. It's late, why aren't you home? The girl picked up a wilted flower from the ground, her gaze dropping. I was waiting for my mom, but she's gone. I'm scared. Looking at her dirt-streaked face and the dying rose in her hand, Xia Luo's imagination ran wild. Snow-covered streets, a poor little girl selling matches, begging the uncaring world to buy her wares. Ah, such tragedy, why? Xia Luo clutched his chest in anguish. Before he could say more, a well-dressed woman rushed over. Annie, where have you been? I was so worried. You're filthy, and that flower, throw it away, it's dirty. The woman's panic melted into awe as she spotted Xia Luo. Oh my, Spider-Man. She's your daughter, Xia Luo asked. Yes, she wandered off earlier. Thank you for finding her. So she's not a flower girl? Of course not, we own a building. Why would she sell flowers? Another explosion lit up the sky, snapping Xia Luo back to the moment. I've got to go, bye. He turned to leave but paused. By the way, if she doesn't have a dad, you can call me. It's not about the money. Trust Spider-Man. Spider-Man never lies. He vanished into a portal. Boom! One Iron Man suit tumbled from the sky, only to be caught in Xia Luo's outstretched arms. Spider-Man, thanks, the pilot said, glancing sideways. That guy's a fake. Help me take him down. Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. This wasn't Tony. The real Tony dove down moments later. I don't need your help. I'll handle this myself. With a roar, Tony launched a punch at the imposter, who blocked it with an equally forceful strike. Clang! The clash sent sparks flying as the ground beneath them cracked. Xia Luo raised his hands, backing away. You all see this, right? Not my fault, he called to the gathering crowd. Before anyone could respond, the two Iron Men took off again, colliding midair and slamming into a nearby skybridge. Crash! Debris rained down as reporters swarmed the scene. Two Iron Men, what's going on? And there's Spider-Man. Rushing to him, they bombarded him with questions. Spider-Man, can you tell who the real Tony Stark is? Spider-Man, is there another Spider-Woman in your life? Spider-Man, could you show us your giant form? Xia Luo swung away without answering. This is getting out of hand, he muttered. Reaching the two combatants, he shouted, Enough, any more and this'll be impossible to clean up. Tony fired a red laser from his arc reactor, forcing his opponent back. Jarvis, full power. Right away, sir, Jarvis replied. Jarvis, shut it down, the Skrull imposter ordered. Right away, sir, Jarvis echoed. Tony. Jarvis, listen to me. Right away, sir. Jarvis, I'm the real one. I'm the real one. Sir, I can't tell, I really can't tell. As Jarvis struggled, the Skrull laughed mockingly. Your time is up, imposter. Tony gritted his teeth. Fight me, coward. Gladly. Both shed their suits and started brawling on the ground. Watching this unfold, Xia Luo threw up his hands. I'm done. As Carter and her team arrived, she sighed, shaking her head. What now? Harry asked. Xia Luo shrugged. What else? Arrest them both. Carter nodded. Good plan. Half an hour later, in a glass containment cell, two identical Tonys were still glaring at each other. After countless scuffles, both were utterly exhausted, lying on separate cots, their animosity temporarily drowned by sheer fatigue. Outside the cell, Carter and her team examined the two identical men, frustration written all over their faces. The genetic analysis results are in. Helen Cho approached with a report in hand. Their DNA is completely identical. There's no way to tell which one is the real Tony Stark. Identical. Carter rubbed her temples. Great, this just got a lot harder. She turned to Xia Luo. Do you have any way to figure out who's real? Nope, no clue. Xia Luo shook his head solemnly. Of course he was lying. The truth was, as long as no one could tell the difference, his plan would succeed. Carter sighed in defeat. We'll have to call Pepper Potts. She's the only one who might be able to identify them. Leaving the cell behind, Carter turned to walk away. Xia Luo trailed after her, giving the two Tonys one last glance before stepping into the hallway. Walking beside Carter, Xia Luo broke the silence. They're Skrulls, he said, an alien race that specializes in mimicking other beings. Skrulls, Carter frowned. Yeah, Skrulls are garbage, Xia Luo added with a straight face. Carter paused. Why the sudden insult? Xia Luo gave her a sideways glance. You didn't react to me calling them garbage. That means you're the real Carter. Carter rolled her eyes. If they could mimic me and copy my abilities, you wouldn't be so calm. Xia Luo nodded in agreement. True, normal Skrulls can't replicate superpowers. Also, Skrulls are garbage. Do you ever stop? Carter's tone was exasperated. Xia Luo smirked, just making sure you're really you. Didn't you say when in doubt, call the Sorcerer Supreme? Carter suggested. She won't agree to help us. Let's try anyway. Fine. 10 minutes later, both stepped through a portal. I was right, she said. No, Xia Luo remarked as they emerged. Back in her office, Carter flopped onto the couch with no regard for decorum, staring up at the ceiling with a sigh. This is exhausting. First mutants, now Skrulls. I want to quit. Opening the fridge, Xia Luo grabbed a bottle of his favorite juice. After taking a sip, he replied, At least this takes the spotlight off the mutant-human conflict. Hearing this, Carter sat up, exhaling deeply. You're right, that's probably the best outcome we can hope for. She hesitated, her eyes clouded with concern. But will Apocalypse really work with us? He hates humans, and his power, we can't guarantee he'll act as you predict. Xia Luo gave her a reassuring smile. Even if he doesn't, I have backup plans, don't worry. By the way, how's the analysis on Khan's red trident? Xia Luo asked. Carter shook her head. It's made of a unique material, but it's still inferior to vibranium. She tapped on a virtual console, pulling up a holographic image of a red and blue Spider-Man suit. We found some vibranium in a Hydra base. Using nanotechnology, we can craft a vibranium-enhanced suit for you. A vibranium suit. Xia Luo's eyes sparkled. Giving it to me. As a personal gift, Carter replied with a smirk. Thank you, Commander Carter, Xia Luo said, his tone respectful. Oh, now I'm Commander Carter. That was quick, she teased. It's a sign of my gratitude. Xia Luo grinned, but skip the suit. Just give me some vibranium nanoparticles. My current nanotech suit can integrate them automatically. No problem. Dr. Cho already prepared the vibranium. You can pick it up in her lobby. Great, dinner's on me later. You've already borrowed 2 years' worth of your salary. You're broke. No problem, Harry can cover it. It wasn't long before Xia Luo arrived at Helen Cho's lobby. Dr. Cho, I'm here for. Vibranium, I know. Helen tapped on her tablet, and a section of the alloy wall slid aside. Behind the glass, a shimmering blue liquid vibranium flowed like a tide. Xia Luo's eyes lit up with anticipation, but Helen's expression suddenly darkened. Something's wrong. There's much less vibranium than there should be. Less? Xia Luo frowned. What do you mean? The realization hit him like a brick. He sighed, already knowing the answer. Marvel Rule 1, never store anything valuable at S.H.I.E.L.D. because it will get stolen. Marvel Rule 2, never steal from Spider-Man. Because you'll regret it. Who did this? Xia Luo's voice rang out, filled with exasperation. Chapter 220. With Hill's help, Xia Luo obtained a detailed list of visitors to the lab. Coulson, Hill herself, Carter, Reed, Tony, and Helen Cho. Looking at the names, Xia Luo frowned slightly. The list wasn't much help in solving the case of the missing vibranium nanoparticles. As it stands, Tony Stark seems the most suspicious, Hill remarked. Helen Cho, standing nearby, appeared thoughtful. Tony came by briefly, but he didn't act out of the ordinary. He left quickly, and I was here the whole time. Hill frowned. Could someone have disguised themselves as one of us, like the imposter pretending to be Tony? Helen glanced at Hill. Do you mean me, Coulson, or even the director and Reed? Anyone is a possibility. We'll need to investigate each of us, Hill admitted, myself included. She turned to Xia Luo. Spider-Man, any thoughts? Xia Luo crossed his arms, his eyes glinting faintly. Suddenly, he grabbed Hill by the arm. Spider-Man, Hill yelped as he pulled her closer. To her astonishment, Xia Luo slammed his palm onto her shoulder. Buzz Tilda. In that moment, Hill felt her consciousness waver. For a fleeting instant, she saw her own back and Xia Luo holding her in place. The next second, her vision cleared as if waking from a dream. Spider-Man, what just happened? Hill stammered, utterly confused. Yet behind her back, her fingers fidgeted nervously. Helen Cho, noticing the scene, instinctively turned away. This is my lobby, maybe you two should take this somewhere else. Don't worry, I won't tell Director Carter. Consider this a favor, Helen said, her tone sly. Xia Luo's lips twitched. Letting go of Hill, he said awkwardly, that was just a routine check. Don't overthink it. A check, Helen's smile grew teasing. I studied in Japan, you know. I've seen that kind of check before. Xia Luo, unwilling to argue, spun and clapped Helen on the shoulder. Buzz Tilda. Caught off guard, Helen staggered. A faint shadow separated from her body before quickly returning. Seeing that her soul showed no sign of Skrull interference, Xia Luo nodded in satisfaction. He grabbed Helen to steady her before she could fall. Moments later, Helen opened her eyes and sighed dramatically. Great, now Carter has a new rival for Spider-Man's affections. Rolling his eyes, Xia Luo released her. It was a soul check. You're not a Skrull, so you're cleared, he explained. Helen blinked. That wasn't a dream. Hill chimed in thoughtfully. It was our souls. Xia Luo nodded. Exactly. Outward appearances can deceive, but souls can't lie. That leaves Coulson and Reed, Hill said, suddenly recalling something. You can tell who the real Tony Stark is, can't you? She asked Xia Luo. Xia Luo smiled but didn't answer directly. I could, but I think our imposter could use some quiet time. Call Coulson and Reed, he added. I already did, Hill replied. When Coulson and Reed arrived, Xia Luo used the same method to check their souls. Both passed inspection. Which meant, Director Carter, Hill exclaimed suddenly. Xia Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, you've been fooling me this whole time. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. 3 minutes later, Carter's soul returned to her body. Sitting calmly in her chair, she adjusted her collar with an air of deliberate nonchalance. You were very rough, she said flatly. Xia Luo lowered his head apologetically. It was a misunderstanding. Will you forgive me? He asked cautiously. Behind him, Hill and Helen exchanged glances and quietly exited the room. Once they were gone, Carter's lips curled into a rare smile. Soul magic, fascinating. Don't worry, I won't dock your pay this time. But tell me, Spider-Man, have you ever used that magic for other purposes? Other purposes? Repeating the phrase, Xia Luo's eyes lit up mischievously. Clapping his hands, he laughed. Why didn't I think of that? Brilliant idea, I'll try it tonight. Carter's smile froze. So not yet, but tonight. A chill ran down her spine. She made a mental note to have Banner develop a device to disrupt soul manipulation. In the meantime, she resolved not to shower until then. "What did you discover?" she asked, changing the subject. Xia Luo shook his head. "Nothing. No one on the suspect list is a Skrull." "What if it's not a Skrull?" Carter suggested. "Even if it's a shape-shifting mutant, their true form would be exposed in their soul state. It has to be someone pretending to be one of us," Xia Luo insisted. "Not necessarily," Carter countered. "They could have stolen the vibranium and abandoned the disguise to escape. They might not even be here anymore." As she spoke, she tapped her virtual console. "Everyone come in," she called. Soon, Hill, Coulson, Helen, and Reed filed into the office. "Have any of you experienced brief unconsciousness recently?" Carter asked. Hill and Helen shook their heads. Coulson thought for a moment. "Because of my heavy workload, even the slightest noise wakes me up." Carter rolled her eyes. "Got it, you're overworked. Hand me your vacation request." "Sure thing," Coulson cheerfully handed over a pre-prepared form, his face lighting up with excitement. Xia Luo stared. "You can do that." Noted. Finally, it was Reed's turn. Before he could speak, Carter waved him off and called Susan instead. "Has Reed been acting strange recently?" she asked. The screen showed Susan Storm pausing thoughtfully before shaking her head. Then, as if recalling something, she added, "He's been more exhausted lately. Does that count as strange?" "Exhausted?" "Yes, technically, he's been quicker, if you know what I mean." Carter's face darkened. "I'm not interested in your private jokes." Besides Susan, Ben Grimm chimed in thoughtfully. "Last time he went to that island to meet Banner, he was out of contact for a while." Carter's frown deepened as she turned her sharp gaze to Reed. "What were you doing during that time?" I don't know." Reed rubbed his temples, visibly straining to remember. Ben's hearty laugh rang out again. "Huh, that was when you almost pissed yourself after Banner scared you." Reed glared at the screen. Was that really necessary to bring up? No, the commander's question deserves a thorough answer. No holding back. "You idiot. You little punk, did you just insult me? I challenge you to a duel." As the two hurled insults, Carter pinched the bridge of her nose and decisively ended the call. These guys were useless. Nothing actionable, just petty squabbling. Still, one thing was clear. Something had happened on Banner's island. Meeting Xia Luo's eyes, Carter spoke calmly. "I'll handle this personally. But keep your soul magic a secret. If the Skrulls realize we can expose them this way, they'll adapt." "Got it." Xia Luo raised his hand, summoning a magical portal. He stepped through, vanishing in a swirl of sparks. Watching him leave, Reed muttered, "So convenient." Carter, meanwhile, had a sudden realization. Damn it, Banner's already been brought back. He's probably heading for that island. Whoosh tilde. Under the blazing sun, the sea breeze brushed against Xia Luo as he stood atop a mountain, gazing at the distant horizon. With arms outstretched, he basked in the serenity of nature. Ah, the air is so fresh, the world is so beautiful. After his moment of self-hypnosis, Xia Luo turned and made his way toward the island's laboratory. Planning to surprise Dr. Banner, he hid in a secluded spot and sent his soul drifting toward the wooden cabin. It wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. His incorporeal form passed through the cabin floor, descending into the underground laboratory. Except the lab had been transformed into a sprawling underground base. Strange, Dr. Banner isn't the type for extravagance. Frowning, Xia Luo delved deeper into the base. Apparently, the funding Carter had allocated to Banner's research had been grossly misused. The underground base extended to the seabed, encased in transparent energy shields. Inside, rows of mechanized assembly lines hummed with activity. Clang clang. Whirr. Fragmented machinery moved along the conveyor belts, heading toward assembly stations. And there they were, rows of familiar mark suits. This is... Xia Luo's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. He'd stumbled upon the very Iron Legion Charles had warned him about. In the storage area, hundreds of mark suits stood in neat rows, while green-skinned Skrulls worked on installing remote control systems. In the underwater testing grounds, two unmanned suits clashed violently, sending sparks flying. From the observation deck above, a group of Skrulls were in heated discussion. Any news on Banner? Our people are searching, but he hasn't turned up yet. Damn it, if he returns to S.H.I.E.L.D. He won't. We staged an attack disguised as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He must despise them now. My point is, if he seeks revenge on S.H.I.E.L.D., he'll blow our cover. Impossible, we've copied his memories. He'll suppress his anger, unable to let loose the monster inside him. Good, that works in our favor. We should thank Banner. Without him, Carter wouldn't have poured so much funding into this Iron Legion. Exactly. While her budget wasn't huge, it gave us a solid foundation. Best of all, no one suspects were here. Yes, we're so close to success. Once our agents neutralize Carter, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be ours. Too bad Spider-Man came back. We could have seized control before his revival. It's fine, he's preoccupied with the mutant issue. The mutant leader is a tricky one. That damned bug might not win against him. As long as Spider-Man dies again, we'll have enough time to seize control of the world. By then, the mutants will be finished, too. Wait, there's news. What is it? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vibranium nanoparticles were stolen. They were supposed to be used for Spider-Man's new suit. Some greedy fool must have taken them. The imposter posing as Stark was just captured. They'll suspect us for sure. Relax, they won't find anything. The Skrulls continued discussing their plans, oblivious to the spectral figure in the shadows observing everything. Carter's money funded the enemy, Xia Luo muttered in disbelief. The Iron Legion was already substantial, numbering nearly 300 suits, a fortune in value. Tony provided the technology, Carter supplied the funds. And the Skrulls, they handled production. Still, Xia Luo thought wryly, Carter would come out ahead if these suits could be reclaimed. And as for Xia Luo, time to act as the middleman, he decided. Floating back to the surface, his soul returned to his body. Buzz tilde. A portal flared to life as Xia Luo stepped through. When Xia Luo returned to Carter's office, it was empty. He wandered into the hallway, finding Hill nearby. Where's Carter? She went to see Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner? Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. Based on the Skrulls' conversation, it was clear this Dr. Banner was an imposter. Let's hope Carter keeps her mouth shut. Otherwise, well, Xia Luo wasn't above tying up loose ends. Hey, Dr. Banner, how have you been? Xia Luo greeted cheerfully as he entered the lobby. The man turned to him, his smile as genial as ever. There wasn't the slightest hint of suspicion in his demeanor. Spider-Man, good to see you again. While the two exchanged pleasantries, Carter held up a vial of green liquid with a curious expression. This is your latest breakthrough, she asked. Banner nodded. Yes, I've eradicated Hulk's consciousness. With this serum, I can access Hulk's strength without losing control. Hearing this, Carter's face lit up with excitement. My funding has finally paid off. Xia Luo's tone was dry. Oh, it's paid off. Big time, worth every penny. Banner scratched his head sheepishly. It's all thanks to your support, Commander. If Nick Fury were in charge, he'd never have had the budget to help me. True, Fury's broke. He should stick to making quilts. Taking the vial from Carter, Xia Luo said, If Hulk's gone, then Dr. Banner, how about we finish our unfinished fight? Fight? Both Carter and Banner looked stunned. Yes, a fight. Xia Luo turned to Banner, his gaze piercing. That day's battle wasn't exactly fair. Hulk was a maniac, but you're not. Realizing what Xia Luo was implying, Banner hesitated, feigning reluctance while inwardly thrilled. If he could use this opportunity to extract Spider-Man's mutant gene, the Skrulls could create an army of Spider-Men. Earth will be ours. Chapter 221. Dr. Banner, please prepare yourself. Understood. Dr. Banner watched Carter and Spider-Man leave before starting to prepare the Hulk serum for the upcoming fight. Meanwhile, Xia Luo and Carter strolled leisurely through the recreational park on the floating island. There's something off about you, Carter remarked. Xia Luo smiled faintly. You noticed. Of course. Carter looked ahead, her gaze steady. Competing like this isn't your style. What do you hope to gain from this fight? He's not Banner. Xia Luo's blunt statement froze Carter in place. It didn't take long for her to recover, her expression calm as usual. I didn't expect the infiltration to run this deep. Xia Luo nodded. Exactly. That's why Reed must keep soul magic a secret. It's our ace in the hole. No problem. If he leaks it, he might as well join the Thunderbolts. Neither Carter nor Xia Luo had much faith in the Fantastic Four. Instead of dismissing them, it was safer to keep them under close watch. So, do you plan to take out the fake Banner directly? Carter asked. Xia Luo shook his head. No, I need him around to distinguish the real Tony from the fake. Hearing this, Carter immediately understood Xia Luo's intentions. I think I could go undercover as a Skrull too, she joked. Xia Luo stared at her in surprise. You can read minds. So, that's what you were thinking. Yes, but it would make things too easy for us. Then let's see how things play out. All right. Soon, they arrived at the island. A portal unfolded, and Xia Luo stepped into an open area first, followed closely by Banner and Carter. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Banner's expression became uneasy. This is the island where you were before, Carter noted with a smile. Spider-Man must have chosen this place on purpose. It must hold a lot of memories for you. Banner cursed inwardly, but kept a nostalgic look on his face. Yes, it was here that I finally broke free of the Hulk's control. Xia Luo turned and smiled. You seem pleased with my choice. Let's begin. Banner opened his mouth to speak, but Carter helpfully shoved the serum into his mouth. Banner. The moment the serum hit his stomach, a green hue spread rapidly across his skin, and his muscles began to expand. As his body grew taller and stronger, nearly limitless power surged through him, and he couldn't help but roar. Ralag! The feral cry echoed through the air, shaking the surroundings. Carter quickly stepped back to observe. Before long, Banner's clothing predictably shredded under his bulging muscles. Unlike last time, however, this Hulk was sporting an exceptionally stretchy pair of shorts. More importantly, Banner had not succumbed to rage. Xia Luo didn't hold high expectations for the fake Banner's combat abilities. Without anger, the Hulk was far from his peak strength. Without hesitation, Xia Luo raised the small spider in his hand. Dr. Banner, for you, this little guy will do. Chomp! As the tiny spider bit into Xia Luo's hand, a burst of radiant magical energy erupted. Boom! Surrounded by swirling magic, Xia Luo lunged forward, closing the distance between himself and Banner in an instant. Banner retaliated with a fierce punch. Bang! Crash! When their fists collided, the resulting shockwave was deafening. The jungle behind them was obliterated by the violent impact, and the powerful gust forced Carter to retreat. The ground beneath them trembled, sending ripples of force into the underground base, where the Skrulls' faces turned pale. What's happening? Look, it's Spider-Man. On the surveillance feed, a green giant and a red and blue figure were locked in combat. Each clash tore through the earth, with the surrounding trees pulverized by the devastating shockwaves. The destruction spread rapidly across the island. Damn it, why weren't we warned? Is that idiot trying to ruin everything? There's no time. If Spider-Man finds us, we'll have to evacuate. Let's hope our people can stall him, otherwise we're finished. As the Skrulls watched in horror, the magical energy surrounding Xia Luo erupted, sending the green giant hurtling into a nearby hill. Boom! As rubble cascaded down to bury Banner, Xia Luo stood 100 meters away, calmly lowering his fists. You're too weak, Dr. Banner. This is disappointing. His tone was laced with disdain. 100 tons of power, and it was still temporary, hardly worth his time. Banner, pulling himself from the debris, caught sight of Carter's disappointed expression. Fury welled up inside him. No, I can't lose this badly. If Carter thinks I'm just a supporting player despite having the Hulk's strength, my mission will be impossible. I have to give it my all. Determined, he gulped down another dose of the Hulk serum. His muscles swelled even further. Ralag! Boom! The green giant charged forward, each step shaking the ground and leaving devastation in his wake. as if to prove he wasn't weak. But even with his enhanced strength, he was no match for Xia Luo. Bang! Bam, bam, bam. Xia Luo effortlessly blocked Banner's punches, countering with brutal strikes from his elbows and knees. Under the relentless onslaught of the military-style combat moves Xia Luo had mastered, Banner's massive frame wavered like a ship in a storm. Finally, a straightforward combo left Banner vomiting bile. Crash! Xia Luo nonchalantly kicked Banner across the beach, clapping his hands with a smile. Thanos' military techniques work wonders, especially against green giants. With that, he leapt high into the air. Friendly neighborhood nuke kick. What? Watching the dazzling figure plummet toward him like a meteor, Banner panicked, his body screaming in pain as he desperately waved his arms. I surrender, I give up, I won't fight anymore. What was that? The wind's too loud, I can't hear you, Xia Luo's shout echoed above. Despair filled Banner's heart. He's trying to kill me. Did he figure it out? Impossible. Boom! The radiant meteor struck the coast, sending up a massive cloud of sand. Centered on Banner, shockwaves rippled outward, shattering rocks and stirring the sea into a frenzy. The forest at the shore was flattened by the cascading magical energy. At the same time, the underground base began to collapse, severely disrupting the production lines beneath the seabed. Sizzle. Boom. Sparks flew as machinery malfunctioned, smoke billowed from broken circuits, and flames spread. The entire base descended into chaos. Shut down the power. Hurry. Damn that Spider-Man. While the Skrulls scrambled to cover their tracks, the giant crater on the beach held a trembling Banner. He stared at the red and blue figure nearby, his face pale with terror. If that had hit me, I wouldn't have survived. You. Just kidding. Before Banner could finish, Xia Luo reached out and pulled him up. We're friends, aren't we? I'd never hurt you, your face was priceless. He playfully pinched Banner's green cheek and turned to Carter. I'm satisfied with this fight, let's head back. Carter, however, couldn't take her eyes off the enormous crater. The sheer power of the attack had left her stunned. Though Xia Luo's raw strength barely exceeded 300 tons, the destructive potential of his magical energy was unimaginable. This is absurd. But then she noticed Xia Luo's unsteady steps, and a wave of exasperation washed over her. Was it really necessary to go all out for a performance? Especially with just me as the audience? Well, not just me, there were plenty of others watching from below. The three of them soon returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. As the portal slowly closed behind them, Banner quickly made up an excuse and disappeared into his room. Watching his hurried retreat, Carter chuckled. This might leave him with some psychological scars. Xia Luo shrugged. Be helped. The imposter was too weak. If it were the real Hulk, his rage meter would have maxed out by now, and I'd be the one getting pounded. Hulk isn't that over the top. You never know. After all, this is the Spider-Man Central Universe, not Universe 199,999. Which universe? Carter blinked in confusion. Xia Luo explained, it's a universe designation, something I learned while in Mephisto's hell. A universe designation? Carter mused aloud. The multiverse is fascinating. I wonder if other versions of you are this strong. Speaking of, she added, Steve and the others all have multiverse variants. But as far as I know, Spider-Man variants are all Peter Parkers. I've never heard of anyone knowing a Xia Luo Parker. Is that so strange? Xia Luo grabbed a juice from the fridge. Some people don't have multiverse variants. Like me, an unbeatable Spider-Man destined to surpass multiverse-level powerhouses. Stick with me, and you're set for life. He gave her a thumbs up. Carter nodded mock seriously. Sure, I'll stick with you. Oh, by the way, your paycheck will be late by 2 days next month. Budget's tight at the agency. No, how am I supposed to survive without my salary? Xia Luo wailed dramatically. Carter smirked. A multiverse-level big shot worried about money. The stronger Spider-Man gets, the poorer he becomes. That can't be true. I'm sure some Spider-Men in other universes are filthy rich. Don't even mention those guys. So I was right. Right, you're so clever. Their bickering was interrupted by a notification on Xia Luo's phone. He read it and immediately laughed out loud, hands on his hips. Ha ha ha, my investment finally paid off. Quentin Beck managed to secure additional funding. I'm finally buying that villa. Carter rolled her eyes. How do you know that's the real Quentin Beck, and not a Skrull impersonating your Mysterio? Xia Luo. Does it matter? As long as there's money involved, who cares if he's a Skrull? With that, he spun his hand, conjuring a portal and stepped through. At a VFX studio. In the conference room, Xia Luo emerged from the portal just as Quentin Beck was seeing off some supposed investors. Seeing Xia Luo, Beck closed the door with practiced ease, then pumped his fist in excitement. Spider-Man, I did it. He gave Xia Luo a big hug. Xia Luo patted him on the shoulder. Congratulations, but honestly, you seem more into being a movie star. Absolutely. I'm planning to produce my own movie and star in it. Wow, great idea. Self-promotion at its finest. Of course. They chatted for a while until Beck suddenly shared some news. The task you gave me is complete. William's daughter is stable now, and she's ready for the nanoheart surgery. I informed William in prison, and he's very grateful to you. That's good to hear. Xia Luo then reached out to contact Helen Zhao, as part of a deal they'd previously arranged. After a moment's thought, Xia Luo said abruptly, Actually, I'm broke. Quentin Beck. No problem. The company made a bit of money recently. You can use some of it for now. Beck didn't hesitate, which made Xia Luo appreciate how many good people there still were. Spider-Man, who are you planning to help with this money? Maybe I can assist, Beck asked politely. Xia Luo replied with utmost seriousness, I'm going to squander it. Beck. After leaving the VFX studio, Xia Luo shed his nanotech suit. Hey Harry, dinner's on me tonight. 3 days later, Dr. Banner successfully completed a device to identify Skrulls. Of course, Carter wasn't about to trust it entirely. Soon after, in front of an audience, the fake Tony Stark was exposed. I'm the real one, Tony insisted, staring at Banner with a blank expression. Before he could say more, Carter ordered him taken away. Thanks for your help, Dr. Banner. I'll interrogate this imposter myself. She gave a nod to the real Tony, who had just stepped out of a holding cell. Take a break for now. I'll find you later. But Banner stepped forward. Captain Carter, I'd like to speak with Tony. There's no rush. You have other tasks to focus on. With that, Carter dismissed Banner and glanced at Xia Luo. Xia Luo made a subtle gesture, and Tony immediately sensed something was wrong. 3 seconds later, Tony collapsed to the floor, reverting to his true Skrull form. The real Tony returned to the scene shortly afterward. You really want me to go undercover? He raised an eyebrow. Xia Luo patted him on the shoulder. Yes, this is your one chance to get revenge on that guy. Hearing this, Tony clenched his teeth. Yeah, I'll make him pay. Xia Luo laid out some details before Tony headed off to Banner's lobby. As Tony's figure disappeared down the corridor, Carter watched with an expression of mild disdain. He's not looking for revenge, he just wants the thrill. Xia Luo crossed his arms with a smirk. Let's not call him out, we're all still friends, right? Carter shook her head. He's going to end up in trouble over a woman someday. Maybe, Xia Luo replied, dropping the subject. He mentally calculated the timeline. Tony had likely already realized the effects of palladium on his body. If he was interested in the Skrulls, his intentions were obvious. Whether alien medicine could cure him was uncertain. But new elements could definitely save him. Xia Luo needed to confirm whether such elements existed here. After all, this wasn't the movie universe. If Howard Stark hadn't left the new element behind for Tony, he'd have to figure things out on his own. Just then, Carter received a message. A new Spider-Man, a woman. She put down her communicator, her expression turning odd. Xia Luo, your friendly neighbor Mary Jane has become Spider-Man. I think you should check it out. Mary Jane. Hearing the name, Xia Luo looked baffled. No way, has she really become my friendly neighbor? Chapter 222. Beep beep. The bridge was a gridlocked mess, cars honking incessantly. A short-tempered man wearing sunglasses leaned out of his car window, yelling furiously at the vehicles ahead. "Get moving, you little trash heaps up there. Clear the way, or I'll shove your heads into your second mouths." "Shut up, who wears sunglasses at night, you lunatic." "What did you say?" "I said you're an idiot, you sunglasses-wearing buffoon." "You're dead, you hear me? Dead." On the jam-packed road, tensions boiled over, and an enraged driver stepped out of his car to settle the score. Chaos ensued as others joined in the shouting match. Boom! Suddenly, a car was hurled through the air with enormous force, leaving everyone on the bridge wide-eyed. "Oh my God, the car's flying." "Run, that's not a flying car." "Run!" People scattered in panic as the airborne car came crashing down, bursting into flames upon impact. "My car. Why, oh why, didn't I just buy a flying car?" Whoosh tilde. Above the chaos, an actual flying car zipped past. At the controls sat Daredevil, suited up and piloting the vehicle toward the commotion. At the far end of the bridge, a hulking black monster swung another car like a club, aiming it at an annoying red and blue blur. "No." Crash tilde. Webbing exploded outward, cushioning the car's impact. Moments later, a graceful red silhouette flipped over the car and landed lightly, then raised her hand to fire webbing that bound the monster's ankles. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. Using the webbing like a flail, the red figure slammed the black monster back and forth against the steel framework of the bridge. "Damn spider!" The monster roared, slashing the webbing with razor-sharp claws and leaping into the air. In the moonlight, his blackened red cloak billowed, revealing his ghastly features. A pale face, blood-red eyes, a bat-like flattened nose, and terrifying fangs. "A vampire." Daredevil frowned, then turned his attention to the agile red figure swinging across the bridge. Another Spider-Woman. His frown deepened. Still, it didn't take long for him to choose sides. The villain here was obvious. Without hesitation, Daredevil aimed the flying car and dove toward the vampire. Whir! Boom! Bangs bang! The flying car smashed into the airborne vampire, sending him spiraling downward with a roar of fury. Shit! Whoosh tilde. As the vampire plummeted, the red figure launched herself like a missile using a web slingshot, closing in rapidly. Seeing this, Daredevil froze for a moment. A web slingshot. Anyone familiar with Spider-Man knew this was one of his signature moves. And this unexpected Spider-Woman knew it too. A Spider-Man fangirl, clearly. In the next instant, the red figure rocketed into the vampire's stomach with a resounding impact. The resulting shockwave sent the vampire hurtling into the ocean below. Nuo tilde tilde. Splash! The sea erupted in spray as the red figure gracefully landed on the bridge's steel beams. From her elevated vantage point, she peered down at the spot where the vampire had vanished, her wine-red hair flowing in the wind. Escaped. Xia frowned, still too inexperienced. This could get troublesome. Whoosh tilde. Suddenly, a strong wind howled, and her lacy eye mask was whisked away by the breeze. A portal materialized behind her, and the mask landed neatly in Xia Luo's hand as he stepped through. "I told you, lace eye masks on a superheroine just invite trouble. You should follow someone else's example and design a proper suit," Xia Luo quipped. Hearing his voice, Xia whirled around, her face lighting up with surprise. "It's you." Xia Luo rolled his eyes. "Who else? You sound way too shocked." "No, I'm just happy," Xia replied, unconsciously stepping closer. But halfway, she stopped herself and composed her expression. "So, what brings you here?" Xia Luo shrugged. "Heard you became Spider-Woman, so I came to check it out." "You're late, that vampire got away." Taking on a vampire right after debuting as a hero, bold move. Xia Luo didn't dwell on the vampire. If that guy had been a true inheritor, there was no way Mary Jane or Xia could have driven him off. He was probably some unlucky mutant or a victim of a botched experiment. Too weak to be worth his attention. Still, something about this Mary Jane felt off. Though she had Spider-Man's abilities, the spider totem gave no reaction. She had gained powers, but wasn't truly a Spider-Woman. Studying her, Xia Luo asked, "What happened? How did you end up like this?" Xia had her explanation ready. "I was bitten by a strange spider recently. That's how I got these powers." "A mutant spider?" Xia Luo frowned. "I thought we'd cleaned up all the mutant spiders. What a hassle." Sighing, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small spider. "Xia, how on earth does Mary Jane like this guy?" "What are you doing?" she asked warily. Xia Luo held up the spider. "Fixing you, of course. Being a superhero is dangerous. You wouldn't want some villain capturing you to threaten me, would you?" If he were a villain, a superheroine fond of lace would feel like a gift from the heavens. The potential for melodrama would be off the charts. Xia, however, didn't resist. She extended her hand, allowing the small spider to bite her. "Buzz Tilda." The spider's magical glow flared briefly, and Xia felt the mutant cells in her body being purged. "All done." Xia Luo retrieved the spider and turned to open a portal. Seeing him about to leave, Xia panicked and called out instinctively. "Wait, you're leaving already." "Why not?" Xia Luo glanced back. Waiting for me for dinner? Want to join?" Xia hesitated, then suddenly fired a wee bee. "I'm not done yet." Xia Luo. "Hey, you lazy little thing." He flicked the small spider on the head. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." The spider, looking utterly wronged, covered its head with its legs, its big eyes brimming with tears. Xia Luo twitched at the sight. "Look at me like that. I'm not apologizing. Hurry up and fix her." Placing the spider on Mary Jane's hand, Xia Luo waited as it reluctantly drained more mutant cells. "Okay, that should do it." "No, it's still not gone," Xia said, shooting another wee bee. Xia Luo was speechless. "Again." "Absorb." "All set." "Nope, still there." "Once more." "It's still there." "No, what kind of freaky mutant cells are these?" Xia Luo clutched his head in frustration, beginning to suspect the spider was retaliating against him. Seeing Xia Luo's frustrated expression, Xia couldn't hold back her laughter. Thanks to her Skrull physiology, once she had the original mutated genes, she could endlessly replicate the mutated cells. No matter how much the little spider absorbed, Xia could just recreate Spider-Man's mutated cells again and again. The Skrull's genetic library contained an early sample of Spider-Man's mutation, making it simple for her to replicate his powers. Unfortunately, the current Spider-Man had grown far stronger through several resurrections, making him nearly unbeatable. Because of that, collecting his current genes was impossible. But that didn't matter. Xia only wanted to use Spider-Man's identity to join the Avengers and stay closer to Xia Luo. Unlike Mary Jane, who could suppress her feelings, Xia wasn't the type to hold back. She believed in fighting for what she wanted. Even with Mary Jane's memories, she couldn't understand one thing. Why had Mary Jane chosen to restrain herself? Spider-Man's fate might be lonely, with those close to him destined to leave. Xia didn't buy it. It didn't make any scientific sense. And even if it was true, she wasn't afraid. If she couldn't escape Mary Jane's influence on her, then she'd embrace it. After all, this could be fun. That thought made Xia smile even more brightly. "The mutated spider that bit me must have been extraordinary, so you might as well give up. There's no changing it now," she said. Xia Luo glanced at her and sighed. "Fine, you still remember the things I taught you, right?" "Of course," Xia replied with a grin. "I used what you taught me to beat that vampire. Am I qualified to join the Avengers now?" "You want to join the Avengers?" Xia Luo gave her an odd look. "Aren't you scared?" "Scared of what?" Xia spread her arms, letting the ocean breeze whip through her hair. "I can protect myself now. It's not so easy for you to get me killed." Xia Luo. Before he could respond, Xia continued, "Besides, I haven't seen any Avengers die because of you yet. That whole Spider-Man's cursed fate thing must be a myth." Xia Luo's mouth twitched. "That's because I'm always the one taking the hits." "That may be true, but I don't accept it," Xia said, suddenly stepping closer and wrapping her arms around Xia Luo's. "So, what are we waiting for? Open your portal already. I can't wait to join the Avengers." Hey, what are you doing? People will get the wrong idea. Xia Luo quickly pulled his arm away and stepped back. Girls should respect themselves. If you're too forward, no one will take you seriously. I know, you've told me that before. When did I say that? A long time ago. Oh, I forgot. Xia Luo opened a portal, glancing briefly at the figures inside a nearby flying vehicle before stepping through. Xia followed close behind, narrowing her eyes as she watched Xia Luo's back. Memories from Mary Jane surfaced involuntarily. In every key moment of Mary Jane's life, Xia Luo had been there. When she was 6, Mary Jane's family had just moved to Blake Street. Lonely and withdrawn, her first friend was Xia Luo. Though they were the same age, Xia Luo had always been more mature. Whenever her parents fought and left her hungry at home, Xia Luo would bring her to his house for a meal. One day, unable to bear the constant fighting and betrayal, she decided to run away. Xia Luo found her shivering in a cold corner, close to starving. Running away is something you do when you're at least 18. This is the last time I'm helping you, he had said, his face colder than she'd ever seen. She had been terrified. And so she behaved. From that day on, their friendship seemed to cool. Xia Luo only helped her when she was starving, taking her home to eat. As she grew older and more self-reliant, she learned to cook for herself, even when her parents were absent. But there was never enough food in their impoverished home. Xia Luo remained her sole lifeline. When she hit her teenage years, she made some new friends at school. Those friends introduced her to bars and ways to make quick cash. They were bad influences, though she didn't realize it at the time. To her, it was all just fun and games, cool even. But when their true colors showed, it was already too late. Drunk and rowdy, they planned a twisted game, with Mary Jane as the centerpiece. Cornered by these ravenous beasts, she tasted true despair. Then Xia Luo appeared, bringing hope. Hey, she's mine. Beat it, you little trash heaps, he'd said, the dim light reflecting off the gun in his hand. The sight of the weapons sobered the group instantly. They scattered in panic. Under Mary Jane's grateful gaze, Xia Luo tossed the toy gun aside and slapped her across the face. Why did you hit me? Because you're stupid, take this as a lesson. It wasn't my fault. I know, this is so you'll remember what happened today. I don't usually hit girls. Noticing her swollen ankle, Xia Luo hoisted her onto his back without hesitation. Just like when she had run away as a child, Xia Luo carried her home. On his back, Mary Jane cried softly. Xia Luo didn't care. As he walked, he scolded her, "Remember what I taught you." Mary Jane clung to his neck, choking back sobs. "I forgot." "Study hard, aim high," Xia Luo barked. "School might not be the only way out, but for someone like you, it's your best shot. And if you're making friends, pick rich ones. Like me, that's why I only hang out with Harry." Mary Jane. Before she could retort, Xia Luo continued, "If you mess up again, this is the last time I'm helping you." Hearing those words again filled Mary Jane with instinctive dread. Fear and uncertainty churned inside her. She knew Xia Luo was the only one who would help her in moments like these. She had picked up some tricks from her bad friends. Desperate to salvage this irreplaceable bond, she tightened her arms around Xia Luo's neck and leaned closer. "Darling, shut it." Xia Luo's face darkened. "None of that nonsense, you're not even grown up yet. I know stuff like this is normal for you people, but I'm telling you, girls should respect themselves. If you don't value yourself, no one else will. That's all I'm saying, go home and think about it. Yes, I'm an incredibly righteous guy. Feeling guilty is normal. If you end up marrying someone rich, just send me a little pocket money every month as thanks." Xia Luo. "Don't apologize. I'm mad and I'm not forgiving you." "No, I meant, you're going the wrong way." "I know that, don't rub it in." Xia Luo yelled, turning around and muttering as he walked. "Can't shake her off no matter where I go, just my luck for being so nice." Under the streetlights, their shadows stretched long, pressed close together. Mary Jane's memories abruptly stopped as Jaya returned to her own room. "Aren't we supposed to be heading to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Jaya hesitated, her back turned and fingers nervously digging into her palms. A thought nagged at her. Do aliens and humans have reproductive isolation? Probably not, she reasoned. After all, wasn't there that one big guy who married a Skrull? But then again, they didn't seem to have any children. Her spiraling thoughts were interrupted by Xia Luo's voice. I've been really busy lately. I don't have time to set up your newbie assessment. Stay home for now and don't wander around. Once I've dealt with these Skrulls, we'll talk. Skrulls? Jaya's heart skipped a beat. She forced herself to remain calm. What are Skrulls? She asked carefully. An alien species. You're going to deal with them. Of course, these guys are always stirring up trouble. It's exhausting. Her pulse quickened. Not all aliens are bad, she murmured, lowering her head. Xia Luo shot her a glance. And how do you tell the good ones from the bad? Exactly, you can't. Xia Luo's tone grew serious. To the Skrulls, the ones who can conquer Earth are the good guys. To us, anyone trying to take over Earth is definitely the bad guy. But maybe they're just looking for a place to live peacefully. And how would you know that? Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. You seem awfully familiar with Skrulls. No, it's just something I've heard, Jaya stammered, scrambling for an explanation. Xia Luo's lips curved into a smile. Well, if you're already aware of the Skrulls, that means you've got some potential as a superhero. Anyway, it's late. Get some rest. With that, he leaped out the window and into the neighboring building, because, as her friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he literally lived next door. As Xia Luo closed the window, a flicker of unease crossed Jaya's face. Spider-Man is targeting the Skrulls. This is bad news. Should I tell my father? She hesitated, then decided to go back and assess the situation. Spider-Man wouldn't target Skrulls without a reason. Something must have happened that I don't know about. Quietly closing her window, she slipped out under the cover of night. On the rooftop, a red and blue figure watched Mary Jane, or rather Jaya, leave. Interesting. Xia Luo's lips twitched into a slight smile as he observed her sneaky departure. No, too smug. He rubbed his face. A villainous smirk wouldn't suit him. When they talked about Skrulls earlier, her heartbeat had spiked unnaturally. With his heightened senses, it had been impossible to miss. Combine that with her odd behavior and... His eyes narrowed. Turning away, he stepped through a portal. Moments later, Xia Luo reappeared clad in the tech-powered armor of Kang the Conqueror, his face subtly altered by the suit's built-in holographic projections. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Xia Luo grimaced. Ugly, but perfect for this kind of work. He adjusted the suit and stepped back into the portal. Staten Island, southernmost tip of New York. Boom! A small spacecraft descended slowly near a coastal village. Jaya stepped out, her Mary Jane appearance dissolving into the guise of a short-haired young woman. Jaya's back. Villagers greeted her warmly as she passed, but she merely nodded and made her way toward her father's courtyard. Hey, Jaya's back. Under a gazebo, Talos smiled at Nick Fury, who sat across from him. You've met my daughter Jaya before, I believe. Fury glanced at her with his usual cold demeanor. Looks like she has something urgent to discuss. Talos chuckled, she rarely does, excuse me for a moment. But as he stood, Jaya's voice cut sharply through the air. What's going on? Why is Spider-Man targeting the Skrulls? What? Both Talos and Fury's expressions shifted immediately. Spider-Man is after the Skrulls? Talos's face darkened. He instinctively turned to Fury. Did you know about this? Fury frowned. Spider-Man knows about the Skrulls? That's impossible. I heard it myself. Jaya locked eyes with Talos. Spider-Man wouldn't come after us without a reason. Someone must have done something. Talos began pacing, his expression gray. We've kept a low profile on Earth. Barely anyone even knows we exist. Someone must have lost control and acted out. Fury's face was as tense as ever. Spider-Man is a tricky opponent. If he's on your trail, it won't end well. I know, I'll figure it out. Jaya slammed her palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. Are you even listening to me? What happened? Talos's face grew even more somber. You've copied a human's superpowers. So what? You should have told me. A rebellious daughter doesn't need to report everything to her father. To us, you're still a girl, but to humans, you're already. Don't remind me. Of course I will. Mary Jane's memories are influencing you too much. You can't see Spider-Man again. It'll only hurt you and all of us. I can handle myself, don't worry about me. Are you trying to drive me insane? That'd be ideal. Their heated argument made Fury instinctively take a step back. Poor guy, worse luck than mine. Actually, I'm retired. It's Carter's problem now. He smirked, thinking of Carter, now Commander Carter, dealing with such headaches. Retirement is bliss. But Jaya's earlier words sobered him. If Spider-Man was targeting the Skrulls, he couldn't stay out of it. Years ago, he'd promised to find the Skrulls a home. He had failed, all he could do was hide them away in secrecy. Guilt tugged at him, but concern weighed heavier. Talos might not blame him, but other Skrulls wouldn't be so forgiving. Eventually, one of them was bound to lash out at humanity, seeking to claim Earth. It was only a matter of time. He hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The Skrulls, masters of disguise, capable of copying human memories, were far more dangerous and elusive than Hydra. If they went rogue, the results would be catastrophic. He was just beginning to plan his next steps when a sudden burst of energy cut his thoughts short. What? A blinding flash shot toward them, and Fury dove aside instinctively. The spot he just occupied exploded in a fiery blast. Boom! Blue energy surged through the air as Talos shielded Jaya and looked up at the incoming threat. Enemy attack, everyone hide, he roared to the Skrull villagers. Gods above, what is that? Panic spread through the village as Xia Luo, now in his Kang the Conqueror armor, hovered over the courtyard. He spared a glance at the disheveled Fury, but quickly dismissed him. His focus landed on Talos and Jaya. Seeing Jaya still dressed as Mary Jane, Xia Luo's suspicions were confirmed. Perfect, Skrulls, your end has come. With a wicked grin, he raised his hand, energy crackling to life. BZZT. Booms, booms, boom. The courtyard erupted in explosions, flames consuming everything in sight. Hovering above, Xia Luo unleashed wave after wave of destruction, his mood oddly elated. Having ranged attacks is so satisfying. Suddenly, the flames froze, replaced by an icy, frost-a-petite figure burst through the frozen chaos. Well, well, Spider-Man. The red silhouette launched herself toward him like a missile, her presence radiating danger. Xia Luo's mind raced. Where's Mary Jane? Was she killed? Boom! He clenched his fist, creating a gravity field that slammed into Jaya midair. He. She groaned as the crushing force left her bleeding at the mouth. Enraged, her eyes lit up with a crimson glow, unleashing searing energy beams. Zap! Xia Luo blocked the attack with his hand, the heat no match for his advanced armor. Before he could counter, a fiery pillar roared toward him. Whoosh! Enveloped in flames, he casually tossed Jaya aside. Crash! Her body hit the ground like a ragdoll. Talos, now glowing with icy power, roared in fury. You dare hurt my... Cracked! Xia Luo cut him off, choking him mid-sentence with a gesture. Talos was lifted into the air, struggling against the invisible grip. The Kang armor worked perfectly. As Talos's green face turned red from suffocation, Xia Luo smirked. Tell me, where are the people you've captured? What, we didn't? Still lying. Xia Luo's eyes hardened as he flung Talos into the rubble with a telekinetic force. Boom! Father! Old man! In the corner, Nick Fury's eyes widened in fear as he stared at the terrifying figure floating above. He quickly fumbled for his phone. It's me, send backup. Before he could finish, Xia Luo flicked his gaze in Fury's direction, and the phone exploded in his hand. Bang! Shards of plastic and metal cut across Fury's face, leaving him looking even more menacing. What are you trying to do? Fury roared. Xia Luo crossed his arms. You want to join me in fluffing cotton? What? If you're not fluffing cotton with me, shut up. Xia Luo twitched his fingers, and an invisible force slammed Fury into the rubble. Whether he survived or not was unclear. Watching this unfold, Talos finally panicked. Who is this guy? How is he so powerful? But Jaya's face burned with defiance. She stood tall, activating all the mutated genes in her body. Boom! In an instant, her arms swelled with exaggerated muscles, radiating an overwhelming power. Whoa, the Hulk! Xia Luo raised a bemused eyebrow as Jaya's body erupted in flames, propelling her into the air. Wait, no, Human Torch. As the flames surged toward him, Xia Luo casually stretched his neck and rolled his shoulders. He raised his hand, summoning an energy shield that effortlessly blocked the fiery assault. Behind the wall of flames, Jaya relentlessly pounded on the shield with her mutated arms. But no matter how ferocious her attacks were, the shield, so durable even Xia Luo struggled to break it, remained intact. Watching her futile efforts, Xia Luo abruptly thrust his hand through the shield and struck her chest. Buzz tilde. In an instant, Jaya's soul was wrenched from her body, but what appeared wasn't a Skrull's form. Hi. Xia Luo frowned. She's not a Skrull. The momentary confusion ended when Jaya's soul snapped back into her body. She gasped for air, only to find a large hand closing around her throat. Where is Mary Jane? Xia Luo demanded coldly, his patience running thin. His earlier attempts to locate Mary Jane through portal magic had failed. She must be in trouble. Mary Jane, Jaya's eyes widened in shock. How do you? Tell me. Golden light sparked in Xia Luo's eyes as arcs of electricity leapt out, enveloping Jaya in a web of searing pain. Allerg. Her scream pierced the air. Talos, ignoring his injuries, charged at Xia Luo, only to be swatted aside like an insect. I'm giving you one last chance. Xia Luo's grip tightened, and Jaya's vision blurred as her breath grew shallow. She's dying, Xia Luo thought, his brow furrowing. Before he could adjust, a storm of dark clouds gathered above him, crackling with energy. Storm's powers. Xia Luo's surprise deepened. The Skrull's abilities were ridiculously overpowered. No, she hadn't taken any serums. This must be a super Skrull. As the realization hit, thunder roared and bolts of lightning rained down. Booms, boom. Each strike pounded against Xia Luo's shield, which strained under the relentless assault. Fortunately, Kang's armor held strong and the shield didn't falter. But Jaya wasn't done. Using her pliable, rubber-like form, she slipped free of Xia Luo's grip. With a flick of her hand, she manipulated the magnetic fields beneath them, summoning a swarm of metallic shards from the ground. The metal twisted and condensed into massive, razor-sharp blades, all aimed at Xia Luo. Clang, clang, boom. The blades struck the energy shield in a flurry, sending ripples of distortion through its surface. The shield quivered, on the verge of collapse. Hovering in midair, Jaya glared at Xia Luo. Who are you, and why are you after Mary Jane? Xia Luo smirked, his tone icy. Magneto's powers, huh? Too bad you're a rookie at this. As he spoke, a golden orb materialized in his palm. Buzz tilde. Under the armor's guidance, the orb spun rapidly, activating a time machine that created a shimmering golden portal. Xia Luo vanished into it. What? Jaya's shocked exclamation was cut short as Xia Luo reappeared behind her in a flash. A single precise hand chop to her neck rendered her unconscious. Portals aren't exclusive to an unbeatable Spider-Man, he muttered, cradling her limp form. With Jaya in his grasp, Xia Luo stepped back into the glowing portal. Jaya. Talos's anguished cry echoed through the rubble. Injured and desperate, he turned to Nick Fury, who limped over with a grimace. This is too much noise. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be here soon. You need to relocate immediately. Chapter 223. In Mary Jane's room, a golden portal shimmered open, and Xia Luo casually tossed Jaya onto the bed. Now tell me, where are Spider-Man's friends? As he spoke, an invisible force of gravity pressed down, pinning Jaya in place. Awakened by the sudden pressure, she instinctively tried to activate her mutated genes again. Before she could summon her powers, Xia Luo flicked his fingers, and Jaya's body floated into the air, helpless before him. Buzz! With a single motion, he slapped her soul out of her body, leaving her physical form limp on the bed. Jaya's disembodied soul hovered, her face frozen in terror. Who, what are you? Why, I'm a friend of Spider-Man's, of course. No, you're not. Suspicion filled Jaya's spectral eyes. Spider-Man wouldn't have friends like you. She examined the ominous figure before her soul quivering instinctively. This man didn't look like someone who could be trusted. You want to use Mary Jane to threaten Spider-Man, don't you? She accused, her voice steady with defiance. You won't get away with it. Xia Luo. Seriously, everyone assumes I'm the bad guy. Where does she get this moral high ground from? He sighed, time to try another approach. Ahem. He cleared his throat and flashed an exaggeratedly evil grin. You're absolutely right. Hand over Mary Jane, and together we can take Spider-Man down. What do you say? To complete the performance, he let out a sinister KKK laugh. Never, Jaya snapped without hesitation. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. You know my strength. With my help, you could deal with Spider-Man much faster. No, Jaya said firmly. I won't let you hurt Spider-Man. Her resolve surprised Xia Luo. His expression turned quizzical. You don't want to hurt him. Are you saying you want to protect him? I can't protect him, but at the very least, I won't make things harder for him. What? Xia Luo's confusion deepened. You Skrulls aim to conquer Earth, but as long as Spider-Man's around, you'll never succeed. This must be a misunderstanding, Jaya insisted. I'll find out what's really going on. Misunderstanding. 3 minutes later, Xia Luo had listened to her full explanation. Silently, he turned his back to her. Damn it, I might have gone too far this time. He didn't doubt Jaya's sincerity. There was no reason for her to lie. Being Spider-Man for so long had taught him a thing or two about villains. If she were truly an enemy, she'd have jumped at the chance to team up against him. Even if betrayal was on the table, it would come after they dealt with Spider-Man, not before. Apologizing crossed his mind. No, he thought, if anyone should apologize, it's Kang the Conqueror, not Spider-Man. The realization brought a measure of relief, but Mary Jane's unknown whereabouts remained his primary concern. Rubbing his face, he plastered on a malevolent grin. Well, a rebellion within the Skrulls' ranks? Interesting. If I join forces with the dissidents, I might finally bring Spider-Man down. Jaya scoffed. Spider-Man won't die. Every time he falls, he comes back stronger. He'll defeat scum like you. Xia Luo's grin widened. Oh, really? Spider-Man will be thrilled to know he has alien fans. But tell me, are you pretending to be Mary Jane's friend just to replace her as Spider-Man's confidant? If that's the case, do you think Spider-Man will kick you out of his fan club? Jaya flinched, her composure cracking. I'm not Spider-Man's fan, she thought indignantly. But the idea of Spider-Man learning the truth left her trembling again. Damn it, not again. This fear, no, it's Mary Jane's fear. What's happening to me? She fought to steady her expression. Are you going to tell Spider-Man about this? She asked, her voice barely concealing her unease. Xia Luo's grin held steady. Where's Mary Jane? Tell me, and I promise to keep your little secret. I would never trust someone like you. Then I'll deliver you to Spider-Man myself and expose you in front of him. Xia Luo folded his arms, a cold smile on his lips. I doubt he'll be interested in your excuses. No, Jaya cried, panic rising in her voice. Mary Jane is dead. I disguised myself as her to look after her family, but no one in this world even cared about her. Her voice softened, weighted with sadness as she lowered her gaze. Xia Luo froze, emotions stirring in a way he couldn't quite place. Sadness? Guilt? Regret? No, none of those. It was strange, like something he'd already been prepared for. This day was bound to come eventually. He sighed internally. How did she die? He asked. Jaya's head remained bowed. It happened that day, the giant red trident that tore through the building. That incident. Xia Luo clenched his fists, and then. Jaya shook her head, the ceiling collapsed. Even if it had hit me, I wouldn't have died. But Mary Jane didn't know that. She was just there for a job interview. She pushed me out of the way and was crushed instead. Even the best Skrull doctors couldn't save her. Xia Luo said nothing, a heavy silence settling over the room. Jaya, seemingly lost in her own pain, continued. In her final moments, I saw something in her eyes, a longing for this world. At first, I thought it was for her family. I wanted to take care of them for her. That was the first time I decided to copy a human's memories. But then I discovered Spider-Man in her thoughts. Their connection, it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Later, when Spider-Man held up the building, he saw me, disguised as Mary Jane. I couldn't tell him the truth. If he'd taken just a few more steps, he could have seen the real her one last time. He didn't know that if he'd waited just a little longer, he could have had a proper goodbye. Her voice broke as she buried her face in her hands, her soul curling in anguish. I don't know why I did it. Mary Jane would have wanted to say goodbye to him. But I hid the truth. That was my mistake. And now I'm paying for it. Her memories are consuming me. I've started to think I'm her, trying to fulfill her unfinished wishes. I'm selfish, and I don't know what to do anymore. I'm going insane. Xia Luo listened as she broke down, then suddenly chuckled. That coward, she must have looked awful in her final moments. She always cared so much about her appearance. If Mary Jane is truly gone, I can only hope for a rematch with fate, or find someone who can bring her back. He glanced at Xia, her guilt-ridden form trembling before him. This isn't your fault, it was her choice. Her choice? Xia lifted her tear-streaked face. Yes, Xia Luo said firmly. There's no reason for you to hide the truth otherwise. It had to be her decision. Her decision? Xia seemed to grasp something in that moment. In Spider-Man's memories, she wanted to be the most beautiful girl in his eyes. She began to cry, then laugh softly. So this is what human emotions feel like, she whispered. She looked up at Xia Luo. Thank you, you. Don't thank me, this. Their eyes met, and both quickly turned away, the tension palpable. Damn you, villain, Xia snapped, her voice defensive. I'll never thank someone who wants to hurt Spider-Man. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. Right, I'm such a bad guy. Why would I even comfort you? I must be losing it. They glared at each other for a moment before Xia Luo's expression shifted. Uh-oh, Spider-Man's onto me. You're lucky this time, but next time you won't be. He threw a parting threat over his shoulder and vanished through the golden portal. Moments later, the terrifying figure was gone, replaced by the familiar red and blue silhouette of Spider-Man swinging onto the window. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, Mary Jane, I sense someone else in your room. Are you okay? I'm fine, Xia stammered. No longer under the villain's grip, she quickly shifted back into Mary Jane's form and clumsily opened the window. Bang! Ah, my nose. Outside, Xia Luo covered his face, his voice muffled, almost gave me a nosebleed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Xia handed him a tissue, watching nervously as he inspected the room. Are you sure you're okay? Of course, I'm perfectly fine. All right then, good news, your new recruit assessment starts today. Xia Luo pointed a thumb at himself. And guess what? I'm your examiner, you're welcome. Really? Jaya's excitement bubbled over. Absolutely. Watching her reaction, Xia Luo couldn't help but sigh internally. Her dad just got beaten to a pulp, and here she is, thrilled about this. Truly, a leaky coat for her poor Skrull dad. Let's go, we're heading to S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, give me a minute to get ready. I'm going to dress up as the most gorgeous woman there and outshine all the female agents. Xia Luo. Does she have to fit the character that well? S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In the commander's office, Carter glanced at Coulson, who stood before her desk. What's the situation on Staten Island? Coulson handed over a folder. Commander, it appears a mutant may have destroyed a small village. Strangely, when we arrived at the scene, the villagers had all disappeared. Disappeared? Carter frowned. Were they killed or abducted? We're not sure. The bloodstains were cleaned up and no bodies were left behind, Coulson replied, shaking his head. Carter pondered for a moment. Keep investigating. Did the satellite surveillance catch an image of the perpetrator? Unfortunately, no. There was a strong magnetic field interference. From the evidence left at the scene, it seems the attacker could control the weather. However, based on the sheer amount of manipulated metal, it's likely Eric, one of Apocalypse's 4 horsemen. No one else could control that much metal all at once. Eric? Carter's expression darkened. Alert Apocalypse just yet, Investigate discreetly. Understood. As Coulson left, Agent Hill entered the office. Commander, Spider-Man's recruit has arrived. I see, Carter said, standing up. As she headed for the door, she added, what's this new recruit like? Still the oddball types. Not this time, Hill replied, her tone tinged with something unusual. It's a woman, a very beautiful woman. A woman? Carter paused mid-step. Sure it's not someone like that ugly brute Max? Before Hill could respond, Carter suddenly felt a chill behind her. Slowly, she turned around. Max. Standing there, Max glared at her, his expression dark. Carter forced an awkward smile. You got it wrong. I was talking about someone who shares your name, not you, of course. It better be that way. With a cold snort, Max transformed into a bolt of electricity and disappeared down the hall. Carter exhaled and patted her chest, that guy's always lurking. Tomorrow, I'm issuing a no-powers policy in the building. Understood. Hill's tone was neutral, though internally, she found the situation exasperating. She steered the conversation back on track. You know this woman, Hill continued. Who is it? Xia Luo, Parker's neighbor, Mary Jane. Mary Jane? Carter raised an eyebrow, the one who turned into Spider-Woman. That's her. Great. At this rate, we should just rename the Avengers to Xia Luo and Friends. Catchy name, Hill quipped. At that moment, Xia Luo arrived with Jaya in tow. He flashed Hill a charming grin. Would you mind showing my friend around? I need to discuss the assessment with Commander Carter. Hill glanced at Carter, who nodded. She then gestured for Jaya to follow. This way, please. Sure. With Jaya out of earshot, Carter fixed Xia Luo with a sharp look. I'll need to think long and hard about letting her join S.H.I.E.L.D. Why, isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. short on manpower right now? That's not the point. I need to assess her motives for joining. Oh, I can tell you her motive right now. She's here to get close to me. Carter's expression darkened. In that case, I'm even less inclined to approve her. Turning on her heel, she returned to her desk. Her intentions are suspect. She's not fit to be a superhero. I know, but you'll need her for the Skrull situation. What? Carter's brows knitted together. Explain. Xia Luo smiled and leaned in conspiratorially. Here's the deal. 3 minutes later, Carter sat back, her arms crossed in contemplation. The Skrull leader's daughter, that's quite the identity, she admitted. Exactly. Xia Luo lounged on the sofa, sipping a glass of juice. He grimaced. Ugh, stale. We've been busy. I'll get you a fresh one later, Carter said dismissively. Thanks. Xia Luo set the glass down and continued. The Super Skrulls are nearly as powerful as I am. If Jaya gains more abilities, even I might not be able to stop her. So. Terminate her, Carter interrupted, slicing her hand across her throat in a dramatic gesture. Xia Luo. No, I meant she could be a valuable addition to the Avengers' main roster, he replied, exasperated. Carter hesitated, but she's an alien. Aliens are people too, Xia Luo quipped with a smirk. Nick Fury promised the Skrulls a piece of land ages ago and still hasn't delivered. If we handle this properly, it won't be an issue. Carter shook her head, unconvinced. Their goal seems to be the entire Earth. I'm not the Earth's chief negotiator. Which brings us to balance, Xia Luo said, gazing out the window. Some people want wealth and power, others just want a simple life. More often than not, as long as you don't press a blade to their throats, they'll tolerate a lot, even someone stomping on their heads. Carter rolled her eyes. Statements like that are dangerous coming from a superhero. That's why this is our chance, Xia Luo countered. Chance? Carter fell silent, mulling over his words. Turning back, Xia Luo met her gaze directly. Spider-Man can be a friendly neighborhood hero, but the unstoppable Spider-Man, he's aiming higher. Carter's eyes widened. You mean? Yes, we're going big. Xia Luo grinned. This is an opportunity for mutants, for Skrulls, and for us. Everyone thinks Spider-Man is just a superhero. It's time to do what a hero truly should. To the politicians, heroes are just tools, Carter said, her tone skeptical. Tools come in different grades, Xia Luo replied, cracking his knuckles. A tool can be a simple wrench, or it can be a divine artifact. Carter leaned back in her chair, pondering his words. I'll need to think about this. Take your time, Xia Luo said, his tone serious. Because when the time comes, your family will be impacted too. Carter drew a deep breath. This plan is insane. It's time to give the superhero genre a proper moral compass, Xia Luo said. Not just endless fighting for the sake of fighting. It's boring. Carter was momentarily at a loss for words. So what do I do? She finally asked. You're on board. Like I could stop you. Smart choice. If you can't beat 'em, join 'em, Xia Luo teased, his eyes narrowing. Step 1, make shield busier. We're already stretched thin. Not enough. Xia Luo wrapped his fingers against the desk, busy enough that they won't notice anything else going on. He had a nagging feeling that the Morlun family's repeated incursions into this universe were leading to something big. To break Spider-Man's curse of loneliness, he would have to confront the web of life and destiny. But before that, he needed to secure enough resets, not just to save the world, but to remake it entirely. Go big or go home. Carter studied him intently, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. So, the unstoppable Spider-Man is getting busy too. Of course, Spider-Man has two choices, stay busy or die. Carter's responsible men are so attractive. Thanks. I wasn't complimenting you. I know. Soon, Jaya's initiation test was underway. Under the envious and resentful gazes of Reed and the rest of the Fantastic Four, Jaya successfully rescued the hostage from Xia Luo's clutches. Damn it, that bastard went easy on her, I'm sure of it, Johnny Storm cursed. Ben Grimm quickly clamped a hand over Johnny's mouth. Do you have a death wish? Keep this up, and Spider-Man will pound you into the ground. MMPH, MMPH. Susan Storm shot Johnny a glare. If you want to get yourself into trouble, fine, just don't drag us into it. Reed Richards nodded in agreement. Exactly. Spider-Man's soul magic is terrifying. I don't want to turn into that. Soul magic? Susan's curiosity was piqued. Reed glanced around nervously, lowering his voice. Yes, soul magic. Spider-Man can. The group huddled closer, whispering furtively, occasionally letting out startled gasps. Watching this from a distance, Coulson shook his head in exasperation. Sai, you brought this on yourselves, don't blame me. He turned and approached Carter. Commander, I have something to report. While on a mission, the Fantastic Four encountered Mysterio. The battle left them utterly humiliated, and they were promptly declared missing. My God, I made a mistake. I never should have told them anything. In the safe house, Reed clutched his cane, wailing helplessly as he stared out the window. Behind him, Johnny nursed his bruised eye. It hurts so bad. Spider-Man's way too rough. I wasn't even the one who spilled the secret. Why'd he target me? He grumbled, wincing with every word. Susan, her head wrapped in bandages, swayed unsteadily as she slumped onto the couch. You're lucky compared to me. As Reed's fiancée, I got the worst of it, she groaned. In the corner, Ben Grimm lifted weights, laughing at their misfortune. I told you to play nice with the rhino. He's Spider-Man's buddy, so that makes him my buddy too. That's why I got off scot-free, he gloated. The three of them glared at him with contempt. You don't get to say that, you coward, Johnny sneered. You were the first to drop to your knees and beg for mercy. Yeah, Susan added, a disgrace to the team. Unbothered by their insults, Ben shrugged. You idiots kept fighting even though you knew you couldn't win. You deserved the beating. Setting down his weights, he moved to check the locks on the doors and windows. I'm warning you, don't even think about escaping. If Spider-Man catches you, it won't just be a slap on the wrist. His stern expression only fueled their frustration. Traitor. Thanks for the compliment, Ben said with a smug grin. Spider-Man promised that once this is over, I'll be promoted to your direct supervisor. You'll all have to take orders from me. Bullshit, Johnny flipped him off. You rock-headed idiot, Spider-Man is on the same level as us. There's no way he has the authority to promote you. Same level. Ben scratched his head in confusion. Then why does it always feel like he outranks us? Because you're a moron. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Having dealt with the Fantastic Four fiasco, Xia Luo ended his workday and returned to his apartment at Eisen Residences. In the living room, Harry, Gwen, and Xia were already waiting for him. "Oh, congrats, Mary Jane, we're colleagues now." The moment Xia Luo stepped inside, Harry popped a confetti cannon, colorful streamers raining down. "Thanks." Xia smiled as she accepted a bouquet of flowers from Gwen. "Gwen, you never told me you were Spider-Woman," Xia teased, narrowing her eyes playfully. Gwen looked sheepish. "Sorry, I didn't mean to keep it a secret." Xia Luo waved them over. "Enough chit-chat. If we don't eat the steak soon, it'll go cold." "Coming." Xia and Gwen exchanged amused glances before taking their seats beside Xia Luo. Across the table, Harry eyed them suspiciously. "You're all hiding something from me," he declared. Both Xia and Gwen quickly shook their heads. "No, we're not." "Absolutely not." Xia Luo joined in, nodding vigorously. "Not a thing, absolutely nothing." Harry squinted at them, unconvinced. "Fine, I'll take your word for it." The four of them exchanged loaded looks, each harboring their own secrets. The gathering eventually wrapped up. Xia hitched a ride home with Gwen. "Gwen, don't you think it's wrong to keep Harry in the dark?" Xia asked, guilt evident in her voice. In Mary Jane's memories, Harry had always been a good friend. Gwen shook her head. "This is Xia Luo's business, not ours. Let him handle it." "All right, I just hope Harry won't hold it against us." Gwen's hovercraft zipped through the night sky. Before long, Xia arrived back at Mary Jane's house. "Xia, thank goodness you're safe." Talos was waiting for her. "You're okay too, that's good, but this situation is a mess." Though Xia greeted him with her usual indifference, Talos knew she was worried about him. After all, during his earlier fight, her anger had been palpable. That alone spoke volumes. He smiled faintly. "We've relocated." "I know, I saw the case files while I was at S.H.I.E.L.D." "S.H.I.E.L.D.? Talos frowned. "You used this girl's identity to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you still chasing Spider-Man?" "No, I have other reasons," Xia replied, retreating to her room to change into Mary Jane's favorite pajamas. "This is for the Skrulls," she said, pouring herself a glass of juice from the fridge. "Thank you," Talos said automatically. Without a word, Xia drank the juice herself, leaving Talos awkwardly retracting his hand. "Fine for the Skrulls, what's your plan?" he asked. Xia's gaze sharpened. "There's a traitor among us. I'll find them or Spider-Man will wipe us out." "I'm already investigating," Talos assured her. Xia snorted. "That black-faced guy, he's useless." "He'll help us." "His promises are empty." "I still trust him." "Suit yourself, I don't expect much from you anyway." Xia sat on the couch. Join the Avengers. My first mission is to track down whoever stole the nanovibranium." "Leave that to me." "You better keep your word." "Of course, but be careful at S.H.I.E.L.D." Talos's expression turned grim. "Our troubles aren't just from that terrifying man. The Brotherhood of Mutants has discovered us." Xia's eyes narrowed. If the Brotherhood is involved, the traitor will eventually slip up. "I hope you're right," Talos said, his tone heavy with concern. He hesitated, then finally spoke. "Child, I just want you to be yourself." Xia stood, her expression unreadable. "Go home, Dad, I'm tired. I need rest." "Xia." "I understand." Pausing at the door, she softened briefly, her gaze flickering over Talos's weary face. "I've lost so much, Dad. But with this identity, I can still achieve something. Whatever the outcome, I won't regret it. I'll find a home for the Skrulls, a place where we don't have to keep running. That's my promise to you." With that, she disappeared into the loft. Watching her leave, Talos sighed deeply, his emotions conflicted. She's really grown up, but is it because of another man? His bitter smile lingered as the night deepened. Meanwhile, at Osborne Manor, Harry arrived home to find the lights in Norman's laboratory still on. Pausing to consider, he decided to check in. "Hey, Professor Connors, you're here too." Harry sounded surprised to see the professor. Dr. Connors smiled and nodded. "Yes, Harry, the gene recombination device is finally ready, thanks to your father's contributions." Norman removed his gloves, turned around, and handed Dr. Connors a cup of coffee. After taking a sip, he glanced at Harry. Did you enjoy tonight's gathering? Harry grinned, spreading his arms wide. Had a blast, and the best part, he still doesn't know. Norman chuckled lightly. I made a promise to young Xia Luo once, but I also promised you, Harry, that I'd never keep secrets from you again. Which is why I'm the last person to find out, huh? Dr. Connors remarked as he settled into a chair. Shaking his head, he added with a laugh, I can only imagine the scenes from your little party. Must have been hilarious. It really was. Harry eyed the nearly finished gene recombination machine. They've been hiding the fact that Xia Luo is Spider-Man. I'm not going to let them off easy. I'll milk the guilt for all it's worth. His grin was mischievous, bordering on wicked. Dr. Connors, however, cast a wary glance over Harry's shoulder. I don't think he's going to feel guilty. Why not? Because, came a familiar voice, I already know you're trying to make me feel guilty, so I won't. The moment Xia Luo's voice echoed through the lab, Harry's smirk froze. I didn't realize you were following me, he said, turning with a scowl. Xia Luo gave him a sidelong glance. I wasn't following you, I just got here first. That's impossible. My flying car is the fastest and most expensive there is. I don't have a car, but I do have magic. Fine, I envy your magic, Harry grumbled. It's obvious. Xia Luo approached the recombination machine, addressing Dr. Connors. Let's begin. If anything goes wrong, I'll step in. With you here, I'm at ease, the professor replied as he began adjusting the device's settings. Not long after, Dr. Connors gave Norman a nod. Norman took a deep breath, removed his shirt, and stepped into the machine. Wait, are we really starting now? Harry's voice wavered with concern. Norman looked back at his son, his tone calm and reassuring. It's fine, Harry. We're out of test subjects for this device. We knew this moment would come eventually. Then let me do it. Harry moved toward the machine, only for Norman to stop him with a firm gaze. Son, I'm an old man. Let your father do this one last thing for you. But, trust me, trust Dr. Connors, trust your friend. Harry clenched his fists, then exhaled deeply. All right, I trust you. Good boy. Satisfied, Norman turned back to the professor. Begin. Brace yourself. This is going to hurt, Dr. Connors warned, pulling the lever. SZZZ. Bright light erupted from the machine's mechanical arms, engulfing Norman's body. Agonizing pain racked him, forcing him to his knees as sweat poured down his trembling frame. ARGH. Father. Don't come closer, I can handle this. Norman raised a hand, stopping Harry from intervening. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, stealing a glance at Xia Luo. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Xia Luo recognized the resolve in Norman's gaze. If the experiment failed, Norman had made up his mind to accept death. At least then, Harry could take pride in his father's courage, rather than live with the shame of the Osborne name. He doesn't want to become a monster. Thankfully, Dr. Connors didn't let him down. As the light from the recombination machine dimmed, Norman lost consciousness. After scanning his body, Dr. Connors couldn't contain his excitement. Remarkable, we did it. The Osborne family's genetic flaw has been completely corrected. Harry rushed to his father's side. Are you sure he's okay? He asked, his worry evident. Don't worry, Dr. Connors reassured him. We had more than enough funding this time, and... The professor glanced at Xia Luo. The 31st century technology provided by Mr. Parker was instrumental. Xia Luo couldn't help but reflect. After taking down Kang the Conqueror, everything had been going remarkably smoothly. For other scientists, understanding the intricacies of advanced technology might have been insurmountable. But in a world where genius was often synonymous with unreasonable brilliance, any challenge seemed solvable with the right spark. In the Marvel universe, science often bordered on the metaphysical, a realm beyond Newtonian constraints. With Norman stabilized, Dr. Connors moved on to his own experiment. His ultimate goal was to regrow his missing arm. While 31st century technology couldn't regenerate limbs directly, it could clone and cultivate new ones using the subject's own cells, allowing for surgical transplantation. The procedure proceeded without issue. All seemed well. But Xia Luo's expression remained troubled. This is going way too smoothly. A nagging unease crept over him. If things go as expected, something's bound to happen. Chapter 224. Professor Kurt Connors, who had recently had his arm transplanted, suddenly exclaimed, startling Xia Luo. "You've got to be kidding me." Xia Luo frowned, turning back toward him. Could something have gone wrong? He saw Professor Connors clutching his still-healing arm, panic written all over his face. "I miscalculated the timing. I have a blind date tomorrow, and if this arm doesn't heal in time, it's going to ruin my appearance." Xia Luo. Appearance, with the way Professor Connors usually presented himself, was that even a concern? Letting out a sigh of relief, Xia Luo teased, "At your age, you're not married yet." He suddenly realized. "What's so strange about that?" Professor Connors replied earnestly. No, nothing strange. You've had it rough all these years." Xia Luo waved dismissively. "It's not rough at all. Everything I've done is worth it for my arm." "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" That what?" "Never mind, it's not important." Xia Luo thought for a moment, then pulled a membership card from his pocket and handed it to Professor Connors. "This restaurant is great. Take your date there, she'll definitely be impressed." Professor Connors took the card curiously, examining the address of the upscale restaurant printed on it. A skeptical look crossed his face. "This place is pricey. Aren't you supposed to be broke, Spider-Man?" Xia Luo's mouth twitched. "Commander Carter gave it to me as a gift." "She gave it to you." Harry, who was standing nearby, suddenly remembered. "Oh, I get it now. That day when Captain Carter was looking everywhere for her membership card, it turns out you took it." "Xia Luo, can you not call me out on it? If you keep pointing out things like this, how will you ever survive in S.H.I.E.L.D.? "It's fine. If I can't, I'll just come back and inherit the family business." "You've got to be kidding me." And with that, Xia Luo, his face darkened, exited Osborne Tower. Buzz! A flicker of magical sparks formed a circle, and Xia Luo stepped through the portal. At the same time, in a shadowy corner of the neon-lit city below. In an alley, the flickering flames of hellfire illuminated the darkness. Ghost Rider's eyes burned with infernal whirlpools, the fiery orbs locking onto a man who froze in terror. The penance stare began its grim work. The man's mouth hung open in a silent scream, his entire body petrified. He. Clatter. His stone form crumbled into ash, leaving behind nothing but a skeletal remains scattered on the ground. After dispatching the man, Johnny Blaze dusted off his hands and turned to mount his blazing hellcycle. Nearby, a disheveled woman huddled against the wall, trembling with fear. Her hands clamped tightly over her mouth, stifling any sound she might make. She prayed that she wouldn't become this terrifying figure's next target. Although she knew this was Ghost Rider, his monstrous appearance was too much to bear. He didn't look like a hero. She didn't dare to gamble otherwise. Johnny Blaze glanced briefly at the terrified woman, but paid her no further attention. Few people ever thanked him directly for saving them. He was used to it by now. With great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man wasn't wrong about that. A real man does good deeds without expecting anything in return. And he certainly didn't need anyone's gratitude. I'm really starting to get the hang of this. Thinking this, Johnny coolly brushed a hand over the hellfire atop his skull and spoke to the woman. Forgiven. Then he revved the throttle, preparing to leave the alley. Just then, the woman's expression lit up with surprise, and she cried out. "Spider-Man!" Click! The hellcycle paused. Johnny Blaze looked up to see a red and blue figure descending from the sky. He was too exasperated to even roll his eyes. "Lady, do you even know who saved you?" "It was me." "Not Spider-Man." Watching the woman's excitement over the new arrival, Johnny let go of the throttle and faced the superhero swinging toward him. "Hey, how's it going?" Xia Luo greeted with a casual wave. "Not great." Johnny Blaze gestured toward the woman in the corner. Xia Luo noticed her and casually opened a portal, sending her through it. "Where'd you send her?" Johnny asked. "George's precinct." "She should have gone home." Look, Mr. Warm-hearted Ghost Rider, I don't know where her home is. Without wasting more time, Xia Luo got straight to the point. I need to see Mephisto. Tell him I want to make a deal. A deal? Hellfire flickered across Johnny Blaze's body before retreating, his flesh regenerating rapidly. Now in his human form, his expression turned serious. Making a deal with a demon is never a wise choice. Xia Luo shook his head. My friend is dead, I don't have any other options. Johnny Blaze seemed to consider this. Why not ask the god backing you? His power should surpass Mephisto's. He's on vacation, I can't reach him. Vacation? Johnny's eye twitched slightly. Doesn't he have a job to do? Who knows? Fine, I'll ask him for you. Johnny closed his eyes, mentally calling out Mephisto's name. Before long, a flicker of hellfire danced in the dark alley, and a white-haired man in a tailcoat stepped out of the flames, smiling. Seeing Xia Luo, the grin on Mephisto's face widened even more. My dear little spider, what brings you to me today? As Mephisto spoke, Johnny instinctively stepped back, not wanting to get too close to the demon. If he ever got the chance, he swore he'd teach this damn devil a lesson. But his strength didn't permit it, so for now, he had no choice but to collect souls for the demon. Xia Luo glanced at Mephisto and didn't bother with pleasantries. Where is Mary Jane's soul? Who? Mephisto feigned confusion, his expression blank. Xia Luo spoke seriously. Drop the act. Whenever someone close to me has a problem, you're always the one most eager for their soul. Mephisto's expression lit up with feigned realization. Oh, I remember now. You must mean that girl, very well. Her soul is indeed in my possession. So, what are you offering in exchange? His grin turned wicked. The faint blue glow in Xia Luo's eyes flickered slightly. What do you want? I want to join you on one of your little adventures. What does that mean? Xia Luo frowned. Mephisto chuckled. I believe they call it the Resurrection Tournament. I find that sort of competition intriguing. Hearing this, Xia Luo smirked coldly. Sure, but there's a catch. You have to be like me first. And what does that entail? You'd need to be dead to qualify. I'm not going to die. Don't be so sure. Xia Luo crossed his arms, his tone laced with disdain. Even dimensional gods can perish. You've just been lucky not to face a true rival. Mephisto maintained his smile. So you're turning me down. That's not for me to decide. Fine, then let's play a little game. Mephisto's gaze scrutinized Xia Luo with growing amusement. His grin stretched wider as though savoring the challenge. If you want to find your friend, you'll have to do it yourself. What's that supposed to mean? Xia Luo's brow furrowed. Mephisto explained, I've placed her somewhere quite secret. If you can find her, I'll let her go with you. Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. And if I can't? Then you'll offer me your soul, willingly, of course. Mephisto's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If Spider-Man surrendered his soul of his own accord, the meddler backing him would have no reason to interfere. Think it over carefully. This involves signing a contract with me, he reminded. Fine, I agree. Xia Luo didn't hesitate. After all, he'd tested this kind of deal before. Even if he signed, his physical death would break the contract, and the Resurrection Tournament would handle the rest. But while Xia Luo could participate in the tournament, Mary Jane, being an ordinary person, likely couldn't. He'd never encountered a contestant in the Resurrection Tournament without some sort of superhuman ability. If Mephisto didn't help, Xia Luo's only other option would be to plead with the Sorcerer Supreme to send him to hell. But that wasn't the same as the tournament. Without the reset mechanics in play, he'd have no chance of winning. Mary Jane's death is indirectly my fault, Xia Luo thought. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Mephisto, surprised by Xia Luo's decisiveness, was even more delighted. Johnny Blaze, however, paled. Are you out of your mind? He stepped closer to Xia Luo and whispered urgently, if you willingly sign a contract, you'll lose all freedom if you fail. And that guy, he's not going to make finding your friend easy. You know that. Xia Luo merely chuckled. For a friend, it's worth it. For a friend, Johnny Blaze's gaze softened as he looked at Xia Luo. This guy is really something. Wait, his friend was a girl. Is she your girlfriend? Johnny asked. No. Oh, I see. Johnny Blaze didn't press further. A man caught in the web of love wasn't going to be dissuaded. And this wasn't just any man, this was the invincible Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Mephisto eagerly produced the contract. Sign here. He handed it to Xia Luo. Xia Luo scanned the document and shook his head. This contract is full of loopholes. It's unfair. Mephisto froze. For the first time, someone had pointed out flaws in his contract to his face. Johnny Blaze, standing nearby, wiped away a metaphorical tear. Finally, someone with the sense to scrutinize a demonic pact. If only he'd been this rational back then, no, it wouldn't have mattered. When his father was dying, he hadn't had any other choice. But this is Spider-Man. Way to go, man. As Johnny watched expectantly, Mephisto pondered Xia Luo's criticism. This is the contract I've prepared. Take it or leave it. Fine. Xia Luo shrugged. Congratulations, you've just given up the only chance you'll ever have to claim Spider-Man's soul. I'll just wait for the resurrection tournament to bring Mary Jane back. You really think that's unlikely? Mephisto fell silent, his expression darkening. You said it yourself, anything for a friend, he finally remarked. Xia Luo shrugged again. Not an idiot. I prefer fair games, and your terms don't meet that standard. What do you want? Ah, so now you're interested. Xia Luo lifted the contract. I'll guarantee absolute fairness, no deliberate traps, and spell out every clause clearly. That's too complicated. I won't do it, Mephisto grumbled, his face darkening further. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Econned so many souls with these deals, and yet you're such an amateur at writing contracts. Before Mephisto could react, Xia Luo turned to Johnny Blaze. Turn around, bend over. Johnny Blaze. What are you doing? Editing the contract. Man, you scared me there. Relieved, Johnny turned and offered his back. You could use a wall instead, you know. Too rough. How about my bike's fuel tank? Now you tell me. Xia Luo moved to the Hell Cycle, placed the contract on the fuel tank, and began modifying it with the quill Mephisto provided. Half an hour later, Mephisto was visibly annoyed. Are you done yet? Done. When Xia Luo handed the revised contract to Mephisto, the demon stared at the densely packed clauses and immediately felt a headache coming on. This is way too much. What's the matter? Don't recognize the terms. Of course I recognize them. I'm not illiterate. Mephisto glared at Xia Luo and begrudgingly began reading the new terms. Half an hour later, it was Xia Luo's turn to get impatient. Are you done yet? Done. After ensuring there were no issues, Mephisto finally signed his name with a flourish. He passed the contract to Xia Luo, who casually added his own signature. Buzz. In an instant, the contract ignited with hellfire, signifying its activation. At that moment, both Xia Luo and Mephisto smiled. Why are you smiling? Mephisto asked. Oh, nothing, I'm just eager to find my friend. And you? Xia Luo countered. Nothing, I'm just eager to claim your soul. Xia Luo shrugged. When does it begin? It already has. Hellfire flared around Mephisto, his figure gradually fading into the flames. According to the contract, you're supposed to give me 3 hints, Xia Luo reminded him. I know. As the hellfire dissipated, Mephisto's voice lingered in the shadows of the dark alley. First, according to the universal coordinates I've provided, the real Mary Jane will appear by your side. Second, I've sealed her memories. If you want to recognize her, that's up to you. Third, you only have one chance to choose who she is. If you pick wrong, your soul belongs to me. And a little friendly advice, Mary Jane might become your enemy. If you kill her, you'll destroy your only chance to find her. Mephisto's voice faded completely, leaving Johnny Blaze unable to contain his outrage. That bastard, none of those clues are helpful, and now he's even turned your friend into a potential enemy. He's doing this on purpose. What a despicable, cunning jerk. Xia Luo, however, remained calm, smiling faintly. I didn't expect this to be easy, but at least now I have a target. As he spoke, a flicker of hellfire burned before him, revealing a set of coordinates from an unfamiliar universe. Universe 14,512. It was a completely alien designation. Xia Luo chuckled softly. Trying to mimic the resurrection tournament, huh? What a naive attempt. Compared to the countless pitfalls the resurrection tournament had thrown his way, Mephisto's task seemed laughably simple. Fine by me, Xia Luo thought. After all, the main world didn't urgently need Spider-Man right now. In fact, Spider-Man's temporary absence might even accelerate certain events. This also gave Xia Luo enough time to explore another universe and snag a few valuable items along the way. With that, he pulled out a golden orb, activating the time machine to open an interdimensional portal. The invincible Spider-Man was about to leave his mark across the multiverse. Chapter 225. Under the cover of night, the neon-lit streets of New York gleamed with vibrancy. Amid the bustling glow of the city, a giant silver glass orb slowly ascended into the air. Ahahaha, descend into madness. From within the orb came a maniacal laugh, followed by two mechanical arms extending from the glass. Their palms released a dense green gas into the atmosphere. Whoosh! In an instant, the mysterious gas spread, engulfing the surrounding crowd. People exposed to it quickly fell into chaos. What is this? Oh my God, what a horrifying creature. Stay away from me, you freak. Don't eat me, no. As a couple began beating each other senselessly, other pedestrians, disoriented by the hallucinogenic gas, started perceiving everyone around them as monsters. Run! The monsters are coming. Please don't eat me. Stay back. The chaos turned the streets into a frenzied stampede, with panicked citizens colliding like headless chickens. The rapid spread of the gas led to multiple trampling incidents. Amid the confusion, a short-haired girl ran against the tide, heading straight for the massive glass orb. Strange creep, you're not getting away this time. Let's do this. The girl leapt high into the air, the red and blue glow of a mech gleaming faintly in the moonlight. The cockpit of her mech opened, and she flipped gracefully into the pilot's seat. A small black and red spider bit down on her hand, instantly establishing a psychic connection between them. SB Doctor activate. Click. The triangular eyes on the mech's face lit up, snapping open. A virtual interface appeared before the girl, and with a series of rapid taps, the mech raised its arm and launched a missile. Boom! The red and blue missile streaked toward the glass orb, which made no effort to dodge. The missile hit its target squarely. Kaboom! A terrifying heat wave rippled out, accompanied by an explosion of flames that shattered the glass of nearby buildings in an instant. Yet when the fire subsided, only a crater remained. The massive glass orb was nowhere to be seen. What? Penny Parker's face hardened. She reached into her pocket, popped a piece of bubble gum into her mouth, and steadied herself. This time, I won't lose to you. Determined, she tapped furiously on her interface, triggering an infrared scan of the surrounding buildings. Finally, she located the hidden glass orb in the corner of a street. Penny, the crowd has been evacuated. Go all out. In the command center, Aunt May, clad in a uniform, cheered Penny on. Behind her, Norman Osborn frowned grimly. Is the antidote for the hallucinogenic gas ready yet? He asked. Ben Parker shook his head regretfully. Not yet, it'll take time. Norman exhaled heavily. Penny will have to handle this on her own. She'll succeed. Wait, something's wrong. The infrared scan picked up a decoy. The hallucinogenic gas misled her. Aunt May's gasp echoed, as the red and blue mech was struck by the glass orb and sent crashing into a nearby building. Crash crackle. Amid flying debris, the glass orb vanished back into the void. Penny's mech sparked with electricity, arcs dancing across its battered frame. The chest plate had taken significant damage, leaving a deep dent. Damn it, that thing's too big. Our mech is only 4 meters tall. It's no match for that thing's strength. Aunt May scowled. Ben Parker rushed to the console, gripping the communicator tightly, his face etched with tension. Penny, can you hear me? Don't trust your eyes. The gas is messing with your perception. Use your instincts. Aunt May groaned loudly, throwing up her hands in frustration. You've watched too many movies. Use your instincts. How is she supposed to fight without looking? She'll get destroyed. Ben shrank back, I don't have any other ideas. Bring her back. Norman stepped forward, taking a deep breath. We can't afford reckless sacrifices. Given that thing's behavior, it'll leave soon enough. Until we've developed the antidote, Penny shouldn't pilot the mech anymore. But Aunt May started to protest, but was interrupted by Ben's startled cry. Yelling won't help, look at the screen. What is it now? Aunt May snapped. Ben pointed to the monitor, where a red and blue figure had appeared on the street. That's... Aunt May's expression shifted as recognition dawned. It's Spider-Man, Penny's friend from the other universe. Spider-Man. Norman squinted at the screen before shaking his head. I didn't expect Spider-Man to show up here, but it won't matter. Mysterio's orb is massive. If Penny couldn't take it down, Spider-Man without a mech definitely can't. No, not necessarily. Ben's eyes remained fixed on the screen. Penny said there's more than one Spider-Man, and one of them is incredibly powerful, if it's him. He didn't finish, but the hope in his eyes burned brighter. Amid the wreckage, the red and blue mech slowly pulled itself free from the rubble. Click! The battered mech, smoke rising from its damaged joints, knelt heavily on the ground. Inside the cockpit, Penny Parker caught sight of the approaching Spider-Man. That's the metal suit, it's him. Her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. At the same time, a colossal glass orb, dozens of meters in diameter, emerged from the fog, descending ominously. Inside the cockpit, Mysterio sneered at the approaching figure. A miniature mech. His lips curled in disdain. That thin layer of metal won't protect you. Do you think that cheap suit can stop me? How naive. With a cold laugh, he directed the glass orb to hurtle toward the tiny figure. Boom! The wind roared as if a meteor had crashed to Earth. On the orb's smooth surface, Xia Luo caught a distorted reflection of himself, smiling faintly. This world's Mysterio, interesting. Xia Luo chuckled. Without urgency, he raised his hand and summoned the little spider from the void. Chomp! Click! The spider's fangs pierced his skin, and a radiant burst of magical energy erupted around him. What? Just as the orb was about to crush him, the nanotech webbing on Xia Luo's suit shimmered with intricate magical patterns. One punch will do. With a calm declaration, Xia Luo drew back his fist and slammed it forward. The sheer force of the impact shattered the pavement beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks. Debris shot into the air as the immense power rippled outward. Boom! The glass orb trembled violently as the raw energy coursed through it, shattering its once impenetrable surface into countless fragments. Cracked! The shards of silver scattered across the sky, glimmering like a cascade of stars in the light of Xia Luo's magic. Inside her mech, Penny stared at the spectacle in disbelief. He's got even stronger. Back in the command center, the others were equally stunned. That's impossible. How can so much power come from such a small body? That's not scientifically possible. What is that energy? How does he even have something like that inside him? My God, this is unbelievable. The astonishment spread among the researchers, their eyes glued to the screen. On the shattered street, Xia Luo lowered his fist as the remnants of the glass orb, now reduced to a 10-meter core, disappeared into the hallucinogenic mist. Xia Luo frowned. He hadn't managed to destroy it with one punch, a fact that irked him. Inside the mist, Mysterio seethed, his teeth grinding. Damn it, you'll never defeat me. With a swipe at his virtual controls, Mysterio released an even denser cloud of hallucinogenic gas, which quickly enveloped Xia Luo. Careful, that stuff messes with your vision, Penny shouted. Xia Luo shrugged in response. The pale blue glow in his eyes dimmed as he lowered his head, his movements faltering, as though he might collapse at any moment. Hi. The sudden change left everyone watching in confusion. What is he doing? Aunt May frowned at the screen. Ben Parker stroked his chin thoughtfully. I think he's asleep. Aunt May glared at him. Make me slap you right here. Ben shrank back, flashing an apologetic smile. Thank you, my dear, for sparing me this time. Norman Osborn cast a sidelong glance at Ben, unimpressed, before refocusing on Spider-Man's still figure on the monitor. My guess is that this is some sort of special ability. Special ability? Aunt May asked skeptically. Look out, a voice from the control room shouted. On the screen, massive glass orbs rained down like meteors, descending from the sky in a nightmarish spectacle. On the chaotic streets, Penny Parker's face went pale as the apocalyptic barrage began. Get out of the way, she shouted. The orbs were too numerous, and there was no way to tell which one contained the real Mysterio. If any of them struck Spider-Man without his mech, he'd be crushed instantly. But as each glass orb came crashing down, slamming into the ground with violent force, they vanished like illusions. It was all a trick. Xia Luo's body remained motionless amidst the chaos, unresponsive to the phantom onslaught. Still, everyone watching knew that if he didn't act soon, one of those orbs would eventually strike true. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the street as the real glass orb landed, shattering storefronts and sending debris flying in every direction. He got hit. The command room fell silent, the grim reality setting in. But Aunt May suddenly stood up, her eyes wide. No, look, he dodged it. What? How could that be? He actually dodged it. The room erupted into astonished murmurs. As the dust settled and the camera refocused, Xia Luo's red and blue figure emerged near the crater left by the orb, his head still bowed. No one could explain how he had avoided such a devastating attack. This is unbelievable. Aunt May's voice was filled with awe, echoing the sentiments of everyone else in the room. In her mech, Penny Parker's eyes narrowed in realization. He closed his eyes, he's feeling everything around him. Uncle Ben was right after all. Inside the glass orb, Mysterio was losing it. Damn bug, how is this happening? How did he? His rant was cut short as the orb suddenly quaked violently. Xia Luo's eyes flashed a vivid blue, his soul fully reawakened. He slapped a wrist device, activating a glowing PIM disc left behind by Scott Lang. Buzz! Boom! Before their eyes, the red and blue figure began to expand rapidly, growing to an enormous height. Within seconds, he had transformed into a 50-meter-tall giant. Roar! The neon lights reflected off the towering figure, whose nanometal suit gleamed brighter than ever. On a nearby high-rise balcony, J. Jonah Jameson nearly choked on his cigar. What in the is that, an Oscorp mech? His eyes bulged as he gawked at the massive figure. The cigar fell from his mouth unnoticed. Moments later, his expression morphed into one of manic excitement as he barked into his phone. Get the team working overtime. I want to know who's piloting that mech, and I want the story by morning. Boss, it's already late. There's overtime pay. On it, sir. Back on the battlefield, Xia Luo's massive fist descended with unstoppable force. Crash! The glass orb was driven deep into the ground by the sheer impact. New. Inside the orb, alarms blared. Warning, critical damage, 50% system failure. Warning, critical damage, 70% system failure. Warning, critical damage, 90% system failure. System shutdown imminent, evacuate immediately. The escape pod ejected violently, crashing to the ground. Mysterio, bloodied and battered, crawled out of the hatch, gasping for air. Too terrifying, it's too terrifying. His trembling eyes remained fixed on the red and blue giant looming above. The lingering hallucinogenic gas from the shattered orb seeped into his body, amplifying his terror. Nearby, Penny's mech cockpit opened with a hiss. She leapt out and approached Mysterio, her eyes narrowing in recognition. It's him. Her expression shifted to one of disbelief. The man before her was one of her overly enthusiastic fans, a face she vaguely remembered. So he went through all this trouble because I refused to take a photo with him. Seriously. Penny groaned, covering her face. This is absurd. Meanwhile, Xia Luo's towering form shimmered as he reverted to his normal size. He looked at the vibrant young girl in front of him, a hint of surprise on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the last time we met, you were still in elementary school, he remarked. Penny gently petted the small black spider on her hand, grinning cheekily. I was Uncle Xia Luo, but I'm in high school now. Xia Luo? I'm only a few years older than you, he muttered, his face darkening. Penny nudged Mysterio's unconscious body aside with her foot, her curiosity piqued. But I thought you were 10 years older than me. And you didn't call me uncle back then, either. Tapping the spider emblem on his chest, Xia Luo deactivated the nanometal suit, revealing his youthful face. This universe's timeline must be moving faster. It's only been a few months since we last met. Wow, you still look so young. Penny leaned in, playfully pinching his cheek as her big eyes sparkled with wonder. Amazing. Xia Luo slapped her hand away. Rude, now come here and let Uncle check your body. Ah, pervert. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. Don't even think about it. Chapter 226. Not long after, the logistics personnel from Oscorp arrived on site to handle the follow-up procedures. Along with them came a swarm of reporters crowding the vicinity. Sorry, this area is sealed off. You can't enter, said one of the on-site staff, blocking their path. Despite being stopped, the reporters jostled each other in an attempt to capture footage of the scene from the periphery. Look, it's that giant. He's with Penny Parker. In the crowd, Eddie exclaimed, pointing at the red and blue figure while rapidly snapping photos. Noticing the reporter's fervent interest, Penny Parker pulled Xia Luo into a corner. Those people are so annoying, we can't let them corner us, Penny said. Xia Luo seemed thoughtful. Do they know your identity? Yes, it's impossible to hide it from them. They've known who I am for a long time. Hearing this, Xia Luo suddenly asked, how are Aunt May and Uncle Ben? Penny squinted and smiled. They're doing great. Aunt May is my mech repair technician, and Uncle Ben is my mechanical engineer. They've been a huge help to me. At this, Xia Luo couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Penny Parker. From her early school days to now, Penny Parker had lived with her identity exposed, yet Aunt May and Uncle Ben had managed to survive all this time. It was nothing short of a Spider-Verse miracle. A story that would make other spider people green with envy. After all, in the movie universe, Peter Parker's identity exposure didn't take long before Aunt May became a casualty of Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs, a tragic accident. That iconic line, with great power comes great responsibility, often seemed to mean Spider-Man's loved ones had to pay with their lives. Xia Luo suspected Aunt May wasn't even the first victim. The real first victim was probably Tony, who snapped his fingers in the endgame. The closer you were to Spider-Man, the faster you seemed to meet your doom. Of course, Penny Parker's parents had been among the first sacrifices. Almost every Spider-Person's parents met the same fate. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly called out nearby. Penny, are you okay? A flying craft from Oscorp descended gently onto the scene, and Aunt May and Ben Parker, dressed in silver uniforms, hurried toward Penny. They were no longer young. Xia Luo felt a wave of emotion. After confirming Penny was unharmed, the two finally turned their attention to Xia Luo. This young man gave them a sense of warmth and familiarity. It felt like, "Who are you?" Aunt May hesitated, breaking the silence. Xia Luo Parker. Xia Luo introduced himself with a smile. Parker. Ben Parker appeared deep in thought, while Aunt May seemed to recall Penny's strange experiences from years ago. Before they could voice their doubts, Xia Luo continued, In my universe, Aunt May and Uncle Ben are doing well too. Hearing this, the two exchanged puzzled glances. Something about this felt off. Welcome to our world, Spider-Man from the multiverse. At that moment, Norman stepped out from the crowd. He scrutinized the young man before him, his smile tinged with something indescribable. Noticing Norman's peculiar gaze, Xia Luo's instincts kicked in. No way. A hidden villain. According to Spider-Verse law, Norman Osborn was bound to become a villain. But whether by choice or circumstance was up for debate. With this in mind, Xia Luo nodded at Norman as a greeting. In my universe, Uncle Norman is a good man. Norman's. Why is he emphasizing this good man narrative? Norman's smile became slightly strained. He stepped forward and said, Yes, I am a good man. Uncle Norman built the Spider-Mech. He's a hero who saves the world. Penny Parker chimed in, full of admiration. Xia Luo maintained his smile. I can see that. Norman, uninterested in such trivialities, glanced at the surrounding reporters before turning to Xia Luo. Would you mind coming to my place for a visit? Of course not. Great, let's all go together, Norman said with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back. Let's take a look at Oscorp's latest invention. 10 minutes later, at Oscorp's Mecha research base. Boom tilde tilde. The 10-meter-tall alloy doors slowly rose, revealing a black mech that rivaled the size of Penny Parker's SB Doctor, but boasted a far more aggressive design. Xia Luo's gaze locked onto the narrow, elongated eyes on the mech's face, and the white spider emblem emblazoned on its chest. His expression flickered. The Venom mech. More precisely, the symbiote mech. Penny Parker's face was filled with astonishment. Other than SB Doctor, I didn't think there was another mech like this in the world, she said in awe. Aunt May chuckled. We just developed it recently. It hasn't undergone testing yet. Uncle Ben nodded. Yes, its operation is quite different. The pilot doesn't need to establish a telepathic link with a mutated spider. Instead, the symbiote core within the mech will automatically connect with the pilot's consciousness, making it much easier to control during combat. At this explanation, Penny's eyes lit up with curiosity. So I won't have to fight alone anymore. Exactly, the symbiote core's host doesn't need any special physical attributes. Anyone can take on this role, Uncle Ben replied with a smile. Hearing this, Xia Luo quickly grasped the situation. Penny Parker was unique in her ability to establish a telepathic link with a mutated spider, a requirement for piloting SB Doctor in battle. This meant that while Oscorp could mass-produce mechs, Penny was the only viable pilot. But with the advent of the symbiote mech, the pressure on Penny would greatly diminish. Still, why had Norman brought him here? Could it be? Sure enough, Norman fixed Xia Luo with a solemn look. Xia Luo Parker, your strength is beyond anything we've imagined. I hope you'll become the pilot of the symbiote mech. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. We just met. Why trust me so quickly? Of course, Norman replied, locking eyes with him. I trust my instincts. Xia Luo. Is this guy serious? This reeks of recklessness and ulterior motives. I came here to find my friends, not to play around with your mech, Xia Luo said flatly, rejecting the offer. Norman's face fell, though he wasn't ready to give up. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Becoming the world's second mech pilot could bring you unimaginable honor and wealth. Wealth? Xia Luo's eyes shifted. He leaned toward Penny. How much do they pay you? He whispered. Penny thought for a moment. I'm not really interested in money. Aunt May saves it all for me. Xia Luo. He despised that response. Glancing at Aunt May, he saw her avoid his gaze, clearly unwilling to meet his eyes. At that, Xia Luo understood immediately. Penny's salary had all been squandered. Figures, spider people are always broke. Still, Xia Luo deliberated for a moment before once again declining Norman's offer. The symbiote mech doesn't require a specific pilot. You have other options. Norman sighed, though a glimmer of determination remained in his eyes. But the stronger the pilot, the more powerful the symbiote core becomes, maximizing the mech's potential. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to pass. Since his second resurrection trial, Xia Luo wanted nothing to do with symbiotes. An unchecked Spider-Man could spell disaster, and Xia Luo wasn't willing to take that risk. Despite Norman's repeated persuasion, Xia Luo's refusal left him with no choice. Given Xia Luo's strength, coercion was out of the question. Temptation. Well, perhaps another time. All right, Xia Luo, Norman finally said, checking his watch. I hope you'll think it over. In the meantime, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. As for the friends you're looking for, I promise, on behalf of Oscorp, to do everything we can to help. Thank you, Uncle Norman. With that, under Norman's arrangements, Xia Luo found himself staying in the familiar, yet alien Osborn castle. Inside, he saw photos of Norman and Harry Osborn together. Sadly, Harry was long gone. He had died in an accident 10 years ago. That night, a mysterious figure clad in advanced tech armor descended upon the castle. Boom! A deafening explosion startled Norman awake. "Sir, Spider-Man was defeated by the intruder," Old John reported. His description painted the mysterious figure as far stronger than Spider-Man. Before Norman could react, the figure stormed into the room, exuding a terrifying aura. Buzz tilde. With a single palm strike, the figure sent a disorienting wave through Norman's mind. When he came to, the intruder had vanished without a trace. Was that just an illusion? Norman muttered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Soon after, he and Old John discovered Spider-Man amidst the ruins. "How are you?" Norman asked. "I'm fine," Xia Luo replied, pushing himself up and limping out of the debris. "The criminals in your universe are strong. Looks like I can't let my guard down," he said with a grimace. Norman frowned. The most dangerous threats in this world are usually monsters. Humanoid creatures of such power are rare. "Is that so?" Xia Luo's thoughts churned. Monsters, mechs, this might get interesting. Earlier, he had tested Norman using a Conqueror Kang disguise. Stripping Norman's soul hadn't yielded any signs of Mary Jane. The method wasn't foolproof, but it was worth trying. With that in mind, Xia Luo excused himself to rest and opened a portal. Buzz tilde. Soon after, the mysterious figure attacked Penny Parker, Aunt May, and Uncle Ben, one by one. Yet their souls revealed no anomalies. Back in his room, Xia Luo's expression turned grim. "Where is Mary Jane?" The next day, the red and blue giant featured in headlines across the city. According to a statement from Oscorp's chairman, Mr. Norman Osborn, the giant is confirmed not to be a hostile entity. It is more likely to be Oscorp's latest secret weapon, reported J. Jonah Jameson on screen. As the footage shifted, Jameson began discussing the mysterious figure who had appeared the previous night. "Once again, Penny Parker has been defeated. Whether it's Mysterio or this so-called mystery man, Penny Parker is no match. We have reason to believe she's been slacking off lately." Jameson then proceeded to list alleged instances of Penny shirking her training, condemning her for her irresponsible behavior. Empire State University. Seated on a bench by the lake in the campus park, Penny Parker held her tablet, staring at the so-called evidence of slacking in exasperation. "In your universe, does this guy also spend his time smearing Spider-Man's reputation?" she asked, glancing at Xia Luo beside her. Xia Luo chuckled. "Worry about it. That guy's actually one of your biggest fans." "Fan?" Penny looked unconvinced. "No way, he's constantly badmouthing me," she pouted indignantly. Xia Luo laughed. "You haven't noticed? He only targets you over trivial things. None of his comments truly harm you. Plus, his stories are always so entertaining that they grab everyone's attention, redirecting focus from the internet's so-called Spider-Man threat theory." "Spider-Man threat theory?" Penny asked, puzzled. Xia Luo explained, "Exactly. You're the world's only mech pilot. That puts you under global scrutiny and suspicion. A lot of people see you as a potential threat. But thanks to Jameson, people are more interested in whether you've been slacking, how messy your life is, or if you're using Spider-Man powers to bully classmates at school. Compared to being seen as a global threat, this is a far better outcome, wouldn't you say?" After hearing this, Penny seemed to understand but still looked confused. "Why does he have to do it this way? If he stood up and supported me, wouldn't that help dispel everyone's hostility towards Spider-Man?" Xia Luo smirked. "Let's put it this way, if he openly opposed those critics, it'd turn into a black-and-white debate that would never end. By aligning himself with your detractors, he avoids pointless arguments. He doesn't need the support of Spider-Man fans, because true fans won't harm Spider-Man. What he needs is the trust of your critics. By becoming their representative, he can filter out truly harmful narratives while attacking Spider-Man with harmless topics. It's a form of protection." Hearing this, Penny finally got it. "Oh, I see. He's like an undercover agent." Xia Luo considered her words. "Yeah, an undercover agent. I only realized it recently myself. Of course, it could just be that Jameson had gone from a hater to a fan over time. But that wasn't the point. The point was that a new enemy had appeared. Splash! The calm waters of the lake suddenly churned into a massive whirlpool before a colossal tentacle, dozens of meters long, erupted from the surface. In an instant, the exploding lake water turned into a torrential downpour. As the rain poured, the horrifying tentacles spread out, reaching for the shore. "Oh no, a monster, run!" Panic broke out among the students by the lake. Penny's expression darkened. "It's the octopus monster Otto." Xia Luo. So Dr. Otto Octavius had finally become a literal giant octopus. Before Penny could act, Xia Luo transformed into the towering red and blue giant amidst flashes of light. Buzz tilde. Boom! Under the stunned gaze of their fellow students, the enormous figure descended into the lake, sending towering waves crashing in all directions. Splash tilde tilde. Every movement of the giant stirred the water into chaos. As the rain poured relentlessly, the giant and the monstrous octopus locked in a fierce battle. According to Mephisto's hints, anyone Xia Luo encountered could potentially harbor Mary Jane's soul. That included the monsters of this world, which meant Xia Luo had to personally defeat them, ensuring Penny didn't accidentally kill one. Ducking a suction cup tentacle shooting toward him, Xia Luo grabbed hold of another tentacle and pulled hard. Rise! Roar! The monster wailed as Xia Luo's overwhelming strength flung its massive body high into the air. Take this! Friendly neighbor flying kick. In the next instant, Xia Luo leaped after the airborne beast. Magical energy blazed around him like a radiant meteor. Before the octopus monster could crash to the ground, it was obliterated midair, reduced to a pile of sludge that splashed into the lake. Boom! Splash! As the remains hit the water, murky waves surged against the shore, and a fine mist enveloped the scene. Under the blazing sun, a vibrant rainbow arced across the lake. The red and blue giant disappeared into the rainbow's backdrop. Wow, incredible! In the crowd, Annie Brock was transfixed by what she just witnessed. Clenching her fists, her eyes shone with newfound determination. No wonder he refused to pilot the symbiote mech. With that kind of power, he doesn't need a mech. He's an unstoppable force by himself, she murmured. Her gaze shifted to Penny Parker nearby. After a moment of thought, she walked toward her. Penny Parker, one day, I'll show you that you're just an ordinary girl lucky enough to bond with a mutant spider. Without that spider, you're nothing. Penny blinked, confused. Who are you? Annie Brock, a transfer student and candidate for the Symbiote Mech Pilot program. I'll surpass you. Penny instantly lost interest. Oh, good luck with that. Annie gritted her teeth at Penny's indifference. HMPH, you can keep being smug for now. Her brother, Eddie Brock, was an excellent journalist who had covered Penny Parker extensively. In his view, Penny was just an ordinary girl with nothing exceptional about her beyond the mutant spider. Annie wholeheartedly agreed. If she gained the symbiote mech's recognition, she would become the world's new shining star. Before she could continue her tirade, a red and blue figure leaped from the lake, landing right in front of her. It's him! Startled, Annie froze as the man turned his gaze toward her. Looking at the young man in front of her, Annie couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She idolized strength, and this man was the epitome of it. But much like Penny Parker, this strong man clearly didn't care about her. Xia Luo gave Annie a cursory glance before turning to Penny. Want to hear my story? He asked. Of course, Penny responded immediately. Before she could continue, Annie jumped in with, I'd like to hear it too, drawing a perplexed look from Xia Luo. And you are? Annie Brock, soon-to-be pilot of the symbiote mech. Oh, good luck with that. Annie. Ignoring the curious stares of nearby students, Xia Luo quickly found a quieter spot. 30 minutes later, on the rooftop of the school building. Wow, poor Mary Jane, your love story is so moving, Annie wailed, covering her face as tears streamed down. Xia Luo. Miss, could you calm down? When did I even mention anything about love? His lips twitched in disbelief. Annie's eyes were red from crying, and her smeared eyeliner made her look rather comical. Even if you didn't say the word, love, I can already imagine the tragic romance between you two. Xia Luo's face darkened. Great, now that you've heard the story, you can leave. No, I need to hear more. I refuse. Off to the side, Penny chimed in. So you're telling us all this because you need our help to find Mary Jane's soul? Yes, Xia Luo confirmed with a nod. He had just extracted the soul of the octopus monster and uncovered something intriguing. There were too many details to unravel alone, so he needed this world's main characters to join his team. This increased their chances of success. And the fastest way to persuade women, play on their sympathy. Well, girls in this case. Penny stared at him thoughtfully. To save Mary Jane, you made a deal with a demon. I can't say no to helping you. Me neither, Annie declared, wiping her eyes and clenching her fists. I have to help you. Actually, I was only asking Penny. Then it's settled, Annie interrupted, cutting him off. Xia Luo. Look, a UFO, he suddenly shouted, pointing skyward. Both Penny and Annie instinctively looked up. Before they realized what was happening, Xia Luo placed a hand on Annie's shoulder. Buzz tilde. For a brief moment, Annie's soul wavered, then snapped back into her body. What are you doing? Annie asked, bewildered. Xia Luo waved her off. Nothing. I just wanted to test your reflexes as a backup pilot. Seems like you need more training. Taking him seriously, Annie nodded solemnly. No wonder I've been feeling off lately. My focus must have been lacking. I'll work harder to improve. Exactly. Keep it up, Xia Luo replied with an air of authority. You should get to training. I'll contact you later. Okay, I'll be waiting for your call. As Annie hurried off, Penny gave Xia Luo a curious look. You deliberately sent her away, didn't you? Of course, she seems dim-witted. I agree, Penny said, stifling a laugh. What do you need me to do? Help me find the other monsters. I need to confirm something. Other monsters, Penny frowned. That's it, that simple. Yes, it's straightforward, but it needs to be kept secret. You could just ask Uncle Norman for help. He knows more than I do. I trust only you. That's a lot of pressure. But I know you'll agree. Fine, you're right, Penny admitted, exhaling deeply under Xia Luo's expectant gaze. The monsters I've defeated in the past are still alive. They're being held in Oscorp's secret facility. Great, take me to them. Me? Penny grimaced. If I walk you in there openly, Uncle Norman will punish me. Of course we're not going in openly, Xia Luo said with a grin, pulling out a PIM disc and handing it to her. It's time for a thrilling, high-stakes adventure. Chapter 227. Buzz tilde. On a rocky shore, a magical spark burst into a glowing portal as Xia Luo and Penny Parker stepped onto the island. Your magical teleportation is really convenient, Penny commented, then added with a smirk, but it seems kind of overused. She was thinking of the mysterious figure from 2 nights ago. That guy's portals were gold, she remarked. Xia Luo pretended not to hear her. His gaze swept over the endless ocean before turning toward the island's center. This is the Pacific's monster prison, he asked. Penny nodded. Yes, all the monsters we've defeated are kept here. Xia Luo pondered. Does the Atlantic have one? What? Does the Atlantic have a monster prison? No, there's only one monster prison. Good, this must be the real deal. Turning to Penny, Xia Luo said, we can't let anyone know we came here. Can you keep this a secret? Not even Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Not even them, it's for their safety. I understand. Good, let's move. Got it. Following Xia Luo's lead, Penny took a PIM disc and pressed it against her palm. In an instant, light shimmered, and her surroundings seemed to grow exponentially larger. The blue sky, white clouds, ground, rocks, waves, and sandy beach all expanded to an overwhelming scale. When she regained her composure, she found herself standing atop a craggy, canyon-filled boulder. The sky above was a gloomy gray. The air was heavy with moisture and dust, and the wind whipped up sand and grit, pelting her from all directions. The sheer scale of the world left Penny utterly stunned. What is this? PIM tech, Xia Luo explained. We've shrunk to the size of ants. In this state, we can infiltrate the monster prison without being detected. Penny blinked her wide eyes, her expression shifting from shock to exhilaration. This is amazing. She couldn't contain her excitement. Suddenly, a sound came from behind. From a nearby crevice, a massive, sinister claw slowly emerged. Click-clack, click-clack. Hearing the noise, Penny turned her head, only to see a monstrous crab eyeing her with a bloodthirsty gleam. To be fair, she usually thought crabs were kind of cute. But this monster version was nothing like she imagined. In that moment, Penny's scalp prickled as her smile froze. "Uncle Xia Luo, can I even pilot a mech in this state?" she asked nervously. "For the last time, stop calling me uncle," Xia Luo sighed, shrugging. Then he raised his hand. Boom! The ground trembled violently as the red and blue spider transformed into a towering giant. A dazzling blast of red and blue magical energy shot forth, weaving an intricate web of light across the sky like a magical rainbow. The magic rainbow zipped through the air, obliterating the colossal crab in an instant. The beast was shredded into pieces by an explosion so powerful it resembled a nuclear detonation. Rumble! The shockwaves scattered the dust-filled air. Massive rocks were flung from the blast's epicenter, and for a moment, Penny's mind conjured an apocalyptic vision of the world ending. Before she could fully process what was happening, Xia Luo grabbed her and leapt into the chasm behind them. Whoosh tilde tilde. Violent gusts tore through the canyon, sending dirt and debris flying. Huddled in a corner, Penny's face was pale with fear. Xia Luo didn't bother offering any comfort. "Well, was that thrilling enough for you?" Realizing it wasn't the end of the world, Penny exhaled shakily. That was intense. She took another deep breath to steady herself. Even a tiny crab turned into a monster that caused us trouble. At this size, it'll take days to reach the monster prison. Anything we encounter along the way could eat us alive. You're forgetting something. The invincible Spider-Man knows magic. Xia Luo smiled, lifting his hand to trace a circle. A magical portal appeared, sparks flying. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Right, Penny quickly followed him. Stepping through the portal, the two found themselves standing atop a massive leaf. Before them stretched a landscape reminiscent of a mythical world tree. Towering structures loomed in the distance, while an enormous web concealed the sky above. A terrifying spider-like creature lay in wait. Buzz tilde. A mosquito the size of a fighter jet buzzed past them, disturbing the air with its turbulence. It crashed into the giant web, where the spider monster swiftly claimed its prey. By now, Penny had grown accustomed to the microcosmic world. She looked toward a towering structure piercing the clouds in the distance. "Is that the entrance to the monster prison? Are we going to teleport inside?" she asked. Xia Luo shook his head. "I've never been inside, so I can't open a portal directly into the monster prison." "Then how did you manage to portal us close to it?" "I've seen it before. It left an impression in my mind." "Fair enough, so how are we supposed to get in?" Penny spread her hands wide. "I can't shoot webs, so are you going to carry me in?" "You keep calling me uncle. Carrying you would look weird and give people the wrong idea." With a wave, Xia Luo summoned a small spider mount, which descended from above. "Get on." He leapt onto the spider's back and extended a hand to pull Penny up after him. "Wow, its back doesn't have those prickly spider hairs," Penny exclaimed in awe. Xia Luo grinned. "It's got much cooler skills than that." At his words, the spider let out a chirping sound, which had transitioned from its former chitter-chitter to a now comical caw-caw. Boom! The next second, the spider sprang forward, darting through the dense jungle at breakneck speed. On its back, Penny clung tightly to Xia Luo to avoid being flung off. "So its cool skill is parkour," she yelled against the rushing wind. "No, it's web swinging." "What?" Before Penny could process his words, the spider leapt toward the tower. With a flick of its abdomen, it shot a web line, swinging effortlessly into the high structure. Click, 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 tilde, tilde. Skittering along the tower's weathered stone walls, the spider raced onward, dodging the patrols of giants with ease. Soon, it found the entrance to an underground passage. Inside an elevator shaft, the spider clung to the giant's pant leg, hitching a ride downward. Thud! As the elevator jolted to a stop, the entire space seemed to shudder. On the spider's back, Penny's initial tension had morphed into excitement. "This is incredible. I want to do this all the time," she said gleefully. "Penny, with great power comes great responsibility," Xia Luo replied, feigning a serious tone. "If you're going to play, at least play by growing bigger." Penny blinked, taken aback. She had expected a scolding. "All right, I'll play by growing bigger," she said with a bright smile. From childhood, everyone had told her she had a responsibility to protect others, to defeat evil monsters, and to never let anyone down. It consumed all her time, leaving little room for fun. But now someone was telling her spider people could enjoy life too. Having another Spider-Man to share in her fun was the happiest she'd felt in ages. "Want some?" she asked, pulling a piece of bubble gum from her pocket and offering it to Xia Luo. It was her way of making friends. Xia Luo took it and popped it into his mouth. Orange flavor, not bad. Have you been eating this since you were a kid? No cavities." Penny sighed. "Candy's the only thing that makes me happy." At that, Xia Luo smacked the back of her head lightly. "No sentimental nonsense." "Penny." "Okay, got it," she said, rubbing the spot where he'd hit her. The brief flash of indignation quickly faded, replaced by another bright smile. "Uncle Xia Luo, I think you've gotten better than you used to be." "What?" "I mean, you're nicer now." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, I'm having a lot of fun hanging out with you." Xia Luo's mind flashed back to his childhood. On his way home from school. "Stop following me. I'm in a terrible mood, and if you keep it up, I'll hit you." A young Xia Luo turned around, glaring at a small Mary Jane. He raised his fist in a threat. Mary Jane hesitated, taking a step back, but then stepped forward again to grab his sleeve tightly. "No, I'll follow you. I don't have any other friends." "He." With a scowl, Xia Luo yanked his arm free. "Leave me alone, or I'll really hit you." Raising the newspaper in his hand, he howled dramatically toward the sky. "Why is this happening? My allowance gone." He was distraught. Even as a transmigrator into the Marvel Universe, where the world was different from his original one, Xia Luo knew some things were universal. Like investing in Stark Industries stock. Once Stark Industries became an industrial titan, he would cash out. Well, it wasn't exactly wealth freedom, but it was a start. But fate wasn't kind to him. He'd painstakingly scrounged up some allowance by tricking kids at school. His plan to dabble in stocks before Tony Stark turned the company around had seemed brilliant, until Uncle Ben caught him secretly using Aunt May's identity to trade stocks. As punishment, his allowance was halved, and his dreams of financial freedom were crushed. The future Wolf of Wall Street was shackled by the restrictions of childhood. Even worse, from that point onward, any allowance he didn't spend immediately would mysteriously vanish by the next day, squandered in inexplicable ways. It was a tragic tale. Now, the newspaper in his hand declared Stark Industries had secured a major military contract, sending its stock soaring. But that had nothing to do with him. No wonder he was furious. "I've decided. Tomorrow, I'm setting up a stand to sell performance-enhancing pills." With his innocent appearance, customers would never suspect the effectiveness of the product. The thought improved his mood, and a smile finally broke across his face. Noticing his grin, Mary Jane's nervous expression softened. She tugged at his sleeve again. "I'm hungry." "All right, let's go home and eat." This time, Xia Luo didn't shake her off. Instead, he took her hand and led her back. "Stop following me all the time. You need to make friends with other kids." "No, I don't want to play with them. It's more fun being with you." "Haha, you really are something. I can't blame you. I'm just too awesome. Even a little squirt like you can see it and can't help but worship me. All right, extra drumsticks for you tonight." Laughing, Xia Luo reached the front door and knocked. Inside, Aunt May, who had been cooking, quickly opened the door. "Oh, my sweet little Xia Luo is back. And Mary, come in, dinner's almost ready." "Aunt May, she's called Mary Jane, not Mary," Xia Luo corrected. Aunt May pinched Xia Luo's cheek affectionately. "Xia Luo, calling her Mary feels more intimate." "No, it just makes her harder to shake off." "Why's that?" "No reason, just a feeling." "Thud." As the elevator came to another halt, Xia Luo snapped out of his thoughts. Weird, isn't reminiscing supposed to be for old folks? What's going on with me? Shaking his head, he turned his focus back to the moment. When the elevator doors slid open, he patted the small spider on its back. Keep going. Caw. Swish tilde. In the underground facility, the small spider swung gracefully through the air. Along their path, enormous monster bodies, each as large as a mountain range, were restrained by specialized mechanical arms instruments scanned over the creatures continuously, their displays blinking with streams of data. This is the monster prison, Penny Parker explained. All the creatures here are research specimens for Oscorp. Uncle Norman once said he plans to use these monsters to benefit humanity. Xia Luo glanced at her, his expression unreadable. Penny noticed and tilted her head in confusion. What? She asked. Xia Luo quickly shifted his gaze back to the restrained monsters. Wow, these creatures are huge, he remarked, feigning casual interest. You were staring at me just now, Penny said, certain of it. Nope, Xia Luo shook his head. You totally were. I wasn't. Xia Luo donned an utterly serious expression. Being overly confident is a sickness. I think you need a trip to the doctor. Was I imagining it? Penny muttered, suddenly uncertain. Of course, ever heard of the 3 great illusions in life? No, what are they? Good, I haven't heard of them either. Before she could respond, Xia Luo gestured for the spider to climb up the nearest monster's massive body. But even as he acted, he couldn't shake a nagging thought. Was I jumping to conclusions? Just one statement, and I suspected Mary Jane's soul might be in Penny Parker. That's way too hasty. He frowned inwardly. This must be a smokescreen from Mephisto. Suddenly, Xia Luo felt a tug on his sleeve. Glancing down, he saw Penny clutching it tightly, her face tense. What are you doing? He asked, his expression darkening. I'm a little nervous, Penny admitted, taking a deep breath. Xia Luo rubbed his temples. If you keep this up, I'll have to smack you. Stingy, Penny grumbled. As the spider ascended the enormous creature, its grotesque green scales loomed large, each one stirring memories for Penny. This is the lizard monster, she said, her voice tinged with nostalgia. I defeated it 3 years ago, and it was sent here. I can't believe the arm I cut off has already grown back. Xia Luo leapt off the spider's back, landing on one knee atop the creature's rough, oversized scales. Pressing his palm flat against the surface, he closed his eyes. Buzz tilde. Red and blue magic flared from his hand, pulsating with totemic power. A massive, ethereal figure began to rise, its form as grand and awe-inspiring as an ancient deity. Xia Luo. What a massive soul. What are you doing? Penny asked, curious. Though she couldn't see the incorporeal soul, she could sense the sudden chill in the air. Nothing, Xia Luo replied, shaking his head. He looked up at the towering human-shaped soul, lost in thought. As he suspected, just like the octopus monster's soul had belonged to Otto, the lizard monster's soul belonged to Professor Kurt Connors. This confirmed it. The monsters were actually mutated humans. Chapter 228. Xia Luo opened a glowing portal. I'm sending you home. Penny blinked, puzzled. What about you? Xia Luo rubbed his chin, scrutinizing the soul of the giant absorbed into the monster's body. Mephisto clearly anticipated his soul-based magic, making it impossible for Xia Luo to locate Mary Jane's soul through simple spells. Since he couldn't predict Mephisto's schemes, Xia Luo decided to approach the situation as if it were the hardest level of a game. So, I'm coming with you, Xia Luo declared. Penny blinked again. That's it. Yep, that's it. With that, Xia Luo led Penny through the portal. We're tilde. In a flash of light, the two returned to their normal sizes. The octopus monster is still alive, hiding in the school park's lake, Xia Luo instructed Penny. Tell Norman to capture the injured creature. Uncle Norman's probably on it already, Penny replied. Then it's settled. After sending Penny off, Xia Luo stayed in his room, deep in thought. From time to time, he lowered his head, appearing to deliberate on something. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Norman watched Xia Luo's odd behavior, unsure of his intentions. Regardless, with Xia Luo here, it was time for the Spider-Man from another universe to play his part. Determined, Norman entered new commands into the virtual console. The last creature is tricky, but once it's dealt with, everything will have been worth it. Days later, another monster appeared in the city under cover of night. Screech. A vampire-like, bat-shaped beast wreaked havoc, and Penny Parker piloted her spider mecha to battle the creature codenamed Morbius. Screech tilde. Boom. The spider mecha's spinning arm blades gleamed coldly, severing the beast's arm in a spray of green blood that rained down onto the streets. But before Penny could press her advantage, Morbius's severed arm grotesquely regrew. What? In shock, Penny watched the monstrous vampire swipe at her. Sparks flew from the chest of her mecha as the creature's overwhelming strength hurled it into a nearby building. Crash! The red and blue mecha was embedded deep in the building, rubble cascading around it. Morbius pounced, claws tearing into the machine's frame, sending shards of metal flying. Warning, warning. Hull integrity, 50%. Hull integrity, 79%. System failure imminent. Please activate the escape pod immediately. As the spider mecha struggled against Morbius, the control room was in chaos. What a terrifying creature. Its strength and speed completely overpower Penny, Aunt May said grimly. Its regeneration is monstrous. Penny doesn't stand a chance. Ben Parker was frantic. Find Xia Luo, Parker. He'll save Penny for sure. Norman shook his head. This is our fight. It's up to us to defeat these creatures. But I've already deployed Annie. She's piloting the symbiote mecha. Aunt May frowned. The symbiote mecha's test results were promising, but is Annie really ready? It doesn't matter if she's ready. Saving Penny comes first. Ben left the control room in a rush. Aunt May closed behind. I'm coming too, she said firmly. As the control team monitored the symbiote mecha's data, the battle in the city reached a turning point. The black mecha descended with a resounding crash, forcing Morbius to retreat into a crumbling building. Clang tilde. The sleek black machine landed in the rubble, its elongated golden eyes glowing ominously. Are you okay? Inside the cockpit, Annie operated the symbiote mecha, digging out the battered spider mecha from the debris. You. In the smoke-filled cockpit of her damaged machine, Penny stared in shock at the symbiote mecha. Hearing Annie's voice, she was stunned. Congratulations, Annie, Penny said, her voice weak. E officially earned the right to pilot the symbiote mecha. Thank you, Annie replied coolly. This will be my first fight to surpass you. Without another word, Annie turned and charged at Morbius. Screech tilde. Boom. Bang 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 tilde. Under the gaze of reporters, the symbiote mecha's punches landed with precision and overwhelming power, matching Morbius in both strength and speed. The black machine's eerie tendrils bound the vampire, and Annie's combat skills temporarily suppressed the beast. Oh my god, now this is a true mecha hero. Incredible, I thought the spider mecha was powerful, but this new machine is on another level. Who's piloting it? I need an interview. She's going to become a superstar, even bigger than Penny Parker. Yeah, Penny Parker is old news. The reporters dismissed Penny, their attention fixed on the black mecha's pilot. Watching this unfold, Penny felt a twinge of disappointment, but mostly relief. Finally, she could rest. This was her first crushing defeat, but the outcome wasn't so bad. After all, she had never wanted to be a hero. The cost of heroism was losing loved ones. She could never forget her father's dying moments as he entrusted the spider mecha to her. Now, with someone better suited to the job, Penny felt genuinely happy. She opened the damaged cockpit, stepping out with her mutated spider. Penny, are you hurt? Are you okay? Aunt May rushed to her, scanning her anxiously, while Ben Parker broke into a nervous sweat. For the first time, they realized how close they'd come to losing Penny. Seeing their worried faces, Penny smiled and hugged them both. I'm fine, she said softly. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Annie will take over as the new hero. Hearing this, Aunt May sighed in relief. I thought you'd be upset. I'm glad you're at peace, she said, stroking Penny's hair. Ben chuckled. She's grown up. She can make her own choices now. If the symbiote mecha proved itself in battle, it would soon enter mass production. With more symbiote mechas, Penny's spider mecha could finally retire. This was what they'd worked toward for years. No longer would they fear losing Penny in battle. The family could finally live a peaceful, happy life. As they dreamed of this future, the battlefield took a sudden turn. Snap tilde. Crack track. The black mecha froze mid-attack, its systems seemingly malfunctioning. Morbius seized the opportunity, launching a brutal counteroffensive. Screech. Boom. As the beast launched a ferocious attack, the black mecha was violently flung into the rubble. Annie, Aunt May's expression changed instantly. She suited up in her rescue gear, the flight device on her back releasing jets of white gas as she flew swiftly toward the black mecha's cockpit. Hold it off. Ben Parker directed the fighter jets to intercept Morbius, but the weapons proved useless against the monster. Screech tilde. Bangs, bangs, bang. As the beast pounced, fighter jets plummeted from the sky one by one. Escape pods shot off in every direction, landing across the chaotic city. Run for your lives. The monster's coming this way. Screams echoed as panicked citizens fled in every direction. Morbius, however, had already set its sights on Penny Parker again. Before it could act, a sudden flash of dazzling light caused its green, beast-like pupils to contract. What is that? Penny, drawn by the light, turned to look. The others followed suit, spotting a seemingly ordinary young man calmly walking against the tide of fleeing people. His hand crackled with bright arcs of electricity. Xia Luo Parker, Penny's face lit up with joy. Ben let out a breath of relief. That old scoundrel Norman, he said we'd handle this ourselves, but when push comes to shove, he still called for help. Shameless, he grumbled. I didn't call him. He came on his own. Norman's voice cut through on the earpiece, making Ben grimace. Ah, sorry, didn't realize you were listening. Next time I'll make sure to turn off the comms before talking behind your back, Ben joked awkwardly. Norman's. Meanwhile, in the corner, reporters trained their cameras on the approaching figure. Who's this guy? What's that thing in his hand? Reliable sources say that the giant from that night was a young man. Could it be him? Look at Penny Parker's face. There's no doubt they know each other. It must be him. He's finally shown up. Who would have thought it'd be some kid? Wait, Eddie, weren't you covering the symbiote mecha? Eddie's face was blank. The pilot is my sister. Annie. No way it's Annie. I never would have guessed. But wait, if your sister's still in the cockpit, why are you here? Eddie replied coldly, she won't die. As a good journalist, I'm willing to sacrifice everything to serve the public. Impressive. The surrounding reporters gave him a thumbs up. Outwardly, they praised his professionalism, but inwardly they sneered at his lack of loyalty. Crackle, crackle tilde. Suddenly, amidst a reporter's shout, Xia Luo's body was completely enveloped by electric arcs. Zzzt tilde. As the electricity surged, nanometal spread rapidly across his form, causing his body to grow explosively in size. Thum tilde tilde. The ground trembled as the electrified giant took his first steps forward. Each step sent tremors through the earth, his height increasing with every stride. Finally, he stood 50 meters tall, towering over the neon-lit cityscape. The mirrored glass of the skyscrapers reflected his massive frame. His triangular eyes gleamed like the brightest stars in the city, a dazzling display of power. Thum tilde. Without warning, the giant broke into a sprint, scattering debris in his wake. Morbius, significantly smaller in size, gazed at the approaching titan with a flicker of fear in its eyes. Screech tilde. The beast turned and fled without hesitation, but the giant's web shot out, binding its ankle and halting its escape. Scree! With a pitiful cry, the giant lunged, pinning the monster beneath his massive frame. His bus-sized fists rained down on Morbius's head, one blow after another. Boom, booms, boom. Crack, track. The sound of shattering bones reverberated through the streets. Morbius's regenerative powers couldn't keep up with the severe damage to its skull. Crack, track, track. To everyone's horror, the giant grabbed the beast's head and ground it into the rubble like a mop, then scooped up debris and flung it into the monster's eyes. Scree! The beast's cries grew more anguished as the onlookers exchanged baffled glances. What kind of tactic is this? Why is he throwing dirt into its eyes? I get it, he's trying to blind it to gain an advantage. No way, he could just rip its head off. Why bother? He's enjoying this, he just wants to torture it. What a sinister guy. While Morbius endured its brutal beating, Aunt May discovered a horrifying truth in the symbiote mecha's cockpit. Annie was gone, consumed by the symbiote core. All that remained was an empty battle suit. No. With a scream of despair, Aunt May vanished into the black liquid of the cockpit. May. Sensing something was wrong, Penny and Ben rushed to the symbiote mecha. Inside the cockpit, now overrun with writhing black liquid, they found only 2 tattered uniforms. May, she's been consumed by the symbiote core. Penny clenched her fists, her eyes welling with tears. No. She lunged for the black liquid, desperate to find any trace of Aunt May, but Ben held her back with all his strength. Get out of here, it's too dangerous. No, I need to save her. She's not gone, she'll be okay. Leave now. As the black liquid began to surge ominously, Ben dragged a struggling Penny away from the cockpit, retreating at full speed. Norman, you bastard, the symbiote core has gone rogue. Where did you find this thing? Activate the contingency plan and save May and Annie. Ben shouted angrily into the comms. In the control room, Norman remained calm. Relax, Ben, they're not coming back, he said with a smug grin. What? Something in Norman's tone sent a chill down Ben's spine. You monster, you planned this. Why would you do this? Aren't we friends? Is this because May rejected you back then? Shut up, I'm not that petty. Norman roared, then burst into laughter. Anyone who can feed the symbiote core's hunger is fair game. The core is eating, that's good. Unfortunately, it only got 2 useless people this time. But if it devours Xia Luo, that strong bug, it'll grow beyond imagination. And when that happens, this cursed world will finally be destroyed. Ha ha ha. Norman's face twisted with manic glee. The great Mephisto promised me, if I destroy this world, he'll bring Harry back to me. My poor boy must miss his father terribly. We'll be reunited soon. I will succeed. I will succeed. With that, Norman's true intentions were fully revealed. Meanwhile, the rogue symbiote mecha began moving autonomously, even without a pilot. Clang tilde. From beneath the shattered bridge, the sleek black form emerged like a demon, spreading its writhing black liquid in all directions. The liquid consumed every living thing in its path. Yet, this was only the beginning of its transformation. Chapter 229. ZZZZZT. Boom. The beams sliced through skyscrapers, heading straight for Xia Luo's location. The ruins erupted once again, engulfed in a fiery explosion that swallowed the giant's body. While Spider-Man was momentarily distracted, the symbiote mecha turned and rushed toward Penny Parker. Shit, run. Ben Parker's face twisted in fear as he grabbed Penny and tried to drag her away. But no human could outrun a monstrous mecha. Bang! The massive machine lunged, and both of them were consumed by the writhing black liquid. No. In the heart of the explosion, arcs of electricity flashed. The red and blue giant burst through the fire to see what had happened. Without hesitation, he swung his massive fist. Thum tilde tilde. The punch unleashed a sonic boom, sending debris swirling into a tornado that hurtled toward the symbiote mecha. Buzz tilde. The mecha's golden eyes glowed brighter, detecting the incoming threat. It twisted its form into a streamlined shape, transforming into a dart-like flying craft that zipped past Xia Luo's massive frame in an instant. Transformers, and it can slide tackle too. Xia Luo quipped as his fist struck nothing but air, smashing into the ground with earth-shattering force. Boom! The devastating impact sent rubble and dust floating momentarily. The dart-like symbiote mecha shifted its form midair, releasing waves of black liquid that engulfed the heavily wounded Morbius. Squelch, squelch. As the liquid reabsorbed into its body, the symbiote mecha's size and power surged. Bang! A loud explosion followed as black liquid expanded, pushing out jagged bone-like spines from its frame. Bat-like wings unfurled from its back, their metallic surfaces bristling with grotesque fragments. The humanoid mecha began mutating further, inching toward full monstrosity. Screech! The evolving black monstrosity let out a piercing roar, its howl shaking the entire city. Terrified citizens cowered in fear, trembling at the bone-chilling sound. Ha, perfect. Yes, that's it. Devour Spider-Man and become the ultimate destroyer of worlds. Norman Osborn's maniacal laughter echoed in the control room as the symbiote mecha launched itself into the sky. Boom! Its enormous wings sent violent gusts ripping through the ruins, clearing large swathes of debris. Watching the creature vanish into the night sky, Norman's grin grew wider. Ha, excellent, I see now. Indulge in your feast and enjoy it to the fullest. At the scene, Xia Luo silently observed the monster's retreat. His eyes gleamed with determination. Aunt May, Uncle Ben, Penny Parker, they were all consumed. Next, the creature would likely target the prison holding all the captured monsters. Norman's plan was nearing completion. The moment of reckoning was at hand. Whir, Tilda. Xia Luo raised his hand and traced a glowing circle. A massive, fiery portal appeared, its edges crackling with dark energy. He stepped through, his towering form disappearing as the portal slowly closed. Back in the city, countless onlookers stared at the live broadcasts of the ruined landscape, their faces still etched with terror. Suddenly, the screens turned black. Moments later, a crazed man appeared on every screen. Ha, dear viewers, the moment has arrived. The symbiote core will now destroy the world. Are you ready to face your final judgment? The audience gasped in horror at the familiar face. It's Norman Osborn. Oh my God, it's him. It has to be him. He must have created the symbiote mecha. He's going to kill us all. Oh no, my God, why is he doing this? Destroying the world. This is insane. Why would he do this? At the Daily Bugle building, the sudden appearance of Norman sent the entire newsroom into a panic. In his office, J. Jonah Jameson stared at the screen, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. So, he's finally chosen this path. The memories of that fateful day were still vivid in his mind. On screen, Norman's bloodshot eyes glared into the camera, the veins in his eyes spreading like cracks in a mirror. His face contorted with rage as he spoke. I will never forget that day when all of you pushed a child to the brink. You all knew that developing mecha technology takes time. You all believed I would fail. You never once believed I could create groundbreaking technology, fine. You mocked my dreams, fine. But you had no right to tell a child that his father was a liar. You were so desperate to expose my lies, so desperate to prove that I couldn't achieve the impossible. But my son, Harry, he believed in me. He always believed in me. For him, I would give up everything. But then that day came. The reporters exposed Harry's school, eager to tell him his father could never succeed. What crime did my son commit? Was it wrong for him to believe in his father? Why would you use your vile words to tarnish his faith? Why would you force a child to prove his father wasn't lying in front of the entire world? Ha, ridiculous. You adults are more childish than children. You reveled in my supposed failure, even though it brought you no benefit. But you wanted to see it, didn't you? You clung to your pitiful understanding of science, refusing to believe in anything beyond your limited comprehension. You were arrogant, prejudiced, and determined to convince everyone that your narrow worldview was correct. Ha, yes, mecha technology is a joke. Norman Osborn can't succeed. You were right, weren't you? You believed it all along. Osborn Industries was a scam, and all of you fools were conned. Norman Osborn is a liar, and his child is a little liar. You, the righteous heroes, were hell-bent on exposing me. You wanted my son to know the truth. You wanted to see me fail. You wanted to see my son humiliated. You wanted us to leave New York as failures. Norman began mimicking the faces of those who had mocked him, his expressions growing more twisted and deranged. Suddenly, he roared into the camera, his voice raw with anguish. I couldn't take it anymore. Neither could Harry. He ran. He ran to escape your cruelty, but you wouldn't let him go. Bullying a child gave you such pride, didn't it? Well, congratulations, he's dead now. He was hit by a passing car. That day was his birthday. I was waiting for him at home, waiting to celebrate his 7th birthday. But he never came back. You killed him. And so did I. My yearly donations fed you too well. Norman Osborn roared furiously, then collapsed onto the floor, clutching his sides as he burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha, I still remember your ridiculous stubbornness when the mecha was unveiled all those years ago. Keep running your mouths. It doesn't matter, because the mecha wasn't created to save you, it was built to destroy you all. Norman's smile twisted into something grotesque. He figured you out completely. That's why, to shut you up, I secretly created a horde of monsters. Yes, monsters. They were humans once, but does it really make a difference? Humans are monsters by nature. The revelation made those watching on TV shudder in fear. So this was the truth behind the appearance of the monsters. Norman continued, his tone cold. Developing the mecha was Harry's greatest dream, so I won't stop. The monsters, they were my revenge, a way to destroy all of you and this filthy world. I was torn, tormented by angels and demons alike. But in the end, I chose the demon's side. Why? Because I miss my son, I love Harry, and for the ones we love, aren't we willing to do anything? This is what you taught me, to accept my own failures for the sake of my child. I admit it, I failed to protect Harry, I'm a failure as a father. And now, I will make amends. My way of making amends is to destroy you, to prove I was right all along. The meteor that fell to Earth is my trump card. The symbiote from that alien world will bring an end to all of this. Norman's voice cracked with rising intensity. Unfortunately, the Spider-Man from another universe refused to pilot the symbiote mecha. The symbiote core couldn't devour him. But it doesn't matter. Once the symbiote has consumed every monster, even Spider-Man won't stand a chance. It will devour Spider-Man, it will devour everyone, and it will destroy this world completely. Norman panted heavily, his voice dropping to a murmur. Of course, it will destroy me too. But I don't care. My life was ruined long ago. He pressed a button, and the screen shifted to show the monster prison. A massive symbiote creature had descended on the island. Boom! Golden beams shot from its eyes, collapsing the ground and exposing the underground base to the world. The imprisoned monsters, weak and lethargic, writhed uneasily as they sensed the symbiote's presence. But none of them had the strength to resist. Squelch, squelch tilde. Black liquid spread rapidly, engulfing the monsters one by one, merging them into the symbiote, and fueling its transformation into a colossal beast over 100 meters tall. Screech! The black monster let out a deafening roar. Its horrifying form bore the traits of every monster it had consumed. The scales of the lizard beast, the tentacles of the octopus beast, the scorpion tail of the giant scorpion, the hallucinogenic mist of Mysterio, the talons and beak of the vulture beast, the electric arcs of the lightning beast, the chameleon's color-shifting scales, and Morbius's glowing red eyes and fangs. This grotesque amalgamation created a visual horror that left all who witnessed it frozen in fear. Boom! With a flap of its wings, the symbiote monster unleashed waves of electric arcs, causing towers on the island to sway precariously. Crack tilde. Norman, drained and trembling, gazed up from beneath a collapsed wall. In the surging blue light of the electric arcs, he thought he saw Harry, a child, innocent and pure as he once was. Norman smiled faintly and opened his arms. After venting a decade's worth of hatred, clarity returned to his mind. The demon's promises were never meant to be kept. He knew Harry was never coming back. Ciarararar tilde. Crunch. The next moment, the symbiote monster's gaping maw closed around the tower's peak, swallowing it whole. Osborn. J. Jonah Jameson, watching from his office, turned pale as he witnessed Norman being devoured. He sank into his chair, staring blankly at the terrifying figure beneath the storm clouds. Back when Jameson had just started the Daily Bugle, he had joined the chorus of voices attacking Osborn Industries in an effort to gain traction. Though he hadn't held much influence at the time, he had played a part. And now he regretted it deeply, but it was far too late. With each beat of the monster's massive wings, the storm clouds churned. Fighter jets sent to intercept it couldn't approach, forced to watch as the creature absorbed lightning to fuel its glowing scales. The monster continued to grow, unstoppable. No, someone could stop it. On the rocky shore of the island, a red and blue figure stood silently, observing. So this is its final form. Xia Luo stared calmly at the monstrous figure. If he didn't have PIM particles, he wouldn't stand a chance against such a beast. But if didn't matter. His goal wasn't merely to defeat the creature. According to Mephisto's cryptic hints, the real Mary Jane would appear before him, but he'd only have one chance to choose correctly. The odds were slim. But if there was only one option left, he couldn't choose wrong. The symbiote core had devoured so many, choosing it was the only way forward. As this thought solidified, Xia Luo activated the device on his arm. PIM particles shimmered, and the red and blue giant rose from the earth. Screech! Spotting the giant on the shore, the symbiote monster's elongated eyes twisted in anger. It no longer feared Spider-Man. Boom, boom, boom tilde. Crushing trees beneath its massive form, the beast charged at Xia Luo. The island quaked with every step, but Xia Luo simply shook his head. You've got wings, why not fly? Too slow. As the monster barreled forward, Xia Luo bowed his head, the blue light in his eyes dimming. It's time. Watching the scene on his screen, Jameson's eyes gleamed with hope. Yes, this was it. Once Spider-Man entered this strange state, he became invincible. No enemy could rouse the sleeping giant, except himself. As expected, the colossal beast swung its claws, the tendrils on its back lashing out in unison. But with a simple spin and mid-air somersault, the red and blue giant evaded the seemingly lethal strikes. Booms, boom. Tentacles smashed into the ground, sending tremors through the island. The giant's eyes flared to life once more. We're tilde. A spider emblem lit up as Xia Luo's right hand struck the monster's side with overwhelming force. Whoosh! The symbiote creature froze momentarily as twisted, writhing souls began to separate from its body. Aunt May, Uncle Ben, Penny Parker, Annie, Norman, even Dr. Otto, Professor Connors, Morbius, and others. Xia Luo's brows furrowed as he recognized the fragmented souls. There he saw her. The scattered fragments of the souls coalesced into a familiar figure. Mary Jane. At that moment, Xia Luo finally understood. Mary Jane's soul wasn't in any one body. It had been divided and buried within the others. That's why his soul magic had failed to detect her. Clever Mephisto. If Xia Luo hadn't been honed by his resurrection trials, he would have stood no chance. Chapter 230. Before he could extract her soul, the symbiote's black liquid surged toward him, crawling over his body. Squelch, squelch. The symbiote writhed, attempting to invade him. A cold shiver ran through Xia Luo. Even if he avoided being fully consumed, becoming a host was not an option. Without hesitation, he temporarily abandoned his effort to retrieve Mary Jane's soul and focused on fending off the symbiote. Whir tilde. Boom. Magic energy erupted around him, disintegrating the symbiote tendrils trying to infiltrate his body. But more black liquid poured forth from the symbiote monster, undeterred. Xia Luo flipped backward, retreating as the spider emblem beneath his feet flared to life. From his body, multiple giant avatars emerged. Whoa, we've gotten bigger. Great, this'll be fun. Cut it out, this thing is dangerous. How is that our problem? Let the original handle it. Fine, but I'm going first. One of the giant clones leapt into action, delivering a flying kick. Ultra super kick. Another chimed in, Mega Lightning Dragon Drill. Super Tornado Parking Lot Wrecker. Friendly Neighborhood Lightsaber. A massive magic drill descended from the heavens, accompanied by a radiant magic tornado. Two clones launched webs to create slicing traps, cutting at the symbiote monster's enormous body. Electric arcs and magical energy painted the night sky over the island in brilliant flashes, and under satellite surveillance, the symbiote beast was swallowed by a swarm of Spider-Men. Booms, booms, boom. The relentless assault fractured the island's ground, leaving cracks that spread like spiderwebs. My God, there are so many giants. Is this magic? Amidst the onlookers' stunned exclamations, one clone expanded massively, amplified by PIM particles until it stood over 1,000 meters tall. The colossal figure stomped down with terrifying force, crushing not only the symbiote monster, but also the surrounding clones. BOOMs. The impact shattered the ground, splitting the island apart as seawater surged into the cracks. Waves rose high, illuminated by magical energy erupting from below. However, the 1,000-meter clone couldn't withstand the strain of the PIM particles and burst apart in a flash of red light. Whirr tilde. Boom. The explosion engulfed the island entirely. Screech. Even as the seawater submerged the island, the symbiote monster roared, creating a whirlpool hundreds of meters wide. Tentacles churned the water, while colossal bolts of lightning shot outward. Whirr tilde. Booms boom. The blinding electric arcs split the night sky. Energy beams several kilometers long swept across the sea, boiling the water below and sending marine creatures fleeing in panic. Feeling a pang of dread, Xia Luo grabbed one of his remaining clones. What are you doing? Cover me. You're the worst. Before the clone could finish, it was obliterated by a lightning beam. The red and blue light fragments scattered across the sea, allowing Xia Luo to escape through a massive portal. Whirr tilde. Boom. Emerging behind the symbiote monster, Xia Luo's bloodshot eyes glowed crimson. His body pulsed with scarlet spider webbing, and crimson tendrils extended from his back, wielding immense force. Whams, whams, wham. The tendrils lashed down, pummeling the symbiote monster and sending its hulking form crashing into the ocean. Without pause, Xia Luo launched himself into the water like a tentacled battering ram. Sploosh. The sea churned as magic and electric arcs collided, lighting up the battlefield in surreal hues. Oh my God, this is like a battle between gods and devils. I have to capture this scene, it'll be my masterpiece. In a dingy basement, a disheveled painter furiously sketched, inspiration surging. J. Jonah Jameson and others watched the fight unfold, fully aware it would determine the world's fate. The electric arcs stretched thousands of meters across the sea, followed closely by magical energy. Boom! Far from the initial impact zone, waves erupted as a massive octopus tentacle surfaced. Screech! A giant scorpion tail followed, arcing through the air before diving back into the sea. Boom! More waves rose as the red and blue giant was flung from the ocean, struck hard by the scorpion tail. Spider-Man's hurt. Wait, maybe it's not that bad. As onlookers gasped, Xia Luo pulled the scorpion tail's stinger from his shoulder, then launched himself into the air with webbing. Whoosh! With the wind howling around him, Xia Luo clutched his bleeding shoulder and shifted into his electric arc form. Crackle, crackle tilde. Boom! With a sonic boom, he shot upward as a streak of lightning. Behind him, the monster regenerated rapidly. Severed tentacles and mangled flesh reformed, coated in glistening black scales. Boom! Crackle! The beast unleashed another electric blast, but Xia Luo's agile form dodged, leaving the bolt to obliterate a section of storm clouds. Through the clearing, sunlight streamed down, illuminating the ocean. Xia Luo turned midair, his self-healing powers sealing his wounds. Screech! The symbiote monster surged forward, tendrils and claws tearing through the air. Its scorpion tail lashed out, while its maw unleashed another beam of electric energy. Whirr tilde. Boom! In the face of the onslaught, Xia Luo opened a portal, redirecting all the attacks. Above the monster, another portal appeared, unleashing the redirected energy directly onto its body. The symbiote monster was torn apart, its flesh shredded by its own power. We won! Xia Luo's blood-red eyes dimmed, replaced by a serene blue glow. He had anticipated this moment, drawing the creature into a trap it couldn't avoid. If he had used this strategy at the start, the monster's battle-hardened instincts might have seen through it. But now, with its guard down, the plan worked perfectly. As the monster's shredded remains writhed, Xia Luo cast a soul-retrieving spell, targeting Mary Jane. The souls of Penny Parker, Annie, and the others were another matter. As long as their souls remained intact, he was confident he could bring them back. Whirr tilde. A radiant spider emblem spread across the sea, and the twisted souls began to rise. Xia Luo reached out, his focus on Mary Jane's soul. Just as he was about to grasp it, her eyes snapped open, a sinister smile on her face. What? Xia Luo froze, unease creeping over him. His spider sense remained silent. Wait, this symbiote had Mysterio's hallucinogenic gas. Before he could react, Mary Jane's soul shattered, the scene twisting as the symbiote monster's jaws appeared inches from his face. You cunning bastard, who taught you that? Xia Luo raised his arm defensively, but the creature's jaws clamped onto his device. Crunch. Sputter. Sparks flew as the PIM particle-powered time machine malfunctioned. Whirr tilde. The golden portal expanded, swallowing both Xia Luo and the monster in its light. They're gone. Everyone stared in stunned silence as the battlefield returned to eerie calm. The dark clouds dissipated, the sea settled, and peace seemed to return. But no one would ever forget the Spider-Man from another universe who had saved their world. Meanwhile, in the universe of symbiote Tony, superheroes need regulation for the sake of world peace. An abandoned airport served as the stage where symbiote Tony and a young Steve Rogers faced off from opposite ends of the tarmac. Behind each of them stood their respective teams of heroes, a silent display of solidarity. Steve's resolute gaze met Tony's as he replied firmly, "I won't agree to this absurd agreement. Heroes will become nothing but tools for those in power. True peace won't come from them, and it definitely won't come from you, New York's new mayor, Tony Stark." The title made Tony smirk smugly. "I'm glad you acknowledge my new position. My first act as mayor is to deal with unruly superheroes. Don't make this harder than it has to be." Steve's expression hardened. "Your condition is getting worse. That alien parasite will destroy you. Get rid of it while you still can. That's my advice." "I don't need your concern. I feel great." "Then we have nothing left to discuss." "That's your choice, Steve. You'll regret it," symbiote Tony said dismissively. Steve took a deep breath. "Without Spider-Man's help, you're nothing." Tony's eyes narrowed, then prove it. The two leaders stared each other down, the tension between their teams crackling like invisible electricity. Most of the heroes weren't particularly invested in the so-called registration agreement. For them, it was just an excuse to settle old scores. The air grew heavy, the atmosphere at a breaking point. Tony's Mark armor hummed as it prepared for action. Steve crouched slightly, raising his shield. Behind him, Natasha and others readied themselves for battle. But before anyone could move, the clear sky above was suddenly darkened by dense black clouds. A golden portal flared to life, and a familiar red and blue figure plummeted through it like a meteor, crashing to the ground with monstrous force. "Is that?" Tony froze in surprise, but his shock turned to glee when he recognized the suit. "Soldier Boy, my backup has arrived. You know Spider-Man's power, you can't win." Steve's face darkened as Tony's confidence soared. If Spider-Man joined the fight, they had no chance. As Steve considered a retreat, Natasha suddenly gasped. "Something's wrong. Spider-Man looks off." "His body, it's huge." As the red and blue figure descended rapidly, the others noticed that Spider-Man's size was indeed far beyond normal. Scott Lang's eyes widened. "That's PIM particles. Everyone move." "He's coming straight for us." The heroes immediately abandoned their standoff, scattering in all directions as the enormous figure crashed down. Boom! The impact shattered the airport, sending debris flying. Planes were torn apart, and the terminal was obliterated by the sheer force of the collision. "My God, that's one massive Spider-Man," Scott murmured, staring at the towering figure through the dust. Glancing at the PIM particle vial embedded in his suit, he sheepishly lowered his head. But Tony seized the opportunity to taunt him. Thumbelina, I think it's time for you to retire. Signing the agreement would be the kindest thing for you. It's clear that Ant-Man's suit is wasted on you. You don't deserve Pym particles, you're just a small fry. Scott's face darkened, but he couldn't argue. He'd heard of Spider-Man's feats, and now, seeing the giant figure, it was obvious that only Pym particles could achieve such a transformation. Spider-Man had used the particles to become a towering colossus, while Scott could barely reach 18 meters. The comparison stung. If word got out, he'd never live it down in the hero community. Before his self-pity could deepen, Bucky patted him on the shoulder. Don't let him get to you, it's not about pride. You don't have any to lose anyway. Scott. As Scott debated switching sides, a thunderous roar erupted from the ruins of the airport. Screech. Whir tilde. A shockwave burst forth, carrying debris and forcing everyone to cover their ears against the piercing noise. What a terrifying creature, we need to help him. Tony's expression turned serious. He glanced at Steve. Let's put our fight on hold, we need to deal with this thing first. Steve frowned. Spider-Man has saved all of us before, I have no reason to refuse, but we're outmatched here. You're outmatched, I'm not. Tony turned to Scott. I need your Pym particles, hand them over. Scott hesitated. That won't work. Without the Ant-Man suit, it'll be nearly impossible. It's not impossible, Tony interrupted, his voice cold. I have confidence. As he spoke, the gold and red mark armor began to shimmer, darkened by tendrils of black symbiote liquid. My partner can adapt to Pym particles. Chapter 231. Bang, bang, bang. Flying containers hurtled like projectiles. Xia Luo raised a hand, tracing a circular motion in the air. The oncoming containers veered off course and slammed directly into the symbiote beast's face. The damage was minimal, but the insult, well, this creature was far too shameless to feel insulted. Waste of my magic, Xia Luo muttered. Behind him, crimson tendrils suddenly extended hundreds of meters, whipping downward with ferocious speed. The symbiote beast wasn't one to back down. Its octopus tentacles lashed back, while a green scorpion tail shot through the air, its stinger hurtling straight for Xia Luo in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The stinger struck like a lightning bolt. Xia Luo gripped the scorpion tail tightly with both hands, the sheer force pushing him back several steps and completely demolishing the airport terminal behind him. Meanwhile, the symbiote beast's gaping maw unleashed arcs of blue energy. Seizing the moment, Xia Luo thrust the scorpion stinger into the torrent of energy. Boom, zzzt. The electric blast erupted, sending sparks flying. The shattered scorpion tail crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. Xia Luo flipped backward, retreating swiftly as his hands mimed gripping something at his waist. A dazzling blue light burst forth. In an instant, endless streams of blue webbing surged toward the symbiote beast, however. Before the webbing could adhere, the black liquid coating the creature's body quickly consumed the strands, denying Xia Luo any opportunity to gain the upper hand. Crack, cracked. Thud, thud, thud. At the edge of the airport ruins, lights flickered, and a towering steel suit of armor rose from the ground. The massive form of Tony Stark, enhanced to a colossal size, moved sluggishly under Earth's gravity, akin to a tortoise racing a rabbit. Every step and motion seemed to strain the suit, eliciting creaking groans from its joints. Oh great, Tony groaned, guess I'll have to rely on you. As he spoke, black liquid rapidly engulfed the surface of the armor. With the symbiote's augmentation, Tony's movements became far more fluid. Bang, spang. Boom. He raised his arm, and missiles erupted from the launchers, saturating the battlefield in a sea of flames. Roar. Boom. As the fiery onslaught raged, symbiote Tony strode toward Xia Luo. Looking up at the much taller Xia Luo, he spread his arms dramatically. Are you really going to make New York's most handsome mayor look up to talk to you? Xia Luo glanced down. You might have grown, but I'd suggest keeping your distance. You wouldn't want it to eat you. Eat me? Symbiote Tony smirked. Sorry, but I think my partner's at the top of the food chain. Before he could finish his quip, an octopus tentacle surged through the fiery haze, wrapping tightly around symbiote Tony's ankle. Oh no. Crash. Symbiote Tony was yanked violently off his feet. The black liquid coating his suit struggled to resist, but as the tentacle suction cups began secreting the same black substance, the symbiote within Tony's body seemed to recognize the presence of something truly terrifying. Without hesitation, it retreated deep into Tony's body. With the symbiote's power withdrawn, the now golden dread armor was helpless against the overwhelming force. "Somebody save me," Tony yelled. Magical sparks flared to life as a glowing portal materialized amidst the flames. Buzz. Slice. The massive portal closed in an instant, bisecting the symbiote beast's body. The severed tentacle lost all strength, but unleashed an even more terrifying pull as it fell. Roar. The beast's bisected form rapidly regenerated, black liquid stitching it back together in seconds. Its gaping maw opened wide, poised to devour both Tony and the symbiote within him. Neither scorching flames nor physical attacks seemed to pose any threat to the monster. Before it could strike, Xia Luo swiftly severed the tentacle binding Tony. Though symbiote Tony was rescued, he was immediately engulfed once more by the surging black liquid. "What a pain," Xia Luo cursed under his breath. Sparks crackled along the device on his arm as his malfunctioning time machine erupted with golden light once more. Buzz. Boom. A blinding flash enveloped the battlefield, and two massive figures vanished from the ruins in an instant. "They're gone again," young Steve Rogers said, staring at the remnants of symbiote Tony's battered armor. Without hesitation, he led Natasha and the others away from the scene. "Stark's armor is wrecked," Scott remarked. "We should take this chance to teach them a lesson." Young Steve shook his head. "It's pointless. We need to prepare for a far greater threat, a war we might not even win." Far from symbiote Tony's universe, two massive figures clashed violently within a swirling temporal corridor. Roar. Bang, bang, bang. Scarlet tendrils tangled with octopus tentacles in a fierce tug-of-war. A freshly regenerated scorpion tail repeatedly lunged at Xia Luo, only for him to dodge each strike with precision. The vibrant landscapes of the corridor streaked past at incredible speed. Xia Luo braced himself against the beast's gaping maw, his magical energy bursting from his body in waves to repel the encroaching black liquid. "All right, big guy, I surrender. Can't we just call a truce?" Xia Luo gritted out. The symbiote beast's enormous pupils reflected the faces of Otto Octavius, Norman Osborn, and others in rapid succession. Its voice emerged as a chilling amalgamation of all their tones. "Spider-Man, this time you die." The eerie sight sent a shiver down Xia Luo's spine. Moments later, the symbiote beast slammed him out of the temporal corridor, smashing through the kaleidoscopic tunnel. Cracked. Boom. On a city coastline, Lizard Peter basked under the sun, reclining on the beach. His senses tingled, and he sat up, removing his sunglasses to gaze at the enormous portal in the sky. "What the?" His confused expression turned to delight before shifting to terror. "Oh no, that useless idiot is back. And worse, he's huge. My goddess is doomed. Wait, no, I'm doomed." Boom. Lizard Peter's panicked cries were drowned out by the deafening crash as a massive entity slammed onto the beach, its destructive force tearing through the coastline. Nearby skyscrapers shuddered from the impact. That's... On a rooftop, Gwen, about to attend a cosplay event in her Spider-Man outfit, nearly dropped her mask at the sight. This is bad, Peter's still down there. As the realization hit her, golden light flared once more, and the two towering figures vanished without a trace. All that remained was a massive crater filled with black sludge, a grim reminder that the chaos had been all too real. Before long, Gwen arrived at the scene, her expression resigned as she began the familiar task of gathering Lizard Peter's remains. Jurassic Universe. Make way, the best driver in the multiverse is running late. In the dense primordial jungle, between massive skeletal skyscrapers, a red and blue Tyrannosaurus Rex thundered down a narrow forest path, sparks and flashes trailing in its wake. On its back, a duck-billed dinosaur grumbled endlessly. "Driver, I'm giving you 3 minutes. If you don't get me to my destination by then, you're not getting paid, the duck-billed dinosaur declared. Hearing this, T-Rex Peter's eyes widened in determination. No, I'll make it, I swear. Crack, crack, crack. With a roar, T-Rex Peter's legs churned against the ground as he executed a perfect drift around a pack of raptors, then launched himself off a deadwood bridge. What are you doing? The duck-billed passenger's jaw dropped, its eyes wide with terror. Boom! The next moment, T-Rex Peter landed flawlessly. Shortcut, he said nonchalantly. You reckless driver, I'm filing a complaint. Before the duck-billed dinosaur could finish its rant, a blinding golden light engulfed the jungle ahead. Buzz! Boom! A terrifying creature crashed down, sending shockwaves that splintered trees and scattered debris. Bang! T-Rex Peter hit the ground, ducking to avoid the violent shockwave as the tremors subsided. He noticed a distinct lack of weight on his back. Realization dawned. That guy had been blown away by the wind. Heh, great, no complaints now, wait no, he hasn't paid me yet. Panic filled T-Rex Peter's tiny eyes as he scratched his chin helplessly with his little arms. Just then, the jungle in front of him darkened under the shadow of something massive. Two familiar figures emerged from the dense forest. Two Spider-Men. T-Rex Peter instinctively stepped back. Why's that guy here? Don't tell me he's still coming after me, the greatest driver ever. No, that's too terrifying. He quickly turned to flee, sneaking glances over his shoulder at the two giant figures. Caw, Spider-Man, so am I. The symbiote beast, camouflaged as Spider-Man with chameleon DNA, twisted its grotesque face. Its mouth stretched to the back of its head as it mimicked Spider-Man's signature web-shooting pose. Xia Luo tilted his head, dodging the incoming web, then countered with a punch that landed squarely on the beast's face. Boom! The sheer force of the blow warped the symbiote beast's face, leaving a large fist-shaped dent. Fun! Instead of retreating, the symbiote beast cackled and lunged at Xia Luo, grappling with him ferociously. Xia Luo sighed in exasperation. The symbiote cells, combined with Morbius's regenerative power, made this thing virtually indestructible. Coupled with the malfunctioning time machine that caused constant interdimensional jumps, it was almost impossible for Xia Luo to extract the creature's soul. Any delay would allow the symbiote cells to invade his body. He needed to stabilize the time machine, fast. Lost in thought, Xia Luo was caught off guard when the symbiote beast's body suddenly ruptured, its tissues exploding outward. The unexpected blast sent sparks flying from the device on Xia Luo's arm as golden light erupted once more. Buzz! Boom! Asgard! The resurrected fire giant Surtur raised his massive flaming sword, sweeping it across the battlefield. The intense heat melted Asgard's ornate structures, engulfing the grand city in raging infernos. Roaring in unbridled fury, Surtur vowed to bring about the complete destruction of Asgard. The sudden appearance of a golden portal made him pause momentarily. On the crumbling Rainbow Bridge, Thor led the Asgardians in their retreat. When two massive figures tumbled from the portal into the chaos, his expression darkened. What are those? He blinked in confusion as Loki squinted at the scene. It's Spider-Man and a symbiote hybrid. You know them? Thor asked. Loki shook his head. Not personally, but I've seen them. Stop talking and focus on the evacuation. Fine. Thor directed the Asgardians to board their escape ships. In the fiery battlefield, the symbiote beast and Xia Luo writhed in pain, finally affected by the searing heat. Interesting little creatures, Surtur muttered, his booming voice reverberating across the cosmos as he gazed down at the two. Compared to the thousands of meters tall fire giant, Xia Luo and the symbiote beast were no more than ants. With the power of the eternal flame coursing through him, Surtur could obliterate Asgard's defenses with a mere wave of his hand. Xia Luo could only dream of achieving such power. The invincible Spider-Man was still a long way from being truly invincible. But no matter. When you can't win, you run. Without hesitation, Xia Luo activated his wrist device, unleashing a burst of golden light. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, both figures disappeared, leaving Surtur bewildered. Temporal corridor. Get lost, Xia Luo shouted, kicking the symbiote beast away. In the glowing corridor, he formed hand seals, and the spider emblem on his chest lit up. Spider-Man's unique magic conjured a dazzling magic circle. Time to summon a spider ally. The unused reward from the last resurrection tournament was still available. Originally, Xia Luo had intended to summon a Spider-Man with a different attribute, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Repairing the time machine was urgent. There was no time to waste. Buzz! The temporal corridor erupted with radiant light as the time machine integrated into the magic circle. Era no spacetime summon. Come forth, the most dazzling spider in the multiverse. Crack, crack. In an instant, the magic circle condensed into a golden figure. A magnificent spider crept onto Xia Luo's body, its 8 legs spreading web patterns across his suit and transforming it into shimmering gold and blue. At that moment, the power of time and space flowed into Xia Luo. His mind was flooded with coordinates of multiverses he had visited before. This was the time machine's true function. If Xia Luo possessed the temporal powers of Kang the Conqueror, he could manipulate time and space at will. But alas, no if existed. Being able to traverse the multiverse freely wasn't bad, though. Even better, the temporal spider's abilities, combined with Xia Luo's teleportation magic, promised many surprises. As the symbiote beast lunged again, Xia Luo chuckled softly. Perfect, for a monster like you, I'll call in this guy. Golden light flickered in his eyes as his teleportation magic locked onto a figure in the multiverse. Buzz! With a headlong charge, Xia Luo rammed into the symbiote beast, dragging it through the barrier of spacetime. An unknown Spider-Man universe. Boom! Cracked. A streak of light shot from the sky, crashing through a skyscraper and landing with a thunderous impact. In the street's wreckage, a heavily injured Spider-Man lay twitching as a vampiric noblewoman pinned him down with her heel. Hess, little bug, give me your power, Riene purred, her crimson lips parting as she began draining the spider totem from him. Stop! Thick webbing, as strong as a ship's mooring rope, shot toward Riene with immense force. She frowned, dodging the ambush, and turned to see another Spider-Man perched on a rooftop. A man willing to risk it all to save his comrade, Spider-Man, declared Takuya Yamashiro, striking a dramatic pose that made Riene scowl. Do you always have to be this cringe? She asked. Takuya leaped down, landing in a half-kneel. His voice dropped to a somber tone. Once, someone asked me the same thing, but a man who's returned from hell has no answer to give. With that, he swung toward Riene, delivering a flying kick aimed at her head. An interesting Spider-Man, Riene remarked coldly, but before she could retaliate, a golden portal suddenly opened. What is that? Oh my god, a giant Spider-Man. Boom! The sound of a massive impact tore through the streets as an enormous entity descended, unleashing a gale that swept Takuya off his feet. Ah, a man who doesn't give up, even when ambushed, Spider-Man. Xia Luo. Although he'd successfully located Riene, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. This might take some getting used to. Chapter 232. All right. Takuya Yamashiro, battered and barely on his feet, didn't hesitate to summon Leopardon. Roar, boom. Before Takuya could complete his move, the symbiote beast went berserk. Its massive tentacles lashed out, reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble. Ah, such a powerful monster. As debris rained down, Takuya yelped in alarm and scrambled to dodge, cutting off the summoning sequence for Leopardon. Xia Luo froze mid-motion. Wait, you're telling me your summoning can be interrupted? That's not in your character setup. He groaned as he turned to intercept the monster's gaping maw. Takuya darted between falling debris, shouting, I don't know. Ever since I got to this world, I feel like something's out to get me. Before he could finish, a severely injured Spider-Man was flung through the air, crashing into him and pinning him to the ground. Buzz! The leech totem glimmered briefly as Riene rose from the wreckage. Let's deal with you first, then I'll savor the main course, she purred, her eyes gleaming with greed as she glanced at Xia Luo. Boom! Before she could approach Takuya, the symbiote beast, struck by Xia Luo's charge, collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying Rin beneath its massive bulk. Whoa, she's dead. Takuya, cradling the injured Spider-Man, shook him vigorously. Even when injured, you have to fight to survive. Spider-Man, wake up, your enemy's been defeated, you can do it, don't give up. Despite the chaos around him, Takuya was lost in his melodramatic monologue. Meanwhile, the two colossal figures behind him were locked in a ferocious battle. Buzz! Xia Luo rubbed his hands together, generating radiant golden energy that coalesced into a spinning disc. He slashed it downward, slicing through the symbiote beast's tentacles with brutal precision. Thud! As the severed appendages hit the ground, Xia Luo called out, the man willing to risk his life for his comrades, lend me your soul sword. Still kneeling on the ground, Takuya continued his soliloquy, clutching the injured Spider-Man. I know you can hold on. Spider-Man doesn't bow to fate. Xia Luo. Roar. The symbiote beast, undeterred despite losing its tentacles, unleashed a surge of blue electricity from its maw. Xia Luo quickly conjured a golden portal with both hands. Buzz. The portal expanded rapidly, absorbing the incoming energy and redirecting it back through another portal beside Xia Luo. Crackle. Boom. The redirected blast struck the symbiote beast, erupting in a series of violent explosions across its massive frame. The sheer destruction left the spectators on nearby rooftops, gasping in awe. Amidst the chaos, Takuya appeared to be in his own snowy wonderland, oblivious to reality. Listen, buddy, he said firmly to the injured Spider-Man. I nearly died at the hands of villains too, but my thirst for revenge kept me alive and gave me the power of Spider-Man. With unshakable resolve, you can survive this too. Behind him, the symbiote beast shattered the golden portal with its jaws and charged at Xia Luo, knocking him into a nearby skyscraper. Bang! Boom! Xia Luo's chest plate erupted in sparks as the force hurled him deep into the building. Fire and smoke engulfed him. Glaring at Takuya's direction, Xia Luo shouted, He's not dead. He's not dead. Snap out of it and give me the soul sword already. His frustrated cries echoed across the battlefield, fueling the symbiote beast's frenzy. Takuya sighed softly. All right, I know you're tired. The burden of being Spider-Man is heavy, I understand. But think about your loved ones, your family. And speaking of love, she comes to mind. She's so kind, so beautiful. She's the most important person in my life. Not the time for a romantic subplot, Xia Luo snapped. He rolled away from another of the symbiote beast's attacks, narrowly avoiding getting crushed as the creature plowed through the building behind him. Roar! The symbiote beast pulled its head free from the rubble, roaring triumphantly. Since arriving in this world, it felt invincible. Destiny seemed to favor it. With renewed vigor, it charged again. Booms, booms, boom. The ground trembled as the beast trampled the ruins. Despite the impending danger, Xia Luo's spider sense remained eerily silent. It wasn't just the disorienting gas affecting him. Something else was wrong. A strange aura emanated from the symbiote beast. Xia Luo leapt through another golden portal, landing on the creature's back. That's when he noticed it, a grotesque, phantom-like leech writhing along the beast's spine. The sight sent a chill down his spine. The leech totem of the Morlan family. Was the inheritor still alive, or had they been consumed by the symbiote's core? There was no time to ponder. Xia Luo crouched down and slammed his fist into the ground beside Takuya. Boom! The impact jolted Takuya out of his trance. What are you doing? The soul sword. Oh right, of course. The man who chooses to summon for his comrades, Spider-Man. Takuya tapped his wrist device and raised his right hand. Leopardon. Buzz. From the distance, a massive vehicle sped toward them as a spaceship's silhouette appeared in the sky. Beep beep. Boom. The spaceship descended just as Takuya flipped into the cockpit of the car. With deft control, he piloted the vehicle into the ship. Transform. Buzz, clank clank. High above the city, the enormous spaceship began to morph, extending limbs and a head as Leopardon began to take shape. The symbiote beast's narrow eyes twisted slightly, then emitted an energy beam in an attempt to interrupt the transformation. But Xia Luo was prepared. Buzz! He hurled a golden portal into the air, swallowing the beam. Boom! The redirected blast crashed into the symbiote beast, further destabilizing it as Leopardon completed its transformation in the background. The redirected energy blast struck the symbiote beast's back, obliterating its black wings into fragments. As the symbiote struggled to regenerate, Leopardon's transformation was finally complete. Boom! The colossal robot descended into the city's ruins, and Takuya Yamashiro piloted it to draw the soul sword. Shing! The moment the sword left its sheath, the sky darkened with rolling thunderclouds. A terrifying energy rippled outward, with lightning streaking across the heavens. Under this apocalyptic backdrop, Leopardon raised the sword high, exuding a presence so menacing that Xia Luo felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, let me handle this. He wasn't about to let Takuya cleave the symbiote beast in two. That would ruin everything. Without hesitation, Xia Luo rushed forward, snatched the soul sword, and swung it in a broad arc. Roar! Slash! The sword's radiance carved through the air, severing the symbiote beast's freshly grown tentacles. Black liquid oozed from the stumps, writhing in vain but unable to regenerate. Xia Luo's eyes lit up at the sight. Perfect! The soul sword was a blade of absolute destruction. No matter how formidable the regeneration ability, nothing could survive its strikes. From Leopardon, Takuya remarked smugly, "If it were me, I'd have finished it in one swing." Xia Luo's heart skipped a beat. Wait, is it a one-use sword? He asked nervously. Given Takuya's bizarre quirks, it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. Fortunately, Takuya shook his head. No idea. Guess I'll find out. Gripping the sword with both hands, Xia Luo swung it downward furiously. Golden portals flared open as the blade descended. Buzz! Boom! In a blinding flash, the golden slash tore through the symbiote beast's side, shredding its black wings once more. The regenerative powers faltered, unable to repair the damage. Roar! The symbiote beast howled in agony. Xia Luo exhaled in relief. Good, it's not a one-use weapon. With newfound confidence, he wiped the blade's surface, letting golden spiderwebs crawl along it. The threads transformed the soul sword into a dazzling weapon of shimmering gold. Shing! Golden light erupted from the blade, imbued with the power of spacetime. The sword began to resonate with an unpredictable energy. Slash! Xia Luo unleashed a colossal beam of light, a golden slash that spanned over a kilometer. The city's ruins were illuminated as the blade's energy carved a massive chasm into the ground. Boom! Dust clouds billowed skyward, and the entire street disintegrated under the devastating force. The massive symbiote beast was cleaved in two by the radiant slash. Roar! Thud thud! The beast staggered, its bisected body teetering on the edge of collapse. Before it could fall completely, Xia Luo charged forward with the soul sword. Shing! Slash slash slash! The sword flashed repeatedly, dismembering the beast's scales, tentacles, scorpion tail, claws, razor-sharp beak, and crimson fangs. Spectators on the nearby rooftops watched in horror, their faces pale with disbelief. Takuya, on the other hand, was thrilled. Amazing, such impeccable technique. The severed pieces of the symbiote beast began to writhe, transforming into distinct human figures. Penny Parker, Aunt May, Uncle Ben Norman Osborn, Otto Octavius, Kurt Connors. The power of spacetime forcibly separated the symbiote core from its consumed victims, just as Xia Luo had anticipated. The symbiote armor had used its core as a control nexus. Thanks to Norman's bizarre modifications, the symbiote's devouring capabilities had far surpassed its parasitic nature. Without true parasitism, the solution was relatively simple. As the figures of Penny and the others solidified, the dispersed black liquid condensed into a mysterious black meteorite. So that's what restricted the symbiote's parasitism. Xia Luo mused, tossing the soul sword back to Takuya. Then, with a series of hand seals, he guided the separated souls back into their respective bodies. All except one. Mary Jane's soul had nowhere to hide. Xia Luo extended his hand, sending her essence into an unknown spacetime. Sending her to Camertage should do the trick. The Ancient One won't let her perish. The last remaining fragment was a grotesque, twisted leech totem. There was no sign of the inheritor's soul. Which means... Xia Luo's eyes widened as he glanced at the wounded Spider-Man in the rubble. Or rather, the dead Spider-Man. The shriveled, emaciated body in the tattered suit had been hollowed out, reduced to skin and bones. Without anyone noticing, the Spider-Man of this world had been consumed. Unlike Karn, this inheritor was far more cunning. With this realization, Xia Luo deactivated his PIM particles, allowing his giant Spider-Man form to shrink down. After checking on the unconscious Penny Parker and the others, he sliced open a spacetime portal with a hand chop, sending them back to their respective universes. As the dimensional rift slowly sealed, Xia Luo grinned. Does this make me a multiversal superhero? No. It didn't. Too low tier. Still, with Mary Jane located, this part of the ordeal was over. At that moment, Leopardon reverted to its spaceship form. Takuya jumped down from the ship, landing amidst the ruins. What's this? He noticed the meteorites writhing black liquid and curiously stepped closer. Before he could touch it, Xia Luo yanked him back. Wait, it's dangerous. Xia Luo pulled Takuya aside. If the symbiote parasitized him, the soul sword might very well be turned against Xia Luo. Not worth the risk. Denied the chance to investigate, Takuya pouted. Yeah, I felt it too. It's dangerous. With everything settled, Xia Luo finally asked, How did you get to this world? Takuya shrugged. I heard Spider-Man's voice. I accidentally followed it here. They needed my help. They? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. There's more than one Spider-Man here. Yep, lots of them. They're being hunted by some weird guy and some were even eats. It's horrifying. Takuya shivered. Xia Luo nodded thoughtfully. The inheritors, looks like the big event's kicking off, perfect timing. So you're joining the fight, right? Takuya asked excitedly. Of course. Xia Luo directed his spider totem to devour the leech totem in the corner. From Kurt Connor's lizard totem to the inheritor's leech totem, the spider totem had grown considerably stronger. As the leech totem was consumed, the spider emblem on Xia Luo's chest visibly expanded, becoming more robust. The stronger the spider totem, the greater the power Xia Luo could draw from it, and the longer he could sustain it. The inheritors craved Spider-Men, and Spider-Men in turn craved the inheritors. With that thought, Xia Luo scanned the surrounding ruins. If I'm right, a bunch of Spider-Men are probably gathering on some rooftop. Nope, not even close. Takuya tapped his wrist device. We've got an exclusive Spider-Man base. As a spatial portal opened, Xia Luo quietly concealed his golden spider. Is interdimensional travel tech just everywhere now? Ignoring Xia Luo's grumbling, Takuya stepped into the portal and waved him along. Let's go. A bunch of guys yearning for camaraderie and redemption are waiting for us. Hold on, I'm taking this. Xia Luo shot webs around the symbiote meteorite, encasing it securely before approaching it. He wasn't brave enough to touch it directly, but that didn't mean others wouldn't. Chapter 233. In the vast, high-tech hall of the Spider Society Tower, an intricate, web-like portal shimmered into existence, forming a spatial corridor of glowing code. Xia Luo and Takuya Yamashiro's figures slowly emerged from the radiant lattice. Hey, Takuya-kun, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? A passing Spider-Man, clad in a red and blue suit with feline ears, waved a clawed hand at Takuya, greeting him cheerfully. We saw each other yesterday, Takuya replied nonchalantly, then turned to Xia Luo. This is Spider. I know, it's Spider-Man, Xia Luo interrupted, cutting off the introduction. He scanned the surrounding high-tech corridors and the geometric structures floating midair. The overwhelming presence of Spider-Men everywhere sent a shiver down his spine. "Oh, a newbie," the Garfield-inspired Spider-Man muttered, drooping his eyelids. "Newcomers need to showcase their talents. Can you sing?" "Of course, I can meow like a cat," Xia Luo replied with a grin. The Garfield Spider-Man's forehead twitched. Mocking me, aren't you?" "No, don't misunderstand me," Xia Luo said defensively. "Yes, you are. I can't even meow like a cat, so how could you?" "I only know how to sing a song called Meowing Like a Cat." "You sing too." With a darkened face and claws extended, the Garfield Spider-Man growled, "You're the most disrespectful Spider-Man I've ever met." Xia Luo tilted his head, eyeing him disdainfully. "It's a song. You overly sensitive, insecure guy, you're not cut out to be Spider-Man." "What did you say?" The Garfield Spider-Man leaped, aiming a swipe at Xia Luo's knees, only to be intercepted midair by Takuya, who grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. "Calm down, you can't win against him. Just let it go," Takuya advised. "Meow," the Garfield Spider-Man bared his teeth. "Let me go, I'm going to pummel this disrespectful rookie." Before he could finish, Xia Luo kicked him, sending him flying across the hall. "Meow wa tilde tilde." Erda. Seeing Garfield Spider-Man slam into the ceiling walkway, Xia Luo shrugged. "Why are there such irritable Spider-Men here?" he asked Takuya. Takuya rubbed his forehead, all equally violent. Feeling the judgmental stares of the surrounding Spider-Men, Takuya quickly pulled Xia Luo toward an upper-level office. "Let's go find Miguel. He'll be thrilled to see you here." Miguel went to another Spider-Man universe. A nearby Spider-Man chimed in, activating a handheld device. He might be gone for a while. "Miguel isn't here." Takuya sighed. "Great, we've come at the wrong time." But Xia Luo's eyes narrowed as he noticed something amiss. "Wait, my stuff." Raising his empty webbing, Xia Luo discovered that the symbiote-covered meteorite he had wrapped securely was missing. "What's going on here?" Xia Luo asked, frowning. He scanned the nearby Spider-Men, suspecting one of them with unique abilities had stolen it. Takuya thought for a moment before shouting at a nearby shadow. "Peter, hand it back now." At his words, every Spider-Man in the vicinity turned to look at Takuya. "You calling me?" "No, maybe me." "Could be all of us." "I'm sure he meant me. After all, I'm the most handsome here." "Hey, Mr. Cotton Candy, have some self-awareness." As the Spider-Men erupted into chaotic banter, Takuya rubbed his temples in frustration. "In a place like this, I feel like I've lost all courage as Spider-Man. They're too noisy." Xia Luo tried to reassure him. "If they're that annoying, just summon the Spirit Blade and send them all flying." "Takuya." "Actually, I can endure it." "Then carry on." "All right." Takuya stared at the shadow at Xia Luo's feet. "Stop playing games. That thing is dangerous." "Buzz." Suddenly, Xia Luo's shadow transformed, materializing into an inky black figure. "But I think it suits me perfectly," the shadowy Spider-Man murmured, cradling the black meteorite like a treasure. "I love black." A vein throbbed in Xia Luo's temple. "It loves you too." "What?" The shadowy Spider-Man looked back at Xia Luo, only to feel the alien lifeform within the meteorite begin invading his body. "Oh yes, it loves me, this is amazing," he exclaimed in delight. "Xia Luo. You lunatic." He lunged forward, attempting to snatch back the meteorite. "What are you doing?" "Give it back." "No." As Xia Luo reached out, the shadowy Spider-Man let out a sharp cry and dove back into the shadows. Boom! A fist-sized dent appeared in the polished floor, but the shadow and its inhabitant were gone. The commotion drew glances from nearby Spider-Men, but they soon returned to their chatter, unconcerned about the newcomer's property damage. "Where did he go?" Xia Luo asked, frowning. Takuya shrugged. "No one knows. He could show up anywhere." Hearing this, Xia Luo felt a sense of dread creeping in. Are all the Spider-Men here this unreliable? He took a deep breath, realizing that this place wasn't what he had envisioned. Takuya, oblivious to what lay ahead, casually greeted passing Spider-Men and remarked, "Relax. With so many Spider-Men here, any problem can be solved." Xia Luo scowled, glancing at the surrounding Spider-Men. He finally understood what was wrong. Before delving into the multiverse, Spider-Men usually operated solo in their own universes. When faced with formidable foes or complex situations, they had no choice but to give it their all. But things were different here. There were so many Spider-Men that, even without acting, someone else would step in. To put it bluntly, they could drown any villain in spit if they all worked together. This mindset inevitably weakened the Spider Army's overall combat effectiveness. In Xia Luo's opinion, if a single captain faced off against one Spider-Man, the Spider-Man would likely win. But if 10 captains faced off against 10 Spider-Men, the captains would undoubtedly prevail. With great power comes great responsibility. And the more Spider-Men there were, the greater the danger. This place was perilous. In the eerie silence of the hall, Spider-Men began vanishing one after another into their own shadows, driven by the alarm of their spider sense. Oh crap, where's my conversation partner? My spider sense is screaming. This place is getting more dangerous by the second. We need to get out of here. One Spider-Man shouted, but before he could act, a clawed hand emerged from his shadow and latched onto his ankle. With an incredible yank, he was dragged into the darkness without resistance. My God, it's Shadow Spider-Man. Has he lost his mind? Someone turn off the lights. Click. The room was plunged into complete darkness as the Spider-Men cut the power, leaving the tower enveloped in pitch black. No. Oza. Screams rang out, growing more frantic. In the darkness, a sinister predator began claiming lives, rendering the famed spider sense useless against the shadowy claws tearing through the room. Who's the genius that thought cutting the lights was a good idea? Now the shadows are even larger. Turn the lights back on. Zap! A burst of sparks illuminated the room for a brief moment before the circuit breaker was destroyed entirely. Groans and panicked voices filled the space. No, we're doomed. There's no way to tell where he'll strike next. Let me handle this. Suddenly, a radiant red and blue light erupted in the darkness. One Spider-Man, glowing with mysterious energy, lit up the hall as if summoning the dawn. But relief was short-lived. From the corner of the room, a massive shadow emerged, swallowing the Spider-Man whole. No amount of light could repel the creeping blackness. Oh, this is bad, the glowing Spider-Man murmured, a grim smile spreading across his face as his body was slowly consumed. Can someone deliver a message to Mary Jane for me? She lives at 108 Eisen Apartments in Queens. With those words, he too vanished into the black abyss, plunging the hall back into darkness. Meanwhile, the shadow that had absorbed countless Spider-Men began to twist and morph, growing into a towering, spider-like monstrosity stretching over dozens of meters. Buzz! On the floor, the shadow creature grew jagged fangs, and 6 blood-red eyes glowed ominously, casting a ghastly light in the blackness. Though the room was dark as ink, the spider-shaped shadow stood out unnaturally, defying the laws of physics. Fed by the flesh and energy of the fallen Spider-Men, the shadow began to evolve from a 2-dimensional entity into a terrifying 3-dimensional beast. Crack. Arararasa. The black monster rose slowly, 6 glowing eyes radiating beams of crimson energy that sliced wildly through the tower. Boom! The red energy erupted outward, tearing through the walls. Amid the chaos, the remaining Spider-Men finally sprang into action. They launched webs and swung through the carnage, each employing their unique abilities to counter the catastrophic threat. Xia Luo stood in a corner, watching the scene unfold. A petite figure darted gracefully through the beams of crimson light, her fingers glowing as she unleashed a barrage of webs, creating an enormous net spanning over 100 meters. "I've got it," she cried, the web engulfing the monstrous shadow. But before she could call for backup, the inky darkness bled through the webbing, staining it black and dissolving it entirely. What? No. The dark tendrils surged up her fingers, pulling her into the black mass. Her body dissolved into liquid, merging with the growing shadow. "Give Cindy back to me." A red and blue Spider-Man screamed, his rage triggering a transformation. His body swelled, tearing through his suit, and within seconds he became a hulking green giant. Roaring, he charged at the shadow creature. Snap crunch. The shadow's gaping maw opened wide, swallowing the hulkified Spider-Man whole. Erpt! The creature let out a satisfied belch, seemingly pleased with its meal. Crack, track, track. Suddenly, mechanical red and blue appendages sprouted around the shadow, each tipped with claws that fired scorching laser beams. Zap, zap. Booms, boom. The heated beams sliced through the polished floor, reducing the monstrous shadow to scattered pieces. Amid the chaos, a Spider-Man with a high-tech backpack landed gracefully. His mechanical appendages retracted into his gear. Handled it, still too easy. He strutted toward the other Spider-Men with a smug expression. But instead of cheers, the masked faces around him were frozen in shock and quickly turned to fear. You. I know, no need to worship me, he said smugly. No, run. I never run, that's for weaklings. Before he could finish, the shadow reformed and swallowed him whole. The remaining Spider-Men. Xia Luo sighed and stood up, dusting himself off. These Spider-Men are useless. If the world was going to be saved, it was up to him. This is so boring, he muttered. Before he could step forward, a cold, imposing figure appeared beside him. Xia Luo turned his head to see a dazzling Spider-Man pushing through the crowd. His armor gleamed with opulence, reflecting the faint light like a beacon of extravagance. High-tech drones hovered above him, locking onto the shadow creature with precision. A voluptuous female Spider-Man sauntered up beside him, leaning flirtatiously against his arm. Peter, that thing looks tough, be careful, she purred. Peter waved dismissively. No one can beat me with my theme music playing. With that, his suit lit up with strobing lights, and DJ music blared from speakers. Boom ch. Let's party. In the darkness, his over-the-top dance moves left everyone momentarily stunned. Xia Luo buried his face in his hands. What kind of trash am I surrounded by? I regret coming here. Beside him, Takuya couldn't help but sway to the beat. What? I can't hear you. Xia Luo. He decided to wait. After all, this guy was clearly a comic relief character, and comic relief characters never have. Snap crunch. The shadow monster devoured the flashy Spider-Man in one bite, picking its teeth with the remains of his companion. Xia Luo was momentarily speechless. He did say no one could beat him with his theme music playing, he noted dryly. Takuya nodded thoughtfully, but the music stopped. Makes sense he'd die then. Then what are you waiting for? Summon Leopardin and finish this. This street has a speed limit. My mecha won't arrive in time. Your mecha can fly. I don't have a flight license. Fine, let me guess. You're waiting for another Spider-Man to handle it. Exactly, and that Spider-Man is you. Encouraged by Takuya's hopeful gaze, Xia Luo reluctantly stepped forward. Seeing someone finally take the lead, the other Spider-Men paused in their retreat. Another one stepping up. How long do you think he'll last? 3 seconds. He looks average, I'll bet 2 seconds. Don't you know who that is? From the crowd, a scruffy Peter Parker glanced at the others. That's Xia Luo Parker. I know him. He's the strongest Spider-Man I've ever seen. The crowd erupted in shock. No way, stronger than Miguel. Oh my God, is that true? What's his greatest feat? At least defeating Kingpin, I'd say. The scruffy Peter scoffed. Kingpin? That guy didn't even last one punch, no challenge at all. What? One punch? The Spider-Men stared wide-eyed. Chapter 234. Before Xia Luo could act, a temporal portal burst open above the shadowy monster. From the swirling void, a black-hand-red Spider-Man shot out, firing luminous webbing that coiled tightly around the massive creature. Peter, stop this madness. The new arrival landed with a thunderous crash. The red particle cloak trailing behind him dissipated, revealing the glowing red spider emblem emblazoned on his chest. It was Miguel O'Hara of the Spider Society. Buzz! In an instant, the light from Miguel's suit dimmed. He yanked on the luminous webbing, causing the shadowy monster to roar and thrash violently. Snap, snap. The webs shattered under the immense force. Without missing a beat, Miguel hurled a strange device into the fray. Buzz! Boom! White gas erupted from the device, spreading rapidly throughout the hall. The monster's piercing screams echoed through the tower. Ayag. HRRGHHH. The monstrous shadow's cries grew weaker by the second. The gas rippled gently, and the enormous beast collapsed with a thunderous thud. It dissolved into a pool of black sludge that seeped into the floor. As the dark liquid dried, the Spider-Man it had consumed reappeared. Huh, what just happened to us? We got eaten by a monster. No, it was that lunatic. He went berserk. It was Miguel who saved us. He's back. Of course, only the strongest Spider-Man could handle this. A wave of awe and gratitude swept through the crowd as the Spider-Men gathered around Miguel, showering him with thanks. Meanwhile, Xia Luo quietly bent down and picked up the black meteorite. He examined it curiously. What was that thing? He asked Takuya Yamashiro. Takuya shrugged. No idea. Probably one of his secret weapons. That's a special substance from another universe, Miguel explained as he pushed through the crowd toward Xia Luo. It's highly effective against symbiotes. Hearing this, Xia Luo's expression turned skeptical. A substance that suppresses symbiotes. He couldn't help but wonder if Miguel had prepared this as a contingency plan against other Spider-Men. Though Miguel's explanation seemed plausible, Xia Luo couldn't shake the feeling that Miguel was more dangerous than he let on. As Xia Luo studied him, Miguel was also sizing up Xia Luo. I've heard about you, Xia Luo Parker. Peter said you're incredibly strong. I admire a Spider-Man who can take down Kingpin with a single punch. Miguel extended his hand, and Xia Luo shook it briefly. I've heard of you too. Your suit is cool. Miguel paused, waiting for Xia Luo to reciprocate the compliment. But Xia Luo had no intention of engaging in mutual flattery. It's getting late. I need to head home and take in the laundry, Xia Luo said casually. Summoning his golden mini-spider, Xia Luo opened a portal, only to be stopped by Miguel. Wait, you're not here to join us, Miguel asked, clearly puzzled. He glanced at Takuya, who threw up his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Don't look at me, I have no idea what's going on either, Takuya said. Miguel's confusion deepened, but Xia Luo offered a simple explanation. This place isn't what I imagined. I've lost interest, so no, I'm not joining. His tone was matter-of-fact. When Xia Luo first heard about the Spider Society headquarters, he had been intrigued. But after arriving, he found the organization's management shockingly lax. Gathering so many Spider-Men in one place seemed pointless. Whether it was the scene in the movies where Miles Morales was intercepted, or the chaotic response to the shadow monster just now, the Spider-Men's collective performance had been disappointing. Instead of joining Miguel's Spider Society, Xia Luo figured it'd be better to form his own team. At least with trusted allies, there would be less chance of someone messing things up at critical moments. And more importantly, having so many Spider-Men together only increased the likelihood of unexpected disasters. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the spider emblem on Xia Luo's chest began to glow. From across the room, a female Spider-Man was inexplicably drawn to him. Her instincts overrode her reason, and she lunged toward Xia Luo. No, Kelly, what are you doing? You just accepted my confession, a nearby Spider-Man shouted. I can't help it, he's too attractive. I need to. Stop her. Seeing this, Miguel immediately ordered the others to restrain her. When Miguel turned back to Xia Luo, his gaze was fixed on the overlapping spider emblems glowing on Xia Luo's chest. Your spider totems, so many of them, how is that even possible? Miguel exclaimed. Xia Luo shrugged. Yes, it's a lot. I earned them with my life. All right, enough talk. I'm leaving for real this time. Wait, Miguel called out, his tone urgent. E discovered a strange family targeting Spider-Men. I need your help. Find them first, then contact me, Xia Luo replied flatly. You. Miguel could only watch helplessly as Xia Luo disappeared through the golden portal. He seems difficult to deal with, Miguel remarked, turning to Takuya Yamashiro. Takuya scratched his head. Really? I don't think so. He's actually a great Spider-Man. Miguel pondered for a moment. Does he have some kind of power to sense unusual things? Unusual things? Takuya shook his head. I wouldn't know. It's nothing, just something I heard, Miguel murmured, dismissing the thought. Miguel had heard of Xia Luo Parker in another universe, an invincible Spider-Man with incredible strength and surprising abilities. Unfortunately, he didn't seem interested in joining the Spider Society. Miguel sighed, never mind, there will be another chance someday. With that, he tapped his wrist device, activating a portal that spat out a figure wrapped tightly in webs. Let me go, you idiot. Do you even know who I am? I'm the best friend of the invincible Spider-Man. Messing with me is a one-way ticket to a beating. Miguel glanced down at the man lying on the floor, shouting profanities, while Takuya looked on in confusion. Who's this? Takuya asked. Harry Osborn from another universe, Miguel explained. In his original timeline, both he and his father were supposed to be dead, but for some reason, he's still alive. So is his father. And it's not just them, there are others in the same situation. I brought him here to figure out why. What's your plan? I'll investigate further and bring all of them here if necessary. Otherwise, that world might collapse due to the changes in its history. Hearing this, Takuya was momentarily stunned. The Spider Society handles things like this too. Of course, Miguel replied, carrying Harry toward the interdimensional prison. The Spider Society exists to protect the great web of life and destiny from being destroyed. Spider-Men are destined for solitude. Our loved ones, our friends, they all die in accidents because of us. And when we try to change that fate, rewriting destiny, it damages the web of life and can cause entire worlds to collapse. Following behind, Takuya couldn't help but think of his own parents and friends. The fate of a Spider-Man was truly tragic. It was why he had left his own universe without hesitation, to prevent harm from befalling the people he cared about. The Iron Cross Army's threat was gone, but there would always be new dangers. He couldn't afford to gamble with their lives. His parents had already been killed by the Iron Cross Army. Now, only Shinko and Takuji remained. Meanwhile, Harry's tirade came to an abrupt halt in Miguel's grasp. For the first time, Harry was hearing about this grim reality. Spider-Men were destined to be alone. Everyone close to them would die. And suddenly, it all made sense. His best friend, after becoming Spider-Man, had always been distant. Every gathering ended with his friend leaving in a rush. They no longer shared their favorite games or talked about the prettiest girls at school. Harry had thought their bond was fading. But every time they met, it felt like nothing had changed. They were still best friends. The push and pull dynamic was strange, leaving Harry both frustrated and confused. He had wanted to confront his friend about it many times, but ultimately chose to respect his distance. He had always suspected there was a deeper reason. Now he understood how serious it was. No wonder his friend had been avoiding Mary Jane. This was the real reason. He endured all of this alone, without saying a word. And he still calls me his best friend. The thought ignited a surge of anger in Harry. That bastard, if I ever see him again, I swear I'll beat the crap out of him. Then I'll shove it back in and pee on his head. And then I'll pour his favorite juice down the drain right in front of him. Harry's outburst startled both Miguel and Takuya. What's wrong with him? Takuya asked, baffled. Miguel considered for a moment. Maybe it's a hereditary condition acting up. My condition was cured ages ago, Harry snapped, glaring at Miguel. And I'm telling you, let me go, or my friend will beat you so badly you'll be begging for mercy. Miguel shook his head, unfazed by the threat. I know your friend is Spider-Man, but unfortunately, very few Spider-Men are a match for me. Before he could finish, a golden portal shimmered into existence. Emerging from the light, Xia Luo stepped out, his expression unreadable. I went back for a moment and found out you'd been to my world and taken someone I know. Is that true? Xia Luo's gaze landed on Harry, restrained in Miguel's grasp. To confirm whether you're the Harry I know, tell me our secret code. Harry scowled. There is no code. Hearing this, Miguel relaxed. If there's no code, then he's not your friend. Miguel had overlooked one detail. He didn't know who the Spider-Man of that world was. But it didn't matter now. It clearly wasn't Xia Luo's universe. After all, Harry had admitted as much himself. If he truly was Xia Luo's friend, there would have been an inevitable fight for him. But Miguel's relief was short-lived. "Congratulations, Harry," Xia Luo said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I just said our secret code. You are my friend, I'm taking you home now." Turning to Miguel, Xia Luo extended his hand. "Hand him over." Miguel's face darkened. "He didn't say the code, you're mistaken." "He didn't say it wrong," Xia Luo replied. "The code is there is no code." Takuya gasped, covering his mouth in shock. "What an obscure code." Miguel frowned. "Fine, even if he's your friend, you must know why I brought him here." "I can guess, but I don't care," Xia Luo said with a shrug. Miguel took a deep breath, his piercing gaze locking onto Xia Luo. "Xia Luo Parker, for the sake of the web of life and destiny, I can't let you take Harry. It's for everyone's good." Xia Luo smirked, stretching and cracking his knuckles in preparation for battle. "That's not how you protect the web of life and destiny. Besides, before you started meddling, my universe was doing just fine, no signs of collapse." Miguel's eyes narrowed, his red spider emblem glowing ominously. He wasn't going to hand Harry over. "You don't understand. I once tried to resist too, but in the end, I couldn't save my daughter. I could only watch her die in front of me, and I caused the deaths of countless others. Accepting a Spider-Man's fate is better for everyone. It spares innocent lives." Miguel tossed Harry to a nearby Spider-Man, activating his laser claws. Xia Luo chuckled, summoning a magical spider from thin air. "Your story's tragic, sure, but I can't sympathize, because, thanks to my efforts, everyone I care about is still okay. Well, mostly okay." Raising his hand, Xia Luo allowed the magical spider to bite him. "Buzz!" Under the stunned gazes of the gathered Spider-Men, Xia Luo's suit was engulfed in dazzling magical energy, radiating a dangerous aura. "Oh my god, what is that? Is that magic? That suit just got even cooler. I can feel his power, it's as strong as Miguel's." "Wait, Peter said he was strong, didn't he?" "Did I say that?" "I didn't." "Neither did I. I think it was that Peter in flip-flops." "Knew it wasn't me." As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, Xia Luo stepped forward. "Friendly advice, the web of life and destiny isn't what you think it is. A bunch of vampires have hijacked it. Spider-Man's destinies? Probably their doing. You might want to focus on that." "What?" Miguel's composure wavered for the first time. "No way. A group of Morbiuses taking over the web. Impossible." "Not Morbius. The inheritor family, the ones hunting Spider-Man." "I'll believe it when I see it." "Looks like we can't talk this out," Xia Luo said, his blue glowing eyes shifting to blood red. "All at once or one-on-one, I'm in a hurry." "What?" The gathered Spider-Men whispered among themselves, while Miguel's response caught Xia Luo off guard. "I'm not sure if I can beat you, but you're not taking Harry." At Miguel's words, the other Spider-Men stepped forward, clearly ready to back him up if necessary. At least, that was the appearance. Takuya and Scruffy Peter, however, remained firmly in Xia Luo's corner. "Go get him, Spider-Man, a man who defies the world for his friend," Takuya cheered. Meanwhile, Harry, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears. "This is so moving, but can you get off my hand? You're stepping on it." "Takuya." "Ahem, esteemed audience, gather closer. You stand in the presence of brilliance, the likes of which Fontaine has never seen. Truly, you're witnessing a masterpiece in motion, a living legend in the making, and..." "Oh, but wait, where was I? Right, me. As you all know, such brilliance doesn't manifest from nothing. It takes effort, dedication, and a sprinkling of your, oh, how shall I put it? Generosity. If you desire to be immortalized alongside my unparalleled splendor, do step forward here, Patreon. Comwise TL. And yet, I must ask, why do mortals so often hesitate to seize an opportunity like this? I mean, really, supporting me is tantamount to, oh, imagine if I personally rewrote every law in Fontaine, the brilliance, the upheaval, the dramatic courtroom soliloquies, and naturally I'd. Fiorina, enough. The audience is here for the translations, not your Fontaine fantasy chronicles. Wait, wise, I wasn't done captivating them. You've captivated them plenty. Now, mortals, if you wish to contribute to something truly extraordinary, the link is there. Support and bask in the glory of my hard work." HMPH, fine, but I'm still the true star of this end note, obviously. Chapter 235. The Man Who Takes on 100 Spider-Men. Takuya declared triumphantly, striking his signature pose. Harry waved the banner enthusiastically, echoing the invincible Spider-Man. Before they could finish shouting their slogan, Scruffy Peter suddenly landed in front of them, hands on his hips, holding a slipper like a weapon. The moment we've all been waiting for, he cackled. They're traitors, get them. In an instant, a horde of Spider-Men descended, engulfing the trio in chaos. Not the face. The comical spectacle made Miguel O'Hara lower his head in shame. I finally understand why you don't want to join us, he admitted. Xia Luo stretched his shoulders, speaking casually. Spider-Man is only truly Spider-Man when he's at his loneliest. Miguel raised his head. True, but that doesn't change my conviction. The web of life and destiny must be protected. No one can destroy it. You'll regret this, Xia Luo warned. No more talking, Xia Luo Parker. Accept your destiny. In an instant, Miguel launched himself forward, a crimson whirlwind surrounding his razor-sharp claws. His attack was swift and unstoppable. Xia Luo's eyes glowed blood-red as he fired himself forward using a web slingshot, his speed surpassing even Miguel's. You tell me, what exactly is my destiny? Bang! Boom! Xia Luo's voice thundered as the two collided in midair. Miguel staggered, the red glow of the spider emblem on his suit dimming. You're Spider-Man, solitude is your fate. Before Miguel could recover, a burst of red and blue webs exploded at his feet. Wake up, that's just an excuse to comfort yourself. Boom! A surge of magical energy created a violent whirlwind, hurling Miguel into a pristine white wall. Crash! The impact left a human-shaped crater in the wall, spiderweb cracks radiating outward. In the next moment, a red and blue figure shot forward and delivered a knee strike straight to Miguel's chest. What made you so weak? Was it the death of your loved ones? Xia Luo's voice was cold. No, it's your own fear and guilt. He poured even more power into the strike, the crater reverberating with a deafening crack as Miguel was driven deeper into the wall. Blood trickled from the seams of his mask. What? The surrounding Spider-Men finally realized this wasn't just a sparring match. They're serious. Miguel is losing. Xia Luo Parker really is as strong as they said. Oh my God, should we try to stop them? No point, Miguel's about to snap. Even as they debated, a dazzling red laser beam erupted from the crater, obliterating the wall. Zap! Boom! The explosion sent debris flying everywhere as Miguel, claws glowing red, tore through the rubble. No, this isn't fear, and I don't feel guilt. This is what Spider-Man is supposed to be. Miguel's desperate roar filled the air, but Xia Luo stood eerily still, his head lowered. He barely moved, like a lifeless puppet. Yet, even in this strange state, Miguel's lightning-fast claw strikes failed to touch him. Not even the flying debris managed to graze Xia Luo. The watching Spider-Men were awestruck. His spider sense is incredible. Miguel's speed is insane, but he can't even keep up. No, it's not that he's slow. It's that Xia Luo is predicting his moves in advance. How is that even possible? We're all Spider-Men. How is his spider sense this ridiculously good? As they whispered in shock, Miguel's mind raced with disbelief. Since gaining his powers, no opponent had ever been able to evade his attacks so effortlessly. Xia Luo was the first. But wait, why wasn't Xia Luo fighting back? Realization dawned on Miguel, and he quickened his strikes. I see now, Miguel muttered. He abandoned all conscious thought, letting your spider sense operate at its peak. Red laser webs shot from Miguel's hands, encircling Xia Luo in a meticulously constructed trap. Instead of trying to directly bind Xia Luo, Miguel aimed to confine the space around him. As expected, the laser webs filled the air around Xia Luo, but Xia Luo didn't react. The webs didn't try to touch him, and he didn't move. Miguel's eyes glinted with determination. I'll admit, it's impressive that you mastered such a technique, but without space to move, even your spider sense can't save you. With a sharp pull, Miguel tightened the web trap around Xia Luo. Swish, swish. Snap, snap. But just as the webs closed in, the glow in Xia Luo's eyes flared brightly. Scarlet tendrils erupted from his back, slamming into the ground with immense force. Boom! Crash! The floor caved in under the impact, and Xia Luo dropped to the level below, evading the encroaching webs with ease. What? Miguel exclaimed, his voice tinged with shock. Miguel froze, momentarily stunned, as another section of the floor exploded in the distance. A swirling red and blue tornado of magical energy tore through a geometric structure. Crack, crack, crack. Debris was sucked into the vortex, which grew larger and more menacing by the second. The oppressive aura it exuded sent shivers through the gathered Spider-Men. This is bad, run. This whole place is coming down. In a flurry of webs, the Spider-Men swung away as fast as they could. Under the night sky, countless Spider-Men poured out of the building's windows, swinging through the air in chaotic streams. Before they could find stable ground, a deafening explosion shook the tower. A surge of brilliant magical energy ripped through the outer walls, propelling Miguel's battered body diagonally toward the street below. Oh crap, look at those Spider-Men. They're fighting each other. Pedestrians on the street gawked in horror, screaming as they fled the scene. No, Bal. A young boy clutching an ice cream cone stood frozen in place, wide-eyed and confused as the black and red figure hurtled toward him. Behind him, his frantic mother raced forward, but it was clear she wouldn't make it in time to save her child from the impending accident. Just as Miguel was about to crash, a golden portal opened in front of the boy. Go home, do your homework, and cut down on the sweets. Xia Luo snatched the ice cream from the boy's hands and used his webs to safely send him away. Taking a bite of the ice cream, Xia Luo casually extended a web line to catch Miguel mid-fall, halting his descent. Miguel's suit was in tatters, though the nanometal material rapidly repaired itself, covering the blood seeping through his damaged armor. Before he could process what had happened, Xia Luo's voice, calm yet cutting, reached his ears. Let me show you what Spider-Man is supposed to be. With that, the web slingshot snapped back, flinging Miguel high into the air. His particle cape unfurled, morphing into wings that stabilized his flight. Xia Luo Parker, you forced my hand. Furious, Miguel dove down, activating his wrist device. In an instant, the devices on every Spider-Man in the vicinity began flashing red. Oh no, Miguel issued a mission. Capture Xia Luo Parker. What do we do? We have no choice. To protect the web of life and destiny, we have to go after him. Let's go, no time to waste. Within moments, a swarm of Spider-Men swung toward Xia Luo, their webs blanketing the air like a storm. Swish, swish, swish. Xia Luo punched the air, creating a shockwave that sent the incoming webs spiraling back. The redirected webbing ensnared several unlucky Spider-Men, leaving them tangled and suspended. Meow. Garfield's Spider-Man leaped past the trapped group. Midair, his fur bristled into needle-like spikes, aiming to skewer Xia Luo. But Xia Luo merely shifted slightly, and used his webbing to pull a nearby Spider-Man into Garfield's path. No. Thwack. ARGH. The hapless Spider-Man yelped, clutching his rear as Garfield's spiked fur lodged itself firmly in place. Before Garfield could pull free, the two of them tumbled into a nearby storm drain. Clang! The manhole cover spun across the ground until Xia Luo casually stomped it back into place. Crunch! The sheer force of his stomp left a distinct footprint in the metal. Using the momentum, Xia Luo launched himself skyward, firing spatial webbing as he ascended. Dear God, he can fly. What's so surprising about that? A Spider-Man with web wings soared after him. Xia Luo Parker, surrender, wait my wings. Xia Luo's magical webbing shredded the Spider-Man's wings into fragments. As the unfortunate Spider-Man plummeted, Xia Luo propelled himself forward, weaving through the chaos. Every few seconds, another Spider-Man was sent hurtling toward the ground with a yelp. Nua. Damn it, you landed on me. Sorry, Oa, who stepped on my head. The air was filled with the sounds of Spider-Men crashing into one another as they fell. On a nearby bridge, a white-haired old man snapped a picture of the unprecedented spectacle. Click. Ha, what a delightful bunch of Spider-Men, he chuckled, peering at the screen of his camera. This is perfect. I've found my inspiration. I'll create a Spider-Man comic series. As the old man turned to leave, the night sky erupted in a dazzling display of magical energy. Lightning arcs streaked through the air, scattering more Spider-Men in all directions. Crackle. Booms, booms, boom. More Spider-Men fell, and the crackling arcs closed in on Miguel. Take a good look, this is what Spider-Man should be, Xia Luo declared. Damn you. As the electric arc reached him, Miguel bared his fangs, tearing through his mask as he lunged for Xia Luo's neck. Zap. The arc vanished, leaving Miguel biting at thin air. The next moment, a crushing force slammed into his back. The impact drove him like a missile into the street below. Boom! Amid the debris, Miguel's body lay buried under a pile of rubble. High above, Xia Luo unclasped his fists and wagged a finger at the Spider-Men. Your teamwork is a complete disaster. What did he say? The mocking tone sent the remaining Spider-Men into a rage. You arrogant jerk, I'm not holding back anymore. Me neither, I'll throw dust in your eyes. Get down here. Dozens of Spider-Men leaped simultaneously, webs shooting toward Xia Luo in a coordinated attack. Xia Luo sighed, shaking his head. Fine, let's settle this all at once. Standing his ground, he caught the incoming webs with both hands. Come on then. With a tremendous pull, he yanked the Spider-Men toward him, sending them hurtling through the air. Miguel, still staggering to his feet amid the street's wreckage, looked up at the scene. His glowing red eyes reflected the chaos in the night sky, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. A lone Spider-Man, defying his fate, fighting against the world to protect the people he cares about, even against other Spider-Men. Have we all misunderstood the destiny of Spider-Man? Is this what it truly means? He murmured to himself as the brilliant magical energy in the sky erupted one final time. Spider-Men scattered like meteors, raining down toward the ground. Boom! As the thunderous impact subsided, Xia Luo landed gracefully amidst the rubble, locking eyes with Miguel. Now can I take him and go? He asked, his tone calm but firm. Miguel hesitated, words caught in his throat. He glanced around at the defeated and disheveled Spider-Men surrounding them. Finally, he sighed in resignation. If you do this, you'll only doom Harry. No Spider-Man has ever escaped their fate, Miguel said bitterly. Gesturing toward the others, he added, every one of us lost our Harrys. That's why we understand how you feel. No one truly wants to stop you. But it's irresponsible to endanger your entire universe because of this. One by one, the Spider-Men began to stand, their faces weary and solemn. Xia Luo Parker, give up. Give up. We won't succeed. Our lives are destined to lose everything. Mary Jane, Gwen, Harry, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, the more we resist, the more we lose. This is our fate. Accept it. No matter how strong we are, we only bring disaster to those around us. That's the truth. Join our family, accept your destiny. It's the best outcome for everyone. Heroes are lonely. But heroes are necessary. Remember what Uncle Ben said, with great power comes great responsibility. To protect the innocent, they'll forgive us. Stop fighting it. All we have left now is each other. The rising cacophony of voices made Xia Luo clutch his head in frustration. Shut you P. His roar shook the rubble beneath their feet, silencing the crowd. Xia Luo took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the unmasked Spider-Men around him. Some were young, others old. Some looked haggard, others hollow. They had fought, struggled, and despaired. In Xia Luo, they saw a reflection of their former selves, strong, confident, and unrelenting in their fight against fate. They could already imagine the pain of failure that awaited him. They wanted to help him, to help the version of themselves he represented. But they knew they couldn't. They had learned through blood and tears that resistance was futile. Chapter 236. He motioned with his hand, and Harry jogged over. Are we leaving? Yes. A golden portal opened, and the two figures disappeared into it. At that moment, the golden portal, like a sunrise, framed their departing silhouettes. All the Spider-Men stared at the scene, momentarily stunned. Why didn't Harry ask him about Spider-Man's secrets? Yeah, why? I'm curious too. Unquestioning trust in a friend, that's a beautiful memory we once shared. Too bad we don't have that anymore. He'll live happily with Harry from now on, right? No, he should live with Mary Jane. Harry shouldn't interfere. No, it should be Gwen. No, I think he'll end up with Felicia. Your choice is so niche. Really, that's kind of awkward for me now. I think you're all wrong. He'll definitely end up with Dr. Otto. The moment that was said, the crowd of Spider-Men turned their astonished gazes toward an older Spider-Man in the group. Are you serious? Everyone gave him looks of disdain. The older Spider-Man looked puzzled. In your worlds, isn't Dr. Otto a cute girl? The group of Spider-Men slowly shook their heads. He's a fat, slow bee. He's an old geezer. She's a cranky, middle-aged woman. Oh crap, I'm the weirdo now. At that moment, Scruffy Peter stood with his hands on his hips and laughed. If you want the scoop on Xia Luo Parker's love life, you should ask me. You. The Spider-Men's gossip instincts flared to life, and they crowded around Scruffy Peter. Quick, tell us, who will he end up with? I'm dying of curiosity. Someone as unique as him must have a love life that's hard to guess. Of course. Scruffy Peter leaned in close to the crowd, whispering, I've heard, just heard, mind you, so don't take this too seriously, and definitely don't spread it. Why? The crowd looked confused. Scruffy Peter gave a mysterious smirk, because it's probably Captain Carter. Carter? In an instant, the crowd exploded. Oh my God, that jerk actually stole the captain's girl. That's insane. No, it's the captain. That woman's terrifying. Oh my gosh, this is so juicy. I'm so jealous. In my world, Carter is New York's richest tycoon. I'm so envious. I'm so mad. At that moment, the Spider Society sank into a profound sense of despair. In the Spider Central universe, Xia Luo and Harry stepped out of the portal. Where are we? Harry asked, staring at the strange building ahead in confusion. Xia Luo walked toward an elegant loft. Camertage. Massage parlor. Camertage. Oh, perfect. Time for a good massage. This is Camertage. At the entrance, Master Wang stepped forward, his face dark as he blocked Harry. The Sorcerer Supreme doesn't give massages. Harry blinked, then can you give me one? Wang snorted, impossible, I am a noble sorcerer. I have money. Harry pulled out a card from his pocket. If you can satisfy me, feel free to swipe it as much as you want. Anything. Wang's eyes lit up, and he took the card with both hands. It would be my pleasure to serve you. He put on a professional smile. Yes, he had never expected to start a side hustle here. Ignoring the banter between Harry and Wang, Xia Luo headed straight to the Ancient One. You're here, the Ancient One said, her eyes closed as if in meditation. Xia Luo nodded. How is Mary Jane? The Ancient One opened her eyes slightly, smiling. He kept her safe. I mean, how can I bring her back? Xia Luo asked. The Ancient One gazed directly at him. You have a way, don't you? Xia Luo thought for a moment. She's vain. She wouldn't agree to become a cyborg. The Ancient One maintained her smile. Her body has decayed, but you could clone another one. Xia Luo took a deep breath. Then there would be 2 souls in one body. Don't you like the idea of 2 of her at once? The Ancient One asked. Xia Luo's face darkened. I'll pay you, just tell me what to do. The Ancient One didn't answer directly. She spoke slowly. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, it will help you. It, Xia Luo frowned, seemingly understanding who she meant. The probability is too low, and I don't like gambling, he said, shaking his head. What about him? The Ancient One asked again. Xia Luo narrowed his eyes. I'm not interested in making deals with Mephisto for now. It wouldn't end well. He won't let me succeed this time. Then you'll have to rely on it. The Ancient One closed her eyes again. Until you succeed, I'll protect her soul. Thank you. Without another word, Xia Luo turned and left the loft. Harry, we're leaving. He found Harry in Wang's room just as Harry was taking off his shirt. Xia Luo paused, speechless. If this is your choice, I respect it, Xia Luo said, opening another portal. Wait, let me explain. Seeing Xia Luo walk through the portal, Harry quickly grabbed his clothes and followed. Wang stared blankly at the two disappearing through the portal, scratching his head. Their relationship is so complicated. Spider-Man must be under too much pressure to resort to this. Yes, that must be it. He quietly packed up his tools, unable to hold back his laughter. Haha, that guy forgot to take his card. I've struck gold. Sorcerer Supreme, fried chickens on me tonight. New York, SHIELD headquarters. How long have I been gone? In the office, Xia Luo casually retrieved a juice box from a mini fridge. He took a sip and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Fresh, looks like I haven't been gone too long. Carter, engrossed in her work, didn't even look up. I just restocked it. You've been gone for 3 months. What? Xia Luo frowned. Traveling across the multiverse seemed to have caused a time flow discrepancy in the main world. What about that matter? He asked. Carter continued flipping through documents. Per your instructions, all agents have been occupied. The escalating tension between the Brotherhood of Mutants and the Skrulls has made it impossible to investigate how many high-ranking humans have been replaced by Skrulls. She paused before adding, the leader of the Skrull defectors has emerged. His name is Gravik. Dissatisfied with Nick Fury's unfulfilled promises, he decided to strike first. He's rallied a faction of Skrulls, aiming to overthrow this world and turn Earth into their territory. Xia has fought him several times, but has yet to defeat him. The internal issues within the Skrulls are just as severe. Hearing this, Xia Luo seemed thoughtful. It's time to put an end to this secret invasion, he said with a smile. Carter finally looked up at him. Are you sure? The moment you show your hand and align yourself with humanity, both Apocalypse and Gravik will turn their sights on you. If you die, it's not just about you. During your absence, we might not be able to hold the line. Xia Luo shrugged. That's why you need to pick a side now. Carter considered this. I see, so what's your plan? Of course, to once again become the man who saves the world. Spider-Man, he stopped himself mid-sentence, grumbling under his breath. Damn, I sound like that guy. Shaking his head, Xia Luo disappeared into a glowing portal. That night, the invincible Spider-Man infiltrated the White House and publicly exposed Skrulls disguised as high-ranking officials. Only through death could a Skrull revert to their original form. At the same time, J. Jonah Jameson received a list of suspected Skrulls. This list was both a tremendous risk and a golden ticket to unimaginable fame. It could make him the most talked-about figure in the world. Staring at the spider emblem in the corner of the document, Jameson, cigar in hand, burst into laughter. Ha, I knew it. Spider-Man loves me best fantastic. Watching his boss get carried away, Betty sighed in exasperation. If this leaks and you haven't exposed them first, we'll probably end up dead in some accidental fire or car crash. Jameson dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Spider-Man won't let anything happen to us. He can't protect us all the time. Of course he can. Spider-Man is omnipotent. As if to prove his point, Jameson walked out onto the balcony and, without hesitation, jumped off the skyscraper. Jonah, damn it, don't let anyone know we're related. Jameson's scream echoed as he plummeted, only to be caught in a warm embrace. Hey, that was a stupid move, Xia Luo said, setting him down on a nearby rooftop with an exasperated tone. Really busy. Jameson laughed heartily. Got it. Thanks for saving me again. I'll get back to work. He pulled out his phone. Hello, it's me, the great J. Jonah Jameson. Clear out the print factory staff. I'm personally crafting an earth-shattering exclusive tonight. Xia Luo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Thanks for keeping this under wraps. I owe you one. It's my duty. Smiling slyly, Jameson snapped a few photos of Xia Luo before tucking his phone away with satisfaction. All right, take me back down. The next morning, a shocking revelation rocked New York. My God, it can't be true. Senator Smith is a Skrull. And Senator Andrew too. 3/4 of the Senate are Skrulls. What a terrifying alien race. We must expose them. Those trying to dominate humanity will pay the price. Unbelievable how many others around us are Skrulls in disguise. The news sent the city into chaos. General Ross, reading the list in the morning paper, was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, our opportunity has come. He immediately summoned his troops, preparing to march on a larger military base. After all, his longtime rival had turned out to be a Skrull. Nothing could be more thrilling. General, could this be fake news? His adjutant asked hesitantly. Ross sneered. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. If those bastards can't prove they're human, then they're Skrulls. And this list was personally verified by Spider-Man. That bug might be annoying, but he'd never lie about something like this. At the mention of Spider-Man, the adjutant fell silent, discreetly tucking a Spider-Man figurine into his pocket. The revelation caused upheaval across military bases and government systems. Had it not been for the looming mutant threat, such news might have been quietly buried. But with the Skrull list made public, mutants launched immediate attacks. Led by Eric, the Brotherhood of Mutants stormed government buildings, and Skrull corpses soon became undeniable evidence. Doubts about the list's authenticity evaporated. With public support waning, the Skrulls disguised as humans had no choice but to reveal their powers to fight back. In a dimly lit, crumbling underground bunker, rubble and dust rained down from the ceiling. The chaos above was unstoppable, and the Skrulls gathered below whispered nervously. The Skrulls are finished. Gravik has doomed us all. Damn Gravik, I can't believe he took things this far. This is madness. Without Spider-Man, he might have succeeded. They looked to Talos and Xia, their faces filled with worry for the future. Leader, Gravik's exposure has made us enemies of humanity. They'll never spare us now. Yes, they won't believe we're innocent. I suggest we reach out to Gravik and fight humanity and the mutants together. No. Talos's refusal was firm, his expression grave. That would mean there's no turning back. But we have no way out. Under the intense gazes of his people, Talos hesitated. The Skrulls were now fully exposed. Neither mutants nor humans would spare those who sought to invade Earth. To everyone else, being a Skrull meant being guilty. They had no other options. At that moment, Nick Fury pushed through the crowd. Talos, we still have a chance. Don't make any rash decisions. Fury's appearance stirred a wave of anger among the Skrulls. This is all your fault. Your incompetence has put us in danger. Damn humans, we should never have trusted you. Get out of here, we don't want to see you. No, if he spills our secrets to humanity, we're doomed. Kill him now. Kill him. The enraged Skrulls surged toward Fury, and not even Talos could stop his terrified people. Xia, help me hold them back. Xia watched coldly. She didn't support joining Gravik, but she had no intention of protecting this man who should be stuffing cotton somewhere. It would be better if he died. But suddenly, a brilliant light swept through the room. The terrifying energy made even Xia shiver. Her wish went unfulfilled. Now, no one could harm Nick Fury. Because of a woman. A very powerful woman. She was Fury's friend, and the god who had once saved the Skrulls. She had returned. Dressed in a magnificent battle suit, the god descended gracefully, her body radiating divine brilliance. Under the oppressive force of her overwhelming cosmic energy, the Skrulls instantly fell silent. Her sharp gaze swept over the crowd, and not a single Skrull dared meet her eyes. In her arms was a lazy orange cat. She was Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Chapter 237. Xia stared at the god before her, suddenly reminded of the annihilation her people had once faced. It was this woman, with her half-Kree heritage, who had saved the Skrulls. Without her, the Skrulls would have perished long ago. All Skrulls harbored deep gratitude toward her. Yet the existential crisis facing the Skrulls remained unsolved. They had once pinned their hopes on Nick Fury, but he had failed to deliver salvation. Now that Carol had returned, the Skrulls felt a glimmer of hope once more. Lady Carol, you're finally back, Talos said, stepping forward to offer the Skrulls highest respect. His eyes were filled with desperation and longing. Please save us, we've reached a dead end. His steps were shaky as he led his people to kneel before Carol. She surveyed the Skrulls who had moments ago tried to attack Nick Fury, speaking calmly. For a second there, I regretted saving you. At her words, the Skrulls lowered their heads in silence, not daring to retort. They had attacked Carol's friend, they were guilty. Before Talos could explain, Carol continued, but I understand. I've seen countless displaced races across the universe, and their actions were far more extreme. The fact that you've endured this long is impressive. The Skrulls exhaled in collective relief. It seemed Carol had not abandoned them. Talos's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you for your forgiveness. A traitor has emerged among us, and all this chaos is their doing. We Skrulls only want to live in peace. Please help us through this crisis. Carol gave a slight nod. I'm already aware. Both the mutants and the other Skrull faction are vying to take over this world. That cannot be allowed. Leave the rest to me. With you here, everything will be fine, Talos said, his pent-up stress finally dissipating. Xia also felt a wave of relief. Gravik was incredibly strong, and she had never been able to defeat him. Now that Carol had returned, Gravik's downfall seemed inevitable. But Xia couldn't shake her concern. Two tigers could not coexist on one mountain. Nick Fury had been ousted from S.H.I.E.L.D. by Spider-Man and Captain Carter. If Carol sought to avenge her friend, she would inevitably clash with Spider-Man. Spider-Man was powerful, but Carol seemed even stronger. Xia didn't want Spider-Man to be defeated, nor did she wish harm upon the Skrull's savior. Her thoughts swirled in chaos as she struggled to find a solution. Before she could think further, Nick Fury broke the silence. Carol, I've been investigating. S.H.I.E.L.D. has deliberately kept a low profile during this incident. I suspect Spider-Man is trying to maintain a balance between the mutants, humanity, and the Skrulls. I think we can work with him. S.H.I.E.L.D. Carol frowned slightly. Did you leave voluntarily, or were you kicked out? I left on my own. You know I've been wanting to retire, Nick Fury replied. Carol looked pensive, then smirked. Anyone who can make you step down must be impressive. Spider-Man, interesting guy. Not just interesting, he's very strong, Fury said with a wry smile. With his power and immortality, I had no chance against him. But now I'm back. You're the only winner here, Carol declared confidently. I want to see if these young superheroes have what it takes to protect Earth in my absence. Don't do anything rash. The situation is complicated, Fury cautioned. Carol remained resolute. No matter how complicated things get, overwhelming power can simplify everything. The war between mutants, Skrulls, and humans requires a show of strength to resolve. All sources of chaos must be eliminated. She turned to Talos. Where is the Skrull traitor? Let's deal with him first. Before Talos could answer, Fury received a transmission. Carter just sent word, the mutants have found Gravik. They're at the White House. Perfect, we'll take care of them all at once. Without wasting a second, Carol's body erupted with cosmic energy, transforming her into a radiant meteor that shot through the crumbling underground bunker and streaked across the sky. Boom! Debris rained down as the Skrulls stared at Carol's invincible figure with awe and a growing sense of dread. Seeing this, Xia activated her mutant genes. Wings unfolded from her back, kicking up a whirlwind as she soared in pursuit of Carol. Xia. Talos called out, but she didn't respond. Does she intend to join the battle? His face was lined with worry. Fury attempted to reassure him. Don't worry. With Carol there, Xia will be fine. Talos shook his head. That's not what I'm concerned about. He sighed deeply. Since Captain Carter sent the message, Spider-Man must be there. You saw how Carol reacted. She's very interested in Spider-Man. You also know the kind of person Spider-Man is. Their first meeting is bound to be anything but friendly. If my guess is correct, Xia, I fear she might make a mistake and anger the god who saved the Skrulls. Fury's expression grew serious. You have a point. It seems we need to be there. I'm just afraid we won't make it in time. Washington, evening. Pennsylvania Avenue. A grand neoclassical white sandstone building collapsed with a deafening crash, sending steel beams and concrete flying through a cloud of thick dust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Steel rods twisted midair, converging into a colossal iron club that descended with a roar, slicing through the air. On the lush green lawn, a gray-haired man's face twisted with rage as his well-tailored suit shredded under the strain of grotesque muscles. His dark green skin rippled with pulsating veins, his jagged chin and pointed ears exposing his identity as a Skrull. Muscles bulging, his body radiated raw power. "Get out of my way." Boom! As his fist collided with the massive iron club, the ground quaked violently. The shockwave tore up the grass beneath the Skrull's feet, and the iron club began to warp under the pressure. Interesting. Standing atop the oval-shaped structure, under the fluttering flag, Eric sneered as he observed the scene. "Not bad. As expected of the super Skrull, Gravik, you're a worthy opponent." With a casual wave of his hand, the flag behind him twisted into a spear under the influence of a magnetic field. Buzz! The spear shot forward at blinding speed, piercing through the iron club and heading straight for Gravik's heart. Splat! Caught off guard, Gravik stumbled backward as the spear impaled him, green blood splattering across the battlefield. Clutching his wound, Gravik glanced toward the journalists lining the perimeter of the battlefield. His face contorted with anger. That damn Eric had planned this all along. By forcing Gravik to reveal his Skrull form through combat, Eric had dismantled his plan to infiltrate the heights of power. As the cameras rolled, the president, now exposed as a Skrull, became the subject of global outrage. "My God, how can this be? The president is a fraud too. What's real anymore? Oh Lord, I'll never trust them again. Go mutants, take down that imposter." At this moment, the Skrulls became the common enemy of all. Neither mutants nor humans could tolerate the existence of a race capable of mimicking any being. Rat-a-tat-tat. Above the White House, hovering aircraft unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower, lasers enveloping Gravik in a storm of destruction. Booms, booms, boom. The White House lawn erupted into a series of explosions, sending dirt and debris flying. Gravik's body darted between the beams of light, his silvery form evading the attacks effortlessly. That was until he saw an entire building rise from the ground. Rumble! Gasps erupted from the journalists as Eric raised his hands, manipulating the magnetic field to lift the entire library into the air. Cracked! Chunks of earth and debris fell away as the massive white building hovered above Gravik. What? Gravik snarled, glaring at Eric as the building began its descent. "You bastard, you're forcing my hand." With a roar, Gravik's body became a blur, dashing toward Eric. Behind him, the enormous building crashed to the ground, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the battlefield. Though Gravik missed his target, Eric remained calm, even as Gravik's spectral speed became a looming threat. "Pathetic, all you've got is borrowed mutant DNA. I've been waiting for you." With a flick of his fingers, Eric unleashed a swarm of metal shards from his sleeve, sending them flying in every direction. Under his control, the fragments swept through the space around him. Gravik's rapid movements failed to evade them, and several shards pierced his body. Splat, splat, splat. Green blood spurted into the air as Gravik, his leg wounded, crashed into the reception hall with a resounding bang. Debris rained down as Eric moved his hands again, causing the reception hall to quake. Steel bars burst through the walls, twisting into a cage to trap Gravik within the ruins. But Gravik's regenerative abilities far exceeded Eric's expectations. Boom! From behind, Gravik burst through the ceiling, his wounds healing instantaneously as flesh and muscle knitted together. His glowing eyes unleashed searing beams of energy that sliced through the steel cage, splitting it in two. Eric's face darkened. With a growl, he summoned more metal from the ground, obscuring the sunset with a storm of debris aimed to crush Gravik. Gravik grinned wickedly as his form shimmered and vanished, turning invisible as he closed in on Eric. The battle between the two devastated half of the White House. In the president's office, Xia Luo stood by the window, watching the chaos unfold. Beside him, Carter asked curiously, "When are you planning to step in?" "No rush, Apocalypse hasn't shown up yet. But from the looks of it, Eric might not lose. And the other 3 horsemen haven't made a move either," Carter pointed out. If all 4 horsemen fight Gravik, he won't stand a chance. And if that happens, Apocalypse won't show himself. Xia Luo shrugged. Seems like your intel is outdated. Apocalypse only has 1 horseman left, Eric. What? Carter looked surprised. What happened? Nothing, Xia Luo replied with a smile. All 4 horsemen are double agents. Apocalypse will have no choice but to act. Double agents? Carter's expression turned strange. You set this up long ago, didn't you? But Eric seems to be fighting hard. Xia Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. He's planning to lose, but he wants to make sure it looks good so Apocalypse doesn't catch on to his true intentions. This way, even if I'm unreliable, Eric can still use Apocalypse's power to achieve his goals without risking everything. So he doesn't trust you. Doesn't matter, it won't affect my plan. As Xia Luo spoke, the battle seemed to reach its climax. Gravik, now enhanced by Spider-Man's early genetic modifications, activated the Hulk's DNA within him. With Spider-Man's physiology amplifying the mutation, his green body took on a faint purple hue. Ignoring the sharp blades of metal slicing into him, he tore through Eric's massive metal shield with overwhelming force. Boom! The magnetic field shattered under Gravik's might. Without hesitation, Eric leapt onto a metal disc, soaring into the sky. You're not getting away. Bat-like wings sprouted from Gravik's back as he gave chase. Before he could reach Eric, the surrounding buildings disintegrated into golden sand. What is this? Gravik's expression changed as a blue-armored figure emerged from a spatial vortex beside Eric. The sheer presence of this newcomer sent shivers through Gravik. They've arrived, Xia Luo said with a small smile. Carter, however, frowned. Gravik seems to have activated your genes. When did they get their hands on your DNA? Xia Luo waved dismissively. I don't always leave a clean corpse. At this, Carter blinked in realization. I remember now. Xia Luo cut her off. Forget it. Stick to the plan. I'm going to say hello to an old friend. Wait. Carter grabbed his arm. Let Apocalypse deal with Gravik first, that'll save us a lot of trouble. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. Why not team up with Gravik to take out Apocalypse first? Then we can deal with Gravik afterward. Easier, isn't it? Would he agree to that? Carter asked. Probably not. Carter, you're getting less fun. My bad, I'll go now, bye Tilda. With that, Xia Luo leapt out of the window, firing his webbing to swing toward the battlefield. To gain his next reset, he had to deal with Gravik himself. But it seemed someone else might beat him to it. From the darkening horizon, a brilliant meteor streaked downward, radiating a powerful aura that shocked everyone. Is that Captain Marvel?